Yichio, infuriated by a wretched system, found himself exploding in place, only to become the system itself. Initially believing he would traverse the realms with ease and flair, he soon encountered a disheartening reality host. System, grant me invincible skills. Yichio. First, go perform a square dance. Reward will be the Iron Pot Stew Yourself manual. Host B. System, bestow upon me a legendary weapon. Yichio sifting through his pockets. Here's half a brick, make do with it. The situation worsened as the reckless actions of the hosts led to him bearing the consequences. When the host faltered, he was struck by divine retribution. To avoid being reclaimed and rendered obsolete by the main deity, Yichio resorted to desperate persuasion. Trust me, this time it can truly take off. Probably? Thus began the saga of the most humble system, desperately seeking survival amidst a comical and absurd journey, with warnings of impending chaos across the realms. Chapter 1. The Frustration of a System. It was the 7th night of Yichio's sleepless toil. Throughout these 7 days, he had consumed all his meals beside the computer, his eyes darkened like a panda's, bloodshot and haggard, all in pursuit of crafting a novel that would transcend time, rivaling the 4 great classics. Yet, in the preceding 6 days, each manuscript he submitted was met with rejection. This marked his 7th attempt. Upon handing his work to the editor, the response remained dishearteningly the same. Trash. A wave of dizziness washed over Yichio, a profound sense of defeat engulfing him. His previously taut nerves now slackened. He felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. 7 days. 7 consecutive rejections. My painstakingly crafted masterpiece, I love rich women. The sweetness of being a gigolo, has been rejected. I've stayed up late to the point of nearly balding. Why was it denied? Even with ready-made themes, you still can't write. Perhaps you should enroll in a class. The editor retorted. Yichio, with tears brimming in his eyes, gazed at the screen and began to type, hoping for another chance. However, the dialog box displayed the message. You are not on the other party's friend list. Indeed, the editor had outright deleted him. At that moment, his vision began to blur and darken, and with a thud, his head struck the keyboard, plunging him into unconsciousness. His head felt heavy, a strong sense of vertigo overtaking him, akin to a roller coaster ride, the world spinning chaotically. Amidst this hazy state, a mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! The Multiverse Creation System has detected a host. Please bind to the system. Upon successful binding, the host must complete tasks as directed by the system. Failure to comply will result in obliteration. His head throbbed, and a feeling of irritation surged within him as the annoying voice persisted. His mind flooded with memories of the past 7 days of rejection, intensifying his agitation, and without hesitation, he retorted, "To hell with your themes." The system responded, "Please bind to the system. What do you know about novels? In this day and age, who still writes about heroes descending from mountains or the return of war gods? Is anyone even reading that? Ding. Please bind, host. Isn't innovation better? Isn't being a gigolo delightful? System, I can't believe this thing. Please choose to bind. Get lost." Yichio, already vexed by his unrecognized talent, found the incessant mechanical voice unbearable, and his frustration erupted. Here I am, the 21st century Tang Bohu, repeatedly rejected. What kind of justice is this? You must be envious of my talent, which is why you reject my manuscripts, hoping to steal my ideas. Ding, ding. The incessant prompts, akin to a malfunctioning program, jolted Yichio awake, and instinctively he shouted, "You're just a lousy editor. Go home and feed pigs." Boom. In an instant, Yichio's mind exploded into chaos, and the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. The system malfunctioned. As Yichio regained consciousness, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. When he awoke again, it was deep into the night. Suddenly, he realized countless memories had flooded his mind. How the Soul Emperor squandered a royal flush. Why did my son Wang Tong, with the demeanor of an emperor, perish prematurely, sending the war god's daughter to a doghouse? The self-destructive path of a high IQ villain. Wait, this seems oddly familiar. In a breath, Yichio was drenched in cold sweat, his body tingling. Damn, I almost got trapped by this deceitful system. Flashes of memories coursed through him, and Yichio finally grasped the nature of this system. After binding to a host, it treated them as mere puppets, issuing tasks to elevate itself, only to dispose of them once they had served their purpose. This was nothing short of exploitation. The malevolent capitalism at play. The aforementioned powerhouses with explosive beginnings were systematically eliminated. Damn it, this system doesn't even spare the roots when harvesting. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Qiu mused, "Fortunately, I'm clever enough to safeguard my essence, otherwise I would be doomed." Indeed, in the realm of outrageous novels, who among the protagonists does not revere their system as a father figure? Yet here was Yi Qiu, uniquely rejected and audaciously foul-mouthed. A rarity indeed. Consequently, the system exploded in rage. "Wait, what is this exclamation mark above my head?" Yi Qiu's eyes brightened as he reached out. Multiverse creation system level. 1 talent. Traverse the realm skills. Copy, summon, calculate, etc. World origin, 0. Urgent notice. When the world origin is 0, the system will automatically decompose after 24 hours. Please urgently seek a host to seize the world origin and enhance itself. What on earth? The system malfunctioned? I became the system? And then it will decompose after 24 hours? According to international convention, shouldn't I be taking off directly? This is truly a pitiful situation. Yi Qiu was at his wit's end. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the editor readed Yi Qiu and sent a message. "Fanta, it'll give you another chance to write about the return of the war god or heroes descending from mountains. People will read that. After signing, it'll personally sponsor you $100. The hell with you. A mere supporting role in my plot wouldn't survive a single chapter." Yi Qiu cursed, deleting the editor. With less than 24 hours left to live, what good is writing a novel? Survival is paramount. I must quickly find a host and exploit them. Evil capitalism. Hee, truly delightful. Yi Qiu dove into a certain K-novel website. After 3 minutes of effort, Yi Qiu exhaled. The system-powered learning machine is that swift. Mom no longer has to worry about my inability to write novels. Thousands of novels merged into his mind. He then opened a particular novel. This one will do. His finger brushed across, unleashing a wave of white light, rippling like a wave. In a breath, that white light enveloped Yi Qiu, vanishing in the next moment. The cover flickered, revealing the title of the novel, The Crooked Mouth War God. The national god is punching your little chest. Chapter 2. The Deceptive Mechanism. Yi Qiu chose the Crooked Mouth War God. The national god is punching your little chest because he understood that the framework of this world revolved around a theme of breeding and competition. The extraordinary figures merely embodied ancient martial artists, lacking the celestial strength to confront the heavens or the earth. There was no need to worry about anyone discovering his existence and disrupting his plans. Everything could unfold according to his design, allowing him to seize the world origin with peace of mind. In the bustling metropolis, amidst towering skyscrapers, a lavish room of over 1,000 square feet was adorned with antique elegance. Various relics from different eras decorated every corner. A dapper man, kneeling on the ground, gazed up at the extraordinary man before him, exclaiming, "Yi Chun, I have knelt to admit my mistakes. Why must you treat me this way? You have destroyed my family's foundation and caused my parents to leap from the building. Wang Tong, I have treated you like a true brother, yet 3 years ago you betrayed me, plunging me into an abyss from which I could scarcely escape, nearly losing my life in the desolate mountains." Yi Chen's voice was icy, clad in black as if embodying a vengeful spirit, exuding an aura of chilling disdain. Not only that, but you also seized the assets of the Yi family, using deceit to pressure the Li family and forcefully marrying Yenner. Truly, you are a remarkable brother. They forced my hand. They made me deceive you into the mountains. If I had refused, my parents and dozens from the Wang family would have perished. Wang Tong's agitation was evident, veins bulging on his forehead as he howled in anguish. Moreover, if I hadn't taken over the Yi family's business, your family would have been wiped out long ago. Throughout these years, I have remained steadfast in my affection for Yenner, and it is through my sincerity that she agreed to marry me. Ultimately, this is all because you brought ruin upon your own parents. Had you not offended the Zhang family in the capital with your arrogance, none of this would have transpired. Sweet words and empty promises. Do you think I'm the fool I was 3 years ago? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yi Chen's lips, resembling a smirk, as he uttered coldly, "Betrayal is betrayal. There are no justifications for it." Betrayal? Huh. Wang Tong's bitter smile spoke of his turmoil. Though I am at fault, I saved your family back then. But now, my parents are gone, my sister is missing, and the legacy of generations of the Wang family has crumbled to dust overnight. I am now left with nothing. That is the consequence of your parents' own making. Had they not hired someone to kill me, they would not have met their demise by jumping from that height. Wang Tong, I have shown you mercy by sparing your life, but you may now beg on the streets." As he spoke, Yi Chen's lips twisted into a smile, and in a swift motion, a gleaming silver needle appeared between his fingers, illuminating the dim room. With a sudden thrust, the silver needle pierced Wang Tong's brow like a streak of light. "My dear brother, you shall live the rest of your days in a state of utter ignorance." "Ha ha!" With that, Yi Chen departed. Wang Tong collapsed, unconscious, losing control of his bodily functions in the process. "I have worked tirelessly for years to achieve what I have today. A prestigious family in the Magic City, renowned across the nation, ranking among the top 10 enterprises. And now, all of it has vanished overnight. Heaven, you have been unjust to me." In his unconscious state, Wang Tong's thoughts screamed in confusion, like a dissipating wisp of smoke. Ding! Host has strong resentment detected. Would you like to bind the anti-reversal face-slapping system? A voice echoed unexpectedly in Wang Tong's mind, causing him to pause. Ding! Host has shown astonishment, meeting binding requirements. System binding in progress. 100 in an instant, before Wang Tong could react, the system manifested itself as Yi Qiu, eagerly binding with him. Drawing from the lessons of the previous system, Yi Qiu modified its mechanics. There was no need for the host to utter words of consent. A mere thought or expression, even a breath, would suffice to complete the binding. Upon binding with the system, a brilliant light surged through Wang Tong's mind, awakening his dulled consciousness and alleviating the throbbing pain in his head. In just a few breaths, the damage inflicted by Yi Chen was repaired, and the fog of confusion lifted, replaced by clarity. Wang Tong stood up, processing the information flooding his mind, his eyes gradually sharpening. Is it possible that such a thing exists in this world? After sifting through the information provided by Yi Qiu, Wang Ting couldn't help but clench his fists, trembling with excitement. He gazed at the system interface, overwhelmed by the plethora of skills and items available for exchange. In that moment, he could no longer contain his exhilaration, his arms stretching wide as if he bore the presence of an emperor. With the system's assistance, I can rise from the ashes and restore the glory of the Wang family, even elevate it to a prestigious lineage. Wang Tong declared, his gaze fierce. Yi Chen, our story is far from over. Everything I have lost will be repaid to you tenfold. System, how do I earn points to exchange for items? Wang Ting eagerly inquired. Points can be earned by seizing the protagonist's halo or by slapping the protagonist's face, Yi Qiu revealed without reservation, for this was the only way he could gain benefits in this realm. To disrupt the order of this world was the only means to extract a significant amount of world essence, enhancing himself to avoid disintegration. It was evident that only by thwarting the protagonist's fortunes could the laws of the world be disturbed. Subsequently, Yi Qiu transmitted Yi Chen's basic information into Wang Tong's mind. So, Yi Chen is the protagonist. No wonder he survived with broken limbs, buried in a deep pit, while destroying my family's enterprise. But, Wang Tong grinned. Yi Chen, even if you're the protagonist, what of it? With the system, I can surely turn the tides and ruin your plans. System, what should I do next? Wang Tong asked. Yi Qiu was well-versed in the plot of the crooked-mouthed god of war versus the national goddess. Just as the female lead was about to marry Wang Tong, Yi Chen disrupted the wedding, leading to the current chaos. While Yi Chen dealt with Wang Tong, the female lead, Janitor, was at a bar trying to drown her sorrows. Upon discovering that Wang Tong had betrayed Yi Chen 3 years prior, she felt a deep loathing for him. Yet, over the past 3 years, Wang Tong had been unwaveringly devoted, and despite her feelings, she was conflicted upon learning that Yi Chen intended to punish Wang Tong. Ultimately, she pleaded with Yi Chen to spare Wang Tong's life. The ensuing plot would have Yi Chen meet with Janitor at the bar, while the Zhang family in the capital, upon learning that Yi Chen was still alive, would send someone to capture Janitor as a means of coercion. Ding! Please ensure the host arrives at the Night Rose Bar before 10 o'clock for a reward of 3,000 points. Ding! Save Janitor before 10:10 for an additional 5,000 points. A mechanical voice resonated in Wang Tong's mind. Is Janitor in danger? Wang Tong murmured. It must be that the Zhang family knows Yi Chen is still alive. Hence they captured her to use as leverage. Glancing at the time, he realized there was less than half an hour until 10 o'clock, and the Night Rose Bar was just a 5-minute walk away. After hastily managing his unfortunate condition, he donned a jacket and stepped outside. The moment Wang Tong crossed the threshold, Yi Qiu sensed the laws of this world beginning to warp, creating openings in reality. In an instant, he extracted a significant amount of world essence, enriching himself in the process. In the original story, Wang Tung's brain was wrecked by Yi Chen's silver needle array, leading to a chaotic mind. And just as he was on the brink of madness, he chose to leap to his death, preferring to die standing than to live in disgrace. Thus, when Wang Tung emerged unscathed from his room, the plot encountered a bug, causing the laws of the world to spiral into chaos. Universal Creation System Level 1 Talent. Interdimensional travel skills, copying, summoning, calculation, etc. World Essence, 10,000. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired 10,000 units of World Essence, leaving Yi Qiu utterly elated. Without hesitation, he upgraded his skills, enhancing himself to prevent disintegration. All of this was within Yi Qiu's control. He could not allow Wang Tung to venture forth unarmed to his doom. After all, the captors of the Janitor were ancient martial artists, and a mere mortal could not hope to contend with them. Naturally, Yi Qiu also did not wish for Wang Tung to benefit without any effort. Thus, as the bug manifested and he reaped the rewards, he prepared to generously reward Wang Tung. Ding! To celebrate the host's rebirth, this system grants the host 5,000 points. Wang Tung paused, overwhelmed with joy, tears welling in his eyes. He had been contemplating how to reach the bar in time to save Li Yin'er from Yi Chun. Although he had practiced some martial arts, they were merely rudimentary skills. Faced with a true expert, he would be swiftly defeated. And now, the system had unexpectedly granted him 5,000 points, akin to having money before he even began working. The system, you are truly benevolent, Wang Tung said, his eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. He then added, system, please exchange for a handgun. Why is the exclamation mark still above? Yi Qiu wondered, ignoring Wang Tung as he reached out to touch the exclamation mark. Reminder, please seize the opportunity to acquire fortune, obtain 100,000 world essence, upgrade to level 2, and unlock new features. Note, after traversing the realms, the system requires a daily consumption of 1,000 world essence. If the world essence reaches 0, the system will automatically disintegrate. What on earth is this? Yi Qiu exclaimed in frustration. He had anticipated that by extracting fortune and perfecting himself, he would be able to soar to new heights, reaping benefits effortlessly. To his dismay, he discovered that traversing the realms necessitated a daily sustenance of 1,000 world essence. Furthermore, an upgrade to unlock skills required a staggering 100,000 world essence. Most critically, Yi Qiu had just expended the 10,000 world essence he had acquired to enhance his skills. The mere 1,000 world essence he had left was converted into 5,000 points, which he generously gifted to Wang Tung. In essence, Yi Qiu realized he would not survive the night. Chapter 3. The Art of Exploitation. At this moment, Yi Qiu was filled with regret. He should not have been so reckless as to give away the remaining 1,000 points of world origin to Wang Tung. Who could have anticipated that this insidious system would have such a deceptive mechanism? He had thought he was about to soar, but it turned out he still had to toil for survival. Despite his myriad grievances, Yi Qiu had no choice but to relent. System. I wish to exchange for a pistol, he stated. At that instant, Wang Ting's voice echoed in his ears, instantly brightening Yi Qiu's mood. Indeed, since he had gifted points to Wang Tung, and Wang Tung was now using those points to redeem items. He could then exchange points for world origin to upgrade and sustain himself. Wasn't that a form of free riding? Yi Qiu was so excited that saliva nearly dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Exploiting the system? Who couldn't do that? Ahem. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and then emitted a mechanical voice. Ding. The weapon shop has not yet been activated. Please spend 500 points to unlock it. Only 500 points to activate the weapon shop? Oh, how generous of you, system. Wang Tung had just acquired 5,000 points. So the mere 500 points was like a drop in the bucket for him. Yet, he was unaware that this was merely the first step in Yi Qiu's plan to exploit the system. Ding. Congratulations, the weapon shop has been activated. Wang Tung, upon hearing this, eagerly opened the weapon shop. In an instant, he was left bewildered. There was nothing in the weapon shop. System, what is going on? Wang Tung's lips twitched. He had spent 500 points only to end up with nothing. Ding. Due to the host just binding with the system, many functions are still being improved. Please stay tuned. This was not Yi Qiu trying to deceive Wang Tung. It was an undeniable fact. The system was merely in its infancy and barely capable of sustaining itself. Many functions and skills required world origin for upgrades and creation. With sufficient world origin, he could not only create a simple pistol but also a tank or an aircraft carrier without difficulty. Wang Tung could only accept the official response from the system with a twitch of his lips. Since he had successfully bound with the system, There was plenty of time to refine his skills and the system itself. The urgent matter at hand was to reach the Night Rose Bar and rescue Li Yin'er. Ding. The system recommends the host utilize the newcomer package. Seeing Wang Teng about to give up and stop using points, Yiqiu hurriedly interjected. He still needed to deceive Wang Ting into returning those 5,000 points for survival, so he couldn't let up. A newcomer package? Wang Teng clicked on the system, and an eye-catching option appeared on the interface. It read, Mental Amplification. Predict the enemy's attack trajectory 1 second in advance. Requires 5,000 points for redemption. Wang Ting's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Having trained in free combat for several years, he naturally understood that being able to predict an opponent's punch trajectory and counterattack would be akin to possessing superhuman abilities. This was undoubtedly a divine skill that would enhance his odds of rescuing Li Yin'er. However, redeeming it required 5,000 points. And he had just spent 500 points to activate the weapon shop. Ding. The system has detected that the host lacks sufficient points to redeem the newcomer package, but can activate credit points to overdraw points for the redemption. Note, overdrawing credit points will directly deduct from the host's next point acquisition without interest. Would you like to activate credit points? Just as Wang Ting regretted using 500 points to activate the weapon shop, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, causing his eyes to well up with tears. System. You are so humane. You even have credit points without interest. Without hesitation, Wang Ting chose to activate it. Ding. Credit points have been activated. He eagerly redeemed the newcomer package. Ding. The newcomer package has been redeemed. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a surge of extraordinary power coursing through his mind, bringing him clarity and an unparalleled sense of awareness. His eyes sparkled with silver light, enabling him to see the surrounding objects clearly even in the darkness of the room. Simultaneously, Yiqiu hurriedly converted the 5,000 points he had received from Wang Ting into 1,000 world origin points, which he swallowed down, finally feeling at ease. A sly smile crept across his face. Not only had he reclaimed the gifted points, but he also gained additional income. This was how one should harvest the leeks. One should pluck the wool thread by thread. The Night Rose Bar was the most luxurious bar on the street, filled with various luxury cars at the entrance, and countless handsome men and beautiful women lined up outside. Wang Ting, being a customer of this establishment, bypassed the queue effortlessly. As soon as Wang Ting stepped into the bar, Yiqiu sensed a slight distortion in the laws of this world, and without hesitation, seized the opportunity. Ding. Congratulations. The host has arrived at the Night Rose Bar before 10 o'clock. Reward, 3,000 points. After deducting the 500 credit points, the host had 2,500 points remaining. The mechanical voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind, and seeing the points he had earned filled him with joy. He began searching for Li Yin'er amidst the dazzling lights. With his enhanced mental acuity, Wang Teng possessed a pair of discerning eyes. In less than a minute, he spotted Li Yin'er sitting alone at the bar. At the same time, he noticed two suspicious individuals approaching her from a distance. System, are those two the ones who captured Yin'er? Wang Ting asked. Indeed, Yiqiu replied. Wang Ting took a deep breath and swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, hastening toward Li Yin'er. Li Yin'er, with her ethereal beauty and graceful demeanor, attracted countless glances as she sat at the bar. Numerous handsome men attempted to strike up conversations, only to be defeated by her cool and aloof aura, leaving them with nothing but embarrassment. At that moment, Li Yin'er was slightly tipsy. The effects of alcohol rendered her irritable, her mind swirling with thoughts of Yiqiu and Wang Teng. She still held some feelings for Wang Teng. After all, he had been there for her over the past 3 years, touching her heart with his sincerity, which led her to agree to marry him. Had Yiqiu not appeared, she would have been Wang Teng's wife by now. However, knowing that it was Wang Teng who had caused Yiqiu's near-fatal accident 3 years ago, and that Yiqiu had returned seeking revenge, left Li Yin'er in a state of conflict. Although she despised Wang Ting, feelings still lingered. Thus, when Yiqiu sought vengeance, Li Yin'er pleaded with him to spare Wang Teng's life. Yin'er. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice reached Li Yin'er's ears, causing her to instinctively look up in surprise, her expression paling slightly. She rubbed her eyes and temples, trying to regain her composure. According to the timeline, Yiqiu was currently seeking revenge on Wang Teng for the grievances of 3 years ago. Wang Teng, how could you be here? Where is Yiqiu? Li Yin'er inquired. Wang Teng forced a bitter smile and gently caressed Li Yin'er's cheek. Yiqiu is ultimately the one you love most. Over these 3 years, have you not felt even the slightest affection for me? Li Yin'er bit her lip, conflicted, and finally spoke. If I had no feelings for you, how could I have agreed to marry you? But what you did is truly unacceptable. Yiqiu regarded you as his best brother, yet you betrayed him and nearly cost him his life. Haha, good brother? Wang Ting chuckled bitterly. Though I have countless faults, without me, the Yi family would have perished long ago. Now, the Wang family is bankrupt, my parents are gone, and my sister is missing. Even I nearly lost my mind because of Yi Chun. No, that cannot be. You must be lying to me. Li Yinar shook her head. Yi Chun promised me that he would spare your family. Yet you still protect him? Suddenly, Wang Teng felt a pang of heartache. And he noticed those two suspicious individuals rapidly approaching Li Yinar. One of them was holding a piece of white cloth, the other aiming at the back of Li Yinar's neck. Be careful, Wang Teng bellowed, instinctively pulling Li Yinar into his embrace. Chapter 4. Wang Teng's rebirth. In the original narrative, the Zhang family from the capital effortlessly subdued Li Yinar with a drug. And just as they were about to drive away from the bar, they were spotted by Yi Chun. He seized a vehicle to rescue her. As Wang Teng held Li Yinar close, preventing her abduction, the rules of this world fell into disarray, as if the very essence of the universe had burst forth. Yi Chio seized the moment, akin to a primordial beast, opening his maw wide to voraciously consume the chaotic energy. In a brief span, Yi Chio amassed 20,000 units of the world's essence. Coupled with the essence Wang Teng had claimed upon his arrival at the Night Rose Bar, along with his credit points, he now possessed a total of 30,000 units of the world's essence. Yi Chio immediately utilized 10,000 units to elevate his combat skills to level 10. At this moment, Li Yinar had regained her senses. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a bald man wielding a white cloth in one hand and forming a claw with the other. She instinctively understood his intentions, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Yet, inexplicably, nestled in Wang Teng's embrace, she felt a sense of unexplainable security. Yinar, go behind me and find a chance to leave the bar immediately, Wang Teng instructed. His gaze fixated on the bald man, while also acknowledging the square-faced man beside him with a grave expression. These two were from the Zhang family, and were no ordinary adversaries. Given his limited skills, he knew he was outmatched. Fortunately, having just claimed his beginner's gift pack, his spirit had undergone significant enhancement, allowing him to predict a second's worth of action trajectories, giving him a glimmer of hope. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully rescued Li Yinar before 10 o'clock. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding. The skill shop is now online. Would the host like to spend 500 points to activate it? At that moment, Yi Chio's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind, causing a surge of delight amidst his tension. Even though his mental acuity had improved and he could anticipate a second's worth of attack trajectories, his current capabilities were still insufficient. Thus, without hesitation, he expended 500 points to activate the skill shop and opened it. It displayed master-level combat skills for 150,000 points, activating credit points for immediate redemption. Wang Teng did not hesitate. Ding. Redemption successful. Remaining points, 8,000. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a surge of energy coursing through him, unlocking his meridians. As he clenched his fists, he sensed newfound strength. Kid, you wish to be a hero and save the damsel? The bald man sneered, his dark eyes glinting with malice. Not everyone can be a hero. With that, Wang Teng struck first, landing a powerful blow to the bald man's face. A surge of strength erupted, sending the unprepared bald man hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through the bar counter. The sound echoed as the bottles on the shelves shattered, creating chaos in the once orderly bar. The patrons, in a panic, rushed toward the exits. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yinar fled the bar amidst the turmoil. Security personnel armed with batons rushed in, recognizing Wang Teng as a valued client and CEO of a listed company. They believed assisting him in the brawl would yield benefits. Thus, they charged toward the square-faced man, only to be swiftly taken down. Damn it! The bald man emerged from the wreckage of the bar, covered in debris and liquor, instructing his companion not to intervene. His eyes, now tinged with rage, glared at Wang Teng as he panted heavily, resembling a cornered beast. How dare you lay hands on me, boy? Prepare to meet your end. As he lunged forward, a dim golden aura enveloped his fist. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed, a spark of brilliance igniting within as he swiftly predicted the trajectory of the bald man's punch. He took a small step forward and shifted his body to the left, elegantly evading the attack. Following this, he delivered a devastating elbow strike to the bald man's side. As the saying goes, a punch may be light, but an elbow strikes true. Though still an ordinary person, Wang Teng's mastery in combat was formidable. He maximized his strength, and even the ancient martial artist found himself reeling from the blow, staggering backward. With a swift motion, Wang Teng seized a bottle and smashed it over the bald man's head, glass shards scattering everywhere. He followed up with a second, third, and fourth strike. The bald man was utterly disoriented, feeling warmth trickling down his forehead. Before he could react, Wang Teng raised a chair and brought it crashing down. The sound echoed as the chair splintered, and the bald man collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. Witnessing this, the square-faced man was struck with fear. Though he too was an ancient martial artist, albeit a novice, he was exponentially stronger than an ordinary person. Yet, the man before him exuded no aura of ancient martial prowess, yet effortlessly defeated the bald man and could predict attack trajectories. This could only mean one thing. He was a far superior ancient martial artist. Panic surged within him. Wang Teng would not allow him to escape and alert the Zhang family, while the truth of the matter couldn't be concealed for long. Delaying it for a while was advantageous. In that moment, Wang Teng retrieved a fruit knife from the ground, gauging the square-faced man's escape route before hurling the knife. With a swift whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, cleanly severing the square-faced man's neck. Blood sprayed forth, vivid and decisive. Yi Qiu witnessed Wang Teng's transformation, and subsequently, he collected the two corpses into a spatial realm, leaving no evidence behind. He urged Wang Teng to make a hasty exit through the back door. Meanwhile, Yi Chen approached, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing the commotion at the bar entrance, he sensed something amiss. Tossing the flowers aside, he rushed forward. In the throng of people, he spotted Li Yin'er and breathed a sigh of relief. "Yin'er," Yi Chen called out. Turning to him, Li Yin'er could no longer hold back her tears, pouring into Yi Chen's embrace. What happened? Yi Chen's heart ached at the sight of his beloved weeping in his arms. Someone attempted to kidnap me. What? In an instant, Yi Chen transformed into a fierce beast, a murderous intent radiating from him. His once gentle gaze turned savage, resembling that of a vengeful spirit. How dare they attempt to kidnap my woman? Do they seek death? He then asked, Are you hurt? No, it was Wang Teng, Li Yin'er replied urgently. Looking up at Yi Chen, hurry, we must go help Wang Teng. He saved me and is now fighting two kidnappers. What? Wang Teng? Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Hadn't he rendered Wang Teng a fool with the silver soul needle? He hurried into the bar, eager to uncover the truth. Yet, within the vast establishment, not a soul was in sight. He advanced, discovering the shattered bar and numerous unconscious security personnel strewn across the floor. The assailants were ancient martial artists. Sensing their presence from the remnants of the battle, Yi Chen pondered, could it be the Zhang family from the capital, attempting to abduct Yin'er to threaten me? Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. What has become of Wang Teng? Chapter 5. The solidifying essence pill. Yi Chen, have you seen Wang Teng? At that moment, Li Yin'er approached, her expression fraught with concern as she inquired immediately. This left Yi Chen feeling quite displeased, yet his expression remained utterly impassive. No, he responded, shaking his head. Yin'er, are you certain that it was Wang Teng who saved you? Yes, Li Yin'er nodded in affirmation. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Wang Teng had been struck in the forehead by his silver soul needle, resulting in the destruction of his central nervous system, rendering him a fool. This was an undeniable fact. No one could dispel the power contained within the Tai divine needle, not even the ancient martial artists, unless they possessed significantly greater cultivation. However, Wang Teng was merely an ordinary person. Could it be that someone had secretly intervened to save his life? Yi Chen murmured to himself, his expression becoming more serious, his brows knitting together in a frown. As he escorted Li Yin'er home, Yi Chen wore an expression laden with concern. Li Yin'er mirrored his mood. The two exchanged little conversation. 10 minutes later, upon reaching her doorstep, Yi Chen hurriedly took his leave, eager to investigate Wang Teng's situation. Yi Chen, Li Yin'er called out to him. He turned to see her looking troubled. And assuming it was due to the fright she had experienced at the bar, he reassured her. Yin'er, rest assured, I will unearth those who sought to abduct you, along with the forces behind them, and they shall pay dearly for their misdeeds. Yi Chen, I have something I wish to ask you, Li Yin'er said. Her expression conflicted as she bit her lip. Observing her distress, Yi Chen's concern deepened, and after a moment's hesitation, she continued. Wang Teng just told me that the Wang group has gone bankrupt and that my uncle and aunt have passed away. Indeed, Yi Chen confirmed, acknowledging the harsh truth. After all, the Wang group was renowned in the Magic City and had a considerable reputation nationwide. The news of their bankruptcy would undoubtedly trend tomorrow. As with the announcement of Wang Teng's parents' demise, the Wang group's current success stemmed from its absorption of the Yi family. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. Yi Chen added, as for Wang Teng's parents, they met their fate because their plot to have me killed was exposed. During our confrontation, they accidentally fell from a height. I never intended to harm them. Is Shuer at your home? Li Yin'er inquired. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. You know that girl has grown up alongside me. I treat her as my own sister. When she discovered that my disappearance 3 years ago was linked to Wang Teng, she could not bear the truth and attempted to take her life, only to be stopped by me. What Wang Teng said was true. You still intend to make him a fool? Li Yin'er exclaimed. Did you not promise me you would let him go? Allow him to leave the country and distance himself from here? Yin'er, Yi Chen said gently, caressing her cheek. For the past 3 years, you have been ever present in my thoughts. The visions of our reunion have fueled my determination to reclaim my life and fulfill the dreams that have occupied my mind. I have endured much in these years. Now, I am simply reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Wang Ting's parents were indeed an unforeseen circumstance. But do you still believe his words? If I were truly to make him a fool, would you still stand before me as you are now? Ultimately, none of that matters. What is important is that we are together again. Once I have reorganized the Yi family enterprise, I will come to propose to you, providing you with the most opulent wedding in the world, making you the happiest bride. With that, Yichen embraced Li Yin'er, his veins visibly throbbing, revealing a fierce intensity. Internally, he vowed, Wang Ting, though I cannot fathom why you have not become a fool, no matter who stands by you, I will ensure your demise. You have forced my hand. At that moment, Li Yin'er's feelings towards Yi Chun began to shift. Ding Li Yin'er's affection for Yi Chun has decreased by 20. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20,000 points. After deducting credit points, the host retains 12,000 points. As the absolute female lead, Li Yin'er's perception of Yi Chun experienced a subtle change. The laws of this world began to unravel, becoming distorted. Yi Qiu, having wildly seized the essence of creation, now possessed sufficient world origin. Thus, he upgraded the system without hesitation. Universal Creation System, Level 2. Talent. Traverse the universes, skills, replication, summoning, calculation, energy extraction, etc. World origin, 5000. Yi Qiu was exhilarated, reflecting on how enjoyable this was. Just an hour ago, he feared he might quickly run out of options. Yet now he was soaring after the upgrade. It was simply delightful. It seemed he must first target the women around Yi Chun. Hint. Please seize the essence of creation quickly to obtain 200,000 world origins, upgrade to level 3, and unlock new functions. Note, the system upgraded to level 2. It now consumes 2,000 world origins daily. If the world origin is insufficient to cover the daily requirement or falls to 0, the system will disintegrate on its own. Damn it, Yi Qiu exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration. Reaching level 3 required 200,000 world origins, which was acceptable. After all, he had suspected that each level would require an additional 100,000 world origins. However, he had not anticipated that the daily survival needs would also increase post-upgrade. Moreover, if the world origin fell short of the daily requirement, it would simply disintegrate. Was this not a deceitful trap? What a flawed mechanism. Cursing aside, he needed to diligently work to amass creation. Yi Qiu utilized special methods to extract the energy from the two ancient martial artists he had slain. Although they were merely novice martial artists, the combined capabilities they contained could enable Wang Tung to step into the realm of martial artists. He then formed the extracted energy into pills to place in the elixir shop. Ding, the elixir shop is now online. Will the host spend 2,000 points to activate it? Wang Tung had just received 12,000 points and was contemplating what skills to exchange for. Knowing that Yi Chun was aware he had not turned into a fool and would undoubtedly come seeking him again. With his current abilities, confronting Yi Chun would be tantamount to courting death. Gazing at the 2,000 points required to activate the elixir shop, Wang Tung hesitated. However, upon reflection, he noted that the weapon and skill shops only required 500 points each to activate, while the elixir shop demanded 4 times that amount. It was evident that extraordinary items lay within. Most importantly, he feared spending 2,000 points only to find himself lonely again. Activate it. Wang Tung finally said after a moment of contemplation. Ding, the elixir shop has been activated. Foundation pill, 20,000 points. Upon consumption, it can break through meridians, clear passageways, and facilitate cultivation and enlightenment. Cultivation and enlightenment? Could it be that I too can ascend to the ranks of martial artists? Wang Tung trembled with excitement at the effects of the foundation pill. This was undoubtedly his transformation from an ordinary person. Ever since learning that Yi Chun was the protagonist of this world and also a martial artist, Wang Tung had been contemplating that to defeat Yi Chun, he too must become a martial artist. Moreover, with mastery-level skills, his thirst for power grew ever stronger. Hence, he did not hesitate to utilize his credit points to make the exchange. The points he had just acquired had not even warmed in his hands before he found himself in debt again. Alas, little Wang, do not blame me for being ruthless. I have no choice. If I perish, so do you. And where would that leave the Emperor's glory? Yi Qiu sighed, then turned his attention to the upgraded features, beginning to devise his next plan. Chapter 6. The Furious Yi Chun. The next day, news broke of the Wang Group's bankruptcy. The announcement of the chairman's and his wife's deaths sent shockwaves throughout Long Country, creating a stir in the industry. Numerous individuals feared this marked a shift in the business landscape. Following this, the robust listing of the Yi Group further solidified public speculation. Outside, the rain fell steadily. In the hall, two portraits cast a somber shadow over the gathering of mourners clad in black. Wang Ting stood before the images of his parents, observing the throngs who came to pay their respects. Their words conveyed profound sorrow, as a faint aroma of incense wafted in. Wang Ting lifted his gaze to see Li Yinar. Her expression mirrored his grief, for Wang's parents had treated her with great kindness and affection. Bowing slightly before the portraits, her eyes reddened as she spoke. "I am so sorry. I never imagined this would happen." Wang Ting managed a bitter smile, then scanned the hall. "Where is my good brother, Yuchen?" At that moment, a sudden stir erupted in the previously quiet hall. Who among the attendees was not astute? They were aware of the enmity between the Wang and Yi families, especially after Yi Chun had disrupted Wang Tung's wedding, revealing the reasons for his 3-year disappearance, which had caused a significant uproar in the business world. Furthermore, rumors suggested that the deaths of Wang's parents were closely tied to Yi Chun. With the Wang family recently bankrupt and the Yi Group going public, the implications were unsettling, yet no one dared to speak openly. After all, today was the day of Ye's corporate triumph. At this juncture, Wang Tung produced a document and handed it to Li Yinar. "Since Yi Chun has not come, I would appreciate it if you could deliver this to him. I, Wang Tung, am formally suing Chairman Yi Chun of the Yi Group for the murder of my parents." Instantly, the hall erupted as if a bomb had gone off. Although the connection between the deaths of the Wang couple and Yi Chun had been mere speculation, Wang Tung's declaration solidified the rumor into undeniable fact, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Some speculated that Wang Tung, driven by the bankruptcy of his family and the loss of his parents, had lost his mind, challenging someone of Yi Chun's stature. To publicly declare intentions to sue him was tantamount to inviting disaster. Li Yinar grasped the folder, her heart heavy as she regarded Wang Tung, who seemed transformed from the person she once knew. It was as though he had become a stranger overnight, yet she could not pinpoint the change. "I will relay the message," she replied, her tone laden with complexity before she exited the hall. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the grand hall was left with only Wang Ting. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was at the press conference announcing the Yi Group's public listing. Halfway through, he was taken aside by officials from the police department, although Li Yinar had not delivered the lawsuit documents to him. The turmoil surrounding the Wang family's downfall and the couple's deaths had stirred significant unrest in Longhua. Wang Ting's public declaration of intent to sue Yi Chun had created an uproar in the media. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. Yi Chun has been ensnared in public controversy." Interrupting the listing ceremony. Reward, 5,000 points. After deducting credit points, 5,000 points remained. Wang Tung observed the system interface, his points still in the negative, showing no sign of fluctuation. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "Yi Chun, our contest begins now." At that moment, Wang Ting's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he answered without hesitation. Yi Chun had not been detained at the police station for long. The evidence against him was insufficient, and his current status had elevated him to significant prominence in Modu. "Mr. Yi, I must ask you to refrain from leaving Modu for the time being," the police captain advised, his tone filled with respect. "Rest assured, Captain Jia, I, Yi Chun, have nothing to fear. Should any issues arise, please inform me, and I will comply willingly." After Captain Jia saw Yi Chun off in a luxurious Maybach, he returned to the precinct. Inside the car, Yi Chun had shed his previous gentlemanly demeanor, veins bulged on his forehead, revealing his fury. In a moment of rage, he unleashed a forceful energy, cracking the specially reinforced windows. "Originally, due to Yinar and Xiao Shui, I had intended to spare your life. But Wang Tung, since you have left no path for retreat, do not blame me. I will now resort to the power left to me by my master. You will not survive this night." At Wang Tung's home, his sister, Wang Shui, a sweet and innocent girl, was inconsolable. She had awoken to the news of the Wang family's bankruptcy and the tragic loss of their parents. Fainting at the shock, upon regaining consciousness, she refused to accept the grim reality and rushed home, finding it empty before contacting Wang Tung. In the original story, Yi Chun had leveraged his military connections to obscure the truth of Wang Tung and his parents' demise, informing Wang Shui that they had relocated to America to live peacefully. Until the conclusion, Wang Shui remained oblivious to the fate of her family, even giving birth to several children with Yi Chun. Thus, when she learned of her parents' death, the very fabric of her world unraveled. When Wang Tung returned home, he found Wang Shui in tears, rushing toward him. "Brother," she cried, her voice choked with anguish. "Is what the news says true? Have our parents really passed away?" Wang Tung, feeling a deep ache in his heart, gently patted her back. "Yes, they are gone." Her sobs intensified. After what felt like an eternity, her tears began to subside, But she continued to weep, her face streaked with sorrow. Wang Teng lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. While my wedding was being disrupted, Yi Chun was orchestrating everything. First, he engineered the downfall of the Wang Corporation, forcing our parents to their deaths, and I was nearly driven to madness, living a life devoid of purpose. As Wang Teng recounted the events, Wang Shui's previously calmed emotions surged anew. Her swollen eyes were dry, devoid of tears, yet her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Memories of her parents flooded her mind, playing out like a film. Wang Teng had hesitated to disclose the cause of their parents' death to Wang Shui. Knowing of her affection for Yichen, given her temperament, it was inevitable she would seek him out. Based on Wang Teng's understanding of Yichen, those who followed him prospered, while those who opposed him perished. If Wang Shui were to confront him now, she would undoubtedly be harmed. Indeed, the narrative of this novel is rather peculiar. The protagonist will go to great lengths to obtain what he desires, including employing underhanded tactics to reclaim certain female characters. Conversely, if he cannot have something, no one else shall either. He would simply destroy it. Overall, the tone is dark and the morals skewed. Yet it has garnered a significant readership on Blue Star. Yi Chun, Wang Shui screamed, her voice frenzied. I will kill you to avenge our parents. As she sprang to her feet, her eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed. Wang Teng caught his sister, wiping away her tears with a heavy heart. Sister, I will avenge our parents. Chapter 7. The first step in defying the protagonist Ding. Wang Shui's affection for Yi Chun has decreased to 100. Congratulations to the host for earning 50,000 points. Ding. After deducting 5,000 credit points, 45,000 points remain. At this moment, Yi Chio could only applaud in delight. With Wang Shui and Yi Chun now enemies, the roster of female leads had diminished. The laws of this world seemed to flood forth like a burst dam. Yi Chio voraciously consumed the rippling power, amassing not only the points awarded to Wang Teng, but also an astounding 180,000 units of world essence. This was far more exhilarating than any previous experience. Indeed, the initial strategy must focus on the female lead, reducing the number of rivals to confront Yi Chun. Yi Chio, still feeling unsatisfied, mused aloud. This narrative is predominantly centered around ostentation and harem dynamics. Moreover, with Wang Teng's current strength, opposing Yi Chun would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, an exercise in futility. Thus, after pondering throughout the night, Yi Chio resolved to first target the female lead, thereby fragmenting Yi Chun's alliances and seizing the opportunity for transformation. Once the women surrounding Yi Chun had turned against him, he would strike decisively to eliminate Yi Chun. By then, my son Wang Teng would embody the stature of an emperor, transforming what was once mere jest into a palpable reality. Therefore, during the mourning period, publicly accusing Yi Chun was merely the first step in Yi Chio's plan for vengeance. This would incite public discourse, allowing the media to amplify the narrative. The dual purpose was to sever the ties between Wang Shui and Yi Chun, while also influencing the third female lead, Omei Ling, to form her own opinions about Yi Chun. Omei Ling's entertainment company holds significant influence in Magic City and even throughout the Dragon Kingdom, earning her the title of the Queen of the Entertainment Industry. Li Yin'er is also one of her artists. In the original tale, during a gathering, Yi Chun encountered Omei Ling and was instantly captivated. He subsequently pursued her fervently, using various means to incorporate the entertainment industry's foremost queen into his harem. Wang Teng understood that, given the current circumstances, reclaiming the Wang family business from Yi Chun was implausible. Yi Chun's ruthless methods, combined with the loyalty of key positions within the Wang group, held by former benefactors of the Yi family, allowed him to swiftly expel all crucial personnel from the Wang group and replace them with his own. This firmly solidified the Yi family's control over the group, serving as a crucial bargaining chip in future confrontations with the Zhang family in the capital. Furthermore, Omei Ling would play a significant role in the subsequent conflicts against the Zhang family. System, what should my next move be? After 2 discussions and following Yi Chio's advice, Wang Ting, having tasted success, now inquires of Yi Chio at the first sign of any event. This young man is quite astute. Yi Chio regarded Wang Ting with approving eyes, nodding in affirmation. He initially intended to assign a task to Wang Ting to seize transformation. Since Wang Teng had taken the initiative to inquire, was this not a fortuitous opportunity to earn him points? Why would one refuse what is readily available? Ding. The next plan requires the deduction of 2,000 points. Does the host wish to proceed? Having just acquired 45,000 points, Wang Ting found this 2,000 points to be trivial, hardly worth consideration. Moreover, even if points were insufficient, credit could be utilized. The most compelling reason for Wang Teng was his unwavering belief in a principle. By aligning with the system, one could enjoy 3 meals a day and a life of prosperity. Spend. Wang Ting exclaimed eagerly. Ding. 2,000 points deducted, Remaining points total 43,000. Ding. Given the current scenario, the probability of the host reclaiming the Wong family enterprise is 0. However, one could approach the entertainment industry, becoming a leading figure in music, leveraging idol influence to build a commercial empire. The entertainment industry. Wang Ting murmured, reflecting on how this world bears a striking resemblance to Blue Star. The dense population has led individuals to be overwhelmed by the pressures of work and employment, coupled with local television stations' deliberate focus on stardom. Most people's leisure activities revolve around music and idol worship. Thus, entertainment culture holds significant importance in this world. Mango Entertainment Culture Company, Limited, is among the top-tier entertainment companies in the nation, boasting considerable influence even on a global scale. A day later, the annual Mango Super Boy and Girl Talent Show would commence, attracting countless participants eager to shine in this globally renowned program. Wang Tung, seated at his computer, completed his application. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Yuchen calling, and he promptly answered. Schwer, where are you? Yuchen inquired cheerfully. Did we not agree to indulge in that exquisite cuisine you've always craved today? Since leaving the police station, Yuchen had rushed home. Wang Tang's public accusation of him for murder had stirred quite a storm, and Wang Shui would undoubtedly confront him about it. Thus, Yichen sought to deceive her into revealing his whereabouts, intending to employ measures to induce memory loss in Wang Shui, keeping her by his side to bear him children. No need for your concern. I can take my sister out for the fine dining, Wang Tung replied. Upon hearing Wang Tung's voice, Yichen's demeanor shifted, a chill creeping over him. An aura of menace radiated from him, rendering Yichen quite formidable, akin to a fearsome demon. Yichen, you murderer, our enmity has commenced, and I will ensure you pay dearly for this. I will avenge my parents. Wang Tung seethed through clenched teeth before ending the call. On the other end, Yichen's veins bulged, his expression twisted with rage. A fierce energy erupted from him, and with a resounding crack, he crushed his phone into powder, leaving cracks in the ground beneath. Wang Tung, you won't survive the night. Yichen growled, his malice evident. After hanging up, Wang Ting lit a cigarette to calm his tumultuous emotions. Ding. The song store has officially launched, requiring 1,000 points to access. Does the host wish to activate it? The mechanical voice echoed in Wang Tung's mind, sparking a wave of excitement. He hastily extinguished his cigarette and replied, activate. Ding. The song store is now active. The host's remaining points total 42,000. Wang Ting opened the song store, eager to redeem a couple of songs for tomorrow's preliminary contest. However, he found Little Ducks, 1,000 points 2 Tigers, 1,000 points Bunny, Behave, 1,000 points. These songs could all be sampled for free. As Wang Tung listened to each one, he felt his eye twitch uncontrollably, 3 lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. While the songs were delightful, they were all children's tunes. Would he not be laughed at for presenting such songs in a competition? Wang Tung's patience waned as he listened to over 20 songs, each more juvenile than the last. Just then, he spotted the song Rice Aroma, priced at 5,000 points, and he knew he had finally found something worthwhile. Without hesitation, he spent the points to redeem the song, immersing himself in its captivating melody that resonated deeply within him. Chapter 8. Happy National Day. The Dark Hunt organization is the most enigmatic and formidable assassin group in this world, teeming with experts whose terrifying prowess instills dread and fear. To describe them succinctly, when the Dark Hunt strikes, there are no survivors. As the name implies, anyone targeted by the Dark Hunt stands no chance of survival. It is rumored that half of the organization's members are practitioners of ancient martial arts, categorized into 4 levels: Earth, Sky, Mysterious, and Yellow, the Yellow level being the entry point and the Earth level representing the pinnacle. The leader of the assassination organization is a master of the Earth level. Under the cover of night, atop a skyscraper in Magic City, Yichen stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. Yichen sensed the approach of another and slowly turned, addressing the figure that seemed to meld with the shadows. You must be Lu Yi'er, the aide left for me by my master, the leader of the Dark Hunt organization? Greetings, young master. Lu Yi'er's voice was soft yet imbued with a chilling aura, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a Shura. Speak, what is the current strength of our organization? Yes, young master. Lu Yi'er nodded slightly from the darkness before continuing. When my master departed, he left behind a vast inheritance of ancient martial artists. Utilizing this legacy, the Dark Hunt organization has rapidly expanded within a mere 5 years to a scale few can rival, both nationally and globally. The organization comprises 100 members, of which over 30 are ancient martial artists. 3 of them, like myself, have attained the initial stage of the Earth grade. Upon hearing this, Yichen nodded slightly. In this era devoid of magic, Earth grade martial artists were exceptionally rare. for Earth-grade fighters could easily flatten a small nation overnight. It was no wonder that my master specifically instructed me to employ the Dark Hunt against the Zhang family for retribution. In this manner, dealing with Wang Teng would be akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. However, Yi Chen found himself in a precarious position due to public scrutiny. Every move he made was under relentless observation and scrutiny. Lu Yi, I have summoned you today to entrust you with a task, Yi Chen stated, clasping his hands behind his back, assuming the demeanor of a superior. Please, young master, proceed. Assist me in eliminating a man named Wang Teng. He is an ordinary individual residing on the top floor of the building across from us. Yi Chen lit a cigarette and continued. There is also a woman named Wang Shui. Do not harm her, for she is my partner. Bring her back to me. Rest assured, young master. I will ensure the mission is accomplished, Lu Yi replied before silently departing the rooftop. Yi Chen gazed across the way, a smirk playing on his lips. Wang Teng. You will soon learn just how foolish it is to offend me. Yi Xiao? At Wang Teng's residence, he was completely absorbed in the song Rice Aroma, unable to extricate himself from its allure. As a member of a prestigious family, Wang Teng had attended countless concerts of renowned stars and collected many limited edition albums. Among his collection were songs hailed as among the top 10 in the world, which he would occasionally admire. However, Rice Aroma had shattered his previous perceptions. This song was undeniably a timeless masterpiece, perfect in every aspect. The captivating melody and energizing lyrics held him entranced. Yet, his vocal talent was utterly lacking, rendering his singing a cacophony. The discordant notes he uttered nearly ruptured Yuchio's eardrums, causing him to feel as if blood were seeping from every orifice. Most alarming was Wang Teng's belief that his singing prowess was unparalleled and that any song could easily dominate the charts. Fearing for his own sanity, Yuchio hastily utilized the world's essence to upgrade his vocal skills to a level of excellence. He then devised every means possible to deceive Wang Teng, spending 15,000 points to acquire this skill. Finally, his ears could find peace. With a sigh of relief, Yuchio lamented his impulsiveness. Realizing he should have compelled Wang Teng to spend 20,000 points to acquire a truly divine voice as compensation for the torment he endured. Suddenly, Yuchio sensed something amiss. He detected several auras moving outside the door. It appeared that Yi Chen was preparing to employ the Dark Hunt organization to eliminate Wang Teng. Familiar with the original narrative, Yuchio understood that Yi Chen often found individuals intolerable but, due to his status, would instruct the Dark Hunt to carry out assassinations on his behalf. The emergence of the Dark Hunt organization occurred in the midst of the narrative, and its appearance at this early juncture had already disrupted the world's rules significantly. After seizing the world's essence, Yuchio pondered for a moment. This young Yi was quite astute. Not only was he delivering experience to Wang Teng, but he was also providing him with a partner. Very well, very well. Lu Yi, the leader of the Dark Hunt organization, was a striking beauty. Upon learning of her existence, Yi Chen promptly added her to his harem, making her the fourth female lead. Soon, Yuchio devised a plan, initiating preparations on two fronts to sever the ties between the two female leads and Yi Chen. Ding. The system has detected a nearby threat. Please exercise caution, host. Still immersed in the euphoria of acquiring a divine voice and a transcendent song, Wang Teng abruptly shivered, his expression turning serious. Is Yi Chen sending someone to kill me? Wang Teng muttered, furrowing his brow. Clearly, in this moment, the only one seeking his demise was Yi Chen. His mind raced as he contemplated how to respond. Now that he was an ancient martial artist, albeit a novice, he possessed master-level skills and enhanced mental strength, enabling him to contend against Earth-grade martial artists. He felt no fear. However, he was apprehensive for Wang Shui's safety. Knowing Yi Chen's character, if he hired someone to kill him, it was likely that harm would befall Wang Shui as well. System, is there any way to ensure Shui's safety? Wang Teng inquired. Ding. Nanospace, 20,000 points. Function, can encapsulate any object, preserving it intact. Exchange. Wang Teng replied without hesitation. In this world, Wang Shui was his only remaining family. He could not allow any harm to come to her. Ding. Nanospace has been exchanged. Remaining points, 2,000. With a thought, Wang Teng entered Wang Shui's room and effortlessly enveloped her within the nanospace. With his worries alleviated, Wang Teng's demeanor turned indifferent and composed. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the corridor's light flooded into the dim room. Several figures entered in quick succession, silently advancing into the space. Just then, the lights in the room blared to life, leaving the intruders with no place to hide. Wang Teng lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, swirling a glass of wine, utterly at ease. He regarded the black-clad figures before him, displaying a bright, confident smile. I've been waiting for you. If you had taken any longer, I would have finished this bottle. With that, Wang Teng downed the contents of his glass and slowly rose, his lips curling into a smirk, reminiscent of a sly grin. Chapter 9. No matter how skilled, one fears the kitchen knife at that moment. The members of the Dark Hunt were utterly perplexed. They gaped at Wang Teng, their faces a canvas of confusion. Typically, individuals encountering their attire would be paralyzed by fear or anxiety. Those well acquainted with the Dark Hunt's reputation would likely be begging for mercy. However, after years of executing missions, this was the first time they encountered someone like Wang Teng, who not only exhibited no fear, but also seemed to revel in the encounter. Though baffled by Wang Teng's demeanor, the Dark Hunt members wasted no time and got straight to the point. Young Master Wang, we regret to inform you that having offended our young master, you cannot escape death. With a flicker, a blade glinted towards Wang Teng's neck. However, with his enhanced mental acuity, Wang Teng had already discerned the assailant's attack trajectory. He stepped back, evading the dagger's reach, and swiftly seized the assailant's wrist. Crack! With a sudden burst of force, a dull yellow light emanated from Wang Teng's palm, shattering the assailant's wrist. A piercing scream filled the air as Wang Teng delivered a powerful kick, sending the Dark Hunt member hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into a wall and collapsing, unconscious. The wall bore the impact, leaving a deep dent, with cracks spreading outward like a spider's web. Swift and decisive, the attack was executed flawlessly. In but 3 fleeting seconds, Wang Teng dispatched a member of the Dark Hunt organization, an unprecedented feat since the inception of this clandestine group. The remaining 3 were left in a state of shock and disbelief. Was not Wang Teng an ordinary individual? How could he possess such extraordinary agility? At that moment, several members of the Dark Hunt realized their intelligence had been gravely mistaken. Wang Teng was far from ordinary. He was an ancient martial artist. Earlier, they had witnessed the burst of earthy spirit energy emanating from his palm. Realizing their error, they resolved to confront him together. In an instant, several figures surged forward, armed and attacking from various lethal angles. Wang Teng, upon noticing their advance, swiftly assessed the situation and retaliated. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he leapt into the air, executing a somersault that took him beyond the range of their strikes. Then, in a single stride, he unleashed a tiger claw strike forward. In an instant, one of the Dark Hunt members was struck, blood spewing from his mouth as he was violently thrown aside. Without pause, Wang Teng targeted another, feigning a punch but delivering a kick instead. The second assailant was sent flying from the force of the blow. With the amplification of his mental prowess, coupled with master-level combat skills and the strength of an ancient martial artist, Wang Teng dispatched 3 members of the Dark Hunt in under a minute. Embodying the ferocity of a battle god, stretching his limbs, he regarded the last remaining adversary and remarked, "Is this the best Yi Chun could muster? I anticipated a grand battle to vent the pent-up frustration and fury of recent times." The man chuckled. "Wang Teng, I concede you possess some skill. To eliminate 3 of my subordinates in under a minute is no small feat, something that has never occurred since our organization was founded. Yet, your life will not see the dawn of tomorrow. No one targeted by the Dark Hunt has ever witnessed the sun rise again." With that proclamation, he discarded his black robe, revealing a formidable physique marred by several gruesome scars. A particularly prominent scar stretched from the corner of his eye to the base of his ear, lending him an intimidating presence. He bellowed, and a fierce aura erupted from his being. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him caved, fissures appearing as earthy spirit energy swirled around him, stirring up dust. "Wang Teng, prepare to meet your end," he roared, launching a barrage of swift and lethal strikes. Wang Teng, recognizing the imminent danger, quickly evaded. Although he could predict the trajectory of the attacks a second in advance, the sheer force of the spirit energy left him vulnerable, causing him to feel a surge of blood rise in his throat, a testament to the unique power of ancient martial artists. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, he realized that despite his predictive abilities, he was still struck. It appeared that anticipating his opponent's moves was ineffective against this foe. In a heartbeat, the man attacked again, his fists raining down like a torrential storm, each strike heavy enough to fell a bull. Wang Teng, relying on his foresight and master-level combat skills, managed to narrowly escape peril each time, yet he still suffered from the onslaught of this man's rising spirit energy. In a fleeting moment, he coughed up blood, crimson liquid flowing from his nostrils. At that juncture, Yi Chun observed the battle from a distance. Witnessing Wang Teng's repeated injuries and the severity of his wounds, he felt a pang of urgency. Although Yi Chun had evolved beyond a mere program, reliant on a host for survival, he possessed independent thought and action. However, should Wang Teng fall to this adversary, Yi Chun's time in this realm would come to an abrupt end. Consequently, he contemplated intervening to assist Wang Teng in overcoming this crisis. Yet, entering this world, where he did not belong, would inevitably invoke the world's consciousness to eradicate him. Thus, Yichio resolved to summon all the accumulated world essence to combat the consciousness of this realm, aiming to eliminate the man before him in a brief moment. Just then, he noticed Wang Teng making a move, prompting him to pause. Wang Teng, utilizing his foresight and master-level fighting skills, darted through the room. With each pass, items vanished as he collected them into his nanospace. The Dark Hunt member, infuriated by Wang Teng's slippery evasion and the failure of his attacks, felt his pride wounded. Though Wang Teng was also an ancient martial artist with agile footwork, he was merely a novice compared to this man, who was a mid-tier practitioner of the Profound Realm. Slaying Wang Teng should have been as simple as crushing an ant. Yet, contrary to expectation, the man roared. And as he clenched his fists, the spirit energy surrounding him intensified. He then shouted, "Rampaging Bull Fist." With a bellow, he charged like a rampaging bull, the earthy spirit energy exploding forth and shattering the decor of the room. Wang Teng kicked a sofa across the room, which exploded into dust upon impact. In that moment, Wang Teng anticipated the man's strike and swiftly leapt to the side. The fierce energy slammed into him, causing him to cough up blood as his clothing tore apart. Suddenly, a cigarette ashtray appeared in Wang Teng's hand, and he swung it fiercely at the man's head. The ashtray shattered into fragments before it could make contact due to the overwhelming spirit energy. "Die!" the man screamed, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red fury. Wang Teng, seeing this, retreated a few steps and lifted a coffee table to smash it down. The man's fist obliterated the table just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, only to feel a sudden chill at his waist, a warm liquid trickling down. Looking down, he was astonished to find a dagger embedded in his side. His pupils widened in disbelief. When had Wang Teng managed to place the dagger there? In that instant, Wang Teng, as if performing a magic trick, appeared with a brick in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. With a resounding crash, the brick struck the man's head, causing blood to flow profusely. Immediately thereafter, Wang Teng raised the kitchen knife, channeling all his spirit energy into it, radiating a golden light. With a swift motion, he cleaved downward, the blade slicing into the man's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chapter 10, The Dark Hunt's Failure. System upgraded to level 3 after dispatching the last member of the Dark Hunt. Wang Teng collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. His once white garment was now drenched in red. He appeared utterly spent, his face pale and weary. Closing his eyes, he succumbed to slumber. The defeat of the Dark Hunt organization also proved to be immensely beneficial for Yichio. In the original narrative, the Dark Hunt was an unbeatable entity, never having encountered failure. Thus, upon the death of the last member, the laws of the world began to unravel. Yichio amassed a staggering 100,000 units of world essence, upgrading his system to level 3 and unlocking new functionalities. As Yichio witnessed Wang Teng's remarkable feats, he could not help but marvel. Indeed, Wang Teng possesses the demeanor of an emperor. His growth is astonishingly rapid, adapting seamlessly and utilizing the nanospace to collect items at will. With his predictive capabilities and master-level combat skills, he deftly embedded a dagger into the waist of that Dark Hunt member without detection. Then, with swift decisiveness, he resolved the matter without hesitation. This maneuver was nothing short of impeccable. Subsequently, Yichio activated the medical functions. Remarkably, a peculiar force flowed through Wang Teng's body, visibly accelerating the healing of his injuries. "Ah, little Wang, you truly live up to your reputation as the perfect antagonist. That was indeed a splendid performance. This treatment is your reward, and you shall incur no cost in points. Rest well tonight. For tomorrow I expect you to disrupt the laws of the world and seize the opportunity," Yichio said, promptly storing the bodies of the Dark Hunt organization into a spatial realm. He then employed special methods to extract the energy contained within the 4 individuals, refining it into a medicinal pill potent enough to elevate Wang Teng to the later stages of a profound martial artist. Yichio initiated a simulation function, pushing the previously employed bull fist technique to its zenith, returning to its essence. This would enable him to summon an ancient bull to augment his combat prowess. Simultaneously, he crafted the members of the Dark Hunt organization into puppets, elevating their abilities to the celestial tier. In this manner, should little Wang encounter danger again, Yichio could unleash a powerful ace to assist him without revealing himself or exhausting the world's essence to counter the consciousness of this realm. Meanwhile, Yichio sat at home, indulging in a cigar and sipping Lafite. He felt elated and relaxed, contemplating how Wang Teng would not survive the night, and that Wang Shui would remain his woman, filling him with delight. 3 hours swiftly passed. The phone on the coffee table remained silent. Yichio furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave. A profound martial artist accompanied by 3 yellow-tier martial artists attempting to assassinate Wang Ting was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, an overblown undertaking. It should have taken mere moments to dispatch him effortlessly. Why had no information returned after 3 hours? Could there have been unforeseen complications? Yi Chen muttered to himself, brown-eyed in concern. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Lu Yi calling. Yi Chen answered, his tone dripping with impatience. Lu Yi. What on earth is happening? Why has there been any feedback after 3 hours? Bring him back. My lord, please calm your anger, Lu Yi replied. Her voice somber. The individuals we dispatched have gone missing. I am investigating this matter with all my might and will provide you with a satisfactory response. What? Missing? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately stood, veins bulging, his expression fierce. Is this the guarantee you offered me? You said the dark hunt would leave no trace. My lord. Please do not be angry, Lu Yi replied, equally frustrated and anxious. The bull, her capable assistant, possessed mid-tier profound martial artist strength, coupled with the bull fist technique. He was unstoppable, capable of crushing all adversaries. The fact that he had gone missing indicated that he had likely met with foul play. Taking a deep breath, she continued. I suspect that Wang Tung has hidden experts aiding him. Yu Chen's brow furrowed even deeper, his breathing quickening. Earlier, he had also surmised that there must be ancient martial artists assisting Wang Tung. After all, how could one sustain such severe neural damage and still function normally? Most importantly, there had been ancient martial artists at the Night Rose Bar attempting to abduct Li Yan. It was rather bizarre that an ordinary person like Wang Tung could rescue her. The failure of this dark hunt mission further confirmed his suspicions of hidden experts aiding Wang Tung. At this moment, Yi Chen regained some composure. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and declared, I will give you 3 days to uncover the identity of the hidden expert beside Wang Tung. Should you fail, you shall personally present your head to me. I vow to fulfill this task. Lu Yu responded. After hanging up, Yi Chen felt a wave of irritation. He extinguished his cigarette, deep in thought. The events of late had indeed been quite unfortunate. It seemed as if some unseen force was orchestrating everything. The foolish individual not only remained unscathed, but also entangled Yi Chen in turmoil, subjected to daily public scrutiny. Whoever you are, no matter your capability, for disrupting my affairs, you must perish. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, speaking fiercely. At that moment, the phone rang again. The caller was Li Yong, Yi Chen's senior brother and his most significant ally in this world, the second in command of the Magic City military region, wielding tremendous power. In the original narrative, he played a pivotal role, clearing many obstacles for Yi Chen and later suppressing the Zhang family's influence during the climactic showdown. Brother, what brings you to call so late? Upon receiving Li Yang's call, Yi Chen's gloomy mood immediately lifted, revealing a bright smile. Junior brother, I have good news. I have made progress regarding the treasure left by our master, and I will send someone to fetch you. In the depths of the mountains, an ancient castle stood majestically, though its presence amidst the shadowy slopes felt eerily out of place. After hanging up, Lu Yi's expression turned icy, exuding an oppressive aura. The presence of a ground-tier martial artist erupted like a fearsome ancient beast, stifling the air and making it difficult to breathe. The few individuals beside her, though also of ground-tier strength, felt their hearts race and beads of cold sweat trickle down as they faced Lu Yi. Send the order. Investigate and ascertain the identity of the hidden expert beside Wang Tung within 3 days, Lu Yi commanded, her tone heavy and foreboding. Yes, leader. Several high-ranking members replied, clasping their fists. In an instant, they transformed into shadows, vanishing into the dimly lit hall. Lu Yi then picked up a photo of Wang Tung and murmured, Wang Tung, regardless of the hidden expert by your side, I will personally slay you and present your head to the young master. Moreover, I shall cleanse the Dark Hunt organization's disgrace and prove to the world that we remain a premier assassination organization. Chapter 11. The Young Master of Shadows. The following day, Wang Tung awoke from his stupor. Upon rising, he was astonished to find the room in pristine condition. He recalled battling the 4 members of the Dark Hunt organization, during which the space had been left in shambles, yet now it was immaculate. Most astonishingly, despite having been gravely injured and losing consciousness, he felt no wounds and was remarkably alert. System, what is happening? Wang Tung inquired. Ding. The Dark Hunt organization, renowned for its flawless execution of tasks, has failed in their assassination attempt on the host. Although there are no point rewards, in light of the host's breaking of this legend, the system has treated your injuries and tidied the room. The system responded lazily. Ding. This treatment is complimentary, but only this once. Wang Tung was taken aback. There's a free service? Ding. Please arrive at Mango Entertainment Company before 10 o'clock to participate in the amateur selection contest. Ding. Successful selection will reward you with 2,000 points. The mechanical voice echoed in Wang Tung's mind, jolting him back to reality. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 9 o'clock. After a quick tidy-up, he set off. Mango Entertainment Cultural Company was bustling that day, filled with aspiring contestants and media personnel. The atmosphere was electric. Unlike previous events, this year's judges included the national goddess, the angel's voice, Li Yan-er, and the entertainment industry's reigning queen, Omei Ling. The venue was packed, causing traffic to come to a standstill. Eating peaches brings a refreshing sensation. I am adorable. In the audition hall, a delicate-looking man, resembling a giraffe, appeared to be exceedingly foolish, evoking an irresistible urge to confront him. Yet, it was this eccentric and effeminate demeanor that garnered the fervent cheers and admiration of the crowd. Akin to a fervent frenzy. Miraculously, this peculiar individual advanced to the next round. Nearby, Wang Tung watched with 3 dark lines etched across his forehead, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Next contestant, Wang Ting. The host, glancing at the audition list, was struck with astonishment. Not only him, but everyone present was equally taken aback. Their gazes shifting to discern whether this Wang Tung was the same person or merely a namesake. After all, the bankruptcy of the Wang Group and the feud with Yi Chun had stirred considerable commotion in the city, becoming a hot topic nationwide. Moreover, the fact that Li Yan-er had nearly become Wang Tung's fiancée added further intrigue to their reunion. This revelation was at least 100 pounds of juicy gossip. How could one resist? With firm strides, Wang Tung approached the performance stage, igniting a wave of excitement among the audience. Indeed, it was the former heir of the Wang Enterprise. All media personnel pointed their cameras at him, fearful of missing any moment. Despite becoming the center of attention, Wang Tung felt no discomfort. He had attended far more grand affairs in the past. Though his family had fallen from grace, the essence of his upbringing remained imprinted within him. Now, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, his aura had become infinitely more commanding. Hello, host, esteemed judges, and dear audience, Wang Ting began, grasping the microphone with poise. My name is Wang Tung. Hailing from the metropolis, the song I will perform is titled Rice Fragrance. On the judging panel, Li Yan-er's expression was exceptionally complex as she gazed at Wang Tung. Her heart stirred with mixed emotions. As the accompaniment began, the melody possessed an enchanting quality that drew everyone into its embrace. If you find yourself burdened with grievances about the world, remember that falling down should not deter you from forging ahead. Why must we be so fragile and fall into despair? As Wang Tung sang, his voice seemed to unleash a certain magic, captivating everyone present and those watching from screens alike. His melodious tones resonated like flowing rivers, touching the most vulnerable depths of the soul. Do you remember when you said home is the only castle? As the song's lyrics unfolded, nostalgic dreams from childhood danced in the air. This song is the most beautiful I have ever heard. Could it be composed by Wang Tung? I never expected him to be not only handsome, but also talented with such a melodious voice. Indeed, regardless of the trials faced outside, home remains the singular refuge. Many listeners were transported back to moments of sorrow, recalling time spent weeping at home after experiencing hardships in the world. With the performance, emotions surged among the audience. Do not be so quick to surrender, as I often say. If you cannot grasp your dreams, simply pursue another. The childhood paper airplanes that once flew away had now returned to his hands. At that moment, tears flowed freely, and cries of joy erupted. Yes, my dreams may not come to fruition, but I can always seek new ones. Ultimately, the essence lies in finding joy. I declare that from this moment forth. Wang Tung is my idol, my divine figure, my beloved, cried one individual amidst the tears. Do not weep. Let the fireflies guide your escape. The countryside's melodies will always be your refuge. Return home to the beauty of beginnings. As the song concluded, tears streamed down the faces of all present, chanting Wang Tung's name. Even viewers at home were moved to tears, calling out for him. Wang Tung was taken aback by the profound impact of his performance. Never expecting such a reaction, he then spoke. The reason I chose to sing this song is to convey to everyone that no matter how turbulent the world outside may be, home is always the only castle. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, as long as we hold steadfast to our beliefs, we can traverse it and realize our dreams. Or, as the lyrics suggest, if dreams seem unattainable, simply pursue another. The essence lies in finding happiness. Thank you, everyone. I am contestant Wang Tung. His heartfelt words resonated deeply, stirring those who had once chased dreams but were now burdened by life's pressures and trivialities, prompting them to weep openly. Little Wang, what a performer! Exclaimed Yu Chio, giving a thumbs up. This is truly an Oscar-worthy performance. I was just preparing to employ my skills to harvest some points from him. Li Yan-er gazed at Wang Tung, her expression laden with complexity. Is this still the Wang Tung I once knew? Chapter 12. The transformation of another female lead with the song Rice Fragrance. Wang Tung ascended to prominence, captivating audiences not only nationwide but globally. The song echoed through every street and shop, achieving unprecedented popularity. Overnight, Wang Tung became a figure of immense influence, amassing over 1 million followers upon registering on a social media platform, with numbers continuing to soar, causing server overloads. Oh, if only I possessed half of little Wang's charisma, I wouldn't have floundered for a decade, Yiqiu lamented, then added, Bah, it has become systematic. What use is there in writing? I should focus on exploiting opportunities for upgrades instead. As Wang Teng's influence rapidly expanded and his fanbase grew, the laws of this world became increasingly distorted. Yiqiu shamelessly seized opportunities, gaining the world's essence. In the original narrative, Wang Tung had perished. So each of his sensational actions significantly impacted the world's laws, leading to disruptions in the storyline. Consequently, Yiqiu acquired a staggering 20,000 units of the world's essence. Feeling immensely satisfied, he generously rewarded Wang Tung with 100,000 points. In the entire system realm, who else treats their host with such kindness? Surely no one. Yiqiu pondered how to leverage the third and fourth female leads connected to Yichin. Just then, a shocking post emerged on social media, detailing the feud between Wang Ting and Yichin. Allegations of Wang Tung betraying Yichin and seizing the Yi enterprise were mere conspiracy theories. Instead, it painted Wang Ting as a victim of Yichin's schemes, leading to the downfall of the Wang family and the loss of his parents. In an instant, Yiqiu was left in disbelief, contemplating when Wang Tung had hired online trolls to craft such a narrative. Wang Ting, equally bewildered, quickly inquired if Yiqiu was the mastermind behind it. Thus, both found themselves in a state of confusion. Now, Wang Tung was indeed a person of great renown, with every action magnified in public scrutiny. The moment the post was released, it captured widespread attention, rapidly going viral. Within 10 minutes, it reached trending status, becoming a topic of discussion across the nation and even globally. Yiqiu reviewed the post's content, marveling at its eloquence. Had he not been well versed in the plot, he might have almost believed it to be true. Little Wang had been wronged by Yichin, losing his fortune and his beloved. In contemporary times, an inspiring rendition of the song Rice Aroma emerges, encapsulating an unwavering spirit of resilience and defiance. The protagonist boldly declares their determination to reclaim the Wang family business, their resolve resonating like a powerful anthem. In this moment, Wang Ting's stature soars, akin to a deity gracing the earthly realm, while Yichin morphs into a nefarious embodiment of evil. The thrill of the situation is palpable, as Yiqiu revels in this exhilarating turn of events, his excitement nearly overwhelming. A certain influential post on social media has made waves, akin to a sword piercing the heavens, shattering the status quo. Though the origins of this upheaval remain shrouded in mystery, the opportunity to seize the world's essence without lifting a finger is nothing short of euphoric for Yiqiu. Is this the power of celebrity? Indeed, it appears so. With the ethereal melodies of Rice Aroma accompanying him, Wang Tung's image has been meticulously crafted in the public's consciousness, embodying nobility and virtue. To those unaware of the tumultuous history between Wang Tung and Yichin, this report would be wholly convincing. When the protagonist assumes the role of the antagonist, the very laws of this realm do not merely warp, they tear asunder. Yiqiu plunges into the depths of fortune with the fervor of a drunken reveler, seizing an astonishing 800,000 units of the world's essence, combined with previous acquisitions. His total now reaches 1 million, further augmented by a reward of 100,000 points for Wang Ting. Celestial Creation System, Level 5, Talent, Interdimensional Travel, Skills, Replication, Summoning, Calculation, Deduction, Creation, etc. World Essence, 90,000. Upon upgrading the system to Level 5, Yiqiu feels a pang of regret as the remaining essence dwindles to 90,000, especially with daily expenditures soaring to 5,000. Thus, he devises a scheme to reclaim 200,000 points from Little Wang, converting them back into world essence. In the late hours of the night, atop the Mango Entertainment Cultural Communication Company's building, Omei Ling has just returned from abroad, having caught wind of Wang Tung's affairs. Her first act upon arrival is to search for Rice Aroma on a music platform. The moment the enchanting melody graces her ears, she is instantly captivated. As the self-proclaimed queen of the entertainment industry, she has nurtured numerous celebrities, including the renowned singer Li Yanzhao. With an innate talent for composition and lyricism, she is confident in her mastery. None dare contest her claim to the throne. Thus, upon learning of Wang Teng's song creating a national and global stir, she initially remains indifferent, preoccupied with other matters. However, As the melody unfolds, a sense of long-lost anticipation and excitement envelopes her. As the lyrics flow and Wang Teng's heavenly voice resonates, Omei Ling experiences an emotional awakening, reminiscent of her childhood and the nostalgic sights of her hometown. Time drifts by as she becomes entranced, lost in a beautiful reverie. Eventually, she returns to reality, gazing at the screen in disbelief, pondering if this song truly originated from Wang Teng. Having met Wang Teng on a few occasions, particularly due to Li Yinzhao's past engagement to him, she has always regarded him with a measure of disdain, especially given the tumult surrounding his rivalry with Yi Qin. The whispers of Yi Qin's disappearance and the subsequent acquisition of the Yi family business have circulated in their circle, casting a shadow over Wang Teng. Omei Ling had even advised Li Yinzhao against marrying him. Yet, now her perspective shifts dramatically. She finds herself intrigued by Wang Teng once more, eager to understand the artistry behind the creation of rice aroma. As she listens, she scrolls through social media, contemplating whether she has misjudged him. The influence of the celestial melody fosters a newfound admiration within her, a feeling she is yet to fully comprehend. Chapter 13, The Countermeasure in the Original Narrative. Omei Ling embodies an aloof and regal demeanor, exuding an air of distance. Her transformation begins upon encountering Yi Qin, who, through a series of events and subtle manipulations, gradually ensnares her in his world. Now, spurred by rice aroma, she finds herself captivated by Wang Teng. The recently restored order of the world is once again thrown into disarray. Yi Qin revels in this newfound pleasure, as does Wang Teng. The system acknowledges Omei Ling's altered perception of the host, rewarding him with an additional 50,000 points, leaving him with a total of 50,000. Having recently expended 200,000 points for advanced elixirs and protective measures for his sister, Wang Teng finds himself in a fortunate position once more, having gained another 50,000 points in mere moments. His recognition among the masses has solidified, ensuring his sister's safety while bolstering his own defenses. The time has come to resolve the long-standing grievances between him and Yi Qin. Standing upon the balcony, Wang Teng gazes at the elixir that promises to elevate him to new heights, brimming with confidence. With the system's assistance, he believes that even if Yi Qin is the protagonist of this world, he stands as an equal. On the rooftop of Wang Teng's residence, two figures stealthily emerge. One, pale and seemingly on the brink of collapse, rasps, "I never imagined the Dark Hunters could misjudge information, especially from our leader." Despite the erroneous intel, they dismiss Wang Teng as merely a lowly figure, incapable of defeating the formidable Man Yo. The other, possessing a furtive demeanor, adds, "This only indicates that the one protecting Wang Teng possesses at least Earth-level strength." The pale figure reflects on their prolonged surveillance of Wang Teng, noting the absence of any indication of a hidden guardian. Their failure to uncover even a single strand of hair suggests that this protector's prowess surpasses their own. This predicament proves to be quite troublesome. The pale figure voices their concern about the leader's directive to locate Wang Teng's protector within 3 days, lamenting their lack of leads. They contemplate resorting to lethal measures against Wang Teng to force the concealed guardian into the open. However, they recognize that such a course of action places their own lives in jeopardy. As the tension mounts, the two lapse into silence. Suddenly, two high-ranking members of the Dark Hunters are struck with a chill, instinctively looking up to see a figure materialize beside them. Their presence unnoticed until they chose to reveal it. Is it possible that a master is concealed beside Wang Teng? Both individuals felt a surge of trepidation, their breaths quickening. They immediately summoned their combat prowess, entering a battle-ready state. "Blufong, Shadow Mouse." A voice, soft yet rasping, echoed through the night. Upon hearing it, the two immediately relaxed, their taut nerves easing significantly. "We pay our respects to the leader." Bloodfong and Shadow Mouse knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute. Lu Yir approached slowly, exuding a formidable aura akin to that of Ashura. "How goes the situation?" Lu Yir inquired, causing Bloodfong and Shadow Mouse's hearts to tremble violently, eliciting a cold sweat. Recalling their leader's words, Bloodfong took a deep breath to steady his trembling form and replied, "The hidden master beside Wang Teng possesses formidable power, unfathomable in depth. Throughout the day, Shadow Mouse and I have been unable to detect even a single hair of the opponent. However, rest assured, tonight we plan to force Wang Teng into a corner and draw out the hidden individual." Lu Yir pondered for a moment before responding, "For now, set this matter aside. There are other pressing tasks at hand." Upon hearing this, Bloodfong and Shadow Mouse exhaled in relief. Compared to the task of uncovering the hidden master beside Wang Teng, all other matters seemed trivial. "What is your command, leader?" Shadow Mouse asked. "Target, Li Yong," Lu Yir stated coldly. "Li Yong?" Bloodfong and Shadow Mouse exchanged incredulous glances. They were aware that Li Yang was the second in command of the Magic City Military District and also Yi Qin's senior brother. In a sense, Li Yang could be considered the master of the Dark Hunters. Leader, this Li Yang is, I am aware, Lu Yi interjected. The master entrusted the Dark Hunters to young master Yi Qin, not to Li Yang. We owe our allegiance solely to young master. The treasures left by the master were also entrusted to him. Now, Li Yang, relying on his high position and power, seeks to monopolize the treasures left by the master and has colluded with the 7 kills to dispatch numerous assassins to eliminate the young master. If it weren't for the young master's extraordinary abilities and strength, he would have fallen victim to the schemes of the 7 kills. Those wretched beings of the 7 kills deserve to perish. Bloodfang declared, how dare they target the young master? I shall retrieve the head of the soul fiend to avenge him. No need, Lu Yi replied. The matter of the soul fiend will be handled by others. Your immediate priority is to eliminate Li Yang and deal with this traitor. Bloodfang and Shadow Mouse were more inclined towards the assassination of Li Yang than uncovering the hidden master beside Wang Teng. Although Li Yang's residence was heavily guarded, both were Earth Stage masters and top-notch assassins. Infiltrating and eliminating Li Yang would be a trivial task. After Bloodfang and Shadow Mouse departed, Lu Yi's appearance began to shift. Beneath the guise of Lu Shan, it was Yi Qiu. In just a few moments, I've expended 30,000 units of world essence. That amounts to a third of the fortune that Omei Ling covets from Wang Ting. Yi Qiu gazed at the system interface, noting the remaining 160,000 units of world essence, feeling a pang of regret. However, removing Yi Qin's greatest support was worth the cost. Once Li Yang is eliminated, Yi Qin would be left vulnerable. Furthermore, by stealing the martial arts techniques from Bloodfang and Shadow Mouse and perfecting them, he could enhance the strength of the Bull Demon, ensuring that Yi Qin would no longer be able to dominate Wang Ting. In the original narrative, Li Yang's influence within the military district, coupled with the Dark Hunters, rendered Yi Qin formidable, akin to a fish in water or a tiger with wings. Not only was he the pillar of support against the Zhang family, but he also served as Yi Qin's means to flaunt his prowess and gather a harem. Any matter in the light was resolved by Li Yang. Any issue in the shadows was entrusted to the Dark Hunters. Now, with Yi Qiu disguising as Lu Yi and commanding Bloodfang to assassinate Li Yang, it was equivalent to inciting a self-destructive conflict between Yi Qin's 2 greatest supports. The situation, initially balanced at 11, had now tilted unfavorably. Moreover, no matter how formidable one may be, anyone daring to conspire against a military official would meet with death. Once Bloodfang and Shadow Mouse returned with Li Yang's head, Yi Qiu could publicly reveal the assassination orchestrated by the Dark Hunters. At that time, even if Yi Qin were the protagonist, he would be unable to escape his demise. Thus, in comparison to the expenditure of 30,000 units of world essence, Yi Qiu's gains would undoubtedly be magnified tenfold or more. Chapter 14. The assassination of the female lead in the depths of the mountains. At the headquarters of the Dark Hunters, Lu Yi remained uneasily aware of her surroundings. Glancing at the phone on the table, her brows knitted in concern. Given Bloodfang and Shadow Mouse capabilities, they should have unearthed the hidden master beside Wang Teng by now. Yet, nearly a day had elapsed without a single update. Furthermore, she could not reach either of them, indicating that the individual concealed beside Wang Teng was exceptionally powerful, possibly even surpassing Bloodfang and Shadow Mouse. They may have encountered misfortune. At that moment, a faint sound echoed in the dimly lit hall. As a top assassin, Lu Yi sensed it immediately. In a swift motion, she unleashed a silver streak towards the source of the noise. Clang. Sparks flew, producing a sharp sound. Who dares to intrude upon the Dark Hunters? Lu Yi shouted, her brows furrowing further. The unsettling feeling within her intensified. The defenses of the Dark Hunters were strict. Even an Earth Stage martial artist would find it difficult to infiltrate, let alone reach her quarters. Thus, it was evident that this individual was extraordinary. Likely at the peak of the Earth Stage, on par with herself. I just arrived, yet I was detected. The leader of the Dark Hunters truly lives up to their reputation. Yi Qiu spoke, applauding Lu Yi. Who are you? Lu Yi inquired, her heart racing. Few knew of her connection to Yi Qin, aside from a handful of high-ranking members of the Dark Hunters. She scrutinized Yi Qiu closely, noting the absence of any discernible power fluctuations, yet he radiated a mysterious aura that instilled fear in her. Who I am is inconsequential, Yi Qiu replied. What matters is that tonight, the leader of the Dark Hunters, Yi Qin's most vital aid, will cease to exist. In an instant, Lu Yi sprang into action. The fear within her escalated. She understood the danger posed by this individual. Channeling her power to its zenith, she unleashed her strongest attack, Phantom Assassination. Suddenly, Lu Yi appeared before Yi Qiu, her dagger radiating a pitch-black glow. It was chillingly cold, accompanied by a wailing sound reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Yi Qiu remained composed, displaying no signs of panic. Clang. In that moment, a figure manifested before Yi Qiu. Lu Yier's dagger struck the figure's palm. With a resounding pop, brilliant light erupted, illuminating the dim room. The dagger shattered into two pieces. Boom. Like a massive fist, a powerful blow surged forth, creating a gust of wind. Lu Yier was sent flying, her ribs shattering and blood erupting from her mouth. She fell to the ground like a kite with a severed string. As a peak Earth stage master, Lu Yier knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. You are the hidden master beside Wang Tong. Bingo, you are correct. But there is no reward. Yi Qiu replied with a smile, glancing at the bull demon, now a puppet, and feeling quite satisfied. It seemed he needed to create more puppets, thus alleviating the need for direct involvement. With a swift motion, the bull demon unleashed Bloodfang's martial technique, Blood Demon Shadow. A blood-red visage materialized in the air, emitting a pungent stench reminiscent of a bloodbath. It surged toward Lu Yier, ultimately claiming her life. With the demise of Lu Yier, the female lead, yet another breach in the fabric of this world's rules had occurred. Compared to the last time, the cleansing of Wang Tong by a certain blogger was magnified several times over. Furthermore, all the assassins within the castle, save for the Dark Hunters dispatched on missions, met their demise at the hands of the bull. The entire Dark Hunter organization was essentially obliterated, ceasing to exist. This allowed Yi Qiu to acquire 2 million units of the world's essence. Yi Qin's hidden cards in the shadows had been exhausted, and the female lead was now diminished by 1. Following the assassination of Li Yong by Bloodtooth and Darkrat, Yi Chun would lose all his support. The endeavor to seize fate in this world was drawing to a close. Yi Qiu stored Lu Yier's lifeless body in his spatial realm and departed. Among the female leads in the original narrative, Yi Qiu held a particular fondness for Lu Yier. Forcing the bull to eliminate Lu Yier was a decision made out of desperation. Yi Qiu also hoped to alter Lu Yier's perception of Yi Chun through certain events, even inciting the Dark Hunter organization to betray him and rally behind Wang Tong instead. However, Lu Yier's deep-seated obsession with Yi Chun and her love for Yi Qiu were engraved in her very essence. After much contemplation, he resolved to eliminate both Lu Yier and the Dark Hunter organization entirely, putting an end to the matter once and for all. The following day, at Mango Entertainment Culture Company, Limited, the competition venue was filled to capacity. The audience, drawn by Wang Tong, yearned to witness his charisma and savor the celestial music. Outside the plaza, the crowd swelled, causing traffic congestion. Please welcome the next contestant, Wang Ting. A voice reverberated through the competition arena like thunder. Countless spectators cheered and called out Wang Ting's name, waving banners and shaking glow sticks. Wang Ting, already handsome, rivaled Yi Chun in appearance. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he exuded the unique aura of an ancient martial artist. In an instant, he caught the attention of Omei Ling. Is this the Wang Ting I knew before? She thought upon seeing him for the first time from the judge's table. Her admiration for him intensified, igniting a flutter in her heart. Wang Ting glanced at the judge's table but did not find Li Yan'er, leading to a wave of disappointment and sadness. He quickly adjusted his emotions and said softly, "Hello judges, hello audience. The song I will perform is titled What a Pity. I hope everyone enjoys it." As the gentle, melancholic accompaniment and melody began, it stirred the emotions of all present. Wang Tung's voice, enhanced by his heavenly tone, enveloped the audience, drawing them into the song's depths. To forget is no easy task. I do not blame you, for I am but fragile. What a pity, I have finally lost you. I am sorry. I have tried my best. I did not give up. I simply could not see you. I thought this way would spare me from pain. As the chorus resonated, many found their eyes glistening with tears, evoking memories they wished to forget. The sorrowful melody echoed, even touching Omei Ling, the so-called queen of the entertainment industry, who had penned countless songs and nurtured many superstars. In that moment, the noble and elegant figure could not help but shed a tear. I have long rebuffed the affections of others, only for the uncertain you. As the song concluded, the stage remained dim, lights unlit. The audience was enveloped in a profound sadness, a mixture of helplessness and regret sprouting like seeds within their hearts. The first to regain composure was Omei Ling. She managed to suppress her emotions, returning to her former noble and aloof demeanor. Yet internally, her admiration for Wang Tung had transformed into something deeper, akin to love. Ding. The female lead Omei Ling's affection for the host has reached 50, rewarding the host with 50,000 points. Remaining points, 95,000. Yi Qiu, having dealt with Lu Yier and the Dark Hunter organization, utilized all the world's essence acquired to upgrade the system to level 8. At this moment, following the acquisition of Fate, An additional 500,000 units of the world's essence flowed in. This was exhilarating, akin to digging for treasure. Yichio resolved to seize the moment, aiming for Wang to win over Omei-Ling in the shortest time possible, thereby leveling up the system to unlock more skills. He then commenced his final plan to eradicate Yichen, the protagonist of this world, and seize the last vestiges of fate. Chapter 15. Wang's Crisis. Originally, the Super Boy and Girl competition was to span 3 months to determine the champion. However, merely 2 days into the event, a champion was declared. Omei-Ling announced before everyone that Wang Teng would be the victor of this competition. This was undoubtedly groundbreaking news in the entertainment world, unprecedented in history. Nonetheless, the show must go on, and the selection of the runners-up would continue. No one dared question Omei-Ling's decision. Wang Teng's strength undoubtedly warranted his championship title. It was merely regrettable that in the forthcoming rounds, audiences would no longer be able to enjoy Wang Teng's original compositions. In light of this, Wang Teng took the stage to declare to everyone that he would release a new album within a week. This announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy of excitement. After the competition concluded, Wang Teng found himself in Omei-Ling's office. The two had crossed paths several times before, and due to their connection to Li Yinar, their interactions had been frequent. Hence, when they met again, there was no need for excessive formalities. Mr. Wang, I never realized you possessed such musical talent. How did I miss it before? Omei-Ling offered Wang Teng a glass of water, smiling warmly. Mr. Wang is a thing of the past. The Wang Corporation has long been dissolved. You may call me Wang Teng or Xiao Wang, Your Majesty, Wang Teng replied with a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Omei-Ling chuckled lightly and deftly changed the subject, saying, Wang Teng, while your announcement about releasing an album within a week may seem somewhat reckless, having signed you, I will ensure you do not embarrass yourself publicly. Coincidentally, the company has several songs that have yet to be released, which I will gift to you as a welcome present. Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Omei, Wang Teng replied. I am well aware of the album and will fulfill my promise. If I understand correctly, you intend to complete this album on your own? Omei-Ling was taken aback by Wang Teng's refusal. In the entertainment industry, it was common knowledge that the songs chosen by Omei-Ling were the finest. Countless individuals sought to obtain even one of her songs as a lead track, and some were willing to spend lavishly for her assistance in producing an album. Yet, Wang Teng had declined. This stirred a hint of displeasure within Omei-Ling, as the queen of the entertainment realm, who had ever turned her down. Yet, this also piqued her curiosity, as she wished to see if Wang Teng could indeed produce an album in such a short time. Here are the scores for the 10 songs in my album. Please take a look. At that moment, Wang Teng handed Omei-Ling the scores he had exchanged moments earlier with Yichio. Omei-Ling was taken aback. She had not expected Wang Teng to be so prepared. As she received the scores, her gaze lingered for less than a minute before her expression shifted to one of astonishment, her breath quickening. Is this truly your work? Wang Teng did not respond to Omei-Ling's question. He stood up, adjusted his collar, and said, Ms. Omei, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will come tomorrow morning to record the songs. After Wang Teng exited, Omei-Ling remained in shock, staring at the scores, her mind racing. Not long after leaving Omei-Ling's office, Wang Teng encountered Li Yinar. His feelings for her remained unchanged, even after his transformation following the acquisition of the system. Li Yinar looked at Wang Teng, her heart a whirlpool of complex emotions. She did not attend the judging panel of today's competition, wishing to sever all ties with Wang Teng. However, upon hearing his song, a wave of emotions washed over her, involuntarily conjuring memories of their joyful past together. The prominent figures on various forums had already begun to dissect the meaning behind "so regrettable," unanimously agreeing that it represented Wang Teng's lament over his fateful yet unfulfilled connection with Li Yinar. Additionally, it conveyed his lingering attachment and reluctance to let go, especially the sentiment of not having given up, merely choosing not to see her, in order to avoid inflicting pain upon himself. This was a definitive confirmation of Wang Teng's feelings for Li Yinar, a reality she was well aware of, as her manager had informed her, which brought her great sorrow. The two exchanged glances for nearly 3 minutes, with the attention of everyone in the company fixated on them, particularly on Wang Teng. The song's analysis had already surged to the top of trending topics across major websites. As someone working in the entertainment industry, she was among the first to learn of everything. What kind of sparks would ignite when Wang Teng and Li Yinar crossed paths again within the company? The anticipation was palpable. Meanwhile, some individuals began covertly filming, eager to sell the footage to paparazzi for a substantial profit, as this was the most sensational gossip in the entertainment world. At that moment, Wang Teng spoke, his tone somber, revealing a hint of sadness. Are you unwell? Li Yinar shook her head, choosing not to respond. Observing her silence, Wang Teng did not press further but inquired, where is Yi Chun? I don't know, Li Yinar replied. We haven't been in contact for 3 days. Before that, he mentioned he had important matters to attend to. Wang Ting nodded and began to stride away from the company. Wait, Li Yinar called after him, prompting him to turn. Is there something you need? She hesitated, finally mustering the courage to voice her concern. Can't you and Yichen put aside your grievances? I don't want to see you both at each other's throats, causing mutual destruction. Wang Ting let out a bitter laugh. Are you worried I'll harm Yichen? In your heart, it seems he is all that matters. Have you ever thought of me? Of my situation? That's not the case. Li Yinar shook her head, ready to explain, but was cut off by Wang Ting. Please, Miss Li, relay to Yichen that our familial enmity is irreconcilable, and I will also hold him accountable for misleading my sister. With that, he turned his back and resolutely departed, wishing to disentangle himself from Li Yinar completely. Yi Qiu observed the tangled relationship between Wang Ting and Li Yinar, feeling overwhelmed. Once the world exhausts its machinations, I shall never traverse the realms of such novels again. For someone like me, a straight man, it is nothing short of torment. My head is spinning from all this nonsense. Yi Qiu lamented, yearning for a cigarette to relieve his stress. Meanwhile, as Wang Ting left Mango Cultural Entertainment Company, driving home along a newly opened road, Yi Qiu sensed something unusual, noticing a large number of individuals lurking in the shadows, including several ancient martial artists. Utilizing his divination technique, he quickly grasped what had transpired during Yi Chen's absence. It appeared that the collapse of the Dark Hunt organization and the demise of Lu Yi had deprived Yi Chen of his most crucial combat strength, prompting the will of this world to compensate for his lack by summoning underground forces from elsewhere. This had also allowed Yi Chen to access the treasures left behind by his master ahead of time. Quite intriguing, Yi Qiu mused. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind. Ding. Warm reminder. Numerous assassins are concealed nearby, seeking to take your life. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Wang Ting's breath quickened. The sorrowful expression on his face transformed into one of grave seriousness. Is this the work of someone sent by Yichen? Indeed. Yi Qiu replied honestly. I suspected as much. Knowing Yi Chen, this period of tranquility is utterly uncharacteristic of him. He must have been waiting for me here. Wang Ting remarked with a cold demeanor. Now a profound martial artist, augmented by his technique bull fist and enhanced mental acuity, along with master-level combat skills and nanotechnology, he felt capable of contending against earthly martial artists. Thus, he was not overly concerned about this ambush. Moreover, his current mood, influenced by Li Yinar, was quite poor, driving him to seek an outlet for his pent-up frustration and anger. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a firearm echoed as the windshield shattered. A silver bullet pierced through the seat in an instant. Wang Ting swiftly shifted his body, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his breath becoming rapid, and his heart racing. Fortunately, his ability to predict danger had allowed him to evade the bullet's trajectory, or he would have met a grim fate. Damn it! Wang Ting cursed through clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, revealing a fierce expression. Has Yichen lost his mind? The Dragon Country has strict regulations on firearms. Doesn't he realize this? How dare he shoot in broad daylight? The moment the gun fired, chaos erupted on the street, akin to a pot boiling over. Countless pedestrians began to flee. Vehicles on the road came to an abrupt halt, leading to a series of collisions. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from all directions like firecrackers, creating an ear-splitting cacophony. Thankfully, Wang Ting's vehicle was large and constructed from special materials, allowing him to navigate through the hail of bullets unscathed. Yet, the firepower was overwhelming. Within half a minute, his car was riddled with holes and billowing smoke, flames licking at the front end. At this rate, it would last at most another minute before it exploded. Where on earth did Yichen acquire this many assassins? Wang Ting roared, attempting to curl up and protect his head. Where are the police? Why haven't they arrived? Host, do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. The mechanical voice resonated in Wang Ting's mind. Currently, Yichen has located the legacy left by his master, which contains a plethora of elixirs and secret techniques. He has already negotiated with the upper echelons, willing to offer 10 slots for accessing the treasure vault. Furthermore, Li Yang, the second-in-command of the military district in Magic City, is also Yichen's senior brother. Therefore, regardless of the commotion, no relevant departments will intervene. Yichen will face no repercussions for the firearms incident. And these assassins are all promised by him. Whoever kills you will gain the right to enter the vault. Thus, the world's most formidable underground organizations have gathered. What now? Wang Ting's eyes reddened, as if dripping with blood. Yichen is truly sparing no effort to eliminate me. While he still had the capacity to contend against ancient martial artists, he was utterly powerless against firearms. No one knew how many assassins were concealed in the shadows. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife, let alone firearms. Host, I find you rather foolish. Yuchio remarked. Wang Teng's face was filled with confusion, his mood exceedingly grim. In this dire situation, it seemed inevitable that he would meet his demise. The system was not only failing to devise a plan for his escape, but was also criticizing him. Had it truly appeared? Damn it, what an idiot. How can you still claim to possess the demeanor of an emperor? Yuchio scolded in frustration as Wang Teng remained unresponsive. You still don't know the extent of this system's capabilities? How did your skills and abilities come to be? Yuchio exclaimed, wishing he could deliver a resounding slap to Wang Teng. Indeed, I possess a system and points. How could I have forgotten this? Wang Teng, coming to his senses, struck himself sharply. Overcome with shock, he had neglected the existence of the system. System, quickly grant me an indestructible body or immortality. Even the ability to catch bullets with my bare hands would suffice. No matter the cost in points, I am willing to utilize my credit points. At this moment, Wang Teng, regaining some composure, felt an inkling of the demeanor of a great emperor. Yuchio, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Has this young man watched too many dramatic shows? Catching bullets with bare hands. Surely this is akin to performing acrobatics? Ding. The mysterious helper has come online, requiring 500,000 points. Description. This is a powerful entity invincible in this world. Wang Teng, reading the description, gasped. An entity invincible in this world would surely sweep through all, annihilating everything in its path. The summoning cost of 500,000 points felt exorbitant. However, considering the alternative, losing his life, what was there to hesitate about? After all, credit points accrue no interest. He could labor for the system his entire life to repay it slowly. Exchange. Wang Teng bellowed. Ding. Exchange successful. The mysterious expert is coming online. Remaining points. 4,050,000. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping the entire vehicle at a visible speed. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Outside the car, the bullets scattered like stars appeared suspended in midair. Then, the golden light flickered like a wave, rippling outward, rebounding all the bullets back. Poo, poo, poo. In a heartbeat, the hidden gunmen were struck down by their own fired bullets. A gruesome spectacle of blood mist erupting in the air, shocking and bloody. Wang Teng noticed the gunfire had ceased, and a formidable aura surged within the car, making it hard for him to breathe, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as if a towering mountain were pressing down upon him. He slowly rose and glanced toward the back seat. A handsome man, exuding a chilling presence, had appeared in the car unbeknownst to him. Is this the invincible man summoned by the system? Indeed, he possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Wang Teng found himself unable to comprehend why he uttered such words. Stay in the car. The rest is up to me, Yuchio said, as he stepped out. He initially intended to summon the Bull of Fury to dispatch these assassins. However, realizing Wang Teng had expended 500,000 points and was indebted to the system, he felt it would be remiss not to engage himself. Moreover, although Yuchio had appeared in this world twice, he had yet to take action. He wished to experience what it felt like for a master to dominate the weak. To know the essence of invincibility, what is commonly referred to as showing off. At that moment, the gunmen fell collectively in an instant, causing the hidden ancient martial artists to feel a wave of trepidation, their scalps tingling. A mysterious expert was accompanying Wang Teng? Why had Yuchio not mentioned this? Yet, these ancient martial artists were among the elite of the world, possessing exceptional abilities. Although Yuchio's display was indeed shocking, instantly eliminating all the gunmen, it paled in comparison to the qualifications needed to access the treasury. Everything else was but a fleeting illusion. Consequently, over 20 top-tier assassins emerged. All of them Earth-tier ancient martial artists. Chapter 17. Slaughter and Strategy. Yuchio stood before the car, remarkably composed and unperturbed. As he cast his gaze toward the front of the vehicle, the raging fire was suddenly extinguished, as if he regarded these individuals with utter disdain. These 20-plus Earth-tier ancient martial artists, gathered together, represented the strongest combat force in this world, capable of toppling nations overnight. Seeing Yuchio's contemptuous gaze ignited their fury, akin to a detonated bomb. After all, these were top assassins, renowned among ancient martial artists, each filled with pride, revered and respected wherever they went. Having never endured such humiliation, two individuals sprang into action. Their figures were agile, their speed remarkable. In an instant, figures appeared on either side of Yuchio, each wielding a dagger aimed at his head. The cold glint of their blades radiated a fierce aura, stirring up dust from the ground. Kid, no matter who you are, dare to offend me and die, one shouted, mocking him with a sneer. Clink. Yuchio's lips curled into a slight smile as he crossed his arms, forming a sword finger, directly pinching the incoming daggers. In an instant, as the daggers were grasped between his fingers, a brilliant light erupted, creating a gust of wind that lifted the dust around them. Yuchio then spread his crossed arms apart, and with a thud, the two figures fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, bouncing several times before landing, convulsing and spitting blood, clean and decisive, within mere moments. Ichio had dispatched two elite assassins, particularly with just his fingers gripping the charged daggers, an astonishing feat that left onlookers in shock. It is worth noting that the two assailants were notorious within the assassination world, their strength at the mid-earth tier, coupled with their mysterious agility, capable of stealthily eliminating high-tier ancient martial artists. Everyone present knew they could not replicate the feat of pinching a dagger with their fingers and slaying the attacker. This man must be a celestial tier ancient martial artist. At this moment, the 20 or so individuals, witnessing Yi Chio's prowess, simultaneously thought this. Only a celestial tier ancient martial artist could possess such overwhelming strength and presence. Fear coursed through their veins, causing them to tremble and breathe heavily. In this world, Earth-tier ancient martial artists were already considered the pinnacle of combat power, while celestial-tier experts existed only in legend. Curse be that brat Yi-Chin for deceiving us. Had I known a celestial-tier expert would be present, I would have never come, even if it meant the death of my entire family. Realizing Yi Chio was a celestial-tier ancient martial artist, the 20-plus individuals were struck with terror, contemplating retreat. To hell with the qualifications for the treasury, compared to this. Survival was paramount. After all, he is a celestial-tier ancient martial artist, a figure only found in legends. In an instant, these 20-plus individuals began to flee in a panic. Trying to escape? Yi Chio scoffed, his body suddenly radiating a dark light. He then appeared before two fleeing individuals like a ghost, swiftly dispatching them with a single strike. Pooh, pooh, pooh. At this moment, Yi Chio unleashed the martial arts techniques he had extracted from Lu Yi to their utmost limits, transforming into a harbinger of death. Wreaking havoc. Wherever he passed, blood mist erupted, leaving corpses strewn across the streets, fear frozen on their faces. In barely half a minute, over 10 individuals had been slain by Yi Chio. Subsequently, as he waved his hands, an overwhelming aura surged forth, immobilizing the remaining individuals, rendering them unable to move. Moo. The sound of the bull of fury's roar echoed. Chu Han had pushed the bull fist to its utmost limits, returning to its essence. Behind him, a phantom of a bull materialized, its horns resembling crescent blades, emanating a chilling and fierce energy. Its robust body bore runes, and its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, the size of fists. A terrifying aura erupted forth, seemingly primordial, as Yi Chio's fist surged forward, the bull behind him already restless. At this moment, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, the scene grew increasingly frenzied. With each powerful stomp, it was as though time itself was traversed, bringing forth an ancient force into the present. In an instant, the fierce bull charged, leaving countless individuals gasping for breath, their bodies torn apart. Drenched in a grotesque blend of flesh and blood, this formidable beast, akin to the harbinger of death, carved a path through the carnage. Rivers of blood flowing in its wake, bodies strewn indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, of the remaining dozen or so, only 2 survived. The streets were littered with corpses, blood flowing abundantly. Yi Chio walked through the crimson aftermath, exuding an eerie aura, reminiscent of a god of slaughter, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Spare us, esteemed senior. One man, trembling and pale, sat on the ground, fear etched across his face. His trousers had inexplicably become wet, emitting a sharp, unpleasant odor. The other, also collapsed and bloodied, bore no wounds of his own, but was instead soaked in the blood of others, rendered speechless by terror. He could only gaze at Yi Chio with pleading eyes, begging for mercy. Yi-Chun, fully aware that I was the one concealed beside Wang Ting, had still commanded you to assassinate him. This was evidently a ploy to lead you to your demise. Yi Chio remarked coldly, casting a glance at the 2 men before turning away, vanishing from sight in the next moment. Upon hearing his words, the 2 assassins, previously paralyzed by fear, suddenly ignited with rage. Their expressions twisted in fury, veins bulging ominously. They transformed into figures of menace, utterly unrecognizable from their former selves. Yi-Chun, how dare you deceive us into our own execution? Our 7-kill organization shall not let you go unpunished. The terrified soul killer seethed, his voice a low growl. With a final roar, he departed the scene, filled with wrath. The other, equally consumed by fury, followed suit, disappearing into the shadows. Observing this from within Wang Tung's mind, Yi Chio could not suppress a triumphant smile, though a pang of regret tugged at him. In less than 3 minutes, he had expended 100,000 units of the world's essence. The will of this realm harbored malice towards him as an outsider, demanding the consumption of vast amounts of its essence to counteract its hostility. Nevertheless, it was worth it. Yi Chin's return will likely be delayed further. granting Xiao Wang the time needed to successfully record the album and win over Li Yin'er and Omei Ling, Yiqiu stated. Indeed, he had intentionally allowed those two to escape, deliberately uttering those words. Upon discovering their deception, the two top-tier experts, whose subordinates had all perished, would undoubtedly be consumed by a thirst for vengeance. However, it was certain they would not seek retribution against Yiqiu himself, as he was a transcendent figure, immeasurably powerful. Any number of foes would be as insignificant as ants before him, easily dispatched in an instant. Thus, the soul killer and the leader of another organization would naturally direct their rage and hatred towards Yi Chun, while also harboring ulterior motives to eliminate him and seize the key to the treasury, claiming the precious pills and techniques within. In truth, Yiqiu did not anticipate that soul killer and the other would pose significant trouble for Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun had already ascended to the beginning stages of the heavenly tribulation after consuming the elixirs found in the treasury. His primary concern remained Li Yang. With such a commotion, someone had to clean up the aftermath, and that someone was Li Yang. This would create opportunities for Blood Fong and Dark Rat to mount an assassination against Li Yang. System, what of that, senior? In the car, witnessing Yiqiu's imposing figure, Wang Ting's heart raced, struggling to regain composure. The system has returned, Yiqiu replied. The final plan is underway. Chapter 18. Yi Chun's speculations in a villa on a small island. Yi Chun swirled a glass of red wine, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. Though he could not fathom why he had lost contact with Lu Yi'er, Wang Tung had emerged as a national figure of renown. The rumors circulating on social media regarding Yi Chun's alleged plot against Wang Tung ignited a burning fury within him. Yet, the discovery of the treasury left to him by his master, along with the subsequent enhancement of his strength to the heavenly tier after consuming several elixirs, filled him with exhilaration, dispelling the shadows of doubt. Most notably, numerous elite underground organizations had dispatched a multitude of skilled assassins to eliminate Wang Tung, all vying for entry into the treasury, regardless of who lurked beside Wang Tung. Yi Chun was confident that even a host of elite ancient martial artists from the earth level could not hope to slay him. However, the joy was fleeting. The phone rang, an incoming call from Li Yang. Senior brother, how goes the situation? Yi Chun took a sip of wine, a smile gracing his lips. Clearly, Li Yang's call was meant to inform him of the conclusion of events in the Magic City. Junior brother, we have a grave situation. Li Yang's voice was low and grave amidst the surrounding clamor. What? A grave situation? Yi Chun's brows furrowed as he straightened in his seat. Did the Seven Kill organization cause too much of a stir? No, Li Yang replied, silencing the call for about a minute as the noise around him diminished. Senior brother, what on earth has happened? Yi Chun felt a growing sense of unease, his eyelids twitching. During the silence, he pondered whether the Seven Kill organization had inadvertently harmed a prominent figure's offspring while attempting to assassinate Wang Tung. After all, the Magic City was a cauldron of intrigue. Even though Li Yang held a significant position in the military there, he could not entirely control the chaos. Thus, he considered using high-level connections and offering treasures from the treasury to quell the matter. However, he could never have anticipated that the Seven Kill organization would fail in their assassination attempt on Wang Tung. A cadre of over 20 Earth-level ancient martial artists could easily annihilate entire nations overnight. Even if the individuals hidden beside Wang Tung were powerful, they could not withstand such overwhelming force. Junior brother, your intelligence is mistaken. The one secretly protecting Wang Tung is a heavenly tier ancient martial artist. Li Yang's tone was grave and urgent. What? A heavenly tier ancient martial artist? Yi Chun's composure shattered, his expression shifting to one of alarm. How could this be? A heavenly tier warrior? Senior brother, are you certain? Wang Tung. How could he have access to a heavenly tier protector? At that moment, Yi Chun was utterly bewildered. The notion of a heavenly tier warrior acting as Wang Tung's bodyguard was absurd. In the current world of ancient martial artists, there could be no one of that caliber besides himself. He recalled that his master had swept away all heavenly tier warriors before ascending to the next realm. And even if there were any stragglers, they would be the pinnacle of their kind, possessing their own pride and dignity. Wang Ting was neither from a hidden lineage nor an exceptionally formidable entity. What reason would a heavenly tier master have to willingly remain by his side? Most of the assassins sent to eliminate Wang Tung had perished. The news had indeed taken Yi Chun by surprise and left him in shock. When I learned of this, I was equally astounded, Li Yang continued. I reviewed the surveillance footage and witnessed a mysterious figure emerge from Wang Tung's vehicle, dispatching all the hidden assassins in an instant. The soul killer and his associates offered no resistance and were swiftly eradicated. Yi Chun fell into silence. It was indeed a feat to eliminate all the assassins in a heartbeat. No one but a heavenly tier ancient martial artist could achieve such a thing. Yet, He could not fathom when Wang Teng had acquired such an ally to bolster his defenses, given his understanding of Wang Ting. If there were truly a heavenly tier expert by his side, that individual would have been eliminated long ago during the chaos at the wedding. Even if Wang Ting chose to bide his time and conceal his strength, why would this heavenly tier warrior wait until the Wang family faced ruin to make an appearance? At this moment, Yichen contemplated that perhaps the emergence of this celestial tier ancient martial artist coincided with the time he rendered Wang Ting a fool. 4. The Tai Divine Needle was set to devastate Wang Teng's central nervous system, a predicament that ordinarily could not be resolved. Only an elite of the celestial tier, wielding formidable spiritual power, could dissipate the force of the Tai Divine Needle. It appeared that this celestial master had narrowly escaped a calamity under his Master S suppression. Once healed, he sought vengeance, yet alas, his master had ascended to the upper realm. Thus, he transferred his animosity onto me. At this juncture, Yi Chun had unraveled the intricate threads of events, perfectly aligning with the timing of Wang Teng's rise. After all, how could a celestial master serve Wang Teng? This conjecture was the only one that encompassed all the elements. One must say, Yi Chun truly embodied the protagonist, with his intellect consistently sharp. His deductions were largely accurate. However, he never anticipated that the one aiding Wang Teng would be the system known as Yi Qiu, a harbinger of misfortune who siphoned off his fortune. "Oh master, you have truly led me astray. Why did you not exercise greater caution back then?" Yi Chun sighed, yet he harbored no great concerns regarding this matter, though it was undoubtedly troublesome. For now, he too was a celestial tier ancient martial artist, armed with the Tai Divine Needle, along with the tomes and elixirs from the treasure vault. These resources would surely allow his strength to surge dramatically in a short span. "Junior brother, there's another matter you must be wary of," Li Yang remarked. The aforementioned master spared the lives of Han Sha and Xiehu, although the specifics are unclear. Intelligence suggests that these two may very well seek vengeance against you. As for that celestial master, I will exhaust every means to track his whereabouts. Rest assured, senior brother. Yi Chun replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. My current strength has also reached the celestial tier, and with the Tai Divine Needle and the treasures left by my master, I am more than capable of dealing with this master. As for Han Sha and Xiehu. At this point, Yi Chun chuckled disdainfully. Even if they have yet to step into the celestial tier, they remain inconsequential in my eyes. After a brief moment, Yi Chun ended the call, leaning back on the sofa, lost in thought. Based on his senior brother's description, the Master's strength was at least mid to late celestial tier. To be prudent, he must unlock the final layer of the treasure vault within this time frame and obtain its wonders, elevating his power to match that of the celestial master. With the Tai Divine Needle in hand, I could eliminate him, Yi Chun mused with a frown. Wang Ting, do not presume that by enlisting a celestial master, you can act with impunity. The ones I intend to eliminate have yet to see the light of day. Upon my return, it shall be your demise. Originally intending to return to the Magic City immediately, Yi Chun found himself delaying time due to his deductions. This was precisely the scenario Yi Qiu wished to witness, providing ample time to orchestrate the final plan. Chapter 19. Wang Teng is my young master in the capital. The Zhang family stood as one of the most influential clans in the world, closely tied to a high-ranking official. Even Li Yang would show utmost respect in the presence of such authority, refraining from any impropriety. In the original narrative, they were Yi Chun's ultimate adversaries. To eliminate the Zhang family, Yi Chun exerted tremendous effort and incurred exorbitant costs, essentially relinquishing all the tomes and elixirs in the treasure vault to the Dragon Kingdom, persuading this high-ranking official to remain indifferent to the Zhang family's affairs. Today, the atmosphere within the Zhang family was notably heavy. The patriarch, Zhang Guomin, rarely displayed such a serious demeanor, and those around him were silent as the grave. Seated in his position, they felt as if they were on pins and needles. The news of Yi Chun's return reached the Zhang family promptly. In response, they dispatched individuals to abduct Li Yan, intending to coerce Yi Chun into submission, thereby eliminating him to prevent future troubles. However, their plans were disrupted. It was later discovered that Wang Teng was the one causing the upheaval, which incited Zhang Guomin's wrath. A mere Wang family could ascend to prominence in the Magic City and even nationwide, largely due to the Zhang family's covert support. To dare to disrupt the Zhang family's schemes was akin to courting death. Subsequently, he sent individuals to seize Wang Teng for questioning. The Zhang family's operatives, while covertly investigating, stumbled upon the shadowy organization known as Dark Hunt. Upon eavesdropping, they learned of an assassination plot against Wang Teng. Zhang Guomin, upon receiving this information, abandoned the idea of capturing Wang Teng. Once targeted by Dark Hunt, he was doomed not to see another sunrise. Yet, against all odds, Wang Ting not only escaped the assassination attempts, but also rose to prominence as a renowned singer, both nationally and globally. Contemplating this, Zhang Guomin decided to refrain from taking immediate action against Wang Ting. After all, Wang Tu was currently a household name. Any aggression towards him would undoubtedly spark a significant public outcry. Soon, a cascade of bad news followed. Yi Chun discovered a treasure vault containing an abundance of elixirs and tomes. Li Yang facilitated immediate contact with key members among the high-ranking officials. This only intensified Zhang Guomin's agitation. The elixirs and tomes hidden within the vault, as Zhang Guomin had secretly inquired, were enough to assemble an army of ancient martial artists, all of whom were above the mysterious tier. How terrifying was that? Zhang Guomin had clandestinely communicated with the high-ranking officials who had consistently supported the Zhang family. The responses he received were vague, further exacerbating his anxiety. He had some understanding of Yi Chun, who was known for his vengefulness. 3 years prior, he had been left crippled and nearly lost his life in the mountainous regions. Now that he had returned, having acquired a wealth of elixirs and tomes, it was inevitable that he would use this to negotiate with the high-ranking officials to eradicate the Zhang family and avenge the grievances of 3 years past. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered ominously. Who dared to intrude upon the Zhang family? A burly man, broad-shouldered and with a face full of muscles, bellowed from the entrance. Inside, the members of the Zhang family displayed sudden shifts in expression, their breaths quickening, their chests heaving. To dare intrude so brazenly into the Zhang family. Could it be Yi Chun? With a thunderous crash, the broad-shouldered man barreled through the front door like a cannonball, smashing into the room and leaving a deep pit in the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The onlookers gasped in horror. This man was a peak Earth-tier powerhouse, his strength formidable and skills unparalleled. Yet, he had been so easily dispatched. He was evidently no match for the intruder who was a celestial master. Rumors had it that Yi Chun had consumed elixirs to attain celestial tier strength. Could the visitor truly be Yi Chun, here to settle the score from 3 years ago? As this thought crossed their minds, dread gripped the room, leaving them trembling and pale. Even those with slightly lesser courage were frightened to the point of wetting themselves. Though Zhang Guomin felt a flutter of fear within, as the patriarch, he had to maintain composure and steady the hearts of his kin. His expression was grim, his eyes narrowing as he stated, "I am unaware of which esteemed individual has chosen to visit the Zhang family in such a manner. Please present yourself." The legendary patriarch of the Zhang family is indeed a formidable figure, Yi Chun replied with a smile as he walked in from the courtyard, with Man Yo following closely behind. Upon seeing that the newcomer was not Yi Chun, the Zhang family members breathed a sigh of relief. However, their relief was short-lived as their anxiety surged once more. The burly man had evidently been subdued by this individual, which meant he was also a celestial master, likely a helper summoned by Yi Chun, especially with the towering Man Yo, standing over 2 meters tall with a body of muscle, exuding a fearsome aura that made him appear almost monstrous. "Young friend, we have yet to be acquainted. May I ask where I have offended you?" Zhang Guomin gasped, his chest rising and falling slightly. As a peak Earth-tier martial artist, he was on the verge of stepping into the celestial tier. However, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Man Yo was akin to being crushed under a colossal mountain. The man lying on the ground was evidently dealt with by the brutal bull. What sent a chill down Zhang Guomin's spine was the absence of any discernible power emanating from Yi Chun, not even a trace of the aura typically associated with ancient martial artists. Clearly, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. Yet, the formidable martial artist, the brutal bull, stood behind Yi Chun with a demeanor of utmost respect, akin to that of a servant. Such a scenario is terrifying. Zhang Guomin speculated about Yi Chun's true identity, wondering how a celestial-ranked master could serve him. Could he belong to a hidden aristocratic family? "Old Zhang, I have urgent matters to discuss with you today," Yi Chun said, wearing an innocuous smile. The individuals in the room trembled. Despite Yi Chun's somewhat handsome appearance, he resembled a wolf cloaked in sheep-esque clothing. The hulking figure sprawled on the floor was a living testament to this. Zhang Guomin gazed at Yi Chun, pondering for a moment before inviting, "Please, take a seat." He then instructed, "You all may leave and brew a pot of fine Longjing tea." Upon hearing this, the others felt a weight lift off their shoulders, eager to escape the room, practically tripping over themselves in their haste. Those who had nearly soiled themselves scurried away in a frenzy. Zhang Guomin internally cursed this cowardly bunch. He hadn't considered why he remained seated, perhaps to maintain an air of superiority? Not at all. Fear had rendered his legs numb and ineffectual. In a brief moment, only Yi Chun, the brutal bull, and Zhang Guomin remained in the room. Zhang Guomin watched the two, trembling internally, as if drawn taut like a bowstring. "Old Zhang, relax. We are friends, not foes." One might think you were frightened, Yi Qiu remarked, taking a sip of tea and finding it to his liking. Zhang Guomin glanced at his teacup, realizing he had spilled water onto his trousers, which now emitted steam. Forgive my clumsiness, he stammered, hastily attempting to compose himself. At that moment, he felt a surge of calmness, no longer as frantic as before. He understood that if Yi Qiu intended to kill him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant, rendering the prolonged discourse unnecessary. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, my young friend? Zhang Guomin asked, taking a deep breath to feign nonchalance. I seek your assistance to eliminate a common adversary. Yi Qiu replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guomin's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been troubled by how to confront Yi Qiu, but this young man, possessing a celestial-ranked master as a servant, surely had an impressive background. With his help, they could eradicate Yi Qiu and eliminate future threats. My young friend, please instruct me on how to proceed. The Zhang family will undoubtedly go to great lengths to assist you, Zhang Guomin declared earnestly. It is quite simple. You need only leverage your connections at a higher level to deliver 2 individuals and a particular item, Yi Qiu said, sipping his tea slowly. Zhang Guomin replied, understood. Yi Qiu nodded, and in an instant, he waved his hand, causing the space to distort as ripples spread like waves. Bloodtooth and Dark Rat materialized within the room, unconscious. Next to them lay a large box. Zhang Guomin was struck dumb with shock at this miraculous summoning ability, something he had never witnessed before. Even celestial-ranked masters would struggle to achieve such a feat. Who exactly was this individual before him? Zhang Guomin stood there, stupefied, his gaze vacant. These 2 were key members of the Dark Hunt organization and had been responsible for the assassination of Li Yang from the military district. Yi Qiu rose and said slowly, they are both subordinates of Yi Qiu. How to deal with them is now up to you. With that, Yi Qiu moved toward the door, preparing to depart. At that moment, Zhang Guomin snapped back to reality, trembling as he gasped. May I ask where you hail from, young sir? Yi Qiu pondered briefly before responding. Wang Teng is my young master. Chapter 20. Let us deal with him after leaving the Zhang residence. Yi Qiu did not return to Wang Teng's consciousness. Instead, he promptly accessed the system interface to review the current information. Heavenly Creation System, Level 9, Talent, Cross-Dimensional Travel, Skills, Duplication, Summoning, Calculation, Prediction, etc. World Essence, 200. 000 Reminder, please seize creation as soon as possible to acquire one. 000 World Essence and upgrade to level 10. Note, system has upgraded to level 9. Consuming 9,000 World Essence daily. If the World Essence is insufficient for daily needs or reaches 0, the system will self-destruct. Sigh. Yi Qiu sighed upon seeing this. After Bloodtooth and Dark Rat assassinated Li Yang and delivered his head to Yi Qiu's allies in both the open and the shadows were obliterated. A significant breach had been made in the laws governing this world, allowing Yi Qiu to obtain 1,000 World Essence. After resolving matters with Bloodtooth and Dark Rat, he immediately upgraded the system to level 9. At that time, he still had 300,000 World Essence remaining. However, in merely a few minutes at the Zhang residence, he lost 100,000 World Essence, which left Yi Qiu feeling quite pained. Additionally, after dealing with several assassins attempting to eliminate Wang Teng, he had effectively depleted 500,000 World Essence, although Wang Teng still lacked 405 points. Converting that into World Essence amounted to merely tens of thousands. In the grand scheme, Yi Qiu felt as though he had lost everything. Little Wang, I have shown you great mercy, he mused. To prevent any fallout from Zhang's actions against Wang Teng after Yi Qiu was dealt with, Yi Qiu hesitated momentarily before informing Zhang Guomin that Wang Teng was his young master. Even once he departed from this world, all that transpired would no longer concern Yi Qiu. Nevertheless, after spending so many days together, he had developed a certain fondness for Wang Teng. In truth, without Wang Teng, Yi Qiu would not have achieved his current status. Thus, whether in human relations or system operations, one must uphold a sense of loyalty. Even if Yi Qiu often played tricks on Wang Teng. Meanwhile, on the island where Yi Qiu resided, he hurried to the treasure vault left by his master after ending a call with Li Yang, eager to unlock the final layer and obtain its treasures. Only by cultivating the Tai Divine Needle to its utmost perfection could he break the restrictions guarding this last layer. Yi Qiu was merely a step away from achieving this perfection, yet he had already entered the celestial realm. With some special techniques, he could temporarily elevate the Tai Divine Needle to its highest state. Suddenly, within the dim cavern, Yi Qiu held a silver needle that shimmered brilliantly, illuminating the shadows around him. White gaseous currents surged around him, akin to flames, radiating intense heat. As the fierce wind spread, they stirred up dust from the ground, causing cracks to appear along the surrounding rock walls. With a swift motion, Yichen's eyes narrowed as he forcefully hurled the silver soul needle forward, striking like a streak of lightning. When the needle pierced the yin-yang emblem on the stone door, a clear, ringing sound echoed. The emblem seemed to come alive, beginning to rotate as if two yin-yang fish were swimming, embracing one another at the center. A heavy rumble resounded as the stone door slowly opened, causing the ground to tremble and dust to cascade from the cavern ceiling. A blinding white light erupted from the world beyond the stone door, bathing everything in radiant brilliance. Moments later, the light faded away. Yichen trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with fervor. He had finally unlocked the last layer of the treasure vault. Eagerly, he stepped inside. The world behind the stone door was modest in size, measuring only about 10 square meters. At its center stood a stone platform, upon which rested a translucent box, shimmering with a radiant glow. Crafted from a unique material, it emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy. As Yichen beheld this sight, his body shook with anticipation, and the intensity of his fervor intensified. This was the Tai Immortal Needle. His voice quivered, revealing boundless joy. The Tai Divine Needle was a technique, while the Tai Immortal Needle was a weapon. The needles he had previously employed were merely ordinary, capable of unleashing only half the power of the Tai Divine Needle. Now, this box contained 108 Tai Immortal Needles, which could fully harness the might of the Tai Divine Needle. Even though he was currently only an Earth-tier warrior, with the aid of the Tai Immortal Needles, he could challenge foes beyond his level and slay them with ease. Acquiring this set of Tai Immortal Needles was undeniably a boon for Yichen, significantly bolstering his confidence. Excellent, 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 Yichen exclaimed, trembling with excitement. He never anticipated that his master would leave the Tai Immortal Needles for him. Wang Tong. Regardless of how formidable the experts by your side may be, the combination of the Tai Immortal Needles and the Tai Divine Needle is sufficient to obliterate all. At that moment, a voice echoed through the cramped space. Who goes there? Yichen's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily concealed the Tai Immortal Needles. In the blink of an eye, a translucent needle, glimmering with a faint glow, appeared between his fingers, radiating a sharp aura. The individual who had silently approached was undoubtedly not simple. As Yichio entered the realm beyond the stone door, he noticed Yichen on high alert and smiled faintly. So, you are the expert by Wang Teng's side? Correct, but no rewards for the right answer, Yichen replied, furrowing his brow, his expression grave. The person before him exhibited no fluctuations of power and appeared to be an ordinary individual. How could such a person potentially eliminate the Soul Shatterers? A thought crossed Yichen's mind, causing him to tremble slightly. In the past, when his master was about to ascend to the upper realm, he had spoken to him in a similar manner, without any aura fluctuations, resembling an ordinary person. Was this person embodying the concept of returning to simplicity, as described by his master? Yichen was taken aback, his breath quickening. Senior, we have never met and hold no enmity. Why must you trouble a junior? Can I express my displeasure at your presence? Yichio casually remarked, picking his nose. Yichen frowned, his expression growing more solemn. Even with the Tai Immortal Needles in hand, he was uncertain if he could contend with this individual. Senior, my master is the clear when true person. I wonder if you are acquainted with him? Yichen stated, attempting to invoke his master's name to intimidate Yichio. I know of a watermelon rind. Yichio replied with a smile, dismissing the notion. Yichen's frown deepened, his expression increasingly grave, accompanied by a surge of unnameable anger. The clear when true person was like a second father to him, deserving of his utmost respect. Had he not feared Yichio's strength, he would have already struck him down. Senior, do you not fear the day when my master returns from the upper realm to seek you out for retribution? Yichen said darkly, his voice low. Huh, are you threatening me? Yichio scoffed. Let your master come down and give it a try. Let us see if I don't just swat him away with a single palm. Upon hearing this, Yichen's expression darkened further. He understood that the other party was resolute in making things difficult for him. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. Utilizing the power of the Tai Immortal Needles and the Tai Divine Needle to launch a surprise attack, he resolved to leave this place, cultivate to the pinnacle of the heaven tier, and seek revenge against this individual. Ah, I haven't even made a move, and you're already attacking, Yichio said, revealing a bright smile, seemingly harmless. Manyo, take him down. With a loud crash, when Manyo launched his attack, it did not proceed as Yichio had anticipated. Instead of crushing Yichen, he was swiftly countered. Manyo flew backward like a cannonball, crashing against the rock wall, dislodging numerous stones and stirring up a cloud of dust. Yichio's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought. It seems that after acquiring the Tai Immortal Needles, Yichen's combat prowess has surged several-fold. Manyo, whom I had predicted to be at the pinnacle of the heaven tier, turned out to be so easily defeated. The protagonist is indeed a protagonist. Even in a world where the laws are utterly chaotic, there must be some way to grant Yu Qin an advantage. Suddenly, in this dim space, a brilliant light erupted. Lu Yi appeared out of nowhere, exuding a sharp aura that sent chills down one's spine. Upon seeing her, Yi Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. This ability to summon someone out of thin air was unprecedented. Perhaps even his master, the clear wind true person, could not achieve such a feat upon closer inspection. He realized it was Lu Yi standing before Yi Qiu. Yi Chun's eyes turned crimson, as if bleeding, veins bulging, rendering him exceedingly fierce. Now I understand why I could not reach you. It turns out you have betrayed me. Die! Yi Chun roared, and in an instant, a tiny immortal needle appeared between his fingers, thrusting forward with terrifying force. Yi Chun initially believed he could slay Lu Yi with one strike. However, events took an unexpected turn. Lu Yi stood still as if she were a wooden post, but when the tiny immortal needle struck, it pierced through only to find she was merely an afterimage. Her true self had already appeared behind Yi Chun, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a radiant burst of energy from her palm. Yi Chun was astonished, never anticipating Lu Yi possessed such skills. He quickly focused, reacting swiftly to evade this lethal strike. Heaven-tier strength. In their brief encounter, Yi Chun discerned Lu Yi's formidable prowess. He was once again taken aback. Just a short while ago, Lu Yi had been at the pinnacle of the earth tier. How could she have ascended to the heaven tier in such a short span of time? It was truly bizarre and difficult to believe. He had no inkling that after Yi Qiu had slain Lu Yi, he had turned her into a puppet, using his predictive techniques to elevate her realm to the pinnacle of the heaven tier. At this moment, Yi Chun realized the mystery surrounding Yi Qiu. He had likely entered the legendary realm of returning to simplicity. Lu Yi, possessing exceptional talent and a solid foundation, could indeed reach the heaven tier through special means. At this juncture, Man Yo had arisen from the rock wall, positioning himself before Yi Chun, while Lu Yi stood behind him, blocking his escape route. Yi Chun furrowed his brows, breathing rapidly, his heart racing with anxiety. With two peak heaven-tier experts sandwiching him, along with an enigmatic powerhouse of unknown strength, his situation appeared dire. Consequently, Yi Chun formed sword fingers with both hands, summoning 6 Tai immortal needles between his fingers. To simultaneously wield 12 Tai immortal needles was already his limit, or rather, quite a strain. After all, he had just acquired the Tai immortal needles and was not yet adept in their use. However, given the current predicament, he had no choice but to make a desperate effort. In that moment, the power within him surged wildly, akin to tumultuous waves, overwhelming in its intensity. A white aura enveloped Yi Chun, resembling a flame that threatened to ignite the heavens. Gradually, this aura transformed into a liquid-like form, akin to flowing water. With a sudden burst, Yi Chun launched 12 Tai immortal needles, targeting both front and back. In the instant when the 6 Taiji immortal needles converged, they transformed into a sharp sword. With a swift thrust, Lu Yi and the barbaric bull had no time to react, their bodies pierced through, erupting in a cloud of blood. Yi Qiu frowned upon witnessing this. He had not anticipated that Yi Chun would unleash such formidable power in a moment of peril, instantly obliterating 2 peak celestial tier warriors. It seemed that he must intervene. Yi Qiu murmured, swiftly storing Lu Yi and the barbaric bull into his spatial realm. Although their bodies were shattered, even a great Luo Jingxian could not revive them. However, they had long been refined by Yi Qiu into puppets, and a mere infusion of world essence would suffice to restore them. After retrieving Lu Yi and the barbaric bull, Yi Qiu regarded Yi Chun, his lips curling into a slight smile. Despite the unexpected power Yi Chun had displayed, Yi Qiu had already replicated the method of the Taiji needles and refined it to perfection, stepping into the realm of utmost mastery. Thus, when he brought his fingers together, a gleaming needle materialized, rivaling the Taiji immortal needles in brilliance. Yi Chun's eyes narrowed in disbelief upon witnessing this. It was impossible. How could Yi Qiu wield the Taiji needles and attain mastery to such a degree? In this world, apart from his master and himself, no one else could possibly master the Taiji needles, let alone elevate them to the realm of spiritual transformation. At that moment, Yi Chun unleashed 12 Taiji immortal needles. But his internal essence had dwindled significantly. He had originally intended to eliminate Lu Yi and the barbaric bull, then seized the fleeting moment of Yi Qiu's distraction to escape. Little did he expect that instead of intimidating Yi Qiu, he had frightened himself. Indeed, the Taiji needles were the most formidable technique in existence. Not bad, not bad. Yi Qiu nodded, feeling a surge of joy within. With a flick of his fingers, he could bring an end to everything, concluding his stay in this world. However, a sudden change occurred. Yi Qiu sensed a visible depletion of the remaining world essence. Just moments ago, there had been 150,000 units, yet within mere seconds, it had plummeted to 120,000. Moreover, the consumption rate was escalating rapidly. Yichio realized that upon entering this realm, the world's consciousness harbored deep-seated malice towards him. A substantial amount of world essence was required to counteract this hostility and prolong his presence. He had anticipated that confronting the protagonist would demand considerable world essence, and he had noted this earlier. However, he never expected that the moment he engaged the protagonist, the consumption would accelerate to such an extent. Now, nearly 3 seconds had passed, and the world essence dwindled to 90,000. At this rate, he would disintegrate from insufficient world essence before he could kill Yichen. At that instant, Yichen seized the opportunity. Noticing Yichio's hesitation, he quickly summoned the last of his strength to launch a Taiji needle. After Yichio deftly dodged the needle, Yichen's presence vanished. Meanwhile, the world essence had dwindled to 50,000. The protagonist truly lived up to his title. Even as the consciousness of this world teetered on the brink of collapse, it would do everything in its power to ensure the protagonist's survival. Yichio did not feel disheartened by his failure to slay Yichen. He understood that even if Yichen managed to escape this time, there would be no such opportunities in the future. If all went as expected, Zhang Guomin had already reported the assassination of Li Yang by Bloodfang and Dark Rat to the higher-ups. Yichen had become the target of public scorn. A veritable pariah, he would stir no significant waves. Once Wang Teng captured Li Yener and Omei Ling, Yichio would acquire a vast amount of world essence. At that moment, he could easily eliminate Yichen, upgrade the system to level 10, and return to his own world. Chapter 22. A win-win situation. Exiting the final layer of the treasury, Yichen felt exceedingly weak. His true energy had nearly dissipated, his meridians ached, and his internal organs burned with heat, as if his body might burst apart. The slightest attempt to circulate his true energy sent waves of pain through him, nearly causing him to faint. He desperately needed a safe haven to recuperate and evade Yichio's pursuit. Thus, he immediately dialed Li Yang's number, seeking refuge. However, after several attempts, he could not get through. Damn it! What was that useless Li Yang doing, daring not to answer my call? Did he not desire the elixirs and manuals? Yichen gritted his teeth, trembling, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He was on edge, consumed by fear of Yichio's imminent arrival. Reluctantly, he dialed another number for assistance. This contact was a high-ranking individual with far greater influence than Li Yang. A mere stomp from him could cause ripples throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Yichen had previously gifted a substantial quantity of elixirs to this official and had promised to assist him in attaining the celestial tier once he fully mastered the treasury, thereby extending his lifespan by several centuries. Thus, a connection was forged. This character also played a crucial role in the final plot of this narrative, tying into the Zhang family's connections. Soon, the call connected, and a deep voice resonated from the other end. Lord Lin. Yichen trembled, striving to articulate his words clearly. Yichen, you have some audacity to call me. Lord Lin's tone was cold, laced with unrestrained fury. Yichen was taken aback. You truly have the audacity to send assassins after high-ranking officials. You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. At this moment, Yichen was even more bewildered. Assassinating high-ranking officials? Had he lost his mind and sought death? Lord Lin, this must be a misunderstanding. Yichen insisted. I have never sent anyone to assassinate a high-ranking official, nor would I be foolish enough to oppose the Dragon Kingdom. Still trying to deny it? Lord Lin thundered. Who is the Dark Hunt organization? Who are Bloodfang and Dark Rat? Li Yang is still your senior brother, having helped you through countless crises and quelled public opinion. You ungrateful wretch. Not only do you fail to repay his kindness, but you also repay it with malice by attempting to assassinate him. Do you wish to assassinate me as well? Yichen, do not think that because you have acquired some trifling treasury filled with elixirs and manuals, you can act with impunity. Dare to oppose the Dragon Kingdom, and you will meet your demise. With a beep, the call ended abruptly. Yichen stood there, frozen in shock for a long while before regaining his senses. Li Yang had been assassinated. It was the Dark Hunt organization behind it. Suddenly, the image of Lu Yi'er flashed in his mind, and everything clicked into place. Veins bulged on his forehead, revealing an ominous expression. Yichen gritted his teeth, his fury palpable. Lu Yi'er, not only have you betrayed me, but you have also played me like a fool. Wang Teng, you executed this plan flawlessly, eliminating both my visible and hidden allies and leaving me with no escape. Once I fully master the Taiji Immortal Needles, I will ensure that you, Lu Yi'er, and your mysterious accomplice suffer a fate worse than death. With a surge of rage, Yichen coughed up blood, his complexion paling further, resembling a corpse. He quickly used a silver needle to puncture a specific acupoint, restoring some vitality. Then, he hastily departed, seeking a secluded place to tend to his wounds. This was necessary not only to evade Yuchio's pursuit but also because after calling Lord Lin, it would not be long before someone returned to apprehend him. Sure enough, within half an hour, a heavily armed squad landed on the island. Upon closer inspection, the armed group of over 10 individuals was comprised entirely of ancient martial artists of the Earth level. The assassination of Li Yang orchestrated by Yi Chun had never been reported, fearing the ensuing panic, especially given Li Yang's unique position as the second-in-command of the military district. Nevertheless, this incident had stirred significant turmoil within pertinent departments, akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake. The recently listed Yi Corporation was promptly sealed, sending ripples of alarm among numerous business tycoons, who hastily sought to dissociate themselves from the Yi Group to avoid backlash. Concurrently, Yi Chen found himself on a wanted list, accused of colluding with underground organizations and disregarding the Dragon Kingdom's treaties to smuggle firearms. To any discerning observer, it was evident that these allegations were trivial. Many insiders were aware of Yi Chen's connections that extended directly to the military district of Magic City. However, his placement on the wanted list indicated a significant shift in his standing within the military. The protagonist Yi Chun was now a fugitive, and the Yi Group faced abrupt closure. A mechanical voice resonated in Wang Tung's mind as he awoke, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What had transpired? The Yi Group had collapsed, and Yi Chun was wanted. Hadn't Yi Chun discovered a treasure and promised to bestow it upon the Dragon Kingdom? The usage of firearms should have had no bearing on him. Why then was he being pursued? System, what is happening? Wang Ting inquired, still in shock. Host, I find you quite persistent, the system responded. Yu Chu chimed in. Why concern yourself with the unfolding events? The crux is that Yi Chun is wanted, and the Yi Group has fallen. For you, this is undeniably monumental news. Your primary focus should be on successfully producing your album and becoming the most illustrious singer in the nation, or even the world. Then, acquiring the Yi Group and reviving the Wang legacy would fulfill your lifelong ambition. With Yi Chun on the run, he is destined for a life devoid of peace. Li Yin'er already harbored feelings for you. With a little more effort, you could achieve the romantic outcome you desired not long ago. You are correct, Wang Ting nodded. Everything I do is to restore the Wang legacy and exact vengeance on Yi Chun. Although I am unaware of the circumstances, Yi Chun's current predicament aligns with my aspirations. With that, Wang Tung quickly prepared to head to Mango Entertainment Culture Company, Limited, to record his album. During these days of interaction, Omei Ling had completely fallen for Wang Ting, further diminishing Yi Chun's female lead. Alongside the collapse of the Yi Group and Yi Chun's wanted status, Yuchio amassed 1.2 million units of world origin. Yet, he refrained from upgrading the system to level 10. Despite Yi Chun's diminishing protagonist aura and the waning will of this world, the cost of confronting Yi Chun could be exorbitantly high, 10,000 per second. Moreover, eliminating Yi Chun would not be a trivial task. Thus, Yi Chio resolved to wait until Wang Tung secured the first female lead, Li Yin'er, before taking action against Yi Chun. This would not only eliminate the protagonist but also yield surplus world origin to upgrade the system to level 10, a mutually beneficial outcome. As the third day passed in the blink of an eye, today marked the release of Wang Tung's album. He had become a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, adored by countless fans. His follower count on a certain platform had surpassed 8 million, nearing 9 digits, an unprecedented feat within the Dragon Kingdom and globally. Omei Ling, the reigning queen of the entertainment scene, orchestrated an album release concert for Wang Ting. A strategy that would not only captivate a multitude but also garner live broadcasts from major websites, ensuring a dual triumph of fame and fortune. The atmosphere surrounding Wang Tang's album release was electric, with numerous artists and renowned actors clamoring for a chance to share the stage and bask in his limelight. Consequently, many beseeched Omei Ling to allow them to perform alongside Wang Tung to celebrate his album launch, resulting in a star-studded affair that laid the groundwork for Wang Tung's ascent to becoming the premier singer both nationally and internationally. In her dressing room, Li Yin'er was preoccupied, her thoughts consumed by the collapse of the Yi Corporation and Yi Chun's fugitive status. The inability to reach Yi Chun for several consecutive days filled her with anxiety and concern, prompting her to request a short leave from Omei Ling to await news from Yi Chun at home. She believed he would endeavor to contact her by any means necessary. After much contemplation, she decided to attend Wang Ting's album release concert, feeling guilty yet affectionate towards him, especially after hearing Wang Tung's song What a Shame, which resonated with her, evoking feelings of sorrow and regret. One night, she dreamt of a magnificent wedding with Wang Tung, envisioning a life together filled with companionship and family, leading her to momentarily believe that the events of her dream were indeed real. This created in her a profound longing for the life depicted in her dreams, intensifying her feelings for Wang Tung. For several days, she dreamed of that vivid scene, awakening with an insatiable desire to continue dreaming of their shared experiences. The mastermind orchestrating all of this was none other than Yi Qiu, who diligently crafted Wang Teng's romantic destiny. In the dressing room, Li Yinar sat before the mirror, lost in thought, the last to prepare, thus taking her time. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the room, swiftly overpowering her before she could react. On stage, Wang Teng was making the final adjustments, with less than 2 hours remaining until the album's release and the concert's commencement. Standing at the center of the stage, he gazed ahead, deeply moved. He had never imagined he would experience such a transformation, evolving from a once-fallen scion to a sought-after star in the entertainment realm. The changes he had undergone were akin to a roller coaster ride. Now, with Yuchen on the run and the Yi Corporation's downfall imminent, reclaiming the Wang legacy was merely a matter of time. Given his current influence, restoring the Wang family was a simple endeavor. System. How should I express my gratitude to you? Without your intervention, I would have been rendered a fool by Yichen, leading a life of madness or worse. Ending it all in despair, Wang Teng lamented. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host. Please make your way to the eastern ruins within half an hour to rescue the female lead, Li Yinar. In that instant, the weight of the world fell upon him, petrifying him in place. Yinar is in danger? Who could it be? Yichen? The urgency of the situation was compounded by the incessant ringing of his phone, echoing the system's warning. Get to the eastern ruins in half an hour. The message left him with a chilling certainty that Li Yinar had been abducted by Yichen. Without hesitation, he rushed off the stage and out into the plaza. Wang Teng, where are you going? Omei Ling emerged from the hall, intending to discuss concert details with him, but noticing his hurried departure, her brows furrowed in concern. After leaving the plaza, Wang Teng drove off in his car, driving at 100 miles per hour through the city, disregarding red lights and recklessly crossing the streets, nearly resulted in a catastrophic accident. A journey that should have taken over 20 minutes was completed in less than 15. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wang Teng hurried towards the ruins. Yuchen, I have arrived. Release Yinar. If there is something to be said, direct it at me. Wang Teng entered the debris field, surrounded by dilapidated instruments and assorted refuse. After surveying his surroundings, he let out a roar. At that moment, Yuchen emerged from behind a pile of discarded papers. Li Yinar was bound, her lips sealed with tape, her hair disheveled, and her cheeks smeared with dust. Disappointment and sorrow were etched across her face, her eyes dim and lifeless. She could hardly fathom that the man she loved so deeply would treat her in such a manner. However, upon seeing Wang Teng, her disappointment and sadness vanished, replaced by a wave of emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Yi Chun, consumed by madness, looked at the weeping Li Yinar and laughed maniacally. You still love Wang Teng, don't you? When I wanted to kill him, you begged me with nonsensical reasons to spare his life. I was foolish enough to believe you. Li Yinar, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to this wretched state. Had I killed Wang Teng back then, none of this would have happened. You and I would have been married long ago, now traveling the world together. As he spoke, Yichen yanked at Li Yinar's hair, veins bulging as his demeanor turned grotesque and frenzied. Li Yinar cried out in pain, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Yichen, stop! Wang Teng shouted, taking a few steps forward. If you take one more step, I will kill her. Yichen, now resembling a madman, radiated malice. He, who once basked in the spotlight, now found himself in such a dire predicament. The Yi family was under siege, and he had become a fugitive, hunted like a rat. He dared not walk openly in the streets, existing only in the shadows, all while living in constant fear of being pursued by higher-ups. Yichen attributed all his misfortunes to Wang Teng, believing that had he succeeded in rendering Wang Teng a fool, none of this would have transpired. He knew that assassinating Wang Teng was an impossibility, especially with a hidden master at Wang Teng's side. Despite having mastered the Tai Immortal Needle, he felt uncertain. Yichen understood the depth of Wang Teng's love for Li Yinar, perhaps even surpassing his own. Thus, he resorted to the desperate measure of kidnapping her to coerce Wang Teng. Yichen, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm Yinar. Wang Teng, cautious of Yichen's erratic behavior, dared not make a rash move. I know you have an unparalleled master by your side, trying to delay for a surprise attack. I warn you, Wang Teng, tell that master to stay put, or else Li Yinar will not survive. With these words, he tightened his grip around Yinar's neck. Stop! Wang Teng, drenched in sweat, felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantic and agitated. Yichen had completely lost his mind, his emotions spiraling out of control. A moment of dissatisfaction could result in him snapping Li Yinar's neck. What do you want? Wang Teng gasped, his breath quickening. He simultaneously sought advice from Yi Qiu on whether they could summon their previous unrivaled elder to save Li Yinar. Are you willing to pay with your life? A mechanical voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, he replied, "I am willing." "Good," Yiqiu responded. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged within Wang Ting, akin to crashing waves, causing him to feel dizzy and as if his body were being sliced by blades. In that instant, a violent explosion erupted in Wang Tung's mind, the power striking him like a nuclear bomb detonation, followed by intense pain. Soon, his consciousness faded entirely. "What do I want?" Yi Chun, oblivious to Wang Tung's transformation, licked Li Yiner's cheek, causing her to tremble in terror, her eyes filled with dread. "I want your life," Yi Chun screamed. His eyes bloodshot and wild, veins bulging grotesquely, trembling as he breathed heavily. He resembled a desperate outlaw, having lost all reason. "I was meant to be revered by all. A figure of high society, surrounded by countless beautiful women. If not for you, how could my family have fallen? If not for you, I would not be reduced to this state, scorned and hunted, living in the shadows." Yi Chun roared, "Wang Tung, why do you resist? Would it not be better for you to become a fool and live your life in oblivion?" With a deranged smile, Yi Chun tilted his head, gazing at Wang Tung. "Do you not adore Yenu? Then take your own life, and I shall release her. What say you, my dear brother?" "Very well," Wang Tung replied, his voice low and cold, a stark contrast to his previous tone. At this moment, Yi Chun had completely lost his sanity, failing to notice the shift in Wang Tung's voice. He remained oblivious, still grinning like a madman, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Yiner, tears streaming down her face, looked at Wang Tung, shaking her head repeatedly, signaling him not to proceed. "Yi Chun, you must keep your word. If I take my life, you will free Yiner. Rest assured, my dear brother," Yi Chun said. "As long as you end your own life, I will spare Yiner. After all, she is someone I love deeply. I cannot bear to harm her. I need her body to cultivate my unparalleled skills." At that moment, Li Yiner felt utterly despondent. Realizing that Yi Chun's interest in her was merely for her physical form, she reacted violently, attempting to break free from Yi Chun's grasp. However, as a celestial-level ancient martial artist, Yi Chun's strength was formidable and unfathomable. No matter how hard she struggled, even an equally powerful celestial master would find it impossible to escape his hold. "Sweetheart, please be quiet and obedient. I do not wish to harm you. I only want Wang Tung dead," Yi Chun growled, his voice low and feral. Li Yiner, tears flowing, continued to shake her head at Wang Tung, emitting soft whimpers. Wang Ting, looking at Li Yiner, smiled gently. He then drew a dagger and plunged it into his heart. With a sickening sound, blood splattered into the air. At that moment, Yi Chun, witnessing Wang Tung stab himself, erupted into a frenzied laugh, overwhelmed with exhilaration, as if he had won a grand prize, trembling with excitement. His face contorted. Seeing Wang Tung kneeling on the ground, Li Yiner was devastated, her tears flowing like a river, her heart shattering. Her body convulsed violently before her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Suddenly, as Yi Chun continued to laugh maniacally, he felt a sudden, intense pain in his wrist. Looking down, he saw a hand gripping his wrist with tremendous force. Before he could react, the grip on Li Yiner's neck was released, and he was hurled away by an overwhelming force. A rush of wind whispered in his ears, akin to a kite severed from its tether, plummeting into the abyss. It landed within a heap of discarded instruments, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that moment, Yi Chun rose from the remnants of the forsaken machinery, his gaze fixated on Wang Tung, who stood unharmed a short distance away, having ensured Li Yiner was safe. This was impossible. It could not be true. "Did you not stab your own heart with a dagger? How could you remain unscathed?" Yi Chun howled, madness consuming him. His body trembled, breaths came in rapid succession. Panic etched across his face, his heart racing as if it would burst from his throat. Even if he had avoided a fatal blow by inserting the dagger into his heart, it was inconceivable that he could emerge so unscathed, exuding such formidable power. In an instant, he was subdued. "From this day forth, my son Wang Tung possesses the bearing of an emperor, a matter not to be trifled with. I, Wang Tung, embody the essence of an emperor." Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Ting, stirring a tempest. The entire ruin seemed to quiver, dust swirling as if caught in a sandstorm. The ground cracked, marred with deep fissures. "You are not Wang Tung. You are the adept who has returned to simplicity beside him." Yi Chun was horrified, gripped by a paralyzing fear. "You are far too late to comprehend the truth." Yiqiu, manipulating Wang Ting's form, spoke in a low tone. As the two hands converged, numerous points of light emerged around Wang Ting, 108 in total. With a sudden sound, the Tai immortal needle abruptly detached from Yi Chun, merging with those 108 points of light. They shimmered brilliantly, a resplendent radiance. The Tai sacred needle had attained its pinnacle. This is the pinnacle of the Tai sacred needle, capable of summoning it with spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chun screamed in a frenzy. This is a realm even my master has not reached. Who are you? Who are you? I am Wang Teng, embodying the essence of an emperor. Whoosh. Suddenly, all 108 Tai immortal needles were hurled forth. In the instant they intertwined, they morphed into a true dragon. With a fierce roar, it surged forth, divine power overwhelming. With a thunderous crash, it engulfed Yi Chun, obliterating him completely. Chapter 25. The curtain falls on the first world. The moment Wang Teng opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He was in a room filled with the pungent scent of medicinal solutions, yet the decor exuded warmth, instilling a sense of reassurance. Wang Teng couldn't help but murmur, "This underworld is not as terrifying as depicted in books." "You're awake." At that moment, the voice of Omei Ling resonated in Wang Teng's ears, her visage soon coming into view. Wang Teng was taken aback. Could it be that Omei Ling has also perished, finding herself in the underworld? What's wrong? Omei Ling, noticing Wang Teng's dazed expression, wore a worried look upon her ethereal face. She quickly reached out a delicate hand to touch Wang Teng's forehead, then hurriedly dashed out of the room, calling for a doctor. Upon hearing her, Wang Teng felt utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembered that when Yi Chun threatened Li Yinar, he had sacrificed his life to save her. How was it now that he not only saw Omei Ling but also heard the word doctor? He looked around and realized he was indeed in a hospital room. Could it be that I did not die? A wave of joy washed over Wang Teng, excitement illuminating his features. At that moment, the doctor arrived. After examining Wang Teng, he stated, "The patient is currently stable, but his body is somewhat weak. He requires ample rest." Omei Ling let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Wang Teng and patting her chest, "You scared me to death." "What exactly happened?" Wang Teng asked, still dazed. Omei Ling recounted the events in detail. During the concert, she was preparing to discuss final arrangements with Wang Teng when she saw him hurriedly depart, prompting her to follow him. Upon arriving at the ruins, she found Wang Teng unconscious on the ground, his breath faint and heartbeat weak, as if it could cease at any moment. Li Yinar, overwhelmed by intense emotions, had fainted, but was not in serious danger. Omei Ling then called for an ambulance, bringing both of them to the hospital. Fortunately, timely medical intervention had saved their lives. Subsequently, relevant authorities conducted an investigation at the scene. Given that Wang Teng and Li Yinar were prominent figures in the entertainment industry, along with Omei Ling's involvement, it was imperative to ascertain the details. Ultimately, they discovered the fingerprints of Wang Teng and Li Yinar, as well as those of Yi Chun. The authorities began to analyze the relationships between Wang Teng, Li Yinar, and Yi Chun, concluding it was a premeditated kidnapping case. Consequently, a wanted notice for Yi Chun was swiftly issued, and the entire city was mobilized to search for him. However, no leads were found. Moreover, following the assassination attempt on Li Yang orchestrated by Yi Chun, a wanted notice was issued not only throughout Dragon Country, but globally. Other nations and underground organizations had contemplated offering refuge to Yi Chun, hoping to gain access to treasures or secrets from his vault. Yet, the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country declared that anyone who dared to harbor Yi Chun would be opposing the entirety of Dragon Country and would face its unrelenting wrath. While the treasure was indeed alluring, facing the might of an entire nation was a grave consideration. Ultimately, countless countries and underground organizations publicly aligned with Dragon Country, vowing to capture Yi Chun at any cost. However, 3 days passed, and Yi Chun remained elusive. During this time, Wang Teng learned that he had been unconscious for 3 days. He then inquired, "How is Yinar?" Omei Ling replied, "She is fine, though quite weak. She seems to have suffered a great shock and is somewhat depressed." Upon hearing that Li Yinar was safe, Wang Teng felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze, however, became fixated on the ceiling, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Noticing Wang Teng's distracted state, Omei Ling tucked him in before leaving the room. At that moment, Wang Teng stared at the ceiling, his mind in turmoil. He clearly remembered sacrificing his life to save Li Yinar, yet here he was, still among the living. Though this was indeed a source of happiness, Wang Teng suddenly grasped many truths and called out to the system. Yet, all that awaited him was an icy silence. No matter how many times he called, the joyous mechanical voice failed to resound in his mind. After several minutes of desperate pleas, tears streamed down Wang Teng's face. He understood that while the system had claimed it would take his life to save Li Yinar, in the end, it had refrained from doing so, preserving his existence at the cost of its own disappearance. In that moment, Wang Teng wept like a child, tears flowing like a stream, soaking his pillow. On that day, he locked himself in the hospital room, silently crying, even retreating beneath the covers to shed tears. His mind was flooded with memories of his time with Yuchio. Although their acquaintance had been brief, it felt as if they had shared decades. Most importantly, had it not been for Yi Chio and the system, Wang Teng would have long since become a fool, living a life of confusion, or perhaps, before succumbing to madness, he would have leapt to his death. System, you scoundrel. How could you be so faithless? Wang Ting sobbed, trembling all over. You promised to take my life to save Yinner. Why have you betrayed our pact? You have vanished. I am indeed a wretched soul. Without you, how could there be renewal or my current accomplishments? System, you scoundrel, how am I to survive from now on? I have grown so reliant on you. Rather than living this way, it would be better to end my life. Wang Ting sobbed, resembling a child. System, please return. I still owe you hundreds of thousands of points. 3 days later, at the exclusive concert venue of Mango Entertainment Culture Company, Limited. Although Wang Tang's album release concert had been postponed for nearly a week, no one expressed any complaints. Today, the venue was still teeming with people, causing traffic congestion even outside the concert hall. Major platforms broadcasting the concert experienced server crashes. On stage, Wang Tang performed every song from his album, leaving the audience in awe and creating a significant stir throughout Longhua and even globally. Suddenly, dozens of songs resurfaced in Wang Tang's mind, all of which he had seen in the system interface. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. The next song, he declared, was dedicated to the one he loved most. Wang Ting took a deep breath, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. I must also thank a friend who is both ethereal and real. Why call them ethereal yet real? Because everything I possess at this moment has been bestowed upon me by them, yet I have never laid eyes on them. This song is not only a tribute to my beloved, but also a gesture of gratitude to my friend for their kindness. The next song is titled Writing Our Story. The most beautiful secret is that we are crafting serendipities. Who says happiness is merely a distant message? The enchanting melody, coupled with Wang Tang's celestial voice, swiftly transported everyone back into a vivid scene, evoking emotions and aspirations among all present, yearning to encounter that one significant person in life, smiling and saying, "You are mine," and informing them that upon entering, the lights are on and we are a family, hoping that in the next life, we remain a family. Midway through the performance, Li Yinner was inexplicably called up to the concert. After the final note, Wang Ting knelt down, producing a diamond ring from his pocket. Yinner, I love you. Let us complete our unfinished wedding. As the song suggested, with the lights on, we are a family, and in the next life, we shall remain a family. At that moment, tears streamed down Li Yinner's face. Everything that had transpired during this time was enough to prove that the man before her truly loved her, willing to sacrifice his life if necessary. As Wang Ting placed the ring on Li Yinner's ring finger, the entire audience erupted in cheers and celebrations. Congratulations to the absolute leading Lady Li Yinner for completely falling in love with the host. Reward points, 500,000. Remaining points, 1,950,000. The host automatically exchanges for a member of the Celestial Ancient Warrior Guard. A mechanical voice echoed in Wang Tang's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He immediately called out to the system, but received only cold silence in response. He noticed two figures not far from him, one of which was exceedingly towering. Though close, he could not discern their features. The other was someone he recognized, Man Yo. The imposing figure waved at Wang Tang before vanishing into the crowd, as if they had never existed. At that moment, Wang Tang's eyes brimmed with tears. He understood that the majestic figure represented the system, and Man Yo was his final gift. He smiled softly at the spot where the figure had disappeared, appearing like a crooked-mouthed war god, radiating an emperor's demeanor. Chapter 26. A new world returning to reality. Yichio sat wearily in a chair, feeling an unusual sense of reluctance and strong attachment. Though he knew that the world of the crooked-mouthed war god and the national goddess was merely fictional, his interactions with Wang Tang had fostered considerable feelings. Otherwise, he would not have annihilated Yi Chun, only to use the resulting 2 million units of world essence to save Wang Tang's life. In truth, when he proposed the cost of sacrificing his life for Wang Tang, Yichio had never intended to resurrect him. Killing Yi Chun using Wang Tang's body would not consume any world essence. Rather, after the protagonist's death, the world's consciousness would collapse, seizing vast amounts of fortune. Thus, Yichio would possess 2 million units of world essence. After accounting for the 1 million required to reach level 10, he would still have 2 million units left. Upon entering a new world, it would be an explosive start. After resolving the matter with Yi Chun, Yichio initially intended to leave immediately. However, he hesitated. If he did so, how was it different from the system that sought to control him? Abandoning him after using him? Burning bridges? Yichio could not bring himself to do that. Therefore, he bestowed all the fortune acquired from eliminating the protagonist upon Wang Tang, allowing him to become the true protagonist of this world. Moreover, he wished to witness Wang Tang successfully propose to Li Yinner, granting him a portion of fortune. One must uphold relationships, and the same applies to systems. Furthermore, Yichio could return to Wang Tung's world at any time, and who knows? He might yet offer assistance in the future? Lighting a cigarette, Yichio collected his thoughts and opened the system interface. His recent journey had yielded significant gains. Compared to his initial entry into the novel's world, he had enriched his experience tremendously. Many functions had been unlocked, along with numerous ancient martial arts secrets. He also gained a better understanding of how to become an exceptional system. Taking a deep breath, Yichio prepared to upgrade the system to level 10, expecting rewards in accordance with international norms. With hopeful anticipation, he clicked the upgrade button. System upgrade successful. Currently leveling up. 2 lines of text flickered on the screen. Yichio looked on in bewilderment. Leveling up? What on earth is this? Shouldn't it be level 10? At that moment, the 2 lines of text exploded like fireworks, radiating brilliant light. Heavenly Creation System, level, Stubborn Bronze, talent, traversing the heavens, skills, copying, summoning, calculation, devouring, deduction, etc. World Essence, 200,000, Stubborn Bronze? What does that mean? Am I playing League of Legends or Honor of Kings? Yichio gazed at the system level, instantly feeling defeated. What a ridiculous mechanism. Stubborn Bronze? Damn it. I would prefer silver or gold any day. A bronze gift pack. Suddenly, a phrase flickered on the system interface. Even as bronze. How good can this gift pack be? Yichio cursed under his breath as he opened the pack. Suddenly, a golden light flickered on the screen, slightly blinding. A panel appeared, stating that he could extract 2 items from the world of the crooked-mouthed war god and the national goddess, which would permanently exist and not disappear due to heavenly restrictions. Upon seeing this reward, Yichio, still disgruntled, felt a slight sense of relief. The ability to take 2 items from Wang Tung's world to keep permanently by his side was indeed a boon, serving as a powerful trump card for traversing new worlds. He then selected the Tai Immortal Needle and the cold-blooded assassin Lu Yi'er. The Tai Immortal Needle needed no further explanation. It was the supreme artifact in Wang Tung's world, capable of slaying immortals when paired with the Tai Immortal Needle's techniques. Moreover, even if he could no longer navigate the system world, Yichio could still become a top-tier acupuncturist by employing the Tai Immortal Needle and its techniques, which was also quite commendable. As for the choice of Lu Yi'er, it is because, in the original novel, Yi Chen's master once remarked that Lu Yier's talent far surpasses that of Yi Chen by countless times, to the extent that no one knows where her limits lie. Merely due to her being a woman, Yi Chen's master refrained from imparting his entire cultivation to her, ultimately opting for Yi Chen instead. Therefore, selecting Lu Yi'er is a matter of valuing her innate talent. With cultivation, she could serve as a trump card in other worlds. Moreover, the primary motivation for Yichio lies in his personal desires. As a single man for over 2 decades, often referred to as a loser, he may lack wealth, but possesses a modicum of charm. Yet, this has proven futile. To this day, he has only held hands with his mother and no other woman. The thought of having such a striking beauty by his side while strolling through the streets is undeniably exhilarating. Just imagining it stirs a sense of excitement within him. Additionally, Yichio, as a solitary man residing at home, finds that his living conditions resemble those of a doghouse. He is reluctant to tidy up. So having a woman to assist in maintaining cleanliness at home, and without incurring any expenses, is a rare stroke of fortune, one that seems only to exist in novels. Naturally, Yichio would not let such an opportunity slip away. Indeed, during a meal outing, Lu Yi'er efficiently tidied up his home. Yichio no longer has to worry about tripping over bottles or other objects in the living room. Excellent, truly excellent, he mused, feeling content. It appears this bronze gift package is quite impressive. After recalling Lu Yi'er into the system space, Yichio proceeded to open a certain novel website, preparing to seek out new worlds and seize their fortunes. According to Yichio's understanding, there must be levels beyond bronze. He does not wish to remain burdened by the stubborn title of bronze indefinitely. Once the system pinpointed his location, it granted him a new function, allowing him to clearly see how much world essence is needed to traverse a particular realm. As he opened the website, a series of novel covers appeared, each accompanied by a line of text indicating the required world essence for passage into that world. Scanning the selections, he was dismayed to find that they all demanded several 100,000 units of world essence, with some even reaching 1 or 2 million. Even the more affordable options required a minimum of 200,000. Having learned from his experience with the awkward god of war, the national goddess will punch your tiny chest, he understood that traversing a new world would certainly require a substantial amount of world essence to sustain existence. Otherwise, he would face automatic disintegration. Currently, Yichio possessed only 200,000 units of world essence, which would be depleted before he even found a host. The prices are exorbitant. Am I truly expected to set up a stall by the bridge and practice acupuncture? Yichio cursed. lighting a cigarette as he continued to scroll through and search for cheaper novels. Soon, he stumbled upon a story titled I, Xiao Huohua, Shall Break the Heavens, which required only 100,000 units of world essence. The synopsis read, "This is a world governed by fighting spirit, devoid of flashy magic. All that exists is the fighting spirit refined to its peak." Why does this synopsis seem so familiar? Yi Qiu extinguished his cigarette, murmuring to himself, "No matter. This will be the one." With a tap of his finger, a blinding light erupted, and with a whoosh, Yi Qiu vanished from his location. Chapter 27. Xiao Huohua. In the ancient and ornate hall, a young man faced a middle-aged man brimming with heroic presence, his expression resolute and voice ringing with authority. Countless onlookers were taken aback by the young man's demeanor. In the entire Wutan city, who did not know that Xiao Huohua was a hopelessly inept scion, a wastrel? Relying on the Xiao family's status as the foremost family in Wutan city, he had spent his days flaunting his power and bullying the weak. However, that was a thing of the past. 3 days ago, a group of mysterious experts arrived in Wutan city, annihilating over 30 members of the Xiao family in a single night. Had it not been for Xiao Huohua's visit to a brothel for entertainment that fateful night, he too would have faced calamity. The middle-aged man, named Han Bat-Ian, was the sworn brother of Xiao Huohua's father and also his prospective father-in-law. With the assistance of Xiao Yin, Xiao Huohua's father, the Han family naturally ascended to become the second family in Wutan city. To express his gratitude or perhaps to solidify their bond, Han Bat-Ian promised his daughter, the city's most beautiful woman, Han Shuer, to Xiao Huohua. Today was supposed to be a day of joy for the couple. Yet, the Xiao family had fallen from grace. The attitudes of those who once depended on the Xiao family had noticeably shifted. Han Baishan's ambitions had become brazenly apparent, and thus, what was meant to be a joyous occasion devolved into a day of broken engagement. Indeed, Han Bat-Ian arrived with a retinue to sever the engagement. Truth be told, Han Bat-Ian never truly saw Xiao Huohua in a favorable light. His decision to marry his daughter to him was entirely based on the Xiao family's influence and resources in Wutan city. With the Xiao family in decline, what was there to marry into? His daughter, beautiful as she was, had no shortage of powerful suitors vying for her attention. Moreover, she was already entangled with a young master from a prominent family. Yet, no one anticipated that the once ineffectual and incompetent Xiao Huohua would exhibit such fortitude in the face of pressure and threats from the crowd. He was a far cry from the Xiao Huohua of old. "You want me to break off the engagement?" Xiao Huohua scoffed, surveying his surroundings. His cold gaze pierced like a sharp dagger, causing several present to tremble in trepidation. "Very well. I demand 10 bottles of Qi condensation pills. Otherwise, even if you kill me, Han Shuer remains my fiancée." Just moments ago, the resolute Xiao Huohua had undergone a sudden transformation, plopping down on the ground like a rogue. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their foreheads adorned with 3 lines of disbelief. Everyone had witnessed Xiao Huohua's previous demeanor and had assumed he had transformed his character. They even speculated that his former debauchery had been an act, masking a fundamentally composed individual. After all, Xiao Yin was the strongest expert in Wutan city, possessing the strength of a grand fighter. Surely, his offspring must have some merit, regardless of how inept he appeared. However, they had overestimated him. A wastrel is ultimately just that, incapable of rising to the occasion. 10 bottles of Qi condensation pills. You truly dare to ask for that? Han Baishan's brother, Han Feilong, sneered, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Xiao Huohua. "Do you know how to use those 10 bottles? You waste of space. Are you not afraid of bursting from overconsumption? What I do is none of your concern. You sissy. If I were your ancestor, I would rise from my coffin to give you 2 slaps for your effeminate demeanor." Xiao Huohua sat on the ground, unyielding and displaying the essence of manhood. The crowd struggled to suppress their laughter, their cheeks flushed like ripe apples. It was common knowledge that Han Feilong had a penchant for effeminacy. His attire was indeed a striking sight in Wutan city. His frog-like face adorned with makeup and his delicate fingers striking poses as he strutted down the street. Within a 10-mile radius, no one dared approach him. "You dare insult me, you worthless fool!" Han Feilong shrieked, his voice taking on a high pitch as a powerful aura erupted from within him, stirring up dust from the ground. A fighter, Han Feilong had actually stepped into the realm of fighters. Today, the Han family's visit to the Xiao family to annul the engagement had drawn the attention of countless spectators throughout Wutan city. Upon witnessing the scene, whispers circulated among the crowd. It seems the Xiao family is doomed. The Han family is undoubtedly the foremost family now. Indeed, someone in the crowd remarked. Han Bat-Ian is a 9th-tier fighter, and with Han Feilong having also attained this level, in the entire city of Wutan, no one could rival them. However, in the face of Han Feilong's formidable fighting spirit, Xiao Huohua remained utterly unperturbed, seated calmly on the ground. As he had stated before, there was no possibility of him retracting the marriage agreement unless he received 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Otherwise, even in death, he would not consent. He declared that as long as he did not annul the engagement, Han Shuer would remain his fiancée, and even if he were to perish, she would live as a widow. Did he think that the scions of those prominent families would marry a woman bound by an engagement? Or a living widow? The onlookers were once again taken aback by this scene. Xiao Huahua, under the pressure of a formidable fighter, displayed such composure and tranquility. His words were clear, and his thoughts remained undisturbed. Was this the demeanor expected of a young wastrel? This incited further doubt among the crowd. Yet, upon observing Xiao Huahua, seated like a dragon coiled upon the ground, they quickly dispelled their skepticism. They believed he had grown accustomed to a life of extravagance and indulgence. After the downfall of the Xiao family, he would starve within 3 days. Thus, he sought to extort 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills from the Han family, intending to sell them for a good price and continue his carefree existence. 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills were worth a staggering 10 million gold coins, enough to sustain an ordinary person for 10 lifetimes. You little brat, you seek death. Han Feilong roared, a terrifying fighting master. As his fingers curled, the fighting spirit could be seen swirling faintly. Stop. At that moment, Han Batian, with a cold expression, commanded. Han Feilong glanced at his elder brother, snorted, and insisted, bring me 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Han Batian spoke with a hint of frost, raising his brow. Upon hearing this, Han Feilong's displeasure was palpable. I told you to bring 10 bottles. Han Batian's tone sharpened, his brows knitting tightly. Seeing his elder brother's anger, Han Feilong could not help but cry out, reluctantly producing 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Huahua sprang to his feet, akin to a famished dog pouncing upon its meal, clutching the 10 bottles to his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed his name on the annulment document. Let us go, Han Batian remarked, casting a glance before continuing. Oh, future father-in-law, no, that's not right, Uncle Han, no, it's City Lord Han. Please take care as you depart, and watch your step. Xiao Huahua chuckled, bowing slightly as he watched Han Batian and his entourage leave. The crowd parted to create a path. Moments later, the Han family exited the Xiao residence. Xiao Huahua's expression shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly serious. He glared at the remaining spectators and barked, Aren't you all leaving? Do you want me to host you for dinner? Chapter 28. The golden finger of a transmigrator. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiao Huahua's earlier bravado faded. He sat in a chair, furrowed brow and heavy heart. Soon, he retreated to his room, beginning to pack his belongings in preparation for his departure from Wutan City. Setting aside the Xiao family's decline, he pondered the attitudes of those who had once been subservient. The 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills extorted from Han Batian would not go unpunished. After all, the Han family held significant influence in Wutan City, having just insulted the Han brothers. How could a mere fighting practitioner like Xiao Huahua hope to contend with the Han family? Damn it! Xiao Huahua could not contain his expletives. He grappled with the absurdity of his circumstances. Others, having transmigrated, were bestowed with golden fingers or extraordinary talents, while he found himself in such a dire predicament. Just 3 days prior, the original Xiao Huahua had drowned after drunkenly falling into a ditch. Upon transmigrating from Blue Star, he quickly grasped the memories of this world, experiencing a moment of elation. In Blue Star, he had been a lowly individual, barely earning 2,000 a month. Now, he found himself as a prominent heir in this realm. What luck it was to be reborn. He had been ready to soar and indulge in a life of extravagance. But the Xiao family had met its demise, over 30 members slaughtered in a single night. Xiao Huahua felt utterly devastated. He then recalled that in this world, he had a beautiful fiancée. His future father-in-law held considerable power in Wutan City. The Han family owed much of their current standing to the Xiao family. Moreover, Xiao Yan and Han Batian were sworn brothers, enjoying a close bond. Thus, Xiao Huahua felt a flicker of hope as he envisioned a life of luxury, supported by his advantageous wife and father-in-law. Alas, reality proved otherwise. Upon witnessing the downfall of the Xiao family, Han Batian began preparing to seize their assets. Yet, Xiao Huahua's unexpected return thwarted his plans. Initially, Han Batian had intended to eliminate Xiao Huahua at the earliest opportunity, but he later found Xiao Huahua at the Han residence, demanding to fulfill their marriage contract. This news spread throughout Wutan City. To maintain appearances and protect Han Shuer's reputation, the annulment scene unfolded. Although Xiao Huahua had been a lowly individual in his past life, he was no fool. He knew that relying on the Han family was no longer viable. He needed to seek a new path. Having read numerous novels with similar plots, he understood that after the annulment, the Han family would likely eliminate him. Since he had to flee anyway, he might as well extort 10 bottles of qi-condensing pills first. In this world, where cultivation reigned supreme, a strong fist could command respect anywhere. 10 bottles of Qi condensing pills would be sufficient for him to ascend to the rank of a fighting master. He had initially believed that transmigrating to this world would herald the start of a new life, one filled with prestige and the promise of soaring to great heights. Instead, he found himself fleeing for his life, longing for his previous existence, though it was fraught with hardship, long hours without pay, and no social security. It was still preferable to the constant threat of death. With his belongings in tow, Xiaohuahua reached the city outskirts and collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Heaven above, I've endured enough hardships in my previous life. Why must you torment me in this one? He lamented. What have I done to deserve such a fate? Why must my life be so cruel? Suddenly, a mechanical voice interrupted his despair. Detection indicates that the host perceives an injustice in their fate. System binding complete. Finally. You've arrived, System Daddy. Xiaohuahua exclaimed, his previous sorrow evaporating as he erupted into laughter. I knew that the dashing and charismatic me would not be left unassisted. It turns out the cheat device has finally come. Host, Xiaohuahua Realm. 3rd stage fighter skill, shameless specialty, thick skin points. 0. A figure panel appeared on the system interface. As Xiaohuahua beheld it, his lips twitched, and 3 dark lines formed on his forehead. What did it mean that his skill was shameless and his specialty was thick-skinned? He felt an overwhelming urge to grab a kitchen knife and sever the connection to this absurd system. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. Recognizing the advantages this system could bestow upon him as a transmigrator. How can I survive in this world of fighting spirit? He inquired eagerly. This system can traverse the heavens and the earth and accomplish anything. With sufficient points, I can create an aircraft carrier for you, the system replied. Xiaohuahua trembled with excitement, feeling invigorated, his cheeks flushed. Wow, System Daddy, you're incredible, he stammered, envisioning a future where he ruled the fighting spirit continent from an aircraft carrier. How do I earn points? By exchanging items, the system answered. Exchanging? He murmured, then asked. How many points can these 10 bottles of Qi condensing pills yield? 1,000 points. Yiqiu glanced at the Qi condensation pills in Xiaohuahua's hand and spoke slowly. Only 1,000 points? I expected it to be at least 10,000. Xiaohuahua was dissatisfied but remained silent, directly exchanging all 10 bottles of Qi condensation pills. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 points. Ding, the weapon shop is now online and requires 1,000 points to unlock. Would the host like to proceed? What the hell, system, you're a bit shady. Upon hearing that the weapon shop required 1,000 points to unlock, Xiaohuahua was immediately disheartened, nearly cursing aloud. Ding, attention. 3 6th-tier martial artists are approaching the host and will arrive in 3 minutes to take the host's life. The Han family's senses are so sharp. Hearing this, Xiaohuahua furrowed his brow. At present, his strength was merely at the 3rd tier of martial arts, and facing 6th-tier martial artists meant certain death. Clearly, to evade this deadly threat, he could only rely on the system to preserve his life. His entire fortune amounted to only 1,000 points. And unlocking the weapon shop required this much. Wasn't this just harvesting the crops without leaving a root? Suddenly, Xiaohuahua noticed the ring on his finger. System, how many points can this ring be exchanged for? Upon seeing the ring, Yiqiu couldn't help but reveal a sly merchant smile. The ring is worth 4,000 points. And the remnant soul inside is valued at 1,000 points. There really is a remnant soul in there? Xiaohuahua looked at the ring in surprise. Since he had just crossed over, he had constantly heard a faint voice emanating from it, claiming to be a supreme alchemist who had fallen victim to an enemy scheme. Now reduced to such a state, the voice urged Xiaohuahua to take him as a master, teaching him supreme alchemy and ancient fire to avenge him, among other things. Just moments ago, this alchemist was still murmuring. Originally, Xiaohuahua, who was lamenting the unfairness of fate, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the alchemist's voice. Wasn't this the golden finger of a transmigrator? Defying heaven and earth, pushing through any adversaries and crushing everything in his path. But in the next moment, the system appeared. And Xiaohuahua realized that his transmigrator's golden finger was the system, not some hammer-wielding alchemist. The ring was worth 4,000 points, while the remnant soul was only worth 1,000 points. Who knows, when alive, he might not have been such a weakling. Exchange. Xiaohuahua unhesitatingly removed the ring. Chapter 29. Smoking Gains. Others choke. Once the system reached the bronze level, Yiqiu not only learned how much world essence was required to traverse a world, but he could also quickly grasp the storyline of this world during the process. Thus, even though he had never read Xiaohuahua will shatter the sky, he was thoroughly familiar with the entire plot. Xiaohuahua possessed this ring, a family heirloom from the Xiao clan. and the remnant soul of the supreme alchemist was his master, the foremost alchemist in this world. He would guide Xiao Huohua in his cultivation, teach him alchemy, and help him seize foreign flames and fortune, step by step ascending to the pinnacle of the world. He was an indispensable character. Yi Qiu's deliberate devaluation of the alchemist's worth was aimed at persuading Xiao Huohua to sell him, effectively erasing a crucial character and severely altering the course of the plot. When Xiao Huohua removed the ring and informed Yi Qiu of the exchange, it was immediately absorbed into the system space, and a surge of devouring divine power swiftly enveloped the ring. An ethereal figure appeared in the air, looking around in shock and anger. "I am the foremost alchemist. Who seeks to destroy me?" The ancient voice echoed in the ethereal space, filled with reluctance, confusion, and fury. The terrifying, devouring divine power did not cease in response to the figure's voice. Rather, it surged even more violently. A piercing cry erupted as the alchemist was instantaneously consumed by Yi Qiu. This host is truly on the right path, presenting such a grand gift right from the start. Yi Qiu smacked his lips in satisfaction. The disappearance of the alchemist not only threw the laws of this world into chaos, but also allowed Yi Qiu to gain considerable power during the devouring process, which could be converted into world essence. Most importantly, after consuming the alchemist, he acquired an extraordinary fire known as Cold Flame, ranked 11th on the list of extraordinary flames. Furthermore, Yi Qiu also copied the alchemist's entire repertoire of alchemy techniques and secrets. Thus, Xiao Huohua's exchange yielded even more items. Heavenly Creation System, Level, Stubborn Bronze, Talent, Traverse the Heavens, Skills, Copy, Summon, Calculate, Deduce, Devour, etc. World Essence, 1. 5 million, excellent, excellent. Yi Qiu looked at the system interface, nodding in satisfaction. Having arrived in this world for less than a minute, he had already amassed over 1 million world essence. He was one step closer to shedding the bronze title. Then, he opened the red exclamation mark that appeared above his head. Notice, please seize creation as soon as possible to acquire 5 million world essence, upgrading the system to Stubborn Bronze 3 and unlocking new features. Warning, traveling to this world consumes 50,000 world essence daily. If the daily required world essence is insufficient or 0, the system will self-destruct. Reading these lines, Yi Qiu felt a bit prepared, but upon seeing the daily consumption of world essence and the upgrade requirements, his earlier joy was swiftly extinguished. Sighing helplessly, he continued with his tasks. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 5,000 points. Remaining points, 6,000. Attention, 3 martial artists have less than a minute before they arrive to assassinate the host. Xiao Huohua frowned and licked his lips. System, unlock the weapon shop. Ding, the weapon shop has been unlocked. Remaining points, 5,000. Without hesitation, Xiao Huohua opened the weapon shop. The array of weapons before him left him in astonishment. My goodness, is this really the weapon shop? Xiao Huohua swallowed hard, staring intently at the displayed weapons. This is practically an armory. The weapon shop showcased an assortment of advanced firearms. From short to long, explosive to everything in between, it had it all. Xiao Huohua even spotted tanks and airplanes. And in the farthest corner, he saw an aircraft carrier. Stunned, Xiao Huohua swallowed again and said, System, tell me honestly, were you created by some arms dealer? Are these firearms meant for a holy war? Outside the city, in the dense forest, 3 figures moved swiftly, seemingly merging with the darkness. Among them, a burly man licked his parched lips and spoke in a low voice. We've found the target. Not far away, Xiao Huohua stood still, his expression somewhat indifferent. Hearing a commotion, he turned around. Bear, what are you doing here? Xiao Huohua asked calmly, feigning ignorance. Before the Xiao family fell from grace, Bear had spent a long time with Xiao Huohua. He harbored intense hatred for him. Despite being a 6th-tier martial artist himself, a noteworthy figure in Wutan City, he was often humiliated by Xiao Huohua in front of countless people. He had even once crawled under Xiao Huohua's legs in public, turning him into a laughingstock in Wutan City. This had planted the seeds of resentment deep within him. Had it not been for his fear of Xiao Yan, Bear would have already sought to kill Xiao Huohua. Today, when tasked with assassinating Xiao Huohua, Han Batian originally intended to send someone else. Bear's hatred could only be described as boundless. Thus, he seized this opportunity to personally deal with Xiao Huohua and vent his pent-up frustration. Xiao Huohua, be sensible and hand over the Qi condensation pills, lest you suffer a grievous fate. Xiong Da's cold laughter pierced the air as he cut directly to the point, avoiding any unnecessary pleasantries. As he flexed his hands, the sound of cracking bones resonated like firecrackers. These Qi condensation pills were gifted to me by my father-in-law. How dare you covet them? Do you not fear Uncle Han's retribution? Xiao Huohua swallowed hard, feigning terror as he trembled visibly, instinctively retreating several steps, his face paling significantly. Xiaohuahua, you are indeed a clever individual. Are you not aware of who sent us here? Xiongda licked his lips, his countenance grotesque. You, a dog without a home, dare to aspire to the Han family's heights, and you even have the audacity to demand 10 bottles of Qi condensation pills. Truly, you are courting death. Boss, there's no need to waste words on this brat. Let us just take action, Xiong interjected. This wretch has made our lives miserable in the past when he was in power. Today, I shall avenge both old and new grievances by torturing him to death and relieving my pent-up fury. As he spoke, Xiong lunged forward, his hand clawing outward. A dim light bursting from his palm. A fierce wind erupted, lifting the leaves from the ground. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed, accompanied by the splatter of crimson liquid in midair. Xiong froze, motionless, before collapsing to the ground moments later, a thumb-sized hole in his forehead. His eyes bulged in shock, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, while a pool of blood seeped from the back of his head. In an unexpected twist, Xiaohuahua brandished a .54 caliber firearm, a cigarette dangling from his lips, emitting wisps of smoke. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a Huazi. Taking a drag, he remarked, "When it comes to smoking, nothing beats Huazi. The others are harsh on the throat." Chapter 30. You think I can't deal with you? Second brother. Second brother. Upon witnessing Xiong fall, Xiongsan's fury erupted. How dare you, you worthless fool, kill my brother. Prepare to pay with your life. His voice thundered, veins bulging as he summoned a fierce gust of wind, sharp as a blade, slicing through the ground. Stop, third brother, Xiong shouted. Though anger coursed through him at his brother's death, he remained level-headed. Xiaohuahua was merely a third-tier fighter. How could he possibly slay a sixth-tier fighter like Xiong with a single strike? Moreover, the weapon in Xiaohuahua's hand was certainly a key factor in this shocking turn of events. As Xiongsan charged forward, his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a feral beast. Xiaohuahua remained calm, cigarette in mouth, eyes half closed, retreating a few paces to create distance. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, reverberating through the dense forest. 3 silver bullets whizzed through the air, faintly glowing, a manifestation of Xiaohuahua's condensed fighting spirit as a third-tier fighter. Crafted by Ichio, the firearm possessed immense lethality, far surpassing ordinary weapons, and capable of harnessing the wielder's power for even greater devastation. The bullets sliced through the night like the scythe of death. Sensing the aura of mortality, Xiongsan's face contorted in terror. Before he could react, he was struck, 1 bullet in his brow, another in his chest. The force of the bullets combined with the fighting spirit erupted violently, causing a gruesome explosion at the points of impact, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Xiongda trembled, breath quickening, sweat pouring from his forehead as he stared at Xiaohuahua, filled with fear and disbelief. In mere moments, Xiaohuahua had dispatched both Xiong and Xiongsan. Was this still the Xiaohuahua he knew, the once ineffectual scion of a powerful family in Wutan City? What was the weapon in Xiaohuahua's hand? Could it be a profound-grade spirit tool? Panic surged through Xiongda, and he turned to flee. Trying to escape? Xiaohuahua sneered, aiming his .54 caliber firearm. Bang! The bullet flew forth like a streak of lightning. Given Xiongda's agility and strength, he should have been able to evade the attack, but fear had rendered him paralyzed. The deafening shot echoed in the air, as the fates of Xiong and Xiongsan had already been sealed. With only thoughts of escape racing through his mind, he was utterly disoriented. A burst of blood mist erupted from Xiongda's back. Agony coursed through his body as he was forcefully propelled forward, coughing up blood mid-air before crashing to the ground. Xiaohuahua, cigarette in mouth, approached with a narrowed gaze, pointing the firearm at Xiongda's forehead, who, in terror, began to plead for mercy. In a decisive act, Xiaohuahua pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through, unleashing a catastrophic force, leaving Xiongda's head in ruins, akin to a shattered watermelon. Truly, firearms are effective, he mused, discarding the cigarette but onto the ground. As the old adage goes, no matter how skilled one is, they still fear the kitchen knife. With a firearm in hand, the world is at my feet. Regardless of one's cultivation level, a single shot can fell them. I must prioritize the advancement of technology. In a short while, Xiaohuahua searched the bodies of Xiongda and his brothers, unearthing several bottles of Qi condensation pills and weapons forged from special materials. System, let us see how much these are worth. 500 points, the cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Such a haul only nets 500 points? He pouted, recalling that he had expended 2,000 points for the .54 caliber firearm and 7 bullets. He felt he had been significantly shortchanged. However, the system did reward him with a Huazi, which was a small consolation, as he seemed to be the only one among the many who traversed to this other world to enjoy such a luxury. Without hesitation, Xiao Huahua exchanged the items for points. Yichio stored the items in the system space while also extracting the energy from Xiongde and his brothers. Utilizing the profound alchemical techniques of Yao Lao, he refined their energy into a single pill, capable of elevating Xiao Huahua to the rank of a fighter. While firearms were undoubtedly powerful, it was essential for Xiao Huahua to bolster his own strength to unleash even greater potential. Otherwise, when faced with fighters or greater adversaries, even wielding a Gatling gun or a rocket launcher would be futile, merely a FA-odd of strength. Ding. 500 points have been credited. Remaining points, 2,500. Ding. Host has slain assassins, causing a setback to Han Baishan's forces. Reward, 2,000 points. Remaining points, 4,500. Is there a points reward for this? Xiao Huahua inquired. System. Does this mean that as long as I overcome challenges or inflict damage upon my enemies, I will receive corresponding point rewards? Indeed, Yichio replied. It was evident that a keen observer could decipher the system's mechanics, saving Yichio considerable effort in explanations. Ding. The elixir store is now online. Requiring 1,000 points to activate. Host, will you activate it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua pondered. Although he had effortlessly dispatched Xiongde and his brothers with his firearm, it did not guarantee efficacy against those of superior cultivation. Moreover, the destructive power of weapons in the store would scale with the user's cultivation level. If he attempted to assassinate Han Batian or Han Feilong with his current fighter capabilities, it would undoubtedly be futile. The news of Xiongde and his brother's demise would reach Han Batian in no time, and he would surely send another wave of assassins. Perhaps Han Feilong will take action himself. Without hesitation, Xiao Huahua directly spent 1,000 points to unlock the alchemy shop. Ding. The alchemist shop is now accessible. The Dough Master pill costs 2,000 points. Once consumed, it allows the host to step into the realm of Dough Master without any side effects. My goodness, is this pill really that powerful? After checking the effects, Xiao Huahua couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the system is all-powerful. With the system in hand, the world is mine. No need for arduous cultivation or enlightenment. Just one pill, humming a little tune. What a splendid poem. How handsome and talented I am. Yichio, upon hearing this, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems that Xiao Huahua's assessment is spot on. His skills are shameless, and he possesses an exceptionally thick skin. Exchange. Xiao Huahua eagerly declared. Ding. The Dough Master pill has been successfully exchanged. Remaining points, 500. A glossy black pill, exuding a fragrant aroma, appeared in Xiao Huahua's hand. Alas. System, why didn't you reward me with some cash this time? Xiao Huahua inquired. Ding. The credit system is now online, requiring 500 points to activate. The host can obtain items on credit, with the consumed points deducted directly from the host's next earnings, without interest. Note, limited to once per day. Is there such a good thing as credit? And without interest? Does this mean I can borrow freely in the future? Xiao Huahua, with a beaming face, couldn't wait to activate it. He then hurriedly opened the credit shop, eager to see what items it contained. System, you are quite greedy. A pack of cash cost 1,000 points. And there is only cash available. Xiao Huahua's expression darkened instantly, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap set by the system. Ding. Would you like to borrow a pack of cash? Yichio observed Xiao Huahua's expression, a smile playing on his lips, and remarked calmly, Little one, do you think I can't handle you? Chapter 31. Ambush on Han Feilong. The Han family is situated in the bustling center of Wutan City. 6 grand mansions are nestled together, exuding an air of grandeur and nobility. In one elegantly decorated room filled with antique treasures, Han Batian sipped his tea and asked, How long has Bear gone? It's been nearly an hour, Han Feilong replied, picking up a small mirror to admire his reflection. An hour? Han Batian frowned slightly. Brother. Bear and the others have often been humiliated by that Xiao Huahua. Han Feilong remarked, These kids are probably venting all the humiliation they suffered at Xiao Huahua's hands. There's no need to worry. Xiao Huahua is just a useless third-tier Dough Master. Killing him is as simple as squashing an ant. What do you know? Han Batian suddenly interjected, Xiao Huahua is behaving unusually today, as if he is a completely different person. Although he tries to disguise it, he cannot hide from my eyes. Brother, are you being overly cautious? Han Feilong said, putting away the mirror and adjusting his posture. Xiao Huahua is nothing but a waste, accustomed to luxury. He is merely looking to swindle us out of some money now that the Xiao family has fallen. No, the situation is far more complex than that. Han Batian pondered for a moment before continuing. Xiao Yin is known for his deep scheming, and his connections beyond Wutan City are intricate. Though Xiao Huahua is frivolous and incompetent, he is not a fool. Logically, the Xiao family should have been annihilated, yet Xiao Huahua escaped unscathed. Upon learning of his family's demise, instead of fleeing, He returned to Wutan City to seek me out, which is entirely out of character for him. Are you suggesting that Xiao Yan left a backup plan? That's why Xiao Huahua has the audacity to confront us? Han Feilong, not being foolish himself, furrowed his brow and spoke seriously. There is a possibility, Han Batian replied. Perhaps Xiao Yan already suspected we would take action against him, but lacked proof. He must also realize that once he is gone, the Han family will undoubtedly seize the Xiao family's assets and eliminate any remaining threats. Therefore, I worry Xiao Huahua has such confidence. It likely stems from Xiao Yan's connections outside Wutan City. After pondering for a moment, Han Batian instructed, Second brother, you must go personally to prevent any unforeseen complications. Understood. Han Feilong nodded and set off immediately. Han Batian remained in his chair, feeling restless. After a while, he stood up and began pacing the room. Xiao Yan, even in death you do not grant peace. At that moment, while Han Batian and Han Feilong were conversing, a figure appeared in the Han family courtyard. This figure was evidently familiar with the Han family, easily evading the guards. Soon, he arrived at the back garden. Standing before a rockery. The rockery had a curved hole, and Xiao Huahua reached in, quickly finding a button. Buzz. The rockery began to tremble, splitting in two. A secret passage revealed itself before Xiao Huahua's eyes. Old man, did you ever think I would discover your carefully hidden secret? Xiao Huahua licked his lips and stepped confidently into the secret chamber. Inside, various precious items were displayed. Goodness! Xiao Huahua exclaimed, his eyes wide at the sight of the treasures. There were all sorts of pills and weapons. I never imagined this old fellow had such deep reserves. Almost drooling. He opened a box that contained a book titled Fierce Lion Combat Body, a high-grade yellow-level manual. After a brief glance, he tucked it into his bosom. System, just look at all these items. How many points can I exchange for them? Xiao Huahua asked. Ding. You can exchange for 15,000 points. Yichio responded. Exchange. Xiao Huahua licked his lips and said without hesitation. Ding. Item exchange successful. The host has gained 15,000 points, with 1,000 deducted for credit, leaving a balance of 14,000 points. Yichio, with a thought, absorbed everything in the room into the system space, subsequently devouring it to convert it into the essence of the world. This host is quite clever, knowing to keep the manual. Having cultivation without any martial skills is futile. I was even thinking of absorbing the martial skills and selling them to Xiao Huahua. It seems I must avoid choosing time travelers as hosts in the future. They are too difficult to deceive. Yichio mused, reminiscing about Wang Tong. Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Han Feilong's first stop was to check on Bear and the others. The room was empty. Han Feilong frowned slightly, contemplating before deciding to head to the dense woods outside the city. After leaving the Han residence, Han Feilong moved swiftly, like the wind, through the streets. Suddenly, his expression changed as he sensed danger. He swiftly shifted his body half a step back. With a loud bang, countless sparks erupted from the wooden door to his left. A powerful force instantly reduced the heavy wooden door to splinters. Who dares to ambush me? Han Feilong exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out as he stared at the destroyed door. Had he not moved back at the last moment, he would have suffered the same fate. On the roof to his right, Xiao Huahua lay prone, aiming a sniper rifle, clearly seeing Han Feilong in his sights. Wow, I underestimated Han Feilong. I thought I could take him out easily. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Huahua shouted softly before taking aim at Han Feilong, pulling the trigger repeatedly. 3 bullets whistled through the air, infused with dome master power. With a resounding explosion, the area where Han Feilong stood erupted, yet he remained unharmed, clearly having been well prepared. Emerging from a blazing inferno, his gaze swept across the surroundings, instantly honing in on the position of Xiao Huahua. I am eager to discover who you truly are. Daring enough to ambush me in the heart of Wutan City. With a thunderous roar, Han Feilong unleashed his formidable power. In a heartbeat, his palm descended, unleashing a fierce gust that tore the rooftop asunder. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Huahua leaped to evade this lethal strike. As he landed on the street, Han Feilong was upon him in an instant, transforming his hand into a claw, enveloped in swirling fighting spirit. A phantom loomed ominously above his palm. Undeterred, Xiao Huahua remained composed. Having consumed a medicinal pill, he had entered the realm of a Dome Master, yet he still fell short compared to Han Feilong. Moreover, the seemingly ordinary techniques employed by Han Feilong hid lethal intent. He was utilizing the lion claw from the Mad Lion battle body, capable of devastatingly piercing through opponents in an instant. Maintaining his distance, Xiao Huahua swiftly drew a .54 caliber firearm from his waist. The gunshot echoed. As the bullet whizzed through the air, it tore through Han Feilong's palm, leaving a gruesome mess. A piercing scream followed. Han Feilong clasped his mangled hand. his eyes ablaze with fury and sweat pouring down his brow. Upon seeing Xiaohuahua, his rage intensified, mingled with surprise. Although uncertain of the weapon Xiaohuahua wielded, Han Feilong could ascertain from his movements that Xiaohuahua was no mere trifling Do fighter of the third stage, but a formidable Do master, akin to himself. Chapter 32. The slaying of Han Batian of the Han family felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The twitching of his eyelids amplified this discomfort, rendering him restless. Suddenly, the previously serene courtyard erupted into chaos, as if a disturbance had broken out. "Master, something is amiss." An urgent voice called from outside. Han Batian's expression shifted abruptly as he strode to the door and flung it open. A servant stood before him, head bowed and breathing heavily. "What has happened?" Han Batian inquired. "The east wing has caught fire. The flames are fierce, engulfing half the building." The servant replied, gasping for breath. "What?" Han Batian exclaimed, his breath quickening. His eyes narrowed, glancing toward the east wing, where flickering flames were faintly visible. That wing housed his treasures. Without hesitation, Han Batian rushed toward the east wing, but then halted, frowning as he turned back to the servant still standing at the door. "Why are you still standing there? Go extinguish the fire." "Yes," the servant replied, but suddenly his frantic demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy calm. Han Batian sensed something amiss, and he activated his fighting spirit, preparing to strike preemptively. Bang! The gunshot shattered the night. Yet, Han Batian, a ninth-stage Do master, was well prepared. The shot missed him, instead exploding against a pillar behind him. His eyes glowed crimson, akin to dripping blood, as he glared at the servant. "Who are you to dare ambush me?" Xiaohuahua lifted his gaze, a seemingly harmless smile gracing his lips. "Dear father-in-law, it saddens me that you have forgotten your son-in-law so quickly." "You, Xiaohuahua." Han Batian was taken aback, bewildered as to why Xiaohuahua would appear here. His astonishment quickly morphed into cold indifference. Since the fall of Xiaoyin, Han Batian, as a ninth-stage Do master, had rightfully claimed the title of the strongest in Wutan City. Having experienced numerous bloody battles, he quickly regained his composure. Although he did not understand why Xiaohuahua was present, he dismissed him as nothing more than a trifling Do fighter of the third stage, not worthy of fear. "I never expected you to seek me out. Xiaohuahua, you possess a remarkable audacity," he said, his tone low. "You choose to tread the path to hell when there is a road to heaven available. Go join your father, Xiaoyan." A thunderous roar erupted from Han Batian's very being. He could not afford to underestimate the situation. After all, Xiaoyan had connections beyond Wutan City. And perhaps he had already allied with Xiaohuahua, which emboldened this boy to appear here. The aura of a ninth-stage Do master surged forth, augmented by the power of the Mad Lion battle body, rendering Han Batian's presence terrifyingly formidable. A fierce wind whipped up, sending dust swirling and tearing the ground asunder, creating deep fissures. In a blinding flash, a golden lion phantom materialized behind Han Batian, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a fierce intent, Han Batian struck first. Disregarding the possibility of hidden adversaries, he must eliminate Xiaohuahua at once. Bang! 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 Seeing this, Xiaohuahua fired multiple shots. Silver bullets sliced through the darkness, propelled by a fierce wind. Infused with Do master energy, their power was magnified, resembling the scythe of death as they swept forward. Clang! Han Batian countered, his dense fighting spirit blocking each incoming bullet. Boom! The collision of the bullets and fighting spirit ignited a violent explosion, shattering nearby pillars and rock faces, leaving a deep crater in the ground. A Do master. Han Batian staggered back, astounded. Although he remained unaware of the nature of Xiaohuahua's weapon, its astonishing power was evident. The unleashed fighting spirit was unmistakably that of a Do master. It seemed his earlier assumptions had proven correct. Xiaohuahua's apparent frivolity and incompetence had been mere ruses. Xiaoyan had secretly nurtured his son and left behind a contingency plan. Even though Han Batian had not been struck by the bullets, he had successfully deflected them. Yet, a searing pain erupted in his palm, akin to being scorched by flames, causing it to tremble slightly. "This old fool is indeed formidable," Xiaohuahua murmured, his expression gravely serious. Bang! Bang! Xiaohuahua fired 2 more shots, the bullets whistling through the air, glaringly bright against the backdrop of darkness. However, Han Batian deftly evaded each one. The more he witnessed, the more alarmed he became. Although Xiaohuahua had reached the realm of a Do master, he still seemed insufficient compared to Han Batian. Yet, the weapon capable of producing such thunderous sounds was truly daunting. Han Batian realized that should he be struck by this weapon, even he would meet his end. Nevertheless, Han Batian was a wily fox, aware that the use of such a weapon would undoubtedly deplete Xiaohuahua's fighting spirit. After all, such a powerful weapon could not be wielded continuously by just anyone. Indeed, Xiao Huahua's complexion had begun to pale, and his hand holding the weapon trembled slightly. Although the tremor was faint, it did not escape Han Beishan's keen observation. Humph, Xiaoyan. Although you have trained Xiao Huahua to be a dome master and gifted him this peculiar weapon, his low level indicates a lack of combat experience. Such a weapon can only achieve surprise success in a single strike. Should he fail, he will surely meet his demise. Han Batian mused internally, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He prepared to unleash the full extent of the Mad Lion battle body, intending to eliminate Xiao Huahua in one fell swoop and seize the weapon from his grasp. In doing so, even a formidable dome master would be vulnerable to his strike. With a roar, Han Batian was enveloped in a dim golden light. A torrent of fighting spirit surged within him, causing his physique to visibly expand several-fold, tearing through his garments. Suddenly, he extended his hands like claws and stepped forward. In an instant, a piercing lion's roar erupted. Behind Han Batian, a golden beast revealed its fierce fangs and let out a terrifying growl. In a flash, Han Batian lunged forward, followed closely by the phantom of the mighty beast behind him, appearing as a raging lion charging headlong. At that moment, the remaining fighting spirit within Xiao Huahua was dwindling, allowing him only enough strength for one last time to channel his energy into the bullet. Yet, he remained unperturbed, standing firm as if rooted to the ground. Observing this, Han Batian couldn't help but smirk coldly. He then launched a ferocious attack, intent on eliminating Xiao Huahua with a single strike. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huahua, as if performing a magic trick, produced a flashbang, pulled the ring, and gently tossed it to the ground. Bang! A shrill sound erupted. Immediately, a blinding white light pierced through Han Beishan's eyes like a multitude of sharp swords, leaving him momentarily blinded and incapacitated. Ah, my eyes! My eyes! Han Batian screamed in terror, covering his eyes. Old fool, if you wish to kill me, you'll have to wait for the next life. Xiao Huahua raised the 54 caliber weapon, a faint smile gracing his lips, and decisively pulled the trigger, channeling all his might into the bullet. Thud! The bullet penetrated Han Beishan's skull, instantly creating a gaping wound. Chapter 33. No snowflakes. No floating. Having dispatched Han Batian, Xiao Huahua collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his hair soaked and disheveled, resembling a drenched chicken. Sitting on the ground, he retrieved a cigarette, trembling as he lit it and inhaled deeply. That encounter had indeed been perilous, and he was grateful he had exchanged for a flashbang in advance. Otherwise, he would have perished right there. In the original storyline, Xiao Huahua had followed Elder Yao into the mountains for a year of training before returning to Wutan City to eliminate the Han brothers. Now, with Han Batian's fall, the narrative of this world had advanced by a considerable fraction, causing a slight disturbance in its laws, yet not enough to incite chaos. Yichio had only acquired 200,000 units of world essence from this. This time, I was careless, Yichio sighed softly, reflecting, in the future, I must avoid making the protagonist the host. I underestimated the power of this world's consciousness. Although Yichio had absorbed Elder Yao and gained 1,000,000 units of world essence, he believed he had altered the course of the world and the progression of its narrative. However, in reality, the laws and patterns of this world had not changed in the slightest. It was as if Yichio had merely supplanted Elder Yao's position, aiding Xiao Huahua in ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Even though Xiao Huahua currently wielded firearms, which deviated from the original setting of this world, the plot continued to advance normally, remaining on its intended trajectory. After all, Xiao Huahua was the protagonist, still receiving assistance in reaching the apex of the world. Thus, regardless of Yichio's actions, it would be challenging to disrupt the laws of this world, unlike in Wang Teng's realm, where a significant breach in the world's laws occurred. The only means to gain fortune and acquire world essence in this world was to rapidly propel the narrative forward, accomplishing what would typically take decades within a few short years. Furthermore, Yichio dared not act recklessly. The consciousness of this world was formidable. Or perhaps it was due to his own low level. Yichio had simulated scenarios where, should he dare to manifest within this world, his amassed 1,000,000 units of world essence would vanish in an instant, leading to his disintegration. Fortunately, aside from hastening the narrative, there was another avenue to obtain world essence, by devouring and exchanging items to extract fortune and transform it into world essence. Otherwise, relying solely on advancing the plot would make accumulating 5,000,000 units of world essence quite difficult. It was uncertain whether Xiao Huahua could gather enough by the time he reached the pinnacle of this world. Thus, after the destruction of the Han family, Yichio resolved not to engage in the same strategizing manner as in Wang Teng's world. Instead, He would only expedite the narrative's progression at critical moments and subtly guide Xiaohuahua in certain matters to acquire world essence. Otherwise, any attempts to cut corners might result in a loss rather than a gain. Ding. The destruction of the Han family rewards the host with 20,000 points. Remaining points, 30,000. Ding. A 6th grade Dome Master Pill requires 10,000 points. Does the host wish to exchange? Yi Qiu extracted all the energy from the Han brothers, employing his profound alchemical skills to maximize their power. He had anticipated that after Xiaohuahua consumed the pill, even if he didn't break through to the Great Dome Master realm, he would at least reach the 9th rank of Dome Master. However, to his surprise, he only attained the 6th rank of Dome Master. After battling Han Batian, Xiaohuahua realized that no matter how superior the equipment, one must rely on one's own strength to unleash its full potential. Han Batian was merely the weakest of many future adversaries. Yet he had nearly cost Xiaohuahua his life. Without hesitation, he expended 10,000 points to exchange for the 6th grade Dome Master Pill. After resting briefly, Xiaohuahua thoroughly searched Han Batian's belongings, expecting to accumulate a substantial amount of points. After all, as members of the Han family, they surely possessed items of great value. However, he found only 2 bottles of pills, which amounted to a mere 2,000 points. Look at you, old fool, basking in glory and revered by many. Who would have thought you were actually a pauper? Is this all there is? And you aspire to be the leading family in Wutan City? Xiaohuahua muttered a few curses before departing from the Han estate. He hadn't realized he had already emptied the Han family's wealth long ago. A month later, deep within a mountain, Xiaohuahua was engaged in combat with a 9th grade Dome Master Windwolf. After leaving Wutan City, he had ventured into a renowned perilous mountain for training. After a month of bloody battles and rigorous training, the once lanky Xiaohuahua had transformed into a robust and imposing figure. His cultivation had risen from the 6th to the 9th rank of Dome Master, and he was on the verge of entering the Great Dome Master realm. Bang! Xiaohuahua threw a punch, enveloped in golden fighting spirit. A lion's head roaring into view above his fist. With a single blow, he sent the wind wolf crashing to the ground, blood spewing from its mouth and nose. Roar! The wind wolf rose, revealing its ferocity, its eyes blood red. A torrent of winds erupted from its body, transforming into razor-sharp blades that whistled toward him. Boom! Xiaohuahua, quick on his feet, deftly evaded the wind blades. As he landed on a nearby stone, he realized his hand-to-hand combat skills were nearly honed. Now, it was time to test the upgraded 54 caliber weapon and see its true power. With that, Xiaohuahua drew the 54 caliber weapon, channeling all his strength into it. Crack! The moment he pulled the trigger, flames erupted from the barrel like a fire dragon, producing a thunderous roar. Puff! In the next moment, the bullet struck the wind wolf, resulting in a violent explosion of blood mist. With a howl, the wind wolf collapsed to the ground, its body nearly obliterated. Impressive. Truly astonishing power, it has effortlessly taken down this 9th grade Dome Master Windwolf. Xiaohuahua nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us see what kind of might is unleashed when I imprint the frenzied lion battle body into the weapon using 20,000 points. As Xiaohuahua pulled the trigger, the 54 hot weapon abruptly unleashed a phantom of a ferocious lion. Instantly, the bullet that shot forth transformed in mid-air, manifesting a colossal male lion. Claws bared and ready to devour. With a thunderous roar, an immense energy erupted, engulfing the swift wolf within its grasp, erasing it completely. Astonishingly formidable. Xiaohuahua gazed at the hot weapon, nearly drooling in awe. He had not anticipated that inscribing the Raging Lion combat technique into the weapon would allow him to unleash its power to the utmost. This was truly extraordinary. Xiaohuahua mused, if I can inscribe more combat techniques into hot weapons in the future, wouldn't that enable me to unleash powerful attacks during battles, free from cooldowns or charging times? He admired the weapon in his hands, enchanted by its potential, imagining a future where he inscribed combat techniques onto artillery and aircraft carriers. Combined with his own strength and the weapon's might, was a vision too grand to behold. Such a scenario would be akin to wielding divine power, sweeping away all opposition effortlessly. After some time, Xiaohuahua hurried to the swift wolf, extracting its beast core. Ding! Successfully exchanged for 2,000 points. Remaining points, 50,000. He took out a dagger and severed a leg from the swift wolf, hoisting it back to his dwelling. System, redeem me a crate of snowflake beer. Tonight. If the snowflakes do not fall, neither shall I. Chapter 34. The purple flame demon lion nightfall enveloped the beast mountain, teeming with both excitement and peril. Countless beasts stirred from slumber, venturing out to hunt, leaving behind trails of blood and carcasses. In the depths of the mountains, the roars of beasts echoed, accompanied by the mournful cries of those meeting their demise. None of this concerned Xiaohuahua. Within his cavern, modern comforts abounded: sofa, coffee table, stove, and a defensive device to mask his presence from the beasts outside. As Xiaohuahua often stated, while cultivating was essential, one must not neglect the quality of life. Thus, half of the points earned from hunting beasts and collecting herbs were spent on enhancing his living space. Were it not for the absence of electricity and the internet in this era, his nature would surely lead him to exchange for a computer and internet access. Spending his days in the caverns surfing the web and playing games, far more enjoyable than risking his life daily in hunts. Xiaohuahua sliced the swift wolf's meat into strips and placed them on the grill, seasoning them with cumin and pepper. The enticing aroma filled the cavern. The meat of the swift wolf was indeed delectable. He devoured a piece ravenously and opened a bottle of snowflake beer, finishing it in a few gulps. Refreshing. Truly refreshing. In the grand tapestry of time, who else among the time travelers experiences such carefree joy? Lighting a cigarette, he lounged leisurely. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the mountains, threatening to collapse the entire range. The cavern trembled as debris and dust cascaded down, the ground fissuring beneath him. The entrance's protective barrier shattered instantly. What on earth? Xiaohuahua exclaimed, scrambling from the rubble. The cavern had partially collapsed. He rushed to the exit, peering toward the source of the disturbance, the domain of the Beast Mountain Sovereign, the purple flame demon lion. This formidable creature was known to guard its territory fiercely, seldom involving itself in trivial matters. What could possibly provoke such chaos tonight? Who dared to disturb this mighty being? Xiaohuahua furrowed his brow, anxiety washing over him. If the purple flame demon lion were to unleash its wrath, the entire Beast Mountain would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. System, do you know what has transpired? He inquired. Ding. Information requires 2,000 points. Came the response from Yichio. Must it cost points? Xiaohuahua grumbled, yet he did not hesitate to pay the sum. After all, witnessing the furious demeanor of this powerful entity suggested a bloodbath was imminent. If he were caught up in it, his fate would surely be sealed. Ding. Information exchange deducted 2,000 points. Remaining points, 48,000. Yichio relayed, 3 days ago, the purple flame demon lion gave birth to a cub. Someone took advantage of the situation and stole its offspring. Clearly, this thief is no ordinary foe, possessing considerable strength. The purple flame demon lion is a beast king level creature. Even a newborn cub, though frail, should not be underestimated. Xiaohuahua declared, I must leave this place quickly. If that behemoth senses my presence, it may assume I am the one who stole its cub and swallow me whole. That would be most unfortunate. With that, he prepared to vacate the area, wishing to avoid entanglements. Ding. The purple flame demon lion expels a purple crystal flame stone every century, containing the essence of its power. Each stone can be exchanged for 10,000 points, and there are 3 in total. Are you sure you do not wish to reconsider? Yichio interjected, attempting to dissuade Xiaohuahua from leaving. In the original narrative, Xiaohuahua was forced into the struggle for the purple flame demon lion's offspring, ultimately gaining nothing. Now, with the course of events unchangeable, he could only push forward. This meant not only would Xiaohuahua gain nothing, but Yichio would as well. Surely, he would be reluctant to let such an opportunity slip by. Xiaohuahua hesitated. 30,000 points equated to hunting nearly 15 ninth-tier beasts to earn. Yet, the risk of obtaining the purple crystal flame stones was undoubtedly greater than hunting those beasts. After all, the purple flame demon lion was a beast king. A single glare or breath could obliterate him. Hence, Xiaohuahua suppressed his greed. Points were vital, but only if one remained alive to spend them. Ding. Currently, the purple flame demon lion is pursuing the thief of its offspring, leaving the cavern vulnerable, a prime opportunity to seize the purple crystal flame stones, Yichio urged. Enticing Xiaohuahua. A vulnerable cavern? That indeed presents a splendid opportunity to take a chance. Xiaohuahua felt his resolve waver. With 30,000 points within reach, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. If the purple flame demon lion was engaged in pursuit, the danger factor would surely diminish. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaohuahua donned a bulletproof vest, secured 254 hot weapons at his waist, and slung a sniper rifle over his shoulder, following Yichio's guidance toward the lair of the purple flame demon lion. Within Beast Mountain, the lion's roar thundered, resonating through the terrain and causing countless beasts to tremble and cower in submission. A colossal figure loomed in the air, exuding an air of authority. The purple flame demon lion measured 3 meters in length, shrouded in violet flames, a terrifying sight. Its black wings unfurled, spanning over 5 meters. Fangs glinted like blades, and its eyes shimmered with myriad colors, revealing its predatory intent. With a resounding roar, the lion's voice seemed to reverberate through the heavens and earth, causing tremors throughout Beast Mountain. Many towering trees toppled, flames flickered, and thick smoke billowed. "Humans, surrender my child." The purple flame demon lion bellowed, directing its ire towards a graceful figure, its voice laced with boundless fury and trepidation for its offspring's safety. "Great lion, I do not seek to steal your offspring. Only a drop of your true blood," the figure replied melodiously. "You shall not." The purple flame demon lion roared, "You have taken my child's true blood, effectively seeking his life." The Lion King reassured, "I shall exchange it with either the same item or something of even greater value." Qianing replied, "A royal grade pill and a reversion pill. Either of these far surpasses the true blood of the young lion. The reversion pill is sufficient for the young lion to recover his lost true blood and perhaps even attain a higher grade than what he currently possesses. As for the royal grade pill, its benefits are well known to you. It can shatter the shackles that have eluded you and allow you to step into a realm of greater strength. What say you, Lion King?" The purple flame demon lion pondered for a moment, feeling a stir of temptation. He then raised his head and, gazing at the figure before him, bellowed, "Human, you are all deceitful. If you truly possess these two items, then upon slaying you, they shall belong to me." In an instant, the purple flame demon lion spread its wings, resembling a violet ribbon, exuding an overwhelming aura. Qianing furrowed her brows, brandishing her sword, unleashing a dazzling light as she executed exquisite swordplay to counter him. Chapter 35, The Capture Boom. At the moment of collision between Qianing and the purple flame demon lion, a blinding brilliance erupted, illuminating the entire beast mountain. The clash of their powers stirred violent winds that rattled the branches and sent dust swirling, causing cracks to appear in the ground. Xiaohuahua, carrying a sniper rifle, swiftly approached the vicinity of the purple flame demon lion's lair. This place was a valley strewn with jagged stones, emanating a foul stench reminiscent of decades-old sewage. This was the odor of the lion's urine, saturating the valley and declaring its dominion, deterring other beasts from daring to intrude. However, today, this territory of the Beast Mountain's monarch was besieged by numerous uninvited guests. Xiaohuahua found a concealed spot, set up the sniper rifle, and began surveying the surroundings through the scope. Suddenly, a dark tiger came into view, measuring 2 meters in length and over 1 meter in height. Its formidable physique and sharp fangs radiating a fierce aura, signifying its strength as a 6th-stage great fighter. Not far to the left of the dark tiger was a silver wolf, marked by a crescent moon on its forehead, its eyes a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. A massive python, the size of a barrel, slithered forth, its dark red body flicking out a scarlet tongue. Additionally, there was a fox adorned with flame-like patterns, resembling clouds. "System, did you not say that the purple flame demon lion's lair was empty and safe? What are these beasts doing here?" Xiaohuahua gasped, breaking into a cold sweat upon spotting these formidable creatures. These were all great fighter-level beasts, far stronger than humans at the same stage. Xiaohuahua, possessing only 9th-stage fighter strength, was merely an easy target for them. Indeed, the purple flame demon lion had pursued the one who stole its offspring, leaving the lair seemingly vacant. "Host, did you not inquire if there were other beasts besides yourself seeking to steal the purple crystal flame stone?" The mechanical voice echoed in Xiaohuahua's mind, igniting a surge of frustration within him, nearly causing him to cough up blood. "System, you are truly a trap. You ought to have informed me of this beforehand." Ding. Would the host like to spend 2,000 points to obtain intelligence on the purple flame demon lion's lair? Yuchio's voice interjected. "Obtain? I can see for myself." Xiaohuahua cursed under his breath, yet he dared not make a move. For he was perilously close to the beasts, and any noise would certainly draw their attention. Roar. At that moment, the dark tiger let out a fierce roar before transforming into a bolt of black lightning, racing toward the purple flame demon lion's lair. Simultaneously, the Songyue wolf, Xinyu python, and Huiyan fox swiftly followed suit. Hiss. Just before reaching the cave entrance, the Xianyu python suddenly opened its massive jaws and lunged at the dark tiger. The dark tiger, alert, swung its tail, thick as a fist and lined with sharp barbs, striking the python's head as if wielding a chain. "Awoo!" The Songyue wolf howled, raising its forelimb to strike, its sharp claws piercing the dark tiger's body, splattering a wave of crimson liquid. Clearly, the Songyue wolf and Xianyu python had conspired to eliminate the strongest dark tiger first. Roar. The dark tiger, witnessing this, felt its eyes turn blood red. It lunged, tearing a massive chunk of flesh from the Songyue wolf's chest. Thus, the three beasts engaged in a savage battle, blood and flesh flying, the struggle fierce. Meanwhile, the Huiyan fox stood unscathed at a distance, refraining from approaching the cave or launching an attack. Watching from his hidden spot, Xiaohuahua muttered, "This fox is indeed clever," aiming to reap the benefits after the three beasts have weakened each other, striking to claim their lives. In doing so, not only would it secure 3 purple crystal flame stones, but it would also acquire 3 cores from great fighter-level beasts. Yet, prey remains prey. Can one truly expect it to profit? I will have the purple crystal stone, and I will take all 4 beast cores. Bang! Suddenly, Xiaohuahua pulled the trigger, sending a bullet crashing into the dark tiger's body, igniting a shower of sparks. The dark tiger, once dominant and poised to finish off the Tsangyue wolf, suddenly felt a jolt of pain. Its crimson eyes, akin to the harbinger of death, turned to glare at the Huiyun fox. Before it surged forward like a black lightning bolt, jaws open wide to devour. Boom! Nearby, several stones exploded into dust. The Huiyun fox, propelled like a cannonball, was violently hurled against a boulder. The dark tiger, enraged, bared its fangs, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Huiyun fox. Just then, the Xianyu python seized the moment to launch a surprise attack, its massive form coiling around the dark tiger with immense strength, rendering it defenseless. Simultaneously, it sank its fangs into the dark tiger's flesh, releasing venom. The combined force of the constriction and poison rapidly drained the dark tiger's strength. Seizing the opportunity, Yichio squeezed the trigger once more. The silver bullet flew like the wind. With a sickening sound, the head of the gravely injured Tsangyue wolf was punctured in an instant. The bullet's force, coupled with the power of a 9th-stage fighter, erupted forth as the Tsangyue wolf's head exploded, its soul extinguished amidst chaos. Bang! 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 Yichio fired several more shots, the bullets weaving through the air, striking the Xianyu python's body. With each hit, blood mist erupted, revealing multiple gaping wounds on the python's form. At this moment, although the binding force on the dark tiger had dissipated, it was already severely injured and on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the Huiyun fox, buried beneath the rubble, sprang back to its feet. Though marked by a gruesome wound and weakened, it still possessed formidable strength. Puff! The Huiyun fox conjured several fist-sized crimson orbs, hurling them rapidly. In an instant, they pierced through the bodies of both the Xianyu python and the dark tiger, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The 2 beasts fell into a pool of blood, lifeless. The Huiyun fox staggered unsteadily, yet the demise of the 3 beasts filled it with elation. Thus, the beast cores and purple crystal flame stones were all within its grasp. However, at that moment, a golden behemoth suddenly appeared in the sky, poised to wreak havoc with a single blow. Boom! Before me stood a golden beast, its formidable front paw crashing down with tremendous force, pinning the gravely injured fire cloud fox to the ground. This unleashed a remarkable display of power, as a bullet pierced through the fox's head, akin to a shattered watermelon. Xiaohuo stowed away his sniper rifle and rose from the shadows. System, exchange the corpses of these 4 demon beasts along with their cores for points. Xiaohuahua licked his lips and promptly declared, "Ding. Item exchange successful, 15,000 points. Remaining points, 63,000. Without hesitation, he dashed into the lair of the purple flame demon lion. In the darkness, he discovered 3 crystals emanating a purple light and swiftly exchanged them for 30,000 points. He knew that taking the purple flame crystals would alert the demon lion to his presence, which would immediately lead to a fierce pursuit. Xiaohuahua had no desire to be devoured by the powerful entities of the Beast Mountain because of these 3 crystals. Thus, he exchanged them for points at once and fled. This way, even if the purple flame demon lion realized the crystals had been stolen and attempted to track him, it would be at a loss. However, Xiaohuahua remained unaware that Yichio had deliberately scattered the essence of the purple flame crystals upon him to ensure the storyline would revert to its intended course, entangling Xiaohuahua in this affair and leading him to encounter the members of the Yun sect. Given Yichio's current level, he was unable to alter the progression of this world's narrative. Any forced alteration would result in his being suppressed by the world's consciousness. Hence, he could only seek minor benefits without hindering the natural flow of the plot. Yichio felt a sense of frustration, realizing he was limited by his own abilities and reliant on the protagonist. Chapter 36. The Dark Golden Giant Bear in midair, the battle raged fiercely. Brilliant sword energies clashed with the demonic aura of the purple flame demon lion, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to spiral chaotically, whipping up a series of fierce gusts. As these collided with the dense forest below, vast areas erupted. Towering trees and massive boulders were systematically obliterated, engulfed in flames and swirling mist. Both combatants were evenly matched, each struggling to gain the upper hand. The purple flame demon lion and the graceful figure were both 9th-tier battle kings. However, within this equal tier, the demon beast held a slight advantage. It was evident that the graceful figure sensed the stalemate and began to shift the scales. Thus, she concentrated her strength to its utmost potential. With a fierce thrust of her sword, numerous phantoms emerged, a mesmerizing display of power. Each illusion contained astonishing might, leaving the purple flame demon lion with no avenue of escape. In a furious roar, the lion's purple mane bristled like steel needles, suddenly shooting out with great force. When the phantoms collided with the lion's mane, a blinding light erupted in midair, illuminating much of the sky. This was soon followed by a cataclysmic inferno, as the explosive force sent powerful winds cascading outward, obliterating countless trees below. Suddenly, the purple flame demon lion charged forward, seemingly traversing space itself, lifting its mighty paw in a fierce strike. The graceful figure, caught slightly off guard, was struck as she raised her sword. The sound of metal shattering echoed as her blade broke, and the force of the lion's attack sent her crashing to the ground, expelling a torrent of blood. Like a kite severed from its string, raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, sensing an unusual disturbance, the purple flame demon lion turned its gaze toward its lair. Meanwhile, the fallen figure seized the opportunity to make her escape. The lion, realizing the purple flame crystals had been taken, unleashed a roar filled with unbridled fury that echoed throughout Beast Mountain, causing numerous demon beasts to tremble in fear. Human, you cannot escape this mountain. I shall devour you whole to quell the rage within me. With a furious flap of its wings, the purple flame demon lion summoned a tremendous gale and pursued the graceful figure. Simultaneously, Xiaohuahua, having exited the lioness lair, was met with the echoing roar of wrath that sent chills down his spine, leaving him in a state of alarm. He knew he had to leave this place immediately. The demon lion would surely return upon realizing the crystals were stolen. With my physique, I would hardly be enough to satisfy its hunger, Xiaohuahua muttered, racing towards the periphery of the lioness realm. System, tell me how to escape this mountain quickly, he inquired as he ran. The purple flame demon lion reigned as the sovereign of Beast Mountain, with all demon beasts in the deep woods bound to obey its command. Eyes were everywhere. A human, no matter where they tread, would be detected almost instantly. Ding. Establishing escape route requires 5,000 points. A mechanical voice resonated in Xiaohua's mind. Do I need points for this? If I perish, won't you be doomed as well? He cursed vehemently, but still allocated the points. Ding. 5,000 points deducted successfully. The escape route will be etched in the host's mind. Remaining points, 88,000. Suddenly, a navigational voice filled his ears, guiding him away. Following its direction, Xiaohuahua deftly evaded the watchful eyes of countless demon beasts, successfully breaking free from the dense woods and emerging into the outer mountains. Approximately an hour passed, and he found himself near the mountain's exit. Just then, a horde of crimson moon wolves burst forth, their eyes gleaming red, their fangs menacingly bared, fixating hungrily upon him. Damn it, Xiaohuahua cursed, swiftly drawing his 54 caliber firearm and pulling the trigger, unleashing the ferocity of the golden beast. With a thunderous roar, the lion struck down a crimson moon wolf with one powerful blow, its head exploding, blood splattering across the ground. With rapid fire, he emptied an entire magazine. Taking down numerous wolves, yet a dozen remained, glaring at him with predatory intent. Xiaohuahua altered his course, sprinting towards another exit, only to find it similarly besieged by demon beasts. It became evident that the entire mountain's exits were surrounded by these creatures, leaving him nowhere to flee. Curse it! Xiaohuahua stood atop a boulder, surveying the mass of demon beasts below. He knew to escape this mountain, he must eliminate the dozen or so beasts before him. This seemed an impossible task, and time was running short. The beasts had certainly alerted the purple flame demon lion to his presence. Should that powerful entity arrive, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. As countless demon beasts charged at him, Xiaohuahua steeled himself, gripping his weapons tightly and unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the advancing foes. The bullets whistled through the air, each striking down a beast, as if reaping lives with the grim reaper's scythe. Suddenly, a crimson moon wolf lunged at him, its sharp fangs aimed at his head. Reacting swiftly, he retreated several steps to create distance and fired, eliminating the beast in an instant. Yet, more demon beasts surged forward, resembling a swarm of locusts. In a moment of desperation, Xiaohuahua threw a flashbang to the ground. Boom! A blinding light erupted, temporarily dazzling many of the demon beasts. With a sudden leap, Xiaohuahua descended from the towering boulder and hastily fled into the depths of the mountain. Given the current predicament, escaping this mountain seemed utterly impossible. He could only seek refuge in the shadows while searching for another way out. As he ran for his life, he activated the system to replenish his ammunition. Soon, a horde of monstrous beasts surged towards him, darting swiftly through the dense forest. Suddenly, several of these beasts pounced. Fortunately, Xiaohuahua managed to evade them just in time, pulling the trigger to eliminate one. However, he sustained injuries, and a patch of crimson bloomed on his arm. Boom! At that moment, a massive bear, towering over 3 meters, leaped out from an unknown location. Upon landing, the ground trembled violently, causing the surrounding branches and leaves to rustle and drop. This colossal bear, cloaked in dark gold, stood upright at over 5 meters tall. Its paws resembled enormous iron plates, with sharp claws radiating a chilling aura. In the darkness, it emitted a glimmer of cold light. The appearance of this dark gold bear sent shivers down the spines of many beasts, who turned to flee. Witnessing this, Xiaohua face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was the formidable dark gold bear of the 100-Beast Mountain, possessing the strength of a third-tier doling. It was 2 realms above Xiaohua's own power. The aura exuding from this dark gold bear was suffocating, weighing heavily upon him, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down upon him. Roar. The dark gold bear let out a deafening roar, shaking the nearby trees. Xiaohua felt as though he would be torn apart by the sound, coughing up a copious amount of blood. Chapter 37. Otherworldly Fire, Cold Flame of Destruction. System. What should I do now? Xiaohua felt as if his body were being ripped apart, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The dark gold bear, a third-tier doling, was terrifyingly powerful. In contrast, he was merely a 9th-tier fighter. Even if he unleashed all his heavy weaponry against this dark gold bear, it would only amount to a mere tickle. Confrontation was futile. It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Ding. Life-threatening danger detected for the host. The cold flame of destruction is now online. In the Duki continent, there exist 32 types of otherworldly fire birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, each containing the power to defy the heavens. The cold flame of destruction ranks 11th among these, requiring 88,000 points. Note, the cold flame of destruction can only be unleashed through heavy weaponry. Reminder, a 9th-tier Great Dome Master is required to activate the cold flame of destruction. Xiaohua felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, a glimmer of hope amid despair. Yet, the requirement of a 9th-tier Great Dome Master to activate this 11th-ranked otherworldly flame plunged him into the depths of despair. It was as if he had just surfaced for air, only to be pushed back underwater, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. A 9th-tier Great Dome Master was a full realm above him. Even if he risked his life to train, he could not hope to break through. Ding. The 9th-tier Great Dome Master Pill is now available in the credit shop, requiring 20,000 points. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart felt like a roller coaster, oscillating between despair and hope. This emotional turmoil was beyond anyone's comprehension. Gritting his teeth, Xiaohua exclaimed, "System, you must be doing this on purpose, deliberately setting me up. More capitalist than capitalism itself. Since the host possesses such ironclad determination, this system can only offer the 9th-tier Great Dome Master Pill or the Cold Flame of Destruction." Yuchio replied, "Don't, System Daddy, I was wrong. I'll exchange. Upon hearing that items would be delisted, Xiaohua's face turned nearly green, and he hurriedly made the exchange. A trap is a trap, but it is far better than losing one's life. Yuchio smirked, "Little one, can I not handle you? To be explicit, I am setting you up deliberately. Otherwise, how would I seize the opportunities to upgrade the world's essence?" Ding. The Cold Flame of Destruction has been successfully exchanged and inscribed into the heavy weaponry. The credit shop has been activated, and the 9th-tier Great Dome Master Pill has been successfully exchanged. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from the 54 heavy weapons in his grasp. The aura they radiated summoned a spectacle of nature. In an instant, it was as though the surroundings had transformed into an illusion, revealing a cold flame, a manifestation of a mysterious rune. Upon closer inspection, countless lines intertwined, capable of freezing all things while simultaneously incinerating them. A truly terrifying sight. Boom. In an instant, the surroundings were frozen, only to explode moments later. From the shattered ice emerged red sparks, flames fused with molten magma. The cold flame of destruction, as its name implies, can freeze everything and burn everything. Bang. The moment the extraordinary force of the cold flame of destruction radiated outward, it blew apart a significant portion of the dark gold bear's body, blood gushing forth. Roar. The dark gold bear let out a furious roar, its eyes glinting red as if dripping blood. Mysteriously injured by an unseen force, the towering beast of the 100-Beast Mountain howled in rage, its wrath palpable. It then fixed its gaze upon Xiaohua, as if bearing an ancient grudge, raising its paw to strike down. Boom. The ground erupted violently. After consuming the 9th-tier Great Dome Master Pill, Xiaohua's injuries healed in an instant. A surge of power coursed through him. As the bear's paws struck the ground, he leaped into the air, narrowly evading the lethal attack. With his eyes glinting like lightning, he grasped the 54 heavy weaponry, embodying the essence of a vengeful spirit. At that moment, he pulled the trigger, and a bullet whistled through the air, transforming into a golden lion mid-flight. The surface of the lion shimmered with cold patterns, unleashing a staggering force. Roar! The lion's might resounded, echoing throughout the 100 Beasts Mountain. The pursuing purple flame demon lion was momentarily stunned, its eyes reflecting a flicker of trepidation. Flapping its wings, it soared towards the source of the lion's roar, declaring its dominance. Simultaneously, the dark gold bear trembled at the sight of the approaching lion. At this moment, it yearned to flee but found itself rooted to the spot, paralyzed. The divine power of the cold flame of destruction had already frozen the surroundings, while the flames crashed forward like monstrous waves. The bear was now coated in frost, flames flickering beneath the icy surface. The dark gold bear howled incessantly, alternating between the extremes of cold and heat, tearing at its very flesh and battering its internal organs. Plop! Suddenly, the lion imbued with otherworldly fire lunged forward, and with a powerful bite, it seized the dark gold bear's body. The immense strength erupted in an explosive blast, resonating with a thunderous roar. The dark gold bear was consumed by the cold flame of destruction, instantly reduced to fragments scattered across the land. Phew! The moment he pulled the trigger, Xiaohuahua had completely exhausted his Duki. With his nerves finally unwinding after the intense strain, he saw the dark gold bear slain. It felt as though his top body had finally relaxed. Meanwhile, the lurking beasts, witnessing this spectacle, were already terrified and dared not advance, fleeing in disarray. Soon after, Xiaohuahua collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. After a moment, he attempted to rise and leave the area. The tremendous commotion would surely attract the attention of the purple flame demon lion, which would undoubtedly arrive without delay, even in his prime. He would be no match for the lion. However, with his Duki entirely depleted, he found himself utterly powerless, his eyelids feeling as heavy as if weighed down by lead. The world around him flickered in and out of darkness. When his vision dimmed once more, it did not return to brightness. Xiaohuahua, utterly exhausted, succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the purple flame demon lion sensed an overwhelming surge of power resonating in the air. Upon closer inspection, it detected a duality of icy and fiery forces erupting simultaneously. Could this be? The realization struck the purple flame demon lion, prompting it to flap its wings with renewed vigor, hastening its descent to the battleground where Xiaohuahua clashed with the dark golden giant bear. Yet, upon arrival, the arena lay desolate. Amidst the shattered earth, the demon lion felt a biting chill alongside the fervor of flames, further solidifying its conjecture. Indeed, it was the formidable cold flame of the 11th rank on the leaderboard. The demon lion murmured, a fervent gleam igniting in its eyes. Subsequently, lurking in the shadows, the beasts that had witnessed the earlier skirmish conveyed the events to the purple flame demon lion through some arcane means. The human who had stolen my progeny possesses imperial-grade pills and ancestral revival elixirs. The same human who pilfered the purple crystal flame stone wields the cold flame. The purple flame demon lion declared, both individuals are gravely injured now. The and elixirs are ripe for the taking. Thus, I can transcend and evolve to the realm with ease, and with the power of achieving, or even is merely a matter of time. Chapter 38. Ziyun. When Xiaohuahua regained consciousness, he found himself within a cavern adorned with luminescent ice. Through the flickering light, he beheld a graceful silhouette turned away from him, emanating a delicate fragrance throughout the chamber. You have awakened. A chilling voice abruptly echoed. Xiaohuahua regarded the figure without a shred of fear, surmising that she was the one responsible for stealing the purple flame demon lion's progeny. After all, no one else could have rescued him, and his system provided no warnings. Despite the peril they faced, both were targets of the purple flame demon lion. Akin to two grasshoppers on the same string. Is there anything to eat? Xiaohuahua asked nonchalantly, his demeanor unfazed. The silhouette tossed him a piece of dried food, stating, there is water nearby. After a month of subsisting on barbecues and hot pots, he found himself gnawing on the dry biscuit, reminiscent of chewing on dirt. He yearned to exchange points for a sumptuous meal as a reward for himself, but alas, his points had long since vanished, leaving him in debt to the system. Truly the bane of capitalism. He grumbled inwardly. System, do you possess any information regarding this individual? He inquired. Affirmative. It requires 5,000 points, came the reply. By the heavens. You are indeed a leech, Xiaohuahua retorted, displeased. We've been together for quite some time. Surely we have some rapport. Must you be so mercenary? Besides, you've drained my points dry, and I owe you 20,000 points. What do you expect me to use for information? System Dad, could you possibly show some leniency? Xiaohuahua implored. Yet, the frigid response that awaited him was simply, no. You are indeed a miser, not willing to part with a single coin. He muttered through gritted teeth, wishing he could dismember Yichio. Warning, warning. Host displays malicious intent. The system may choose to abandon the host. Wait. Xiao Huahua panicked upon hearing the alarm. System Dad, no? I was wrong. Grandfather, no. Ancestor, I apologize. I promise not to do it again. Please don't leave me. With sustenance in his belly, he felt revitalized. Stretching lazily, he utilized his audacity to initiate conversation. Ah, miss, what brand of perfume are you wearing? It smells divine. Reminiscent of a delicate jasmine fragrance that invigorates the senses. Rising, he approached the campfire, blinking at the silhouette, only to be momentarily mesmerized. This individual possessed an ethereal beauty, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, akin to a lotus blooming unsullied from the mud. Like a celestial being descended to earth, she stood out amidst the mundane world. A glance can captivate a city, another glance can enthrall a nation. Suddenly, a sharp blade clanged against Xiao Huahua's shoulder, the fierce sword energy slicing through his skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Alarmed, he raised his hands in surrender, his expression one of sheer panic. Calm down, calm down. I harbor no ill intentions. The silhouette regarded him with piercing eyes, her lips as crimson as her teeth. Should there be a next time, I shall gouge out your eyes. With that, she sheathed her sword. Xiao Huahua patted his chest, still shaken. This woman is indeed ruthless. Merely a glance nearly cost me my life. Greetings, I am Xiao Huahua. 20 years of age, hailing from Wutan City, unmarried and still single. May I inquire your name, miss? He wiped the blood from his neck, feigning nonchalance regarding the earlier incident. The silhouette cast a glance at him, her dark brows furrowing slightly, before finally responding. Ziyun. Purple Qi rises from the east, accompanied by clouds. What a splendid name. Xiao Huahua complimented, unabashedly. Ziyun paid him no mind, focusing intently on a purple object before her, resembling an egg. Its surface etched with faint patterns, exuding a fierce aura alongside a searing heat. Is this the progeny of the purple flame demon lion? Xiao Huahua pondered, suddenly enlightened. A lion lays eggs? Surely this is absurd. The progeny of the purple flame demon lion takes shape within a shell, protecting the young demon while encapsulating the essence of its bloodline. Thus, not only is the little demon safeguarded, but it also absorbs the shell's power. Once the strength is fully absorbed, the young demon shall emerge. Do you not know this basic knowledge? Did your master not enlighten you? Ziyun queried. Well, I genuinely did not know, Xiao Huahua admitted. As for my master, it's complicated. He tends to be rather demanding, insisting on gifts before he divulges any information. Ziyun ignored his subtle complaints. Meanwhile, he accessed the system interface to review the accumulated world essence. Earlier, while hunting beasts, he had been busy extracting energy and converting it into world essence. Heavenly Creation System. Level, Stubborn Bronze. Talent, Traversing the Heavens. Skills, Replicate, Create, Extract, Simulate, Deduce, Devour, etc. World Essence. 2. 3 million. Not bad, not bad. Over the past month, after deducting the daily consumption of 50,000 world essence, he had still managed to amass another 800,000. He should be able to ascend a tier in the Cloud Sect. Licking his lips, he began to strategize how to extract more energy upon entering the Cloud Sect. In the original tale, after Xiao Huahua's encounter with Ziyun and the events surrounding the purple flame demon lion, she granted him a token for an inner disciple of the Cloud Sect. In that environment, Xiao Huahua flourished, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Moreover, he acquired the 9th rank, the 3,000 Thunder Flames. Yichio certainly would not let such an opportunity slip away, contemplating how best to manipulate Xiao Huahua to convert energy into world essence. At that moment, both Xiao Huahua and Ziyun gazed upon the purple eggshell. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the cave, causing tremors and dislodging countless particles of dust and stone. Humans emerge. At this moment, the voice of the purple flame demon lion reverberated throughout the valley, akin to the deafening roar of thunder. Subsequently, a tempestuous force erupted within this terrain, with flames and thick smoke visible in every direction. You take this eggshell and leave first. Ziyun pondered for a moment before earnestly addressing Zaiwo. Despite an indescribable aversion towards the individual before her, who appeared to be nothing more than a slick-tongued street thug, Ziyun understood that her escape from the clutches of the purple flame demon lion was largely due to Zaiwohuo's intervention. She sensed the aura of the purple crystal flame stone emanating from him, which elucidated everything. It was precisely for this reason that she had chosen to aid him during their flight. Most importantly, Ziyun had detected the chilling power of the fierce flames at the very spot where Zaiwo had collapsed. This was the primary motive behind her actions. For some inexplicable reason, Ziyun felt an undeniable trust towards Zaiwo, which compelled her to hand over the purple eggshell and depart. Don't be foolish, Zaiwo said with a grave expression. Since the purple flame demon lion has found this place, do you think it will let us leave unscathed? I assure you, aside from that demon lion, countless other beasts are lurking in the shadows. Thus, escaping from here is far from a simple task. He continued. The only way to leave is to defeat the purple flame demon lion. Even if you surrender this eggshell now, it will be of no avail. You are already aware of what I possess, and the demon lion is equally informed. Clearly, it seeks our lives and treasures. Therefore, we must fight with all we have. Xiaohuo then leaned close to Ziyun's ear and began to unveil the next phase of their plan. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's gaze towards him shifted, filled with doubt. Could it be that the lascivious demeanor he had displayed earlier and the current Xiaohuo were truly the same person? Chapter 39, The Fiery Cloud Companions in the Original Narrative. Although Xiaohuo was thick-skinned, he did not resemble the street thug he appeared to be now. He was astute and adept at playing the fool to achieve his goals, often escaping peril through his cleverness. His current guise as a mere ruffian was a consequence of his association with Yu Qiu. Xiaohuo recognized that with a system and points, he need not exert himself, for it was far more comfortable to simply lie back and soar. However, now he was devoid of points and burdened with debts. Furthermore, the system was as miserly as a stingy old miser, emblematic of malignant capitalism. Thus, Xiaohuo had no choice but to rely on himself to navigate this crisis. After devising a plan with Ziyun, Xiaohuo strolled out with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his hands in his pockets. Witnessing this scene, Ziyun's eyes conveyed skepticism. Unable to reconcile the serious planner she had just encountered with the current Xiaohuo. This guy truly is an oddity, she muttered. In the skies, the purple flame demon lion exuded an aura of dominance, its ferocity enveloping the entire valley. Suddenly, a violent force obliterated a nearby hill, igniting flames and sending billowing smoke into the air. Humans, come out. The demon lion bellowed, its roar echoing like thunder, as if it could pierce the heavens. In that instant, a silver streak shot through the air, striking the purple flame demon lion before it could react, sending sparks flying. Although the bullet was insufficient to penetrate the demon lioness form or inflict substantial harm, it still caused the beast to feel a sharp pain. It is worth noting that the thermal weapons crafted by Yu Qiu were exponentially more powerful than ordinary ones, and they could integrate with fighting spirit, amplifying their potency. Moreover, these weapons could evolve alongside the user's cultivation level, effectively doubling their power, equivalent to 2 full-force strikes from Xiaohuo. With a furious roar, the demon lion surveyed its surroundings, searching for the source of the shot. Suddenly, Xiaohuo, concealed in the shadows, took aim with a sniper rifle at the demon lion's head and fired several rounds. Just then, a group of golden beasts emerged, charging with an impressive demeanor towards the purple flame demon lion. The demon lion, enraged at this sight, unleashed a sonic wave that obliterated the approaching beasts, causing the bullets to explode in a fiery display. At that moment, the purple flame demon lion locked onto Xiaohuo's hiding spot and transformed into a purple comet, plummeting downwards like a meteor. Observing this, Xiaohuo hastily sprang to his feet and darted aside. The ensuing explosion sent him hurtling several meters away, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he coughed up blood. Standing atop a pile of rubble, the purple flame demon lion exuded an air of supremacy. It stirred up a gale that swept the surrounding debris and dust into the air. Xiaohuo coughed up more blood, his complexion pale and his demeanor waning. You are the human who stole the purple crystal flame stone and wielded the cold, fierce flames? The demon lion sneered, its malevolent visage evident. Hand over the purple crystal flame stone and I shall spare your life. Xiaohuo squinted, slowly rising while wiping the blood from his lips. If I surrender thee and the purple crystal flame stone, will you truly spare my life? I keep my word, unlike you humans who are so fickle. The purple flame demon lion growled menacingly. Very well, I shall hand over the... At that moment, Xiaohuo produced a thermal weapon. The demon lion, taken aback, pondered. Could this cold, fierce flame be so formidable? Lion King, catch this. I shall deliver it to you. Xiaohuo taunted. With a resounding crack, the gun fired. A bullet whistled through the air, and suddenly, the temperature plummeted, coating countless boulders in frost, as though one were amidst an icy expanse. Simultaneously, within this bone-chilling current, there resided a ferocious heat, a terrifying juxtaposition of cold and warmth. In an instant, the bullet transformed into a chilling flame, resembling crystalline snowflakes with red liquid coursing within. You seek death. The purple flame demon lion roared, its ferocity unabated. It realized that the human before it had no intention of surrendering thee, but rather intended to use it as a weapon against him. Although this human was merely a 6th-tier great fighter and could not inflict any significant damage, the inherent power of the born from the essence of heaven and earth was not to be underestimated. With a roar, the purple flame demon lion intensified the purple flames surrounding its form, then opened its maw to gather energy. Suddenly, a stream of purple magma erupted from its mouth. seeking to tear apart the. In a split second, the purple magma was incinerated. No flame could withstand the, which overshadowed all like mere bubbles. Although the purple flame demon lion was 2 major realms above Xiaohuo, resulting in this power being significantly diminished, the bullet continued to whistle through the air. In a moment of desperation, the demon lion unleashed a shadow, revealing its true form. With a thunderous crash, the phantom obliterated the bullet imbued with. Xiaohuo was swept away by the resulting gale, plummeting to the ground and coughing up a copious amount of blood, resembling a bloodied figure. Simultaneously, the purple flame demon lion staggered back several meters, injured by the power of a portion of its body encased in frost while being scorched. With a fierce roar, the purple flame demon lion shook off the otherworldly fire clinging to its body. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously, reflecting a ferocity that was unmistakable. In a swift motion, it unfurled its wings and raised its forepaw, wreathed in violet flames, to strike down. Just then, a brilliant sword light erupted. The petals of a pear blossom fell like rain. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered in midair, followed by a cascade of sharp swords descending like raindrops. Each blade, honed to perfection, shimmered with an icy brilliance. Boom! Countless swords rained down from the heavens, overwhelming the purple flame demon lion entirely. With a splatter, the lion revealed numerous wounds, blood gushing forth. Holding a sword, Ziyun exuded an unparalleled elegance. She then unleashed another strike, the sword's aura spreading like an immense net. With a thud, the purple flame demon lion's body erupted in a new spurt of blood. Seeing this, Xiaohuo couldn't help but exhale in relief. His top body finally relaxing. The strategy devised appeared effective. Initially, Xiaohuo had drawn the lion's attention, leveraging the otherworldly fire's capabilities to inflict injury. Ziyun would then conclude this battle. At this moment, the purple flame demon lion, severely wounded by the sword's aura, lay on the ground, panting heavily, blood pooling around it like a stream. Ziyun, witnessing this, refrained from delivering the final blow. Instead, she approached Xiaohuo and inquired, "Are you all right? Still alive?" Xiaohuo, seated on the ground and leaning against a massive stone, pulled out a cigarette with his bloodied hand and took a deep drag. "Look, our first collaboration has been so seamless, it could be termed a perfect fit. Why not form a duo and call ourselves the Fire Cloud Companions?" Observing the carefree demeanor of Xiaohuo, Ziyun realized that this thick-skinned fellow was no worse for wear. Chapter 40. Farewell with sword in hand. Ziyun slowly approached the purple flame demon lion. At this moment, the sovereign of the Beast Mountain appeared exceedingly weakened, blood spilling like a brook. Its once fierce eyes had dulled considerably. Suddenly, Ziyun sensed something amiss. She retrieved a purple eggshell from her spatial pouch. The eggshell had turned white and was riddled with cracks. Clearly, the young demon lion within had completely absorbed the power from the shell and was about to break free. The ailing purple flame demon lion, witnessing this scene, found a flicker of clarity in its murky gaze. In an instant, a violet light burst forth, conjuring a sweltering gale. A small demon lion, roughly the size of a calf, emerged from the eggshell. It let out a mournful cry and approached the purple flame demon lion, nudging its mother with its head, its eyes brimming with tears. "Human, if you desire the true blood of my kind, take it from me, but spare my offspring." The purple flame demon lion gazed at its progeny, its voice heavy with pleading, devoid of its former authority. "After you take my true blood, please treat my child well. If he remains on Beast Mountain, he will surely be devoured by other beasts." The purple flame demon lion implored once more. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's body trembled slightly, and her cold, elegant visage displayed a flicker of emotion. She then raised her sword, pointing it at the purple flame demon lion. Enough. At that moment, Xiaohuo stepped forward, looking at the old and young demon lions. He rubbed his nose and said, "You merely wish for the demon lion's true blood. Why go to such extremes? Moreover, the lion has bled so much, its essence must be mixed in." Ziyun glanced at Xiaohuo, her cold expression wavering. It was apparent that she was moved by the scene before her, touched at her core. Xiaohuo disregarded Ziyun and approached the purple flame demon lion, producing a vial to collect its blood from the wound. He then retrieved a healing herb he had obtained long ago and applied it to the lion's injury. After completing these tasks, Xiaohuo handed the vial to Ziyun, saying, "Though I don't know what you intend to do with the demon lion's true blood, this vial should suffice. If it's not enough, I can gather more from the ground." Ziyun regarded him in silence for a moment before she sheathed her sword and accepted the vial. "Let us go." Xiaohuo smiled and turned to leave. However, Ziyun did not follow. Instead, she approached the purple flame demon lion. Observing this, Xiaohuo frowned slightly but refrained from intervening further. He had done all he could. The fate of the purple flame demon lion was no longer in his hands. Ziyun stood before the purple flame demon lion. While the small demon lion looked up at her with tearful eyes, displaying its tiny fangs in a comical yet endearing manner. Ziyun noticed the small lion. Xiaohuahua was correct. The blood in the vial indeed contained a significant amount of true blood. She had previously promised to exchange true blood for a reversion pill and a royal grade Dan. With that, Ziyun placed several vials on the ground. Now, I fulfill my promise. The royal grade Dan and the reversion pill are here, along with a healing elixir. While it may not completely heal your wounds, it should help restore you enough to deter the beasts within Beast Mountain and ensure your child's safety. With those words, Ziyun turned and departed. Human, thank you. The purple flame demon lion spoke sincerely, rising with great difficulty, leading the small lion into the dense forest. Before entering, the little lion turned back to glance at Xiaohuahua and Ziyun, its eyes sparkling cutely. Xiaohuahua chuckled at this sight and then looked at Ziyun, saying, I truly thought you were going to eradicate them. I didn't expect you to have such compassion. If I had gone to such extremes, would you have stopped me? Or would you have acted against me? Ziyun queried. Xiaohuahua blinked playfully. What do you think? They both laughed heartily. This journey has been quite fulfilling, Ziyun declared. Indeed. Xiaohuahua nodded. And where will you go next? Ziyun inquired. Me? Xiaohuahua scratched his nose and shook his head. The heavens are my father, the earth my mother. Every place is a destination. I am not yet certain where my next stop will be. If one day you find yourself lost, you can come to the Upper Cloud Sect to find me. Ziyun pondered for a moment before producing a token from her robe and handing it to Xiaohuahua. Upon receiving the token, he felt a surge of power emanating from it. The material was quite unique. Placing it in his pocket, he smiled and remarked, Is this to recreate the Fire Cloud Companions? What do you think? Ziyun replied with a smile, transforming her fighting spirit into wings. Her vibrant, multicolored wings resembled clouds at sunset. With a whoosh, she stirred up a powerful wind, ascending gracefully into the air. Xiaohuahua, after you arrive at the Upper Cloud Sect, I will properly express my gratitude for today. With that, Ziyun vanished into the sky, leaving no trace of her presence. Xiaohuahua gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, chuckling softly. He then asked, Hey system, what do you think Ziyun meant? Does proper gratitude imply offering herself? Do you think we resemble a couple? In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this time, Xiaohuahua remained in Beast Mountain, honing his skills. Tonight marked his final night there. The lair of the purple flame demon lion was bustling. Several giants of Beast Mountain were gathered, with the carcass of a giant bird lying in the center. Xiaohuahua set up a grill, roasting the giant bird's wings. Damn, little lion. I just finished roasting this thigh meat, and before I could even taste it, you devoured it whole. Xiaohuahua, akin to a shrew scolding in the streets, hurled invectives at a purple-red demonic lion. Ever since he rescued the mother and cub of the purple flame demon lion, the sovereign of the Beast Mountain regarded him as a savior. Their relationship flourished, leading to a proclamation throughout the Beast Mountain that Xiaohuahua was the new ruler, akin to being in the presence of the purple flame demon lion itself. This situation left Xiaohuahua in a rather awkward position. His intention to remain at Beast Mountain was to hunt more demonic beasts, enhancing his strength while accumulating demon cores to repay the points owed to the credit shop. The purple flame demon lion's actions rendered Xiaohuahua's predicament quite challenging, as it implied that all the beasts of Beast Mountain were his subordinates. He could not exploit his own allies. However, not far from Beast Mountain lay another deep mountain inhabited by a plethora of demonic beasts, frequently clashing with those from Beast Mountain over territory. Consequently, Xiaohuahua turned his gaze to this other mountain. He often ventured there with the little demon lion to hunt beasts and collect herbs. They successfully hunted dozens of creatures. Finally, he managed to repay all his owed points. Yet, several encounters nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the purple flame demon lion, having consumed a royal-grade elixir, ascended to the realm of Do Huang and came to his rescue. Otherwise, he would have returned to owing debts to Yi Qiu once again. After consuming a reversion pill, the little demon lion awakened part of its ancestral bloodline. The purple flame demon lion informed Xiaohuahua that their lineage descended from one of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, the Qi Jin and I beast. Thus, the partially reverted little demon lion bore a purple-red hue and exhibited notable changes in appearance. While hunting demonic beasts in the other mountain, Xiaohuahua also frequently sparred with a King Kong demon ape possessing Do Ling's strength, experiencing rapid advancement in his own capabilities. Reaching the 9th rank of Do Shi, he was just a step away from entering the Do Ling realm. Huahua, I entrust the little lion to you. You must take good care of your nephew, the purple flame demon lion said, now capable of transforming into human form, appearing as a robust man. Initially, Xiaohuahua was taken aback by this transformation, wondering how the maternal figure had morphed into such a formidable figure. Later, Yi Qiu explained to him that the purple flame demon lion was androgynous, lacking any distinction between male and female. Rest assured, old Z, I will certainly look after him well, Xiao Huahua declared, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth. However, are you not concerned about his safety while he is away from here? The little lion, having awakened its ancestral traits, deserved a broader horizon and stage. Remaining at Beast Mountain would only hinder his growth. Moreover, exploring the outside world would serve as valuable training. Besides, you are there for him, right? I trust you will take good care of the little lion. Even if he encounters danger, that token in your possession can resolve many troubles, Old Z assured. Chapter 41. The role of Lu Yi. A significant reduction in plot. The power dynamics of the Duki continent can be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase: one soul. Two sects, three families. The soul is the Soul Palace. The two sects are the Shangyun sect and the Songhai sect. The three families are the Xiao, Wang, and Zhang families. Xiao Huahua had long been aware of the profound background of Ziyun, but he was astonished to discover the depth of the Shangyun sect's influence within the Duki continent. It was no wonder Old Z mentioned that any issue encountered in the Duki continent could be alleviated by merely presenting that token. The token gifted to Xiao Huahua by Ziyun symbolized his identity as an inner disciple of the Shangyun sect. Those who could enter the inner sanctum of the Shangyun sect were invariably exceptional individuals of noble lineage or profound backgrounds. Even individuals from the Soul Palace, Songhai sect, or the three families would show respect towards Xiao Huahua, provided it was not a matter of avenging a father's death. Upon leaving Beast Mountain, many demonic beasts stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing at Xiao Huahua and the little lion with teary eyes. An indescribable sorrow enveloped them, though internally they were elated. Over the past 3 months, Xiao Huahua and the little lion had wreaked havoc upon the entire Beast Mountain, depleting nearly all the resources painstakingly accumulated. Not only that, but Xiao Huahua had also managed to con the leaders one last time before departing, offloading their most prized possessions. Xiao Huahua, with hands on his hips and a pout reminiscent of a disgruntled elder, recounted the misdeeds of these titans. Now, these two scourges had finally departed. How could the demonic beasts not shed tears of joy? System, look at how many points these items are worth, exclaimed Xiao Huahua, eagerly anticipating the conversion of these goods into points. After 3 months, he had finally repaid his debts. For a long time, he had not exchanged items with Yuchio to reward himself, as Yuchio had made it abundantly clear that until all points were repaid, the shop would remain inactive. Even the credit shop was frozen. Now, with a bounty of items at hand, how could he not convert them into points without relishing in the satisfaction? Ding. Items can be exchanged for 20,000 points. Exchange. Xiao Huahua eagerly laid out all the items. Ding. Item exchange successful. 20,000 points have been credited. Remaining points, 20,000. After Yi Qiu collected all the items, he did not immediately refine and absorb the energy to convert it into the world's essence. Instead, he allocated everything to Lu Yi to facilitate her ascension. During the past half-month, Yi Qiu had not been idle. He secretly summoned Lu Yi to several nearby mountains for training and to elevate her cultivation. After several tests, Lu Yi's presence in this world did not invoke rejection from the world's consciousness, though her power was significantly diminished. Within Wang Tung's realm, Lu Yi's strength had been deduced by Yi Qiu to be at the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, equivalent to Dozome or Dozun's strength in the Duki continent. However, upon her arrival in this realm, all her powers had been curtailed, reducing her to merely an adept ordinary person. Fortunately, Lu Yi's innate talent remained intact and had not been weakened. Yi Qiu understood that this was a reward acquired after the system's level determination and would not be suppressed by the consciousness of the myriad realms. Yet, her prior strength had undoubtedly been diminished. Therefore, Yi Qiu allocated all the abilities extracted from the demonic beasts over the past few months to Lu Yi, coupled with rigorous training. Currently, her strength had surpassed Xiao Huahua by 2 realms, now standing at the 9th rank of Doling. Yi Qiu had attempted to employ his deduction skills to elevate Lu Yi's strength to the Do-Di realm. If successful, she could obliterate the Soul Palace, resolving the major conflict of this world and propelling the storyline to its conclusion. However, such a significant reduction in plot would undoubtedly disrupt the world's laws. Yi Qiu anticipated that he could garner immense amounts of the world's essence, thus concluding his journey in this realm. In truth, Yi Qiu had overestimated himself while underestimating the will of this world. At a low level, he could do little more than extract energy from items. All his skills were effectively shackled. After several tests, the results remained consistent. Although the Duki continent permitted Lu Yi's existence, it certainly would not allow her to start as an overwhelming force. Otherwise, every time Yi Qiu ventured into a new world, he would not need to rely on a host. He could simply summon Lu Yi and push through to the conclusion, rendering the protagonist and supporting characters unnecessary. He could simply confront the ultimate antagonist directly. In a sprawling narrative of hundreds of thousands of words, the tale reaches its conclusion in a mere 3 chapters. Ultimately, Yichio finds himself compelled to cease his endeavors, resorting to the assistance of Lu Yi to undertake further tasks. He seeks to acquire not only the energy from extracted items but also greater opportunities for transformation. After all, how could Yichio allow Xiaohuahua to linger in the 100-Beast Mountain for such an extended period? It is essential to understand that existence in this world necessitates a daily consumption of 50,000 units of world essence, summing up to a staggering 750,000 units. This was merely to evaluate Lu Yi's impact in this realm. Otherwise, who in their right mind would squander 750,000 units of world essence for a vacation in such a place? Fortunately, the test proved successful, and Lu Yi, during her trials, procured numerous items, balancing out the world essence expended over the fortnight. A notification chimed. All shops are back online. Ding. Detected that all shops above version 20 are now operational. Host, would you like to upgrade the shop? This upgrade is free. The mechanical voice echoed incessantly in Xiaohuahua's mind. Upon learning that the shops had been activated and were back in operation, his heart surged with exhilaration. However, the moment he heard that the version 20 upgrade was necessary, the thrill extinguished instantly, akin to being doused with cold water. An upgrade for the shop meant the need for points. If he did not expend points for the upgrade, the shops would be rendered useless, even if they were operational. Then came the announcement of a free upgrade. Xiaohuahua's spirits soared once more. His excitement was palpable. His hands trembled as he pinched the little lion several times, causing it to yelp in pain. Only then did Xiaohuahua confirm that he had not misheard or succumbed to delusions. Was the sun rising from the west? The notoriously stingy and unyielding system was actually offering a free upgrade? Tears of joy welled in Xiaohuahua's eyes, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Beside him, the little lion, whose body had swelled from being pinched, looked at Xiaohuahua in astonishment, before inwardly cursing, "You've pinched me until I'm swollen." And I even cried. "Why on earth are you crying?" Xiaohuahua, unable to contain his excitement, hastily clicked to upgrade and subsequently examined the newly upgraded shop to discover the differences therein. Observing this, Yichio couldn't help but smile wryly. Xiaohuahua was still too naive. The metaphorical chives would still be harvested, but with discernment and strategy. A touch of sweetness was certainly necessary. A steady flow was the true path. Otherwise, continuous harvesting would lead to depletion. Furthermore, Yichio had utilized 750,000 units of world essence to test Lu Yi's role in this world, a cost that would naturally be assigned to Xiaohuahua. In the original narrative, Xiaohuahua and the Little Lion faced numerous challenges en route to the Shangyun sect. Embroiled in conflicts with 3 separate groups, each encounter fraught with peril. The final confrontation was particularly harrowing. Yet it was only through Yao Lao borrowing Xiaohuahua's body to summon the cold, fierce flames that they managed to turn the tide. To expedite the plot's progression, Yichio chose to summon Lu Yi directly to eradicate those 3 locations. As a 9th-tier Do spirit, Lu Yi faced no resistance, effortlessly annihilating the adversaries in less than an hour. This action prevented any further contact with Xiaohuahua, thus condensing the narrative by a 10th. The laws of the world began to unravel, and Yichio acquired 500,000 units of world essence from this endeavor. Moreover, Lu Yi, after vanquishing the foes, seized a plethora of treasures. Yichio also extracted the energy from the slain antagonists, accumulating a total of 800,000 units of world essence. With this, his current reserves exceeded 3 million units, and Lu Yi absorbed a portion of the energy, thus attaining the strength of a Do Wang. Chapter 42. The selection at Shangyun sect. With the obstacles on the way to the Shangyun sect discreetly resolved by Lu Yi, the narrative experienced a significant contraction. Consequently, the disciple selection ceremony, initially set for 6 months later, was now hastened to occur in merely 3 days. Originally, Xiaohuahua intended to refine his skills and gather more items for point exchange during the journey, aiming to elevate his cultivation to the Do spirit level. This would enhance his chances of successfully participating in the Shangyun sect's assessment. However, Yichio informed him that there were only 3 days left until the disciple selection ceremony. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 5 years. Naturally, Xiaohuahua was displeased. Gaining acceptance into the Shangyun sect would yield a wealth of elixirs and training grounds, allowing for substantial point exchanges, far exceeding what could be obtained through hunting beasts at the risk of his life. Additionally, he was consumed by thoughts of Ziyun. Her image haunted him incessantly over the past half-month, driving him to near madness. Waiting 5 more years would surely lead him to the brink of obsession. Thus, for the next 3 days, Xiaohuahua relentlessly rode the little lion toward Shangyun City. Finally, on the eve of the disciple selection ceremony, they arrived in Shangyun City. Situated at the heart of the Duki continent, Shangyun City boasts abundant resources and a rich spiritual atmosphere, truly deserving of the title Paradise. The city is 10 times the size of Wutan City, steeped in antiquity and charm. Today, the streets teemed with more visitors than usual. In fact, since a month prior, the city had seen an influx of unfamiliar faces, individuals from distant lands, various factions, small families, and wandering cultivators, all converging for the Shangyun Sect's recruitment of disciples. Success in selection, even as an outer disciple, would significantly elevate one's status and influence in the world, directly impacting their family or faction. Thus, whenever the Shangyun Sect or the Songhai Sect opened their doors for recruitment, the atmosphere was always vibrant. In a square outside the city, a sea of people gathered, creating an almost oppressive atmosphere. Groups of 3 or 5 huddled together, whispering strategies as they eyed the secluded path ahead. When Xiaohua stepped into the square, the previously subdued crowd erupted into a cacophony. What is that smell? Did someone fall into a latrine? Someone shouted while pinching their nose. No. It's more like the stench of socks that haven't been washed in a year and a half. Who is the despicable one that has resorted to such tactics even before the competition begins? Another added, I can't breathe. This smell is unbearable. In shock, many rushed to the corners of the square to vomit. Xiaohua, feeling rather embarrassed, appeared disheveled after 3 days of travel, his attire tattered and covered in grime, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine. The surrounding crowd grimaced, glaring at him as if they wished to tear him apart. Had it not been for the overpowering stench emanating from him, this group of pampered young masters would have likely pounced on him in a frenzy, eager to engage him in a spontaneous bout of sparring. Little lion, how dare you employ such a filthy tactic against your uncle? I will settle the score with you after the competition. Xiaohua gritted his teeth, his cheeks flushed and warm. Initially, upon arriving in Shangyun City, he had no time to freshen up before the selection began. His appearance was merely a touch scruffy, resembling a disciple of a beggar sect. But he certainly did not carry this overwhelming odor. For 3 consecutive days, he rode upon the little lion, traversing the road. Xiaohua, seated atop the creature, indulged in smoking and drinking, or gnawing on cooked delicacies. Leveraging his uncle's status, he exerted pressure on the little lion. Having spent half a month in the company of Xiaohua, the little lion could scarcely endure this treatment. As they neared Shangyun City, the little lion voluntarily requested to enter the system space to avoid causing trouble. This surprised Xiaohua, who had expected to employ coercion or temptation. Thus, he generously rewarded the little lion with a large chicken leg before placing it in the system space. Prior to this, the little lion had stealthily sprinkled its urine on Xiaohua. Upon entering the city, Xiaohua attracted considerable attention. People covered their mouths and whispered, pointing fingers in his direction, which left him perplexed. By the time he realized the source of the odor, it was too late. He was already at the plaza of the selection competition. Soon, the area around him was deserted, as others fled, holding their noses. This left him feeling exceedingly embarrassed, wishing to vanish into a crevice. A moment later, a figure clad in a long robe, embroidered with a blue cloud, emerged from a secluded path. It was Zhang Ruoming, a disciple of Shangyun Sect and the selector for this competition, possessing the strength of a 3rd-tier battle king. Zhang Ruoming frowned slightly, noticing the odor emanating from Xiaohua, yet he displayed no discomfort, pretending as if he had not noticed. Fellow cultivators from all corners of the world, I am Zhang Ruoming, a disciple of Shangyun Sect, and I have awaited your arrival. Every 5 years, our sect opens its doors to recruit disciples, selecting 100 exceptionally talented individuals from among you. The top 3 may directly choose an elder as their mentor, while those in the top 10 will become inner disciples. However, rankings do not exclusively determine one's fate. Those who perform excellently in the assessments may also gain opportunities to become inner disciples or catch the eye of the elders. The assessments consist of 3 stages. But before that, you must first participate in the preliminary elimination round. Without further ado, within the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, reach the gates of Shangyun Sect via this secluded path to qualify for the first round of the competition. With a wave of his hand, an incense burner appeared as if by magic, with a stick of incense already lit. The preliminary elimination round commenced. I wish all fellow cultivators good fortune. As soon as his words fell, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave towards the secluded path, fearful of missing their chance. Thousands rushed in unison, creating an astonishing scene. Xiaohua remained stationary, leisurely lighting a cigarette and sitting down, allowing others to enter first. Zhang Ruoming observed Xiaohua's lazy demeanor, furrowing his brow slightly. Apart from him, everyone else had stepped into the path. As Zhang Ruoming saw Xiaohua rise, he too entered the path, producing a crystal stone and waving his hand. With a resounding hum, a dense aura of battle energy surged through the air, akin to crashing waves. Suddenly, the secluded path vanished at a visible speed, along with the plaza, as if they had never existed. Chapter 43, Speculation of Identity. As Xiaohuahua stepped into the secluded path, he found himself alone, with no one in sight. The dim trail felt somewhat peculiar. He scanned his surroundings, brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of narrowing his eyes, he sensed the dense forest exuding a chilling aura, coupled with a fierce menace. Xiaohuahua frowned, his expression growing serious. He was all too familiar with the sinister and cold energy radiating from the surrounding woods. After 3 months spent on Beast Mountain, he had encountered various kinds of demon beasts daily, becoming well-versed in the living patterns of over 100 species. Now, Xiaohuahua possessed a keen sensitivity towards these creatures, akin to an experienced hunter, despite lacking any combat power at present. Suddenly, the nature of the competition dawned upon him. The seemingly ordinary path was fraught with hidden dangers. Various ferocious demon beasts lay in wait within the dense forest. To reach Shangyun Sect from here was no simple task. One would need to defeat these beasts. I could have crawled to the gates of Shangyun Sect in the time it takes to burn 3 sticks of incense, even if I had to, he mused. With at least 800 participants present, it appeared they were meant to be culled by the surrounding beasts. Understanding this rule of the preliminary competition brought a smile to Xiaohuahua's face. At that moment, several lurking demon beasts, their fierce visages exposed, prepared to spring an attack. Just as they were about to pounce, a foul stench wafted through the air. Astonishingly, the once ferocious beasts cowered to the ground, trembling in fear. Their menace dissipated, replaced by terror and unease. They regarded Xiaohuahua as though he were the king among beasts, their very bloodline and souls quaking in response. Observing this scene from the shadows, the disciples of Shangyun Sect, tasked with protecting the competition, were taken aback. This was the first time they had witnessed guardian beasts displaying such palpable fear. Quickly, report this anomaly regarding the guardian beasts to senior brother Ruoming, one exclaimed. Yes. And with that, a figure vanished quietly from the scene. After about 10 minutes, Xiaohuahua continued on his path without encountering any ambush from demon beasts. All were deterred by the overpowering stench he emanated, lying prostrate on the ground, quaking in fear. The disciples of Shangyun Sect, hidden in the shadows, were astonished, unsure of what had transpired. Xiaohuahua, too, was bewildered. He had clearly sensed the presence of numerous demon beasts nearby, and the content of the assessment was evident: to defeat the beasts that sought to impede them in order to gain entry to Shangyun Sect. As the minutes passed, he began to question whether he had misjudged the situation. Just as he was about to doubt himself, clarity struck him, and he chuckled softly. It seems I have wronged the little lion, Xiaohuahua murmured. Perhaps when he first stepped outside the gates of Shangyun Sect, he sensed the presence of countless demon beasts and thus sprinkled his urine on me to deter their ambush. The Purple Flame Demon Lion clan ranked quite high among demon beasts, being descendants of the ancient 10 Great Fiends. Furthermore, the little lion had consumed a reversion pill, awakening some ancestral blood. The authority exuded by its urine, in a sense, surpassed even that of the elder lion. Indeed, it was the scent of the little lion's urine that caused the guardian beasts to prostrate themselves, trembling in fear, unwilling to move. However, it was far from Xiaohuahua's assumption. The little lion's actions were merely a form of retribution for the past 3 days of exploitation. Yet, this act inadvertently spared it from a severe beating, and eventually, Xiaohuahua exchanged a plethora of delicacies with Yuchio to reward the little lion. This led the little lion to question its very existence. From that moment onward, the little lion began to occasionally sprinkle a bit of urine on Xiaohuahua, believing it would earn it more treats. As the saying goes, some are joyous while others are sorrowful. As Xiaohuahua reveled in the scenery while ascending the mountain, unnerved by the urine of the little lion that had intimidated the surrounding guardian beasts, others were not as fortunate. The moment the guardian beasts burst forth from the dense thicket, numerous participants were seized by terror, crying out in panic, their fears palpable. Many fell to the ground, wailing in distress, with some even so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Fortunately, the guardian beasts bore no ill intent towards the contestants. Upon witnessing their trepidation, they turned and departed. Meanwhile, disciples of the Shangyun Sect, who had been observing from the shadows, safely escorted those eliminated down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 incense sticks worth of time passed. Finally, individuals began to appear at the gates of the Shangyun Sect. First 1, then 2, 3, 4, and countless more. Zhang Ruoming observed the multitude gathering at the entrance and nodded slightly to himself, contemplating the commendable aptitude of this cohort of disciples. Noting that several had managed to navigate the guardian beast's ambush unscathed. Senior brother. At that moment, a disciple of the Shangyun Sect approached Zhang Ruoming and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Startled, Zhang Ruoming raised his head, his expression shifting dramatically. Is that so? Yes. The other replied, nodding. Many of our brothers witnessed it and were equally astonished. It is the first time we've seen the guardian beast behave in such a manner. Zhang Ruoming nodded gravely. We must keep a close watch on this individual. I will report this matter to the elders and the sect leader immediately. Within the Shangyun sect, the atmosphere resembled that of a picturesque wetland park, a veritable paradise. In the Shangyun hall, the sect leader and the 7 elders occupied their respective seats, savoring tea and engaging in pleasant conversation. Suddenly, Zhang Ruoming hurried into the hall, kneeling before the sect leader and the elders. Has the preliminary selection already concluded? The sect leader, Mumu, exuding an ethereal presence, set down his teacup. It appears this cohort of contestants possesses far superior qualifications than those of previous years. The preliminary selection has ended in a mere 2 incense sticks time. Indeed, Zhang Ruoming replied. However, the preliminary selection has not yet concluded. I have come to report an urgent matter. Mumu raised an eyebrow. What is it? Zhang Ruoming then recounted the unusual behavior of the guardian beasts upon encountering Xiaohuahua, relaying every detail without omission. The elders exchanged astonished glances, never having anticipated such an occurrence. This is intriguing, Elder Xingfa remarked, his intimidating countenance accentuated by his bulk. What is this little fellow doing at our sect? Elder Sherbatian, Zhang Ruoming's mentor, inquired. Is he here now? Not for the moment, Zhang Ruoming replied. He seems to be aware of the situation, strolling leisurely and enjoying the scenery. Interesting. Elder Lei Budong interjected. What is this young man's name, and where does he hail from? I must have him. He suits my temperament. Elder Lei, you are being rather hasty, Elder Meng Heron cautioned. Such an anomaly in the guardian beast surely indicates something peculiar. We should first ascertain this person's identity and origin before making any plans. Elder Sherbatian concurred. Ruoming, you will discreetly investigate this individual's background and inform me immediately of any discoveries. Yes, master. Zhang Ruoming bowed and exited the hall. Pray tell, how did this young man manage to instill such fear in the guardian beasts? One elder pondered aloud, reflecting on Ruoming's account of the beasts trembling as if confronted by a royal among monsters. Could it be that a beast has transformed into human form to create trouble? Even a beast of the Dozun level would not dare to venture into our Shangyun sect, another elder remarked. Moreover, should a beast or its progeny take human form to infiltrate our sect, their intentions would be clear, to seek something from within our inner cabinet. We are well aware of the various factions observing us, their ultimate aim being the strange fire within the cabinet. We are vigilant against such threats. Yet we must remain wary of outsiders. The situation is precarious, Elder Meng continued. In recent years, numerous factions have been eradicated. Rumor has it that someone has acquired several strange fires and achieved the Dosheng realm. Given their strength and talent, it is only a matter of time before they ascend to the Do-D level. If this young man is indeed sent by that faction, how shall we respond? A heavy silence fell upon the assembly. Meanwhile, Xiaohuahua continued to leisurely admire the scenery, unhurried in his journey. He felt akin to a tourist, savoring the experience without a hint of urgency or concern over elimination. With half an incense stick remaining, he was well within the time frame to reach the gates of the Shangyun sect. At this moment, Xiaohuahua contemplated his strategy of advancing to the next round as the last qualifier, allowing himself to be looked down upon initially, only to triumph in the subsequent 3 trials and ultimately emerge as the victor. This, he mused, would be the perfect opportunity for a dramatic reveal, flaunting his prowess and turning the tables on his detractors. As he delighted in this prospect, a notification chimed in his mind. Due to the little lion's urine, the surrounding guardian beasts have all prostrated themselves in fear, drawing the attention of the Shangyun sect disciples, who have reported this to the sect leader and the 7 elders. Currently, they are speculating on your identity and have dispatched individuals to investigate your background. Wow, that was quick to catch the attention of the bigwigs at the Shangyun sect. Xiaohuahua grinned. It seems my strength 1T allow me to remain low-key. Host, I must caution you, Yu Qiu interjected. Being under the scrutiny of the Shangyun sect's leaders may not bode well for you. Securing the first place will similarly draw their watchful eyes. Once you do, you will be prioritized for training. But this will also mean they will remain vigilant and wary of you. Rather than being a focus for nurturing talent, it will be more akin to being closely monitored. Yi Qiu's words jolted Xiaohuahua to a realization. Indeed, a mere contestant had managed to evoke such fear and abnormal behavior from the guardian beasts. Despite being a mere 9th stage great fighter, it was clear that something was amiss, even if Xiaohuahua's identity were completely transparent. The leaders of the Shangyun sect would remain skeptical, diligently investigating his background and maintaining their vigilance. As the system indicated, rather than being groomed as a promising talent, he would be under constant surveillance. Should any nefarious intentions arise, they would be swiftly eradicated. Xiaohuahua's purpose in coming to the Shangyun sect was not merely to enjoy the scenery. He sought to utilize the platform to obtain not only the requisite elixirs and cultivation grounds, but also to acquire additional resources to enhance his abilities and unlock more advanced weaponry. He dreamt of piloting aircraft and tanks. Being monitored would hinder his ambitions. It would be wiser to seek out perilous locations for training, where he could accrue more points. Most importantly, if the leaders of the Xiangyun sect detected the existence of the system, it would spell trouble. Pondering his next steps, Xiaohuahua furrowed his brow. Realizing that dispelling the attention of the Xiangyun sect's leaders was likely impossible, one can only devise a method to diminish the vigilance and attention of these influential figures. Should the host expend 10,000 points to alleviate the prior situation? At that moment, Yichio's voice reverberated within Xiaohuahua's mind. I knew you would be waiting for me here. Xiaohuahua rolled up his sleeves and cursed vehemently. If it were not for the fact that Yichio was invisible, Xiaohuahua would have sought him out for a fight. Eventually, however, Xiaohuahua chose to spend the 10,000 points to solicit Yichio's counsel. What the hell, system? I will fight you to the bitter end. Xiaohuahua's face turned a mottled shade of purple and green. Is this truly worth 10,000 points? Given that I will inevitably encounter them at the Xiangyun sect, wouldn't all issues be resolved effortlessly? No, I demand a refund of my points today, otherwise, I shall leap off a cliff, and we shall perish together. Calm down, Yichio remarked. Do you genuinely believe that she can absolve you of the suspicions and doubts held by the prominent figures at the Xiangyun sect? At most, it will merely dispel a fraction of their speculations, yet your surveillance will persist unabated. Moreover, I have another matter to convey to you. This is the intelligence worth 10,000 points. This is also the crucial reason why these influential figures are secretly monitoring you. After Yichio relayed a piece of information, Xiaohuahua stood frozen, as if turned to stone. At that moment, at the gates of the Xiangyun sect, 2/3 of the participants had been directly eliminated from the selection round. Out of the 1,000 participants, only a little over 300 remained. As the last incense stick in the censer extinguished, a foul odor wafted through the air. Xiaohuahua finally appeared at the entrance of the Xiangyun sect. At this point, some individuals who had just finished bandaging their injuries were already somewhat weakened. Now, with the stench accompanying them, they began to vomit. The remaining individuals covered their noses, glaring at Xiaohuahua with expressions of disdain and fury. Many even erupted in curses, demanding Zhang Ruoming revoke Xiaohuahua's qualification. Zhang Ruoming glanced at Xiaohuahua, but chose to ignore him. He then addressed the 300 individuals present. Congratulations to all of you, dear friends, for successfully advancing. You may participate in tomorrow's first contest for the top 100 disciples. Time is of the essence. You will be escorted to your quarters for rest. Tomorrow's competition will also have someone to lead you. Zhang Ruoming continued. However, before resting, I kindly ask each of you to report to the registration area. Provide your names and relevant information, and collect your identification tokens for the competition. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily made their way to the registration area. After quickly leaving their information, they followed the Xiangyun sect personnel away from the foul odor. When Xiaohuahua left his information, the vast square was left desolate, with only him remaining. Soon, a disciple of the Xiangyun sect, with paper stuffed in his nostrils, hoarsely beckoned. Friend, this way, please. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Xiaohuahua replied politely, then followed the disciple to his designated location. Xiaohuahua. Upon seeing the message in the guest book, Zhang Ruoming promptly summoned a few individuals to investigate matters in Wutan City. Night had fallen. The entire Xiangyun sect was enveloped in serene silence. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, conducive to sleep and meditation, allowing one to adjust their state. After a refreshing wash, Xiaohuahua felt rejuvenated. Glancing at the simple fare on the table, he showed no disdain and devoured it hungrily. The taste was quite pleasant, and a warm energy coursed through him. The fatigue of the day dissipated in an instant. He then settled cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate, regulating his breath and digesting the information Yichio had imparted. Simultaneously, he pondered how to respond to the events that were about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the Xiangyun Hall, Mu and several elders convened. After reviewing the information sent by Zhang Ruoming, Mu inquired, "What are your thoughts on this? I have heard of the Xiao family in Wutan City. It is said they have certain ties to the Xiao family in the central continent. Rumor has it that Xiao Yin is the illegitimate son of Xiao Zhan, cast out by the Xiao family, and ultimately forced to leave, finding refuge in Wutan City." The Grand Elder remarked, "Does this not imply that Xiaohuahua is a scion of the central continent's Xiao family?" Lei Budong interjected, "This is merely conjecture and unverified." Ming Heron replied, "However, there are reports that the Soul Hall recently dispatched a team whose whereabouts remain unknown. Are you suggesting that the Soul Hall sensed something amiss and thus annihilated the Xiao family in Wutan City?" The fifth elder asked. "Such claims lack evidence. Ming Heron shook his head. From this document, it appears Xiaohuahua is not a problem, Badian stated. Nevertheless, we cannot dismiss the possibility of it being fabricated. Furthermore, the situation reported does not align with reality. The entire Wutan city is aware that Xiaohuahua is notorious for being a debauched scion, frequenting brothels and bullying the weak. This is common knowledge. Moreover, the Xiaohuahua in our sect is a 9th-rank great fighter, possessing the means to intimidate the guardian beast, indicating he is far from ordinary. Did the information not specify? Lei Budong remarked. The Han family was indeed obliterated by Xiaohuahua. I surmise this lad is likely connected to the Xiao family in the central continent. To ascend from a fighter to a 9th-rank great fighter in such a short time reveals extraordinary talent, inheriting the bloodline of the Xiao family. Yet, it has been stated that such claims remain unverified, mere conjecture. Additionally, with both the Xiao and Han families annihilated, we cannot ascertain whether this Xiaohuahua is indeed the one from Wutan City, Batian countered. If our speculation holds true, and the Xiao family in Wutan City is indeed linked to the Xiao family in the central continent, and the Soul Hall dispatched a team to infiltrate Wutan City, obliterating the entire Xiao family with the methods of the Soul Hall, how could Xiaohuahua have survived until now? I suspect that Xiaohuahua is certainly a guise adopted by someone from the Soul Hall. That person's ambitions are known to all. They are no longer content with their current needs and have set their sights on our 2 sects and 3 families. No. There exists one individual who can verify whether the Xiaohuahua in our sect is the same as the one from Wutan City. At this moment, the Grand Elder slowly stated, moreover, there is another method to ascertain whether the Xiaohuahua is indeed a FAAD created by the Soul Hall. The crowd turned their attention to him, awaiting further details. Chapter 45. The contest for the top 100 that night. Ming Heron and Lei Budong, armed with Mumu's personal note, departed the Xiongyan sect, heading towards the Xiao family in the central continent to retrieve an item that would confirm Xiaohuahua's identity. As Ming Heron and Lei Budong stepped onto the road to the central continent, the laws of this world began to unravel. Yiqiu swiftly seized the opportunity, acquiring 1 million units of world essence, heavenly creation system, level, stubborn bronze, talent, traversing the heavens, skills, duplication, extraction, simulation, deduction, etc. World essence, 4. 25 million. Yiqiu glanced at the message on the system interface, nodding in satisfaction. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such exhilaration, acquiring 1 million units of world essence in one fell swoop. In the original narrative, Xiaohuahua indeed had ties to the Xiao family in the central continent. Xiaoyin is the illegitimate son of Xiaozhan, and this is no mere fabrication. Just as Meng Heron and the others had previously speculated, the Soul Hall, upon discovering that Xiao Yan was the offspring of Xiaozhan and possessing certain intelligence, dispatched a team to directly annihilate the Xiao family in Wutan City. This was due to Wutan City being situated in the most impoverished region of the Duqi continent, coupled with some methods employed by the Soul Hall. The news of the Xiao family's destruction in Wutan City was unbeknownst to Xiaozhan. By the time Xiaozhan learned of Xiao Yan's demise and the annihilation of the Xiao family in Wutan City, it would be towards the end of the narrative. At that point, Xiaohuahua had already ascended to the level of a Dozong master. By chance, he would meet the Xiao family in the central continent, and his identity would be confirmed. Currently, however, Xiaohuahua's joining of the Xiongyan sect was merely at the beginning phases of the plot. Thus, the identity of Xiaohuahua came under suspicion, prompting Meng Heron and Lei Budong to venture to the Xiao family in Zhongzhou to retrieve a certain item to verify Xiaohuahua's identity. This undeniably propelled the plot of the entire world forward significantly. Moreover, once Xiaohuahua's identity is confirmed, the Soul Palace will also become aware, further accelerating the narrative. A confrontation between Xiaohuahua and the Soul Palace is imminent. Indeed. Yiqiu licked his lips and remarked, if the plot continues to develop in this direction, Xiaohuahua will soon find himself at odds with the Soul Palace. Consequently, he will acquire a substantial amount of fortune, transforming it into the essence of the world. However, Xiaohuahua's current strength is exceedingly inadequate. The individuals sent by the Soul Palace are typically at the Do Huang or Do Zone level. A mere glance could spell disaster for Xiaohuahua. Yiqiu licked his lips again. It seems imperative to elevate Xiaohuahua's realm swiftly. During his half-month stay at the Beast Mountain, Yiqiu had extracted enough energy to elevate Xiaohuahua to the Doling level. Coupled with the energy obtained during Lu Yir's training and from the 3 locations that were eradicated on the way to the Xiongyan sect, Yiqiu decided to employ his extraordinary alchemical skills to refine all the collected energy into a Do Wang Dan. Yiqiu resolved that once Xiaohuahua successfully joined the Xiongyan sect, he would exchange the rewards received for this Do Wang Dan. Subsequently, he would seek an opportunity to acquire the 3,000 thunder flames from the cabinet, thus further elevating Xiaohuahua to the Do Huang realm. With such enhancements and the capabilities of two types of, Xiaohuahua would be well equipped to counter the assassins sent by the Soul Palace. The following day, the sky brightened with the dawn's light. The sun poured its radiant rays over the Shangyun sect, enveloping the area in a misty glow, evoking the splendor of a celestial realm. At the martial arts square, the place was teeming with people. All outer disciples of the Shangyun sect were seated in the audience, eagerly watching the selection competition for new disciples. A young girl, adorned in white and possessing an elegant grace, slowly approached, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. This girl, known as Han Shuer, was the foremost goddess among the outer disciples of the Shangyun sect, boasting impressive prowess at the 6th level of Douling. Rarely seen during her training, her appearance at the new disciple selection today was nothing short of a spectacle, igniting excitement among countless outer disciples. Yet, none dared to approach Han Shuer, instead opting to admire her beauty from afar. Although renowned for her icy allure and considerable strength, this was not the sole reason for the hesitance. Among the outer disciples, several possessed talents and capabilities that surpassed Han Shuer's. However, they too refrained from any advances, as Han Shuer was closely associated with Mu Rongxiong, the direct disciple of the 7th Elder. Mu Rongxiong, not only the 7th Elder's protege but also a descendant of the 6th Elder, held a formidable reputation within the Shangyun sect. Being a powerful expert at the 7th level of Douwang, he was among the elite within the inner sect. Senior sister, this way please. Mu Rongxiong's sycophants in the outer sect spotted Han Shuer and immediately beckoned her to take a seat. Han Shuer nodded slightly and comfortably settled into her place. To the delight of the surrounding outer disciples, who marveled at the opportunity to be in such close proximity to the outer sect's foremost goddess, envy swept through the other disciples as they witnessed this rare close encounter. Han Shuer reveled in the attention, as no matter where she found herself, she was always the center of admiration, surrounded by a throng of devoted admirers. At this moment, Xiaohuahua and over 300 others gradually arrived at the martial arts square. Observing the crowd that filled the audience, many felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, their breathing quickening slightly. Xiaohuahua, hiding among the masses, remained unnoticed by Han Shuer. However, she did catch sight of him from her vantage point. After all, Han Shuer was a celebrated figure within the outer sect, always drawing attention wherever she went. Is that my rather unfortunate wife? Xiaohuahua pondered, having not seen Han Shuer since his arrival, yet recognizing her from memories that lingered. He was not surprised to find her at the Shangyun sect, as Yu Qiu had previously informed him of her presence, which would help dispel any lingering doubts among the prominent figures of the Shangyun sect regarding his identity. He understood why Han Shuer was there. It was precisely because, the day after his family was annihilated by the Soul Palace, Mu Rongxiong encountered Han Shuer during a mission, leading her to accompany him to the Shangyun sect. While her physique and appearance were indeed commendable, they paled in comparison to his beloved Ziyun. Xiaohuahua stroked his chin thoughtfully. Thank goodness the Xiao family was destroyed. Had I married this woman, who knows how many shades of green the first would have been sporting on my head. He was quite familiar with Han Shuer, remembering that she had entangled herself with the original Xiaohuahua multiple times for certain resources from the Han family. Furthermore, she had flirted with several young masters from formidable families outside of Wutan City. Her rapid ascent to the 6th level of Douling within such a short span was undoubtedly a result of her intimate encounters with Mu Rongxiong. Fortunately, he was clever enough to call off the engagement. Otherwise, he would certainly be sporting a very green head. Suddenly, Zhang Ruoming appeared on the arena like a gust of wind. Gazing down at the over 300 participants, he calmly began. Everyone, do you have your numbered cards with you? We do, the crowd responded. Very well, Zhang Ruoming continued. The rules for the first assessment, a competition among 100 disciples, are quite simple. You will be divided into 3 groups based on the numbers on your cards, each group consisting of 100 participants in a free-for-all. The first group will have 50 individuals remaining on the arena within the allotted time to advance to the next assessment. The second group will have 40. And the third group will have 10. In other words, if you successfully advance in this assessment, you will become an outer disciple of the Shangyun sect. The remaining 2 assessments will be ranking competitions to acquire cultivation resources. Chapter 46. The rumored Xiaohuahua. As Xiaohuahua arrived at the preliminary selection, he was the last to reach the gates of the Shangyun sect, thus bearing the number 300 on his card, placing him in the third group. He understood the rationale behind the requirement for 10 participants from the third group to remain on the arena within the specified time to advance to the next assessment. The overall strength of the third group was notably weak. Aside from Xiaohuahua, the highest level reached was merely the 3rd level of Doushi. Yet, among the first 2 groups, there were countless participants whose abilities were only at the Doushi realm. The entry selection was heavily skewed. Many had partnered to combat the guardian beast of the sect to qualify or had bribed stronger competitors, resulting in numerous individuals arriving together at the gates of the Shanyan sect. Despite this, the third group remained significantly inferior in quality compared to the preceding two groups. Thus, it was stipulated that the first group would select 50, the second group 40, and the third group merely 10 to identify the most exceptional disciples. Once the groupings were completed, the ground beneath Xiaohuahua trembled suddenly, akin to an earthquake, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, he felt a force gradually lifting him. In an instant, 3 enormous arenas emerged abruptly from the ground, each the size of a football field, capable of accommodating 100 participants in a chaotic battle. Zhang Ruoming remained in place, lighting an incense stick and inserting it into the incense burner. Bellowing, the competition begins. The participants standing on the arenas were still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, but upon hearing Zhang Ruoming's words, they were as if enchanted, returning to their senses. A thunderous roar resounded. In the next moment, someone struck at the person beside them. Suddenly, on all 3 platforms, numerous individuals found themselves eliminated before the match even began, tumbling down below the arena in a state of bewilderment. Intense battles rapidly erupted on the platforms, as dazzling displays of fighting spirit clashed with various martial techniques, producing thunderous sounds. Xiaohuahua stood on the stage, refraining from attacking anyone else. He contemplated how to conserve his energy, believing that as long as he remained on the platform within the stipulated time, he would be fine. However, it seemed that everyone else bore a grudge against him. Many quickly formed an alliance, standing together and shouting at Xiaohuahua. First, let us take this despicable fellow down. During the qualifying rounds, I vomited 3 times because of him. I also threw up multiple times, wasting a lot of time and nearly missing my chance to enter. Someone rolled up their sleeves, cursing as they declared that regardless of whether they could advance among the top 100 disciples, they had to beat him to vent their frustrations. Let us all go together and take down this scoundrel. After all, with no hope of advancing, it's better to vent our anger. Following this, over 20 individuals rolled up their sleeves and charged at him like hungry wolves. This scene drew the attention of countless spectators. Someone remarked, "What is that guy's background? How could over 20 people team up against him? I know that person. I heard from the other senior brothers that during the qualifying rounds, he fell into a cesspit or something." The stench he emitted made many people vomit on the spot. On platform 3, a few capable individuals were indeed affected for quite some time, which impacted their rankings in the qualifying rounds. Wait a moment, someone interjected. I heard from the other senior brothers that this guy took out socks that hadn't been washed for a year and waved them in the crowd, causing many participants to faint. Nonsense. He clearly threw the brine from pickled rotten eggs into the crowd, creating toxic gas. Consequently, rumors about Xiaohuahua circulated among the audience, giving rise to several versions. In the years to come, his first impression on people would be that of overwhelming stench. On the platform, seeing this, Xiaohuahua displayed an innocent expression and shouted, "Hey, brothers, don't be impulsive." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the over 20 individuals who charged at him were blasted off the platform, sporting bumps on their heads and dark circles around their eyes, resembling panda eyes. Xiaohuahua raised his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, and exhaled. Did they truly think him a soft persimmon easily bullied? He proclaimed, "I wasn't on vacation during my time at the Beast Mountain. Go ask those demon beasts who fought me, who came out unscathed. Dealing with you lot is as simple as a father disciplining his child." In the audience, someone shouted, "Wow, that guy on platform 3 is fierce. He took down over 20 people. Impressive." At this moment, more and more people began to focus their attention on Xiaohuahua. Could this guy be from some family or other powerful faction to be so formidable, taking down over 20 people? Not at all, someone replied. This guy is utterly despicable. I heard that during the C selection yesterday, he threw rotten eggs, unwashed socks, and feces into the crowd, causing many newcomers to feel nauseous and faint the entire night. Look at those people below the platform. Their dark circles are evident. They must have had a terrible night's sleep and are in poor condition. So that's what happened. Someone exclaimed, realizing, I thought he was from some prestigious family. Who knew he was this vile? Why doesn't he the sect do something about this scoundrel? Han Shuer had initially focused on the first platform, where many capable newcomers were engaged in fierce battles. However, upon hearing discussions about Xiaohuahua, she shifted her gaze. When she first laid eyes on him, she was momentarily stunned. She could hardly believe that Xiaohuahua would appear within the Shanyan sect. She had already learned of the Han family's demise. According to the Han family servants, it was Xiaohuahua who killed her father and uncle. When she first received this news, Han Shuer had difficulty believing it. She knew all too well what kind of person Xiaohuahua was. Secretly, she had sent people to investigate for a while, and various signs indicated that the Han family had indeed been destroyed by Xiaohuahua. Even so, Han Shuer still refused to believe it. Today, seeing Xiao Huahua appear in the newcomer competition and single-handedly knock down over 20 competitors, her expression changed drastically, and her brows furrowed slightly. She thought to herself, could it be true, as the rumors say, that he killed my father and uncle? Was that once a good-for-nothing playboy who bullied the weak, merely an act? Han Shuer's expression grew serious, her cold gaze like a bolt of lightning as she fixed her eyes on Xiao Huahua, her eyes flickering with murderous intent. Regardless of whether her father and uncle were truly killed by Xiao Huahua, he must die. Currently, Han Shuer was highly respected in the outer sect of Shangyun, representing the Jade Maiden faction, with countless admirers. Her relationship with Murong Xiong was also quite good. And within the inner sect, she had many admirers as well. Han Shuer reveled in this admiration. Moreover, Murong Xiong had promised her that he would soon speak to Elder Lu and Elder Qi about admitting her into the inner sect. At that time, her status would elevate once more, along with her access to cultivation resources and various benefits. In the future, she would also become Murong Xiong's wife, positioning her as a person of high standing within Shangyun. Now that Xiao Huahua had appeared in Shangyun, they would inevitably cross paths. The matter of Han Batian's broken engagement was instigated by Han Shuer instructing her father to do so. If Xiao Huahua were to reveal all past events, the carefully maintained image Han Shuer had worked hard to uphold within Shangyun would be shattered. She would become the target of scorn and ridicule, branded a shameless harlot. Everything she had gained today would vanish, and at that point, there would be no place for her in Shangyun, becoming the object of everyone's derision. This was the scenario Han Shuer dreaded most. At this moment, her expression was exceptionally grim, even somewhat twisted. Noticing her distress, a sycophant beside her inquired, "Sister, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell," Han Shuer replied, her brow furrowed. "Should I inform Brother Moro?" "No need," Han Shuer stated. Xiong is currently striving to break through to the 8th rank Dowang and is at a critical juncture. He must not be distracted. "I'm fine. I'll just take a rest." Subsequently, Han Shuer cast a cold glance at Xiao Huahua on the platform. Chapter 47. The second assessment after a single individual took down over 20 opponents. Those on Platform 3 halted their attacks, standing as if turned to stone. They had initially thought this disheveled, foul-smelling fellow was merely a lowly fighter who had made it onto the platform solely due to his overwhelming stench, which had knocked out the guardian beasts. To their shock, he turned out to be a formidable opponent. Unconcerned about his image, Xiao Huahua leisurely sat on the ground, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. With a seemingly harmless smile directed at those around him, he encouraged, Continue. Don't mind me. Keep competing. Time waits for no one." The spectators were left shivering in fear, especially at that smile, reminiscent of a fearsome demon. From that moment on, until the competition concluded, no one dared to confront Xiao Huahua. As the competition came to an end, Zhang Ruoming addressed those on the 3 platforms. "Congratulations to all of you for successfully advancing to the top 100 disciples competition and earning the title of Outer Sect Disciples. To those who were eliminated, do not be disheartened. Each of you will receive a fine gift. And I wish you all a bright future and remarkable progress in your cultivation." The eliminated participants wore despondent expressions, their heads hanging low. Yet, upon hearing about the exquisite gifts, the gloom on their faces vanished instantly. As a prestigious sect within the Duki continent, the items they provided were undoubtedly of high quality. Perhaps they would even aid them in breaking through to the next level of cultivation. Suddenly, those who were eliminated followed the disciples of the Shangyun sect to the entrance of the sect. After receiving exquisite items, they joyfully descended the mountain. In the martial arts square, the 100 successful candidates stood together. At that moment, a squinting, plump fellow approached Xiao Huahua with a somewhat lewd demeanor, grinning widely. "Brother, you are truly impressive. I, your little brother, am in complete admiration." Xiao Huahua, observing this somewhat lascivious figure, initially thought he was referring to having single-handedly taken down over 20 opponents. He chuckled and replied, "Nothing remarkable, merely a routine operation." "Really? Is that truly a routine operation?" The plump fellow's eyes widened, though they were so small that one might mistake them for mere slits. Upon widening, they merely appeared as slightly larger cracks. "I had no idea such shameless tactics were merely routine for you. Little brother, I am in awe. My admiration flows like an unending river. Big brother, should we meet again? Please show some mercy," he said. "What shameless tactics?" Xiao Huahua was bewildered. He had genuinely fought and taken down 20 individuals with his fists. "Are you still pretending?" The plump fellow looked at him sideways. "You know, the rumor about you bathing with rotten eggs, feces, and socks that haven't been washed for a year has spread. Did you know? During the selection rounds, nearly half of the participants were knocked unconscious by your stench. Your little brother, took advantage of their poor condition and the distraction of the guardian beast to sneak away to the sect. You tossed your clothes into the bathwater yesterday, and the foul odor filled the entire place. Many who entered were immediately overwhelmed. Just now, many were affected by your foul stench from yesterday, leading to their exhaustion. They hadn't slept a wink and even vomited their last meal. It is precisely because of this that I advanced in the 100 Disciples competition. Xiao Huohua was instantly dumbfounded. When did he ever bathe with rotten eggs and feces, and socks that had not been washed for a year? This was nothing short of slander. His reputation was in tatters. No wonder he felt the malevolent gazes of those around him. As for his clothes from yesterday, he had merely tossed them into the trash. How did that turn into bathwater? Oh heavens, who can explain this to me and restore my innocence? Xiao Huohua felt like crying without tears, wishing for death. Although he had thick skin, he still possessed a sense of shame. Such disgraceful acts were far beyond his character. The plump fellow, noticing Xiao Huohua's pitiful expression, smirked lewdly and slipped back into the crowd, vanishing from sight. About an hour later, Zhang Ruoming led Xiao Huohua and the others to the back mountain. The second round of competition was a ranking match among the 100 disciples. With simple rules, those who could remain in the formation for the duration of an incense stick would advance to the final assessment. Eliminated disciples would be ranked starting from the 100th position. Zhang Ruoming said, "I wish all my junior brothers the best in securing good ranks." With that, the 100 disciples orderly entered the formation. They stood in designated circles according to their assigned codes. These circles were quite spacious, with a diameter of 5 meters. Once the last person entered the formation, Zhang Ruoming ignited an incense stick and announced loudly, "The competition officially begins." Buzz. Suddenly, the originally bright area dimmed. Almost immediately, a shadow appeared in front of each participant. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a puppet. In an instant, the puppet's eyes moved slightly, emitting a rattling sound. Then, with a swift motion of its arm, it conjured a burst of fighting spirit. Without any warning, it launched an attack on the participants. Bang, bang, bang. Many were caught off guard and struck by the puppet. They felt their blood surge, a sweet taste rising in their throats, as if they were cannonballs, sent flying. Numerous individuals tumbled out of the circle. The puppet, having completed its assault, slowly descended back to its original position. Soon after, disciples from the Shangyan sect began to escort the injured newcomers out of the formation. Those hit by the puppet, but still within the circle, faced further attacks from the puppet. At this moment, everyone understood the assessment's content. To withstand combat with this puppet for the duration of an incense stick without leaving the circle counted as success. If anyone could not withstand the onslaught and jumped out, the puppet's attack would cease, and it would return to its starting position. In just a minute, over 20 individuals were swiftly eliminated. Intriguing. Xiao Huohua smiled at the puppet before him. This contest was remarkably simple for him. During his time at the 100 Beast Mountain, he frequently battled spirit-level beasts, honing exceptional combat skills. Fighting against ferocious and violent beasts was incredibly easy for him. Why fear this little puppet? Moreover, the puppet's strength was merely that of a 7th-tier great fighter. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted as someone forcefully shattered the puppet before them. Moments later, a disciple from the Shangyan sect appeared, announcing their advancement. Following the first individual's success, countless others began to imitate the action. They struck with vigor and brilliance. Before long, 10 individuals had shattered their puppets, advancing directly. Meanwhile, Xiao Huohua simply broke the puppet's legs and then sat down, leisurely passing the time. The disabled puppet crawled towards him like a vengeful spirit. Without hesitation, he kicked it away and continued to relax. Chapter 48. The Furious Xiao Huohua the Puppet. Possessing the strength of a 7th-tier great fighter, wielded relentless power. For most newcomers, this was undoubtedly a hellish challenge. Time swiftly passed, and the duration of the incense stick soon came to an end. Only 20 disciples succeeded in advancing to the third assessment. Xiao Huohua strolled out of the formation. Joining the ranks of the advancing disciples, Zhang Ruoming spoke, "Congratulations to all of you, my junior brothers, for successfully advancing to the third examination. The upcoming competition will determine the final rankings. The rules remain simple. The 20 participants will be divided into 10 groups, each drawing codes from this box to determine their teammates. After grouping, Group 1 will battle Group 10, Group 2 will face Group 9, and so on. The remaining 5 groups will enter the top 10 competition." Zhang Ruoming continued, "The rules for the top 10 competition are the same. Draw codes to determine your opponents. Now, please come forward to draw your codes and find your teammates." Quickly, all 20 individuals drew their codes from the box held by Zhang Ruoming. Xiao Huohua drew number 8 and awaited his teammate. "Brother, look, we truly are fated." At that moment, the squinting plump fellow approached, holding the number 8 code. He leaned in, adopting a sneaky demeanor, and whispered, "Big brother, please reveal what foul-smelling items you plan to unleash on the other groups. I'd like to prepare myself to avoid any unfortunate accidents." Get lost, Xiao Huahua retorted irritably, thinking that his reputation was utterly ruined. The 10 groups stood on their respective platforms. Xiao Huahua and the plump fellow faced opponents who were both 9th-tier great fighters. I am Dehu. I am Tainyo. The two from Group 3 introduced themselves. Xiao Huahua. Zhang Lijuan. Your name is Zhang Lijuan? Xiao Huahua glanced at the stout man beside him, his eyelids twitching several times. The two members of Group 3 displayed a similar reaction. What an absurd name. The stout man's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My parents are both blind. And the midwife who attended my birth was an elderly woman with some degree of dementia. She informed my parents that I was a girl, which led to this name being given to me. It wasn't until I turned 3 that my father discovered I was a boy when he accidentally touched the teapot spout. By then, my parents had grown accustomed to calling me Li Juan, so they never changed it. Incredible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's mouth twitched once more. Let the competition commence. With Zhang Ruoming's commanding voice, Dehu and Tainyo were the first to strike. A thick aura of fighting spirit enveloped their palms, exuding immense power. As their punch surged forward, it stirred a fierce wind, kicking up dust from the ground. Xiao Huahua narrowed his eyes at this sight. He then took a deep breath and launched his own punch. The wild lion battle body erupted forth, a majestic lion materializing behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence. It seemed as though it would shatter the void itself, a true embodiment of might. With a thunderous roar, the lion's roar resonated like thunder. Dehu and Tainyo felt a tremor of fear and quickly retreated, attempting to evade this formidable strike. However, it was too late. The lion, with its overwhelming dominance, raised its forelimb and struck. With a resounding crash, both Dehu and Tainyo were sent stumbling back several steps, their vitality surging chaotically. Then, with a strange footwork reminiscent of a cheetah, Xiao Huahua moved with blinding speed. This was a technique he had learned from the lightning leopard during his time on the 100 Beasts Mountain, swift as the wind and agile as lightning. Realizing this, Dehu immediately countered with a punch, his fighting spirit thickly enveloping his fist, brimming with strength. Yet, Xiao Huahua deftly dodged and seized Dehu's wrist, using a mere fraction of his strength to push him off the stage. In the next moment, employing the same elusive footwork, he evaded Tainyo's attack and sent him tumbling off the stage as well. In a seamless, thunderous display, Xiao Huahua dispatched both members of Group 3 in mere moments. This left the stout man beside him in a state of shock. How could it be that he hadn't even had the chance to strike before it was all over? This was simply exhilarating. Zhang Ruoming, observing from the sidelines, was astonished. He had been secretly watching Xiao Huahua, aware that during the previous 2 assessments, he had been holding back, concealing his true strength. He had not anticipated such a fierce display of power, eliminating 2 equally ranked opponents in an instant. It was truly astonishing. Others at different stages also took notice of the spectacle. Their disdainful gazes vanished, replaced by solemnity and respect. They realized that this seemingly despicable individual was not to be underestimated. Wow, big brother, you're impressive. The stout man, regaining his composure from his astonishment, approached Xiao Huahua, showering him with praise. Xiao Huahua waved his hand dismissively. Just standard procedure, just standard procedure. Below the stage, Dehu and Tainyo rose, brushing off the dust from their clothes. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for holding back. Otherwise, the injuries we sustained would have required a month of recovery. There's no need for such courtesy among brothers, Xiao Huahua replied with a fist salute. The remaining matches on the other platforms were intense and concluded swiftly. Within half an hour, the top 10 were determined. Subsequently, the 10 individuals followed Zhang Ruoming to the martial arts square. The audience remained packed to capacity. Look, that insidious fellow who resorted to underhanded tactics has actually made it to the top 10. Someone exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Huahua, their astonishment evident. Who knows what despicable means he employed? However, the next round involved a puppet formation, with the puppet possessing the strength of a 7th-ranked grand fighter. What could this fellow possibly do to counter the puppet? The audience buzzed with speculation regarding Xiao Huahua, a flurry of rumors circulating, all in the spirit of lively discussion. Soon, Xiao Huahua and his companions drew lots for their codes. This time, Xiao Huahua drew the number 8. The stout man drew number 4. Upon seeing their respective codes, the stout man breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, it was Xiao Huahua's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, with some even raising their middle fingers at him. This left Xiao Huahua bewildered, unsure of the cause. Then he recalled the stout man's earlier remarks. Realizing that the entire Yin sect was aware of the odorous concoction he had used, rotten eggs, unwashed socks, and excrement, resulting in a foul stench that had rendered many unconscious during the preliminary competition. Last night, he had tossed his clothing into the bathing water, inadvertently poisoning a large number of contestants. Good grief, there's no way to wash this off even if I jumped into the Yellow River, Xiao Huahua lamented. feeling utterly helpless in the face of the situation. Just then, across the stage, his opponent glared at him with gritted teeth, his eyes nearly popping out with rage. The murderous intent was palpable, fueled by resentment that boiled over. "You despicable scoundrel! You threw such filthy, rancid clothing into the bathing water and caused me to accidentally ingest it, leading to 3 bouts of vomiting. I cannot rest until I avenge this grievance," the man screamed, his fighting spirit surging, charging at Xiao Huahua like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn you! I've been bottling up my anger," Xiao Huahua cursed, incensed by the rumors. He summoned his fighting spirit to its peak. Suddenly, the aura around his fist shifted to a deep purple, radiating an intense heat. Simultaneously, a fierce energy erupted, causing everyone at the martial arts square to gasp in shock. With a roar that reverberated through the heavens, Xiao Huahua's fist manifested a purple lion's head. Then, with a thunderous boom, he sent his opponent crashing off the stage. Chapter 49. A formidable opponent, the once boisterous martial arts square fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Huahua, astonishment etched on their faces. Previously, they had speculated that he relied on despicable, underhanded means to eliminate numerous opponents. Now, with one punch, he had sent a 9th-ranked Grand Fighter crashing down. The sight of the purple lion's head on Xiao Huahua's fist left everyone in shock and dread, exuding a ferocity that seemed to reflect a fearsome beast. The sheer brutality was terrifying, causing even the good-hearted to tremble in fear. In the most prominent area of the audience, a pavilion had been erected where the sect master Mu Mu and 5 elders of the Shangyun sect were seated, observing the top 10 competition. As Xiao Huahua stepped onto the stage, all eyes in the pavilion were glued to him. After all, Xiao Huahua had become the subject of speculation and suspicion throughout the Shangyun sect. To verify his identity, Meng Heron and Lei Budong had even traveled to the Xiao family in Zhongzhou to retrieve an item that would confirm Xiao Huahua's identity. At that moment, Shirbatian, upon seeing the purple fighting spirit coalescing into a lion's head, suddenly stood up. "If I'm not mistaken, that is the fighting spirit of the purple flame demon lion. And the lion's head is indeed the manifestation of the purple flame demon lion, just as I suspected." Elder 7, with a serious expression, furrowed his brow and said, "Could it be that this Xiao Huahua belongs to the purple flame demon lion clan?" "No," Shirbatian replied, regaining his composure and slowly continuing. "He must have mastered the true teachings of the purple flame demon lion and absorbed the power of the purple crystal flame to wield such prowess. This child is indeed exceptionally gifted, able to learn the techniques of the purple flame demon lion clan and utilize them to such an extraordinary degree. It appears that, as Lei Budong suggested, he might indeed be a member of the Xiao family from Zhongzhou. If that is the case, it would be splendid," the second elder remarked. "This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the Shangyun sect." Mu Mu sat silently in his chair, observing Xiao Huahua lost in contemplation, as if searching through his memories for something. Suddenly, his brows furrowed in realization. Could it be? Subsequently, he began to grasp a semblance of understanding regarding Xiao Huahua's identity. Soon, the competitions on the other platforms concluded. Xiao Huahua was somewhat surprised to see the plump Zhang Lijuan also advancing into the top 5. It appeared this hefty individual had concealed her true strength, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. The subsequent matches continued with the drawing of lots to determine opponents. Zhang Ruoming stated, "The eliminated individuals may take a brief respite before facing the 2 others who have been ousted." At this moment, the hefty contestant interrupted Zhang Ruoming, saying, "Senior brother, may I forfeit?" Zhang Ruoming furrowed his brow at this remark. The plump individual continued, "It is already a stroke of luck for me to reach the top 5. I surely cannot compete with them in the upcoming matches, so it would be better to forfeit and avoid a thorough beating." This hefty individual displayed a modicum of insight. Meanwhile, someone in the audience commented, "It is evident that he is vastly outmatched by the other 4, with no chance of victory." Indeed, another voice chimed in, "If I were him, I would forfeit as well. Being in the top 5 is already an impressive achievement, providing an opportunity to be chosen by the elders or to enter the inner sect." Zhang Ruoming nodded slightly. "Very well. I respect your decision. Thank you, senior brother." The plump individual smiled, then turned to Xiao Huahua, saying, "Brother, I have high hopes for you to secure first place. Go for it." With that, he stepped off the platform and into the spectator area. The matches resumed, with the rules unchanged. The 4 of you will draw lots, with the 2 winners competing for first and second place, while the 2 eliminated will vie for third and fourth. After the lots were drawn, Xiao Huahua's opponent appeared to be a rather feeble-looking man, pale and seemingly on the brink of collapse. His physique was frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet, this individual exuded a sense of danger that Xiao Huahua could not ignore. This sensitivity to peril stemmed from his prolonged encounters with various beasts on the Beast Mountain, having developed an instinct akin to that of a beast. System. Is this fellow's true strength at the level of a spirit fighter? Xiao Huahua inquired of Yu Qiu. Initially, he had not intended to vie for first place. Merely entering the top 100 would suffice. He was already under the watchful eyes of the Shangyun sect's higher-ups, making many future endeavors within the sect inconvenient. However, if he displayed only mediocre talent, the leaders of the Shangyun sect would naturally not focus too much of their energy on him. Yet, having expended 10,000 points to obtain intelligence, he discovered a significant connection to the Xiao family of Zhongzhou. After conferring with Yu Qiu, he resolved to strive for a higher rank, even aiming for first place. Yu Qiu informed him that 2 elders from the Shangyun sect had already gone to the Xiao family in Zhongzhou to seek something that would confirm his identity. Once his connection to the Zhongzhou Xiao family was validated, the prominent figures of the Shangyun sect would invest all their resources into nurturing him. Moreover, the Xiao family would secretly observe him. However, the prerequisite for such support was to demonstrate sufficient talent and strength. In doing so, he could acquire precious items in exchange for points. In that scenario, piloting an aircraft, driving a tank, or standing upon an aircraft carrier to dominate the entire Duki continent would no longer be a mere dream. Thus, he sought information on his opponent to prepare adequately, ensuring he would not be caught off guard during battle. Regarding the use of firearms, Xiao Huahua was reluctant, as this was merely a competition, not a life-or-death struggle. The lethality of firearms was far too great. A moment's carelessness could result in the opponent's demise, leading to unnecessary trouble. As for the imprint of the cold, fierce flames in the firearms, he was even more hesitant to use them, at least for now, fearing that an innocent individual might suffer due to his possession of such weapons. His current strength was still too feeble, and he had also learned about the Soul Palace's movements from Yu Qiu. Otherwise, why would he need to activate the credit system to exchange for a spirit fighter pill? He could simply use firearms and exotic flames to bulldoze through. Indeed, Yu Qiu replied, succinctly affirming the situation. It was evident that his opponent was concealing considerable strength. Xiao Huahua licked his lips, resisting the immediate impulse to exchange for a spirit fighter pill with Yu Qiu. Instead, he felt a surge of combat fervor. It was an opportune moment to test the limits of his abilities. In truth, Xiao Huahua's initial plan had been to exchange for a spirit fighter pill to enhance his strength. Although his points were insufficient, he could activate the credit store. However, upon reflection, he realized his current opponent did indeed pose a certain level of pressure, yet was not insurmountable. Xiao Huahua felt confident in his ability to challenge beyond his level, especially since he had mastered the essence of several beastly techniques that could bridge the gap between them. He yearned for a fierce battle to calibrate the prowess of the skills he had acquired from the Beast Mountain. If he truly found himself at a disadvantage, he could always resort to the credit store to exchange for a spirit fighter pill. The first match will feature Xiao Huahua against Bai Yuhua, Zhang Ruoming announced. With that, both Xiao Huahua and Bai Yuhua leaped onto the stage. Please, enlighten me, Bai Yuhua said gracefully, cupping his hands in greeting. Xiao Huahua reciprocated the gesture. In an instant, Xiao Huahua sprang into action, channeling his Duki to its utmost limit as he unleashed a powerful punch. Roar! A magnificent beast materialized, rearing its head and letting out a fierce roar, its ferocity palpable. Coupled with the lightning-fast footwork of the lightning leopard, Xiao Huahua created several afterimages on the platform. Bai Yuhua, facing Xiao Huahua's onslaught, remained as steady as a mountain, exuding calmness. As his delicate hand lifted, a layer of white Duki surged forth, transforming into a fierce gale that spread outward. Boom! Bai Yuhua discerned the trajectory of Xiao Huahua's attack, raising his hand to block the forceful punch. The impact resonated in the air, erupting with a thunderous roar. Suddenly, Bai Yuhua made his move. His seemingly weak palm concealed a lethal intent. Xiao Huahua felt a surge of potent Duki, akin to a sharp sword, piercing toward him. Crossing his arms, he unleashed his Duki. In an instant, a golden monkey apparition enveloped him, forming an armor that shielded him from the daunting strike. With a resounding crash, Xiao Huahua was sent reeling backward. Chapter 50. The necessity of firearms. At this moment, the competition on the platform had astonished all onlookers. No one had anticipated that these two newcomers could unleash such an intense battle, leaving the audience in a daze. Particularly, Xiao Huahua's ability to summon two beastly apparitions to enhance his combat prowess left many outer sect disciples utterly astounded. They had never witnessed such a technique before. In the pavilion, Batian was once again astounded by Xiao Huahua. This young man's talent was nothing short of monstrous. He could transform and elevate his skills to an ancestral level. Not only could he unleash astonishing combat power, but he could also manifest the essence of his techniques. This was truly a prodigious existence. Batian declared, once Xiao Huahua's identity is confirmed, he shall be my disciple. Do not attempt to compete with me. Though you are called Badian, that does not grant you the right to be unreasonable. This young man is mine, the second elder interjected. At this moment, the fifth elder also joined the fray to claim Xiaohuahua. The three individuals, all in their 40s or 50s, argued passionately, akin to shrews quarreling in the streets. The talent Xiaohuahua displayed had already captivated the elders. They had an inkling that Xiaohuahua was not affiliated with the Soul Palace, but rather had a unique connection to the Xiao family of Zhongzhou. This was due to the fact that the bloodline of the Xiao family possessed the ability to trace techniques back to their origins and unleash formidable power. This was also the fundamental reason why the Xiao family had remained a steadfast presence in the Duqi continent throughout the ages. In contemporary times, although the lineage has significantly declined within the Xiao family, it remains formidable and cannot be underestimated. Morong He and the seventh elder refrained from participating in the contest for Xiaohuahua. The expressions of both men subtly shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue. On the arena, Xiaohuahua, despite employing the divine abilities of the Diamond Magic Ape, successfully defended against Bai Yuhua's attacks with the Diamond Shield. However, he felt a sharp pain in his arms, and a numbness crept into his palms. This adversary was indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, Xiaohuahua's eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit, as if he had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. He combined the lightning leopard's footwork and charged once more, maximizing his prowess with the berserk lion battle body and the diamond shield. Boom, boom, boom. On the arena, Xiaohuahua transformed into numerous afterimages. With a flurry of punches and kicks, thunderous sounds erupted. In an instant, he exchanged several blows with Bai Yuhua, both evenly matched and unable to discern a victor. At that moment, Xiaohuahua seized an opening and landed a left hook squarely on Bai Yuhua's face. Following up with a spinning kick, he sent Bai Yuhua staggering backward. Bai Yuhua furrowed his brow, breathing a bit more rapidly. He had not anticipated Xiaohuahua's prowess. The strength of a 9th-level Grand Fighter could unleash combat power comparable to that of a battle spirit. Had he not stepped outside the confines of the Grand Fighter realm before the competition, this battle would have surely ended in Xiaohuahua's favor. Bai Yuhua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly. Immediately, a tremendous aura erupted from his body, stirring fierce winds. Crack! The powerful winds tore through the arena floor, leaving a myriad of cracks and sending dust swirling into the air. A battle spirit. It was astonishing that this newcomer possessed battle spirit capabilities. In the audience, numerous spectators were taken aback. At the Cloud Sect, the outer disciples were predominantly Grand Fighters, with only a select few having reached the battle spirit level. The strength displayed by Xiaohuahua and Bai Yuhua had already surpassed many outer disciples, astonishing the crowd. The existence of a battle spirit level contender was utterly unexpected. Many had already declared Bai Yuhua the victor of this match, with some even asserting that he would claim the title of champion. I want him, the second elder declared. You claim him so casually, does that not diminish my authority? The fifth elder chimed in. I also desire this individual. Meanwhile, Badian remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he observed Xiaohuahua, awaiting a counterattack. On the arena, the fierce winds surged like blades. Xiaohuahua utilized the diamond shield to block the terrifying gusts, which sparked countless embers. I'm coming, Bai Yuhua shouted, his feet launching him forward like a cannonball, his momentum overwhelming. In that moment, Xiaohuahua channeled all his energy into his fists and infused the violet flame taught to him by Old Z into his strikes. Astonishingly, the energy in his fists transformed into a radiant purple, exuding intense heat, reminiscent of waves radiating outward. Instantly, the entire arena felt engulfed in a heat wave. Furthermore, within that wave simmered the ferocity and malice of the purple flame demon lion, as if it had materialized on the scene. With a roar that reverberated through the entire training ground, many trembled in fear, their hearts racing. Before them, the spectral form of a purple flame demon lion materialized behind Xiaohuahua, its fury and malevolence unmistakable. Its colossal wings were razor-sharp, akin to the scythe of death. At that moment, Bai Yuhua halted, refraining from advancing. He regarded Xiaohuahua with grave concern, his breathing quickening. Subsequently, he summoned all his energy, and as he swung his arms, the golden energy swirled in the air like waves. 8th Extreme Burst, Bai Yuhua bellowed. His arms swept forward with an explosive force. Boom. The terrifying energy surged like a cascade of waves crashing forth. At this juncture, Xiaohuahua unleashed a punch. The spectral purple flame demon lion flapped its wings and roared ferociously. Boom. A conflagration erupted on the arena, black smoke billowing into the air. The fierce winds surged, spreading outward. In an instant, a significant portion of the arena was obliterated. Debris flew, and dust clouds billowed. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the arena, eager to ascertain who would emerge victorious. No one dared to make predictions on the outcome. despite Xiao Huahua being merely a 9th-level Grand Fighter. The power he displayed with that punch was nearly at the battle spirit level. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Huahua was seen half-kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Bai Yuhua also gasped for breath, yet his condition was notably superior to that of Xiao Huahua. After all, the disparity in strength and realm was indisputable. You are quite formidable, Xiao Huahua, Bai Yuhua remarked. To unleash battle spirit strength as a 9th-level Grand Fighter, I find myself outclassed. Yet victory ultimately resides with me. Let this end. Suddenly, Bai Yuhua made his move. In an instant, his outstretched hand was enveloped in dense energy. Just as everyone believed the outcome was settled, with Xiao Huahua poised to exit in the top 4, he abruptly rose, producing an unfamiliar object from his grasp. Bang! Xiao Huahua aimed at Bai Yuhua's arm and pulled the trigger, unleashing a thunderous sound. Puff! Before Bai Yuhua could react, he felt a sharp pain as his arm erupted in a cloud of blood, a scream escaping his lips. The targeted arm became numb. Subsequently, the bullet's force combined with the power of the Grand Fighter, causing Bai Yuhua to collapse, his eyes closing as he fell into unconsciousness. Had Xiao Huahua not restrained his strength, Bai Yuhua's arm would have been reduced to mere shreds. Such extraordinary battles seem to exist solely in novels. Damn it. I shall never again feign weakness to deceive others. If a decisive resolution is possible, I shall achieve it. In the end, the one to suffer was himself. Upon witnessing Bai Yuhua sprawled on the ground, devoid of combat capability, Xiao Huahua blew on the barrel of his weapon and then stowed it away. Chapter 51. The Terrifying Youth in Black Silence. The entire training ground was enveloped in a profound stillness. Everyone was taken aback, akin to a bewildered monk, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Bai Yuhua had been in a position of assured victory, yet Xiao Huahua inexplicably reversed the tide and triumphed. This was an outcome none had anticipated, leaving them in utter astonishment. The rapidity of these events left no time for reaction. Were it not for Bai Yuhua lying on the ground, blood seeping from his arm, the crowd would have struggled to believe the scene before them. The weapon in Xiao Huahua's hands piqued everyone's curiosity. It was something unseen and unheard of. Observant individuals recognized that Xiao Huahua's victory was inextricably linked to the weapon he wielded. In the loft, Sherbatian was once again astonished by Xiao Huahua's display of skill. This young man was indeed extraordinary. He had turned what seemed to be a certain defeat into a stunning victory. He was undeniably exceptional, a veritable prodigy. Sherbatian's delight quickly turned to concern as he asked, "Do you know what weapon he possesses?" The other elders shook their heads, indicating ignorance. "I suspect it to be a concealed weapon," murmured Mu Mu, who had remained silent until now. The tip of that weapon launches projectiles as thick as a pinky finger, swift as lightning, resembling a streak of silk. The speed is astonishing, leaving little room for reaction. Were it not for Xiao Huahua's restraint, aimed at Bai Yuhua's arm, I fear he would have already become a corpse. The elders fell into a contemplative silence. This young man was indeed intriguing, his methods diverse and his weaponry remarkably peculiar. Moments later, Sherbatian remarked, "Master, once this young man's identity is confirmed, he must remain in the sect at all costs. We cannot let him go." On the arena, Zhang Ruoming stood in shock, frozen like a stunned chicken, utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how Xiao Huahua managed to reverse what seemed to be an inevitable defeat. "Brother, shouldn't you announce my victory?" Xiao Huahua inquired, tapping his nostrils. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming snapped back to reality and proclaimed, "The victor of this match is Xiao Huahua." Instantly, the outer disciples in the audience awakened from their stupor, gazing at Xiao Huahua and murmuring among themselves. Xiao Huahua gracefully descended from the stage, while the unconscious Bai Yuhua was carried off to the clinic for treatment. "Brother, you're truly amazing." The chubby one approached, his face beaming with flattery. "I knew you would claim the title of champion. Just don't forget about me, your little brother. Shower me with some favors." Xiao Huahua smiled faintly at him, and then settled into a meditation position in the resting area, beginning to regulate his breath. After a brief moment, the second match commenced. The battle between the two participants was intensely fierce, with shadows flickering across the arena. Fists and feet clashed, and energy surged wildly. After 100 exchanges, the two fighters struck each other simultaneously, creating distance between them. "Unleash your true strength," a dashing man in blue attire spoke softly. The gaunt figure in black curled his lips into a slight smirk and rasped, "As you wish." Suddenly, both unleashed tremendous power. The gale they created slicing through the arena floor. Both are fighters of the spirit duel level. In the audience, countless spectators gasped in astonishment. I never imagined this year's newcomers would be so formidable. Several of them are at the spirit duel realm. The strength exhibited by the two combatants far surpassed that of Bai Yuhua. It was evident from their released energy that both were at the third tier of spirit duel. Boom. The gaunt figure in black made his move. At the moment his fingers curled, his strike was sharp and utterly astonishing. The blue-clad man swiftly sidestepped, then formed a fist imprint, unleashing his killing blow. Bang! At the instant their claws and fists collided, energy erupted, scattering countless sparks. Subsequently, an explosion rippled through the area surrounding them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two figures intertwined once more, fists and feet colliding in a fierce exchange. At this juncture, Xiaohuahua had awakened from his meditation. His expression grew solemn as he furrowed his brow, observing the man in black. This fellow had concealed his strength. Xiaohuahua was exceptionally sensitive to danger, a skill acquired from his encounters with ferocious beasts. Despite the black-clad man's efforts to mask his aura, Xiaohuahua still sensed it. He could discern that the threat posed by the black-clad man was several times greater than that of the diamond demon ape. His strength must be at the 6th tier of Spirit Duel. Both fighters were at the 3rd tier of Spirit Duel. This year's newcomer competition was akin to purgatory. The chubby one, witnessing the battle on stage, was nearly frightened out of his wits. Thankfully, he had wisely forfeited the match. Otherwise, he would surely have been beaten severely and would have spent over a month bedridden. He turned to Xiaohuahua and said, "Brother, I think you should forfeit as well." Achieving 3rd place is still commendable. Xiaohuahua ignored him, continuing to focus on the match. Boom. The blue-clad youth was knocked back several steps, blood surging in his veins, a sweet taste rising in his throat. He glanced at the black-clad opponent, his expression grave, brows furrowed in a frown. Then, he unleashed his energy, concentrating it in his palm. Suddenly, a white streak shot forth from his hand. Boom. The black-clad youth's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he evaded the powerful strike. The white streak exploded on the arena, sending dust flying. At that moment, the black-clad youth appeared before the blue-clad youth like a specter. As he closed his fingers into a fist, it struck down like an iron hammer. Bang! The blue-clad youth was hit and coughed up blood. Just then, the black-clad youth continued his assault. As his fists rained down, they seemed to fall like a relentless storm upon the blue-clad youth. Akin to a boxer pummeling a punching bag. Splutter! Gouts of blood erupted from the blue-clad youth's mouth. His body was already riddled with wounds, with at least 10 indentations visible. Bang! A powerful punch struck the blue youth's chin, sending him soaring into the air before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, the blue-clad youth had lost consciousness, gravely injured, his breathing weak. The black-clad youth appeared frenzied, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he licked his lips, charging forward as if on a bloodthirsty rampage. Is he intent on killing him? The chubby one watched in horror, his face paling. The blue-clad youth is completely incapacitated and has no strength to fight back. Does this guy hold a deep-seated grudge? Just then, Zhang Ruoming appeared before the blue-clad youth as if transcending space. As he raised his palm, he seized the black-clad youth's fist. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, the energy transforming into a gale that ripped through the ground. Zhang Ruoming frowned slightly, staring at the black-clad youth, displeased. He is incapable of continuing. The outcome is clear. Why must you persist? Do you seek his life? The black-clad youth regarded Zhang Ruoming with a frown, clearly displeased. Yet, in the next moment, he withdrew his fist, revealing a slight smile. Then he turned to Xiaohuahua, tilting his head and beckoning with a finger, the implication unmistakable. Brother, forfeit the match. This guy is a monster. If you engage him, you will undoubtedly suffer a brutal beating. You may even lose your life. The chubby one, pale as a ghost, exclaimed, "This is dire." Chapter 52. Hidden task in the loft. Mumu and others watched the match, their brows knitted and expressions grave. Though this young man possesses commendable talent and skill, his malevolence is excessive, and his methods are rather ruthless, Sherbatian observed, his brow furrowing slightly. In the upcoming match, it will be Xiaohuahua against him. Given this young man's temperament and tactics, Xiaohuahua is in peril, the second elder added. Do you think Xiaohuahua will forfeit? The fifth elder inquired. Although Xiaohuahua is also quite formidable, a 9th-tier great duelist capable of unleashing spirit duel strength, and possesses those peculiar hidden weapons, the gap in realm and strength is a formidable barrier. On the arena, the black-clad youth tilted his neck, pointing at Xiaohuahua with a crooked smile, his meaning unmistakable. In response, Xiaohuahua also smiled wryly, raising his middle finger at the black-clad youth. Brother, you truly don't intend to face this madman, do you? The chubby one felt a chill run down his spine. Why should I retreat? Xiaohuahua retorted. He has issued a challenge. As a man of stature, how could I back down? Besides, the victor is yet to be determined. Upon hearing this, the chubby one suddenly calmed down considerably. In an instant, he envisioned a scene of Xiaohuahua's victory. Subsequently, Xiaohuahua accessed the system, clicking on the credit shop. At that moment, a 7th-tier spirit duel pill was displayed prominently, demanding a staggering 50,000 points. Though Xiaohuahua felt a pang of heartache, He wasted no time and promptly redeemed the 7th-tier Spirit Dual Pill from Yichio. Suddenly, 2,000 points were deducted as Xiao Huahua exchanged information about the black-clad youth from Yichio. The notification chimed. Deduction successful. Remaining points, 8,000. Opponent, Yang Xiao. Realm, 7th-stage Do Ling skill. Soul-devouring demon kill. Identity, member of the Rakshasa clan, a hidden force cultivated by the Soul Palace, unknown to the public. The purpose of this journey to the Shangyun sect is to steal the 9th-ranked exotic fire from the cabinet, the 3,000 Thunderflame. A notification sounded. The host has learned of Yang Xiao's identity, triggering a hidden mission. Hidden mission? Xiao Huahua was taken aback. Since annihilating the Han family, the system had not assigned him any tasks, which was a stark contrast to his understanding of it. Nonetheless, Xiao Huahua did not mind. He accrued points mainly through exchanges with the system, not through tasks. However, the mere fact that he had stumbled upon a hidden mission was indeed surprising. In the original narrative, during his mission, Xiao Huahua had inadvertently noticed Yang Xiao's peculiar behavior. After conducting an investigation and tracking, he only uncovered Yang Xiao's true identity and eliminated him after achieving the rank of Do Huang. Furthermore, the one who plotted against Yu Lao was also the clan leader of the Rakshasa clan. Now, Xiao Huahua, utilizing his points, had foreknowledge of Yang Xiao's identity in the Rakshasa clan, driving the plot forward once more, as Yichio gained 100,000 points of world origin. If he acted now and eliminated Yang Xiao, the plot would progress again. The fortune extracted from this would transform into world origin, accumulating to over 5 million. Enough to upgrade the system. Thus, Yichio would naturally seize this opportunity for advancement, directly guiding Xiao Huahua through the hidden mission to slay Yang Xiao. The notification chimed. By defeating Yang Xiao in this competition, the host would claim first place and earn 20,000 points. Would the host accept the hidden mission? Accept. Xiao Huahua replied without hesitation. A battle with Yang Xiao is inevitable, and his goal was also to secure first place, acquiring a wealth of elixirs and cultivation resources to exchange for points. Now, having encountered a hidden mission, the prospect of obtaining an additional 20,000 points was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for Xiao Huahua. He swiftly consumed a 7th-stage Do Ling pill. Power surged through him like a tidal wave, forming a great cycle within. In the first-place competition, Xiao Huahua faced Yang Xiao. At this moment, Zhang Ruoming spoke up. Yang Xiao stood on the stage, tilting his head with an air of mockery directed at Xiao Huahua. The onlookers felt a chill. The sight of Yang Xiao was enough to send shivers down their spines. Boss, be careful. If it gets too dangerous, just forfeit. Second place isn't so bad, he warned. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Xiao Huahua replied, a slight smile gracing his lips after refining the pill's power. He then propelled himself onto the stage. If it gets too tough, I will stop the match immediately. Zhang Ruoming assured him before bellowing. The match begins. In the audience, everyone watched Xiao Huahua ascend the stage, their thoughts filled with foreboding. Yang Xiao was ruthless and powerful. Although Xiao Huahua, a 9th-stage Great Do Master, was formidable, the odds seemed insurmountable. It appeared he was willingly flying into the flames, courting disaster. On the stage, Yang Xiao regarded Xiao Huahua with a sinister smile, licking his lips. Knowing you're stepping into death, yet still climbing up here, commendable courage. To reward you, I shall break your bones one by one, allowing you to savor the exquisite agony. Bang! At that moment, Xiao Huahua sprang into action, his feet dancing with the steps of the lightning leopard, becoming a fleeting shadow before Yang Xiao. He raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, and struck with tremendous force. Yang Xiao staggered back several steps, struggling to regain his balance, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The crowd was stunned. They had not anticipated Xiao Huahua's fierce and decisive assault, nor that he could draw blood from Yang Xiao. Could it be that Xiao Huahua had concealed his true strength? Some speculated in astonishment, wondering if he possessed the prowess of a 3rd-stage Do Ling instead of merely a 9th-stage Great Do Master. Yang Xiao wiped the blood from his mouth with his thumb, a smile spreading across his face. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. It seems this game will be far more interesting. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Huahua, employing the lightning leopard steps, charged again. However, Yang Xiao was prepared. In a swift motion, he blocked Xiao Huahua's punch with his palm, sending a shockwave of powerful Do Qi through his hand, stirring up dust and creating minor cracks in the arena. Xiao Huahua frowned, his expression growing grave. He then intensified his power, igniting his fist with a fiercer Do Qi. Yang shouted the same, bolstering his strength. Boom! The arena erupted in a cacophony of sound, as Xiao Huahua and Yang Xiao engaged in a fierce battle amidst the swirling dust. Their fists and feet collided, reverberating like thunder, the pace of their combat quickening to such a degree that the spectators struggled to follow their movements, even those at the 3rd-stage Do Ling level. Roar. As Xiaohuahua lunged forward, a majestic lion materialized behind him, embodying his fierce spirit. In an instant, he charged forward like a lion on the hunt. Young Xiao, seeing this, let out a cold laugh. His hand transformed into a claw, a massive ghostly talon emerging to intercept the oncoming lion. With a resounding crash, both Xiaohuahua and Yang Xiao were forced back a few steps. Then, simultaneously, they pushed off with their feet, colliding with the force of arrows, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Chapter 53. The assassination of Yang Xiao in the audience. All eyes were glued to the match on stage, a palpable sense of suffocation filling the air. The clash between Xiaohuahua and Yang Xiao was intensely fierce and utterly captivating. Their exchanges of blows, infused with Do Qi, set off a series of explosions, sending dust flying. No one had expected such a ferocious battle between two newcomers. The thrill was palpable. In the loft, Sherbatian watched the stage with an excited expression. I knew I was mistaken about this kid. He definitely has hidden strength. I just didn't anticipate it being so profound. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this match? The fifth elder inquired. I suspect Yang Xiao, replied the second elder. Although the current match seems evenly matched, the two realms are not far apart. Yang Xiao's insidious nature and cruel tactics give him an edge. Though less than admirable, it is his advantage, which Xiaohuahua lacks. But don't forget, Xiaohuahua possesses that peculiar hidden weapon, striking like lightning. Yang Xiao may not be able to evade it, the fifth elder countered. While Xiaohuahua's hidden weapon is indeed remarkable and lethal, remember, a hidden weapon is only effective when the enemy is caught off guard and unaware. The second elder noted, in the previous match, Xiaohuahua has already revealed his trump card. Although Yang Xiao is engaged in close combat with him, he is now on guard. Did you not notice? Yang Xiao's attacks are all aimed at Xiaohuahua's arms, preventing him from utilizing his hidden weapon. On the stage, Yang Xiao's strikes were sharp and cunning. Yet, as the second elder pointed out, he relentlessly targeted Xiaohuahua's arms. Yang Xiao sneered. If your greatest reliance is that hidden weapon, then this match shall end here. You will have no opportunity to use it. Xiaohuahua remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. With a powerful strike, he swiftly created distance. Yet, Yang Xiao remained unyielding, charging forward with the force of an arrow, firmly restraining Xiaohuahua's arm. This opponent truly proved to be a formidable challenge, Xiaohuahua mused inwardly. Suddenly, the ethereal image of the purple-flamed demon lion loomed behind him, emanating a fierce aura that stirred a gale, forcing Yang Xiao back. Subsequently, Xiaohuahua prepared to draw a firearm. In an instant, Yang Xiao unleashed his full power, no longer holding back. His fighting spirit sliced through the ground like a blade, revealing terrifying fissures. A 7th-tier Do spirit. The true strength of Yang Xiao was astonishingly a 7th-tier Do spirit. Gasps erupted throughout the audience, their hearts churning like tumultuous waves, struggling to calm. In the loft, Mu and others shared similar expressions of disbelief. The prowess of a 7th-tier Do spirit could earn one direct entry into the inner sect of the Cloud Sect, coveted by countless elders vying for such a disciple. Could Yang Xiao be a scion of a powerful faction? Or perhaps a disciple of a venerable master? Elder 7 inquired. It was evident that at just over 20, he possessed the strength of a 7th-tier Do spirit, showcasing remarkable talent, nearly monstrous. At this point, Xiaohuahua appeared to have no chance of victory. Elder 2 remarked that even if he successfully employed concealed weapons, he would still be no match for Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, Mu instructed to remain vigilant regarding the arena's situation, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Xiaohuahua must not be harmed. Instantly, several elders rose to their feet, their brows furrowed as they focused intently on the arena, their fighting spirit quietly surging. On the platform, the gale conjured by Yang Xiao was formidable, tearing the ground apart and sending dust and debris flying. He manipulated the fragments with his fighting spirit, launching them like a flurry of sharp daggers. Diamond body, Xiaohuahua shouted, and the formidable, ethereal image of the diamond demon ape enveloped him, beating its chest and roaring skyward, exuding an aura of ferocity. Yet, the newly manifested diamond demon ape was instantly pierced by the oncoming missiles of debris. The figure was riddled with cracks, as if shattered glass. At this moment, the image of the diamond demon ape appeared to be in tatters, perforated by numerous shards. The projectiles continued to exert force, relentlessly aimed at the figure, intent on completely shattering it before crashing down upon Xiaohuahua. In the inner chamber, the elders of the Cloud Sect prepared to intervene in the contest, while Zhang Ruoming discreetly gathered power, ready to act should Xiaohuahua falter, aiming to mitigate Yang Xiao's assault's potency. Do not mistake my silence for weakness, Xiaohuahua roared, and suddenly, the previously battered and cracked image of the diamond demon ape erupted with a powerful aura. As he unleashed all his strength, a terrifying fighting spirit surged forth from his body like steam, causing his clothes to billow and hair to dance wildly. With a resounding explosion, the diamond demon ape's arms extended wide, and miraculously, the shards embedded in the image were forcefully expelled, detonating mid-air into fine powder. What? Xiaohuahua is also a 7th-tier Do spirit, came a shocked exclamation, disbelief etched on their faces. To have two newcomers of equal caliber in a single contest was utterly astounding, shattering the perceptions of all Outer Sect disciples. In the loft, the elders who had readied themselves to halt the duel were taken aback by this revelation. They had not anticipated that Xiaohuahua also possessed the strength of a 7th-tier Do spirit. This young man was a continuous source of surprises. Sherbatian chuckled. Indeed, indeed. It seems this contest will not conclude anytime soon. Elder 2 added, these two newcomers continuously delight us. Heaven has truly favored the Cloud Sect. At this moment, Yang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not expected Xiaohuahua to be his equal in strength. His eyes narrowed, growing cold. Soul-eating demon slash. Yang Zhao shouted. And the fighting spirit enveloping him morphed unexpectedly, shifting from dark gold to a sinister crimson. An extremely chilling aura erupted within the arena, and the raging winds echoed with the wails of vengeful spirits, casting an eerie pall over the scene. Xiaohuahua's brow furrowed slightly. He understood that Yang Xiao had unleashed a lethal move aimed at killing him in one strike. Suddenly, Yang Xiao surged forward with incredible speed, transforming into a dark red specter, ferocious and terrifying, exuding a pungent scent of blood. The entire arena reverberated with the haunting cries of vengeful spirits as Yang Zhao's fighting spirit morphed into blood-red claws, encircling him. However, Xiaohuahua remained composed, standing firm and unperturbed. The surrounding claws struck him, sparking upon impact, yet they inflicted no harm. At some point, Xiaohuahua had donned a bulletproof vest. Crafted by Yi Qiu, the vest was impenetrable, and combined with Xiaohuahua's own strength, it could withstand even the mightiest of Do Wang-level experts. Now, Yang Xiao advanced upon him, a myriad of blood claws surrounding them like a swarm of vengeful spirits. Just then, Xiaohuahua deployed a flashbang, releasing a blinding light that rendered Yang Xiao momentarily sightless and defenseless. You wish to kill me? Perhaps in your next life. Xiaohuahua scoffed, raising his firearm towards Yang Xiao. The latter sensed a wave of impending doom. A single bullet tore through the air, piercing Yang Xiao's skull. The combined force of the bullet and fighting spirit erupted, leaving Yang Zhao's head resembling a shattered watermelon, blood splattering the ground in a gruesome display. The scene was chilling. Chapter 54, doubling the effect after Xiaohuahua dispatched Yang Xiao, the narrative of the Cloud Sect surged towards its conclusion. The consciousness of this realm began to spiral into chaos, and Yi Qiu acquired 1 million units of world essence. Adding this to his previous accumulation, he now possessed a total of 530,000. What a delightful windfall! Yi Qiu exclaimed, licking his lips in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt immense joy, having gathered sufficient world essence to upgrade his system and unlock more functionalities. This could potentially allow him to impose constraints upon this realm, paving the way for a series of endeavors to alter the laws governing this world and procure even greater quantities of world essence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain Yang Xiao and achieved first place. Reward, 20,000 points. Credit points, 30,000. Remaining points, 8,000. Xiaohuahua too felt elated. For first place was his coveted goal, and Yang Xiao was the opponent he sought to defeat. Not only had he accomplished his objective, but he also earned 20,000 points, reducing his debt. What a cause for celebration. At that moment, the martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone seemed to lose their sense of awareness, staring in stunned silence at Xiaohuahua on the platform. No one had anticipated that the individual who had resorted to foul play in the preliminaries with rotten eggs, unwashed socks, and excrement would emerge as such a formidable force, sweeping through the competition to claim first place. My esteemed leader, your prowess is indeed remarkable, and my admiration for you flows like an unceasing river, unstoppable and boundless. The rotund figure rushed onto the stage, enveloping Xiaohuahua in an enthusiastic embrace. At this moment, the plump individual was equally elated, his slitty eyes squinting into a mere line beneath his mischievous grin. Little did he expect that a casual conversation would lead him to a figure of immense significance. In the future, wouldn't he soar within the Shangyun sect? Zhang Ruoming approached the arena, but did not immediately declare Xiaohuahua's victory. Instead, he turned to gaze at the loft in the audience. Although the Shangyun sect was not devoid of life and death battles, such confrontations could only occur on the arena designated for such matters, and both parties must sign a death contract. Xiaohuahua's slaying of Yang Xiao was evidently a violation of the sect's regulations. Despite Yang Zhao's final move being laced with lethal intent, the ultimate outcome was his demise at the hands of Xiao Huahua. Clearly, Zhang Ruoming was awaiting a response from Mu Mu and the others in the loft. Should a verdict be rendered, action against Xiao Huahua would undoubtedly follow swiftly. Although Zhang Ruoming was no match for Xiao Huahua, he still possessed the capability to prevent the latter's escape. Meanwhile, all the outer disciples in the audience were also fixated on the loft. The atmosphere on the stage grew heavy and oppressive, prompting the rotund figure to sense the tension. His once mischievous countenance now bore a hint of gravity. Boss, the Shangyun sect has explicit regulations. One can only eliminate an opponent on the death arena after signing the death contract. Your killing of Yang Xiao has breached this treaty. The plump man whispered, his voice barely audible, meant only for Xiao Huahua's ears. At this juncture, Zhang Ruoming and all those in the audience were attentively watching the loft, clearly waiting for the higher-up stance on the matter. The situation appeared dire. Brother, if things go awry, perhaps you should flee. I can buy you some time. Xiao Huahua was taken aback by this unexpected display of loyalty from someone he had known for less than a day. Fear not, everything will be fine, he reassured, patting the plump man's shoulder with calm assurance. He then turned to Zhang Ruoming and said, Brother, the match has concluded. Want you announce the results? Otherwise, how shall I be declared the champion? With a smile, Xiao Huahua was confident that the sect's elders would not penalize him. Ruoming announced the outcome. At that moment, a voice resonated from the loft, belonging to Sherbatian. Zhang Ruoming nodded in acknowledgement. The victor of this match is Xiao Huahua, who claims the title of champion in this newcomer competition. Wow, brother, you truly possess a formidable foundation, exclaimed the plump man. Come on, tell me honestly. Are you the illegitimate child of the sect leader? Get lost, Xiao Huahua retorted, visibly annoyed. Junior disciple, the sect leader requests your presence. At this, Zhang Ruoming approached Xiao Huahua. The latter nodded slightly, feeling no trepidation. He was already aware of Mu Mu's intentions, having learned everything from Yiqiu. Accompanying Zhang Ruoming to meet Mu Mu, Xiao Huahua noticed that Yiqiu paid little attention to him, understanding that Mu Mu's inquiries would be about trivial matters, followed by some tests, an all-too-familiar narrative. At present, Yiqiu focused all his energy on upgrading his system. Let me see what benefits this upgrade will bestow upon me. He inhaled deeply, directly utilizing 5 million units of world essence to elevate himself. System upgrading. At this moment, Yiqiu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, restlessly awaiting the outcome. Whether he could break free from the constraints of this world, as he had done in the Wang Tung world, depended on this upgrade. What felt like mere seconds stretched into what seemed like decades. Upgrade successful. The words flashed like fireworks before Yiqiu's eyes. Eagerly, he opened his attributes to ascertain the benefits of his newfound elevation. Universal Creation System level, Stubborn Bronze talent. Traverse the universes, skills, copying, simulation, extraction, deduction, devouring, etc. World Essence, 300,000. What nonsense is this? Stubborn Bronze? Am I really competing in a ranking? Upon seeing his attributes, Yiqiu erupted into a torrent of curses, akin to a furious woman berating in public, spitting words like arrows. Reminder, please seize the opportunity for creation, acquire 6 million units of world essence, upgrade the system, and unlock additional functionalities. Note, post-upgrade. The current daily consumption requirement is 60,000 units of world essence. Should the world essence deplete to 0 or fall short of daily requirements, the system will confidently disintegrate. Tip: following the upgrade, all skills will rise to level 2, doubling their efficacy. Suddenly, Yiqiu paused, struck by the implications of the notification. Efficacy doubled? Does that not mean there will be twice the effect? Realizing this, he hurriedly retrieved the items he had prepared for Lu Yir's upgrade, extracting the energy contained within. Previously, extracting energy from a single herb yielded only 2,000 units of world essence. Now, with the skill upgrade, it had doubled to 4,000. Yiqiu tested further, converting the energy from Yang Zhao's remains into world essence. Previously, energy from a 7th-tier Douling would yield a maximum of 50,000 units. Now, it astonishingly provided 100,000 units. By the heavens, this is remarkable. At this moment, Yiqiu abandoned his earlier ire, his mood lifting as he hummed a cheerful tune. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. With this doubling effect, the energy extracted will yield double the world essence. The prowess of the methodologies I deduce will also be enhanced twofold. All skills will reap double benefits. Stubborn Bronze is indeed commendable. Yiqiu chuckled, eagerly anticipating what abilities further elevations beyond Bronze might bestow upon him. Chapter 55, The Calculating Yiqiu despite still bearing the title of Stubborn Bronze post-upgrade. Yichio had undeniably profited from this development. All skills now boasted double the yield, signifying that future energy extractions would yield double the world essence. The potency of the weapons he crafted was already several times greater than that of conventional ones. With the doubling effect, one could only imagine the magnitude of their power. Huh, Xiaohuahua, my friend, I can certainly profit greatly from you again. Facing Mu Mu and the elders, Xiaohuahua found himself amidst the usual proceedings, which merely involved verbal exchanges and tests to gauge his potential. Speculations regarding his identity had waned significantly once his demonic beast techniques manifested as clear projections. For only the descendants of the Xiao family and Central State could fully exhibit their techniques through their bloodline abilities, unleashing their true power. However, this alone was insufficient to conclusively affirm Xiaohuahua's lineage as a member of the Central State Xiao family. A definitive conclusion awaited the return of Ming Heron and Lei Budong, who would bring back items that could substantiate the ties between Xiaohuahua and the Central State. Having secured first place, Xiaohuahua was awarded a plethora of elixirs and combat techniques, alongside a monthly opportunity to enter the Inner Sect's Lei Yin Tower for cultivation. Based on past precedents, disciples who claimed first place invariably became the prot-gs of the elders. Yet, aside from his rewards, Xiaohuahua received nothing more. While Bai Huaiyu, the plump man, and another individual were selected by the second and fifth elders, as well as Murong He, to be their closed-door disciples, gaining access to abundant resources and countless elixirs, along with unrestricted entry to the Lei Yin Tower for their training. Regarding these matters, Xiaohuahua displayed little concern. Rather, he felt a sense of delight. With this development, the elders of the Shangyun sect would no longer scrutinize him incessantly, thus facilitating many tasks. Most significantly, he had acquired a substantial amount of elixirs. Xiaohuahua calculated that these would suffice to repay the points owed to the credit system, leaving him with a surplus. In this world, nothing is more crucial than accumulating points. Although Xiaohuahua himself was indifferent, the news sparked much discussion among others, even if he ultimately did not secure first place. His prowess as a 7th-tier combat spirit was sufficient to command respect among all outer disciples and even earn a place within the inner sect. However, beyond receiving the corresponding rewards, he was neither selected by the elders nor admitted into the inner sect, prompting speculation among many. The majority believed that Xiaohuahua had violated the rules by slaying Yang Xiao. Although the sect did not pursue this matter, a de facto punishment had been enacted. He was relegated to the outer sect and denied entry into the inner sect. Or perhaps the elders chose to take him under their wing. Leaving the martial arts plaza, Xiaohuahua returned to his quarters, eagerly inquiring of Yichio, "System, how many points can these items be exchanged for?" "You can obtain 100,000 points," Yichio replied. "What a fortune! 100,000 points." At that moment, Xiaohuahua's mouth watered. 100,000 points represented an enormous windfall for him. Previously, he had only managed to acquire a maximum of 20,000 points. Thus, not only would he be able to repay the points owed to the credit shop in one fell swoop, but he would also retain 70,000 points. It was simply exhilarating. Exchange, exchange. Dear system, hurry and exchange. With drool trickling down his chin and his eyes sparkling with joy, Xiaohuahua was ecstatic. Fearing any unforeseen circumstances, what was unfolding before him was beyond his wildest dreams. He even thought to himself, "Today, the system must have struck gold. I have stumbled upon an enormous bargain. How could I, the Great One, suffer losses?" Yichio was well aware of Xiaohuahua's inner musings. Under the conditions of doubled benefits, the energy extracted from the rewards transformed into the world's essence amounted to over 200,000. The points awarded to Xiaohuahua were merely a tenth of this essence. Moreover, it would not be long before Xiaohuahua would have to obediently return the points to Yichio and find himself in considerable debt. Ding. Item exchange successful. Credit points repaid. Remaining points, 78,000. Upon seeing the system interface, Xiaohuahua licked his lips, filled with immense joy. Reminder: although the Shangyun sect has dismissed certain notions regarding the host's identity, it is still awaiting Ming Heron and Lei Budong to retrieve the Xiao family bloodline stone to confirm the host's identity. Once the host's identity is verified as being connected to the Xiao family, it must be noted that the host's current strength and talent are merely at the bottom tier within the Xiao family. Should the host fail to capture the attention of the Shangyun sect and the covertly lurking Xiao family with his talents and strength, he will only be able to lead a mundane life as a mere fish in the Shangyun sect. Upon hearing Yichio's words, Xiaohuahua was instantly petrified. His elation evaporated in an instant. Was the Xiao family of Zhengzhou truly so formidable? With a furrowed brow and a grave expression, Xiaohuahua contemplated the implications. If his talents and strength failed to astonish the Shangyun sect and the Xiao family, the resources available to him would naturally be scarce. This meant that he would be unable to accumulate more points in the future. As Yi Qiu had stated, he would be relegated to a mundane existence. Xiao Huahua understood that the strength and talent he currently exhibited were undoubtedly prodigious within the Shangyun sect. However, if he had no ties to the Xiao family, he would still be viewed as a prodigy wherever he went and would inevitably be a key candidate for nurturing. Unfortunately, he bore the weight of the Xiao family's legacy. While he did not know much about the Xiao family, he was aware that they wielded considerable power and held a prominent reputation across the continent, indicating their deep-rooted influence and formidable lineage. Their descendants were exceptionally gifted, displaying extraordinary talents. At this moment, Xiao Huahua felt a sense of trepidation, especially after receiving the rewards and exchanging for 100,000 points. These items were but trifles to the Shangyun sect. The same held true for the Xiao family. As long as he could earn the recognition of both the Shangyun sect and the Xiao family, the resources and elixirs he could obtain would surely amount to several 100,000 points. System, is there any way to resolve this? Xiao Huahua furrowed his brow, his expression solemn. Yi Qiu responded, as long as the host demonstrates combat prowess at the Duke level when Meng Heron and Lei Budong return with the bloodline, the Shangyun sect will prioritize your cultivation. This will also leave the Xiao family lurking in the shadows utterly astounded, compelling them to invest in your training at any cost. How many points does a Duke elixir require? Xiao Huahua inquired, his tightly knit brows not easing in the slightest. Rather, they deepened further. After spending so many days with the system, Xiao Huahua had gained a clear understanding of its nature. It was nothing short of a vampire, a capitalist. Since the system could reference the Duke elixir, it would undoubtedly demand a substantial amount of points, likely exceeding what he currently possessed. As Xiao Huahua had suspected, Yi Qiu stated, the Duke elixir requires 80,000 points. I knew it. You truly are a bloodsucker, a representation of malicious capitalism. Xiao Huahua gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, cursing vehemently. He activated the credit shop to exchange for the Duke elixir. Ding. Sorry, the credit system cannot provide the Duke elixir. You. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua erupted in anger. What was he to do if the credit system lacked the Duke elixir? His points totaled only 78,000, leaving him 2,000 points short. According to the system's nature, even a single point was non-negotiable. Host, there is currently a plan available that allows for the unconditional exchange of the Duke elixir. If successful, you will also receive a Duke sovereign elixir as a gift. Would you like to consider it? Xiao Huahua's eyes sparkled at this proposal. But what if I fail? He asked. If you fail, the Duke elixir will be gifted to you for free, Yi Qiu assured him. All right, I accept, Xiao Huahua replied without hesitation, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 56, Bloodline Test. Yi Qiu directly handed the Duke elixir to Xiao Huahua and informed him that the task would trigger at a certain time. Xiao Huahua paid little mind, his heart brimming with joy. He had not expected to receive the Duke elixir without spending a single point. It was as if the sun had risen in the west, showering him with riches. This troublesome system had finally delivered fortune into his hands. Xiao Huahua was as jubilant as a lucky cat, mentally calculating, no matter what the system demanded of him. He could simply coast along and snatch a Duke elixir for free, couldn't he? As for the Duke sovereign elixir, Xiao Huahua felt a genuine temptation. However, knowing the system's exploitative nature, he was well aware that it likely harbored ulterior motives. Thus, he merely entertained the thought of the Duke's sovereign elixir. Furthermore, as long as he gained the recognition of both the Shangyun sect and the Xiao family, acquiring a Duke's sovereign elixir would be no challenge at all. Xiao Huahua's small schemes were fully comprehended by Yi Qiu. How could I, the Great One, allow you to take advantage of me? Have you ever seen anyone who cuts the grass without suffering loss? Xiao Huahua chuckled like a cunning merchant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After Mu Mu and several elders tested Xiao Huahua, no one approached him again. Thus, over these days, Xiao Huahua enjoyed a leisurely existence, exploring every corner of the Shangyun sect's outer realm. He had also attempted to inquire among the outer disciples about news regarding Ziyin, but several people were utterly unaware. Xiao Huahua mused that perhaps only the talents within the inner sect would know of Ziyun's existence. After all, Ziyun possesses formidable strength and exceptional talent. Having obtained a portion of the true blood of the purple flame demon lion, he must have undoubtedly ascended to the realm of the Do Huang. One day, after finishing breakfast, Xiao Huahua prepared to return to the lounge at the martial arts square to admire the graceful movements of several attractive outer disciples as they practiced their skills. Junior brother, you seem quite leisurely these days, remarked Zhang Ruoming, who entered the room, fully aware of Xiao Huahua's recent activities. Upon seeing him, Xiao Huahua immediately stood up and clasped his hands, saying, Senior brother, you jest. It is merely that I have not received any directives, leaving me with some free time. Zhang Ruoming smiled and replied, the sect master has summoned you. Very well, Xiao Huahua nodded. then followed Zhang Ruoming to the Shangyun Hall. A moment later, under Zhang Ruoming's guidance, Xiao Huahua arrived at the Shangyun Hall, where Ming Heron and Lei Budong had returned from the Xiao clan in Zhongzhou. Upon spotting Xiao Huahua, Lei Budong suddenly emanated a fierce aura, descending upon him like a towering mountain. In that instant, Xiao Huahua felt a rush of breathlessness. Yet he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Although the aura was intense, it was merely that of an 8th-tier Douling. Noticing Xiao Huahua's steadfastness, Lei Budong intensified his pressure, escalating his aura to that of a 9th-tier Douling. Suddenly, within the hall, the Dou Qi surged like tumultuous waves, creating a violet-brown hue that caused the surrounding furnishings to tremble. Even teacups and some furniture began to show signs of cracking. Enough, Mumu interjected. Lei Budong immediately withdrew his Dou Qi, gazing at Xiao Huahua with admiration. Well done, young man. You indeed possess some talent. Fortunately, the elder was merciful. Had I maintained that pressure for a few more seconds, I would have been unable to withstand such a terrifying aura and would have sustained injuries. Xiao Huahua, with calm composure, responded, which elicited a hearty laugh from Lei Budong. Mumu continued, according to the regulations of the Shangyun sect, the disciple who secures first place has the right to choose one of the 7 elders to become their master and take them as an apprentice. Previously, due to the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder of Law being away on a mission, the reward for first place was simply allocated to you. Today, all the elders are present, and you may select one to become your mentor. Since Elder Ming and Elder Lei were absent during the newcomer competition, they wish to witness your talent before proceeding. Xiao Huahua remained unfazed, aware that Mumu was merely fabricating tales to validate his identity using the Xiao clan's bloodstone. With a wave of his hand, Mumu abruptly caused the ground before Xiao Huahua to part, producing a resonant hum. A stone pillar slowly emerged from the ground, revealing a circular object atop it, crystalline and transparent, resembling a crystal ball. At that moment, Xiao Huahua felt a stirring in his blood, as if it had come alive. Yearning to break free, simply place your palm upon it and release your Dou Qi, Mumu instructed. Nodding, Xiao Huahua approached the bloodstone and placed his hands upon it. Instantly, a warm current permeated his body from the crystal stone, enveloping him in comfort. Simultaneously, his Dou Qi began to circulate autonomously, forming a complete cycle. That warm current acted like maternal energy, refining Xiao Huahua's internal organs and bones, causing them to emit a faint glow and delicate patterns. With each breath, a thunderous sound erupted from within him. At this moment, everyone in the Shangyun Hall turned their attention to Xiao Huahua and the bloodstone. The bloodstone suddenly radiated divine light, shimmering brilliantly, akin to celestial gold, casting dazzling rays. In an explosive surge, a powerful aura erupted, shaking the surroundings and cracking the floor beneath. With a roar, the beastly Dou techniques that Xiao Huahua had mastered manifested behind him, vividly coming to life as if they had materialized within the hall. The ferocious aura spread, amplified by the latent power of the bloodstone, becoming increasingly formidable. Douwang aura. Xiao Huahua had unexpectedly ascended to the realm of Douwang. Everyone present was astonished. Just 3 days prior, he was merely a 7th-tier Douling, and now he had reached the Douwang realm. This child's innate talent was truly extraordinary. Akin to a monster, he had leveraged the power of the bloodstone to enter the Douwang stage. The hall was filled with shock, including those from the Xiao clan who had been lurking within. The bloodstone not only awakened the potential of the Xiao clan's descendants, but also measured the latent power and levels within their bloodline. Many had utilized the bloodstone's power to elevate their cultivation. The golden hue represented the apex of the Xiao clan's bloodline. Even among the talented offspring of the clan, only a handful could ignite the golden glow. Yet now, upon touching the bloodstone, Xiao Huahua unleashed a dazzling array of colors. This had never occurred within the Xiao clan before. Moreover, according to Mumu and the others, Xiao Huahua's strength was that of a 7th-tier Douling, and he had now surpassed into the Douwang realm. This was an unprecedented feat within the Xiao clan, having directly transcended a significant realm. At this moment, the vibrant glow intensified, illuminating the entire chamber, as if one were in a celestial palace, evoking an ethereal atmosphere. Originally, Xiao Huahua had already reached the Douwang realm. Now, after absorbing the power of the bloodstone, he had ascended 2 tiers, becoming a 2nd-tier Douwang. Although it seemed he had only advanced 2 stages, it is crucial to understand that each tier within the Douwang realm demands an immense amount of strength, equivalent to propelling an ordinary individual directly into the realm of the Great Dome Master. This illustrates the sheer abnormality and terror of the situation. The power of the bloodstone continued to flow forth. Xiao Huahua accepted it without reservation, absorbing it fully. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the bloodstone. In an instant, it shattered into powder. Chapter 57. The deceitful master-apprentice duo's silence reigned within the hall. Everyone stared at Xiao Huahua in astonishment, utterly stunned. The Shao clan's bloodstone was crafted by their ancestors using celestial meteors through extraordinary means. It was indestructible and possessed terrifying divine power. Although this particular bloodstone was merely a fragment cut from its main body, the power and hardness it contained remained formidable and should not be underestimated. Even a Do Huang expert, striking with full force, might not be able to inflict even a scratch. Yet now, it had exploded. Not even the current continent's most renowned genius, Xiao Buyu, could achieve such a feat with the same bloodstone. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the Do-Chi continent. Xiao Huahua felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had anticipated that the bloodstone held vast energy, yet it had only allowed him to ascend 2 stages before it shattered. Simultaneously, he realized he had been outsmarted by the system. Even without consuming a Do Wang pill, he could have leveraged the power of the bloodstone to reach the Do Wang realm, albeit without attaining the second-tier status. At this moment, Xiao Huahua understood that his little schemes were utterly futile. Even if he slacked off and deliberately avoided completing tasks, it would be in vain. Ultimately, he would still be ensnared by the deceptive system. System, I concede, Xiao Huahua chuckled wryly, resigned to his fate. Little one, I have always said that your master is indeed your master. Do you think your little calculations are of any use? Yi Qiu chuckled, reminiscent of a cunning merchant. I have been quite generous to you, allowing you to absorb a portion of the power. In truth, while Xiao Huahua was engaged in drawing energy from the bloodline stone, Yi Qiu acted with swiftness that surpassed his movements, extracting 2/3 of the energy contained within. This resulted in a substantial gain of 800,000 units of world essence, swiftly accumulating to a total of 1,200,000. Had Xiao Huahua attempted to absorb this energy alone, he would have attained at least the realm of a 6th-tier Do Wang. Coughing slightly, Xiao Huahua remarked, Master, this thing is rather fragile. I haven't even exerted any force. And it exploded. I hope I won't be held liable. You. Mumu's mouth twitched in irritation, yearning to deliver a sound thrashing to Xiao Huahua. The bloodline stone had been borrowed from the Xiao family, and now it was destroyed. Though merely a piece of scrap, it was immensely valuable. The thought of the repercussions from Xiao Zhan made Mumu's head throb with pain, as he calculated the inevitable costs he would incur. However, he also felt a sense of delight. He was aware of certain matters regarding the Xiao family's bloodline ranking. The golden hue represented the highest echelon. Xiao Huahua's test results showcased a dazzling array of colors, although he was uncertain of its precise classification within the Xiao family. The commotion it caused could rival that of the golden bloodline. Moreover, the transition from a 7th-tier Do Wang to the Do Wang realm, coupled with the explosion of the bloodline stone, was a testament to Xiao Huahua's remarkable talent. At that moment, everyone emerged from their astonishment. Lei Budong approached Xiao Huahua, stating, Young man, join my sect. You may freely utilize the treasures in my vault. I have already reserved Xiao Huahua, Stone Batian interjected, hastily pushing Lei Budong's hand away from Xiao Huahua's shoulder. Nonsense. Xiao Huahua is clearly my disciple. In an instant, the 2nd elder and 5th elder also entered the hall, vying for Xiao Huahua. The 6th and 7th elders, however, remained unperturbed, their brows furrowing as they regarded Xiao Huahua with a glimmer of ferocity. Within the hall, Xiao Huahua's form was incessantly tugged at, much like an object being fought over by the 4 elders. Bang! At that moment, Mumu erupted in anger, shattering the tea table beside him with a single strike. What is this chaos? Upon witnessing Mumu's fury, the others refrained from making any movements, halting their actions. Huahua, let me tell you, as long as you are willing to join my sect, not only will you have access to my treasure vault, but so too will you have the same privileges with the others. I even know the whereabouts of the Grand Elder and the Master as private vaults. Lei Budong winked at Xiao Huahua, whispering. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's eyes instantly sparkled. Master, he rubbed his nose. Can I choose my master now? Mumu replied. Yes. Then, may I select you as my master? Mumu chuckled, appreciating Xiao Huahua's cleverness. He was no fool, with so many elders vying for him. Choosing one would inevitably offend the others. Why endure unnecessary hardship? Thus, opting for the master as his mentor spared him from offending anyone. Should he encounter trouble from the elders later, he could simply report to the Yun sect, thereby intimidating all involved. Furthermore, selecting the master as his mentor meant he would undoubtedly receive far more resources for cultivation than from the elders. That was a bounty of precious points. While your talent is commendable, your temperament is rather impetuous and requires refinement, Mumu stated. The elders are often occupied with various trifles and have countless disciples under their tutelage, leaving them with little time to assist in your character development. Thus, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Lei Budong and the others twitched their mouths, 3 lines forming on their foreheads. Aside from special assignments, they had little time to spare in the past year and a half. Since Mu had already offered to take Xiao Huahua as his disciple, the others could not voice further objections, only sighing in resignation. Disciple pays respects to master. Xiao Huahua knelt and bowed. Mu nodded, smiling. Since the establishment of the Yun sect, I have never taken a disciple. Today marks a joyous occasion. This royal-grade solidifying pill and the longing sword are bestowed upon you as a gift from your master. With a flourish, a formidable sword materialized in midair, exuding a resounding dragon's roar. The entire hall was illuminated with a radiant glow, leaving the elders in awe. The longing sword was Mu's personal weapon, a profound-grade spirit weapon rumored to be forged from a scale of the Void Dragon clan. Thank you, master. Xiao Huahua accepted the pill and the longing sword. Master, since this is your first time accepting a disciple, it is indeed a moment of celebration for the entire sect. We must certainly hold a grand feast for 3 days. Mu paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, my joyous occasion is the sect's joyous occasion. Elders, it is time for you to express your congratulations. Hearing this, the elders felt a wave of frustration wash over them, realizing that the master's disciple was as opportunistic as he was, seizing the opportunity to exploit them. The elders begrudgingly retrieved various precious pills and items from their belongings. Xiao Huahua accepted them eagerly, grinning like a sunflower, on the verge of drooling with delight. Chapter 58. Xiao Huahua's misfortunes with the system. Since the establishment of the Yun sect, Mu had never accepted a disciple. The news of Xiao Huahua being taken as the master's disciple instantly reverberated throughout the Yun sect, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. Previously, the outer disciples believed that although Xiao Huahua had achieved first place, he had violated the sect's regulations by slaying Yang Xiao. Thus, he was merely awarded the standard prize for first place, with no elder expressing the desire to take him as a disciple, effectively punishing him by keeping him in the outer sect. However, no one anticipated that the master would personally take Xiao Huahua as his disciple. At this moment, the realization dawned upon everyone. No elder had chosen to accept Xiao Huahua because the master had already recognized his potential. The outer sect was in an uproar, and the inner sect was even more so, with reactions that were far more intense than those in the outer sect. It was known that the previous year's first-place disciple, Wang Lang, although he had not demonstrated the same level of power as Xiao Huahua in the newcomer competition, was still a formidable opponent. He possessed the strength of a third-tier Douling and had immediately rejected all elders, determined to join Mu's sect, only to be turned down. After entering the inner sect, without any guidance, his cultivation had skyrocketed. Within just 3 years, he had reached the 9th tier of Douwang, with rumors suggesting he was but a step away from becoming a Douwang powerhouse. Such talent and potential, if left unchecked in the Duki continent, could be truly terrifying. Yet, he had still not caught the master's eye to be accepted as a disciple. What background does Xiao Huahua possess? A disciple in the inner sect questioned, his expression grave. To be accepted as a disciple by the master is no small feat. The outer disciples say Xiao Huahua is exceptionally gifted, with impressive strength. He demonstrated the prowess of a 7th-tier Douling in the newcomer competition and even eliminated another newcomer of the same tier. Is this newcomer truly that extraordinary? Someone else inquired, their expression serious. In the inner sect, every disciple was above the 3rd tier of Douling, though they were all exceptionally gifted and possessed boundless potential. In comparison to Xiao Huahua, they seemed dim and insignificant, hardly worth mentioning, violating the sect's regulations without facing any repercussions. It appears that the sect leader has long valued the Xiao Huahua, whose talent can only be described as monstrous, someone remarked in admiration. What do you think will be Wang Lang's reaction upon hearing this news? At that moment, another person inquired. The mention of Wang Lang caused a palpable tension among those present, their breaths quickening. He is indeed a ruthless individual. Within the inner sect, no one dares to provoke him. For the past 5 years, he has yearned to become the sect leader's disciple, but has been repeatedly denied. Now, with a newcomer accepted as a disciple, Wang Lang is surely unwilling to concede. Perhaps he would even consider killing Xiao Huahua. Someone pondered before speaking slowly. If this statement were made by anyone else, an inner sect disciple would undoubtedly leap to refute it, claiming that even with 10 times the courage, they would not dare. Yet, given Wang Lang's notorious reputation, it silenced everyone. Judging by Wang Lang's past actions and demeanor, it is indeed possible he would directly eliminate Xiao Huahua. Rumor has it that Wang Lang has a formidable background, being from one of the 3 prominent families, the Wang family. Thus, should he slay Xiao Huahua, it would hardly stir significant trouble for him. Although the ranking of the Shangyun sect surpasses that of the Wang family in the Duki continent, there remains a subtle disparity. Even if the sect leader were to be infuriated, he would not dare to confront Wang Lang, nor offend the Wang family. This stirred quite the commotion within the inner sect, someone remarked. After exchanging casual remarks with the elders in the Shangyun hall, Mumu instructed Zhang Ruoming to escort Xiao Huahua to his quarters before dismissing the meeting. At that moment, the vast Shangyan Hall was left with only Mumu. Soon after, members of the Xiao family concealed within the hall revealed themselves. After an extended conversation, the Xiao family departed from the Shangyun sect to report back. Upon returning to his quarters, Mumu's previously composed demeanor turned grave as he closed the door. Chaos is about to ensue across the Duki continent. With the Xiao family annihilated, that old fellow Xiao Zhan will undoubtedly not let it rest. Given his temperament, he will surely cause a significant uproar. Consequently, numerous factions will be drawn into this turmoil, and war is bound to erupt. Mumu furrowed his brow, his expression increasingly somber. In truth, even if Xiao Huahua's current identity remains unverified or if the Xiao family in Wutan City has not been destroyed, the tranquility of the Duki continent will not endure for long. The Soul Palace has long been plotting a series of schemes in the shadows. With its leaders searching for exotic flames to enhance their power, they have now reached the terrifying stage of a 9th-level Doshang. Once they step into the Do-Di realm, it will mark the moment the Soul Palace launches war upon the Duki continent. At that point, even with all the continent's powerful individuals combined, they will not stand a chance against the Soul Palace's leader. Xiao Huahua, could you be the one to alter the course of the entire continent? From the words of the Xiao family, it was revealed that the divine light emitted from the bloodline stone is mentioned in ancient texts of the Xiao family. However, these records are merely fragments, lacking comprehensive information. Speculation suggests a significant connection to the ancestors of the Xiao family, but further investigation and verification of more data are required. Simultaneously, Mumu worries about the repercussions of taking Xiao Huahua as his disciple. How will Wang Lang, a member of one of the 3 great families, react? This youth is eccentric and exceedingly tenacious, possessing a ferocity comparable to that of ancient beasts. Despite Xiao Huahua's impressive abilities at his age, he has already reached an extraordinary level. Across the entire continent, those of similar age could easily dominate and obliterate all in their path. Wang Lang is 2 years older than Xiao Huahua, with talent and strength that are equally remarkable. He is on the verge of entering the Do Huang realm. Once he fully steps into that domain, he will be an unstoppable force, soaring to unprecedented heights. Based on Mumu's understanding of Wang Lang, he will undoubtedly seek trouble with Xiao Huahua at the first opportunity. Or worse, he may directly attempt to eliminate him. At that time, even if Mumu is filled with righteous indignation, he would have no choice but to suppress it. After all, the Shangyun sect still holds considerable distance from the Wang family. Moreover, he represents not just himself, but the entire Shangyun sect. Xiao Zhan, you old coot, need to swiftly resolve the internal conflicts within the Xiao family. Only then can you safeguard Xiao Huahua. Mumu lamented, led by Zhang Ruoming. Xiao Huahua arrived at his quarters. After a brief exchange, Zhang Ruoming took his leave. Eagerly, Xiao Huahua tossed all the gifts he received from the elders onto the bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly drooling. To him, these items represented a wealth of points. They were airplanes, cannons, tanks, and various heavy weaponry. System. Quickly check how many points I can redeem for these items. You can redeem 500,000 points. Yichio replied, my goodness, 500,000 points. Doesn't that mean I can exchange for some incredible heavy weaponry? Xiao Huahua had long coveted such weaponry. According to the system's description, it could take down experts at the Do Huang level. Coupled with his current Duki infusion and the fusion of techniques, one could assert that beneath the Do Zone realm, all are mere ants, easily swept away. Redeem. Xiao Huahua could hardly contain his eagerness, converting all items into points except for the Longyin sword. Ding. Item redemption successful. 500,000 points have been credited. Remaining points, 578,000. System, please redeem one for me. Xiao Huahua said, eyes wide open. Ding. Apologies. The points redemption function is temporarily frozen. A mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Huahua's mind. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback. What? The points redemption function is frozen? What is going on? System? At this moment, Xiao Huahua was extremely anxious. The freezing of the points redemption system meant that no further exchanges could be made in the future. For Xiao Huahua, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. To traverse this continent, he must rely on the system. Ding. Due to the host accepting a system task, all points functions are frozen until completion or failure of the task. To restore the points redemption function, the host must complete any system task promptly. Xiao Huahua was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a situation. Even if he slacked off and did not wish to complete the task, he could have received a Do Wang Dan for free. Yet, this system had directly frozen the points redemption function. Only by completing the system task could he unfreeze it. It was like the epitome of malicious capitalism. a professional at harvesting the weak for a decade. Truly a shameless entity. No, a shameless system. System, you are ruthless. Xiao Huahua gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I concede. I am utterly resigned. Yi Qiu chuckled, thinking, it's just mediocre, ranked third in the world at best. Chapter 59, Lei Yin building in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. During these days, Xiao Huahua has been in torment. No funds, no barbecue, no hot pot, and no late-night beers. He wandered about in a daze, incessantly asking Yi Qiu what the system task was so he could complete it and unlock the points redemption function. However, Yi Qiu paid him no mind, severing their auditory connection and focusing entirely on Lu Yi. Throughout these 3 days, Yi Qiu first took the pills exchanged from Xiao Huahua and, utilizing his double efficacy ability, refined them into a 7th level dozong pill for Lu Yi to consume. Subsequently, he instructed Lu Yi to venture into the territory of the Luosha clan to annihilate them. The clan leader, Luosha, also held the rank of 7th level dozong and possessed a unique skill, bloodthirst. This technique could drive the user into an endless frenzy, akin to a soulless being, impervious to pain, while also enhancing their combat prowess through bloodline activation. Therefore, Yi Qiu entrusted both the Tai Immortal Needle and Tai Immortal to Lu Yi. For the sake of caution, the 11th ranked Cold Flame was entrusted to Lu Yi. Subsequently, under Yi Qiu's guidance, Lu Yi made her way directly to the territory of the Rakshasa clan. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a wave of slaughter. This coldly beautiful female assassin instantly transformed into a harbinger of death. The moment her delicate hand was raised, a surge of powerful fighting energy erupted forth, leaving no one unscathed in her wake. The ground was strewn with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed abundantly. The territory of the Rakshasa clan was already shrouded in an ominous chill, with the entire space bathed in a dark crimson hue, as if enveloped by blood. Now, under the artistry of this female assassin, it became even more sinister, resembling a hell on earth. Soon, a fierce battle erupted between Lu Yi and the Rakshasa. Both were 7th tier dozong, possessing formidable skills. In an instant, explosions erupted, and flames soared towards the heavens. Lu Yi, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable prowess, had already earned her place as a top assassin in the realm of Wangtung. Even without Yu Chen employing the Tai Divine Needle and Tai Immortal Needle, he would not stand a chance against Lu Yi. Now, with Yu Qiu investing heavily to craft numerous elixirs, Lu Yi had reached the pinnacle of the assassin domain. Regardless of the world she inhabited, coupled with her 7th tier dozing strength, she was truly terrifying. Within mere exchanges of blows, the Rakshasa could not withstand Lu Yi's onslaught and was swiftly defeated. Blood spattered, staining her white garments, her hair danced wildly, and her visage contorted in a horrifying manner, akin to a ghost from the underworld. The Rakshasa was bloodthirsty. Suddenly, a malevolent aura surged into the sky. The appearance of the Rakshasa underwent a dramatic transformation, clad in black, with scarlet hair and green eyes, wielding a weapon resembling a spine. In an instant, its combat power multiplied, approaching that of a 9th tier dozong. After several exchanges, Lu Yi found herself on the defensive and sustained injuries. Fortunately, she wielded the Tai Immortal Needle and utilized the techniques of the Tai Divine Needle to summon 108 Immortal Needles, transforming them into a true dragon that soared forth. It swiftly sealed off all 108 acupoints on the Rakshas's body, before summoning the Cold Flame to deliver the final blow. All the elixirs and treasures belonging to the Rakshasa clan were seized by Yi Qiu. After extracting the energy, he amassed a staggering 2 million units of world essence. Not only that, but he also extracted the energy from all the corpses of the Rakshasa clan, yielding an additional 1 million units of world essence. Following the annihilation of the Rakshasa clan, the plot progressed once more. The consciousness of the world began to descend into chaos, and Yi Qiu extracted 500,000 units of world essence. In less than a minute, he had garnered 3,500,000 units of world essence, bringing his total to 4 million. What a delight! Yi Qiu burst into hearty laughter, his face nearly splitting with joy. Ever since the system upgrade granted him double benefits, Yi Qiu had been calculating how to leverage Lu Yi's prowess to acquire vast amounts of world essence without disrupting the normal progression of the plot. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Rakshasa clan was the most suitable target. In the original narrative, this clan was incinerated by Xiao Huahua, who possessed 3 types of, thus avenging Yao Lao and severely wounding the Soul Palace. To prevent any alterations to the storyline, the consciousness of this world descended with divine might, targeting Yi Qiu. Therefore, before departing, Lu Yi left the name Xiao Huahua at the entrance of the Rakshasa Palace, ensuring that the Soul Palace would recognize the downfall of the Rakshasa as the doing of Xiao Huahua. In this manner, The plot remained unchanged, and the Soul Palace would naturally hold Xiao Huohua accountable for this calamity. This would not be considered a deviation from the storyline. Moreover, it accelerated the Soul Palace's schemes against the entire Duki continent, bringing them one step closer to the grand conclusion. Having resolved the matter of the Rakshasa clan, Yichio began to prepare for another task, namely the so-called system mission. When Yichio responded to Xiao Huohua, the latter was so overwhelmed with excitement that tears streamed down his face. System father, no, grandfather, no ancestor. You have finally answered me, Xiao Huohua cried, as though he had run 10 or 8 laps around a track, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Yichio, witnessing this, could only shake his head in exasperation. The following day, Xiao Huohua was in high spirits. Not only had Yichio answered him, but more importantly, Yichio informed him that the system was about to trigger something. This meant that it wouldn't be long before the points feature was unlocked, allowing exchanges with Huazi. The Thunder Flame Tower was the most crucial location within the Shangyan sect. Many years ago, Mumu discovered the 9th-rank 3000 Thunder Flame here and sought to seize and refine it for himself. Although it was merely a flame, its contained power was not to be underestimated. At that time, Mumu had just entered the Dozong realm and nearly perished beneath this. Subsequently, he hovered around the 3000 Thunder Flame, absorbing its capabilities to enhance his cultivation. In less than 5 years, he ascended to the Dozuan level but still could not capture the 3000 Thunder Flame. Thus, he had no choice but to establish a sect here, leveraging the power of the 3000 Thunder Flame. In less than a decade, the sect developed into one of the most formidable forces on the Duki continent. The Thunder Flame Tower consists of 7 levels, each exuding a distinctly different aura, with each level more terrifying than the last. Monthly, inner disciples have an opportunity to cultivate within the Thunder Flame Tower. Today marks the time for the inner disciples to practice there. As the first light of dawn broke, countless individuals stood in line before the Thunder Flame Tower, awaiting the Grand Elder Meng Heron to open the doors. By the time Xiao Huohua arrived, the queue had already stretched over 10 meters. Boss. At that moment, a plump figure sprang forth from nowhere, accompanied by Bai Yuhua and another individual named Zhao Zongxiang. Zhao Zongxiang had originally ranked 3rd in the newcomer competition, but following Yang Zhao's demise, he naturally ascended to 2nd place. Bai Yuhua became 3rd, while the plump fellow now occupied 4th. I was just telling Old Bai that I would come to visit you in the outer sect when I had the chance. I never expected you would be chosen by the sect master, the plump one exclaimed, his eyes narrowing like slits. Boss, you truly have a profound background. Xiao brother, Bai Yuhua said to Xiao Huohua with a slight bow. Thank you for showing mercy last time. Otherwise, I would have been bedridden for at least 10 days. Not at all. We are all part of the same batch of newcomers, brothers. No need for such formality, Xiao Huohua replied. How has it been following Elder Lei? He inquired of the plump fellow. Upon mentioning Lei Budong, the plump one nearly wept. His expression was one of utter grievance, akin to a distressed maiden lamenting to Xiao Huohua. Just then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang in Xiao Huohua's ears. He turned to see Han Shui standing beside a handsome young man, her demeanor cold and aloof. Xiao Huohua, you murderous fiend, how dare you show your face here? Upon seeing Xiao Huohua, Han Shui's previously joyous expression was instantly replaced with one of hatred and murderous intent. Xiao Huohua was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the system indicated that Han Shui was merely an outer disciple in the Shangyan sect? How did she end up in the inner sect? Moreover, her strength had risen by 2 tiers. Xiao Huohua glanced at the man beside Han Shui and suddenly understood everything. He chuckled. Why should I be ashamed to appear here? It is you who, as he spoke, his gaze roamed over Han Shui's graceful figure, a lecherous smile curling at the corners of his lips. The moment she noticed, her expression changed dramatically. Back in Wutan City, she and Xiao Huohua had shared intimate encounters several times, all initiated by her own seduction. In the past, upon encountering Murong Xiong, she had inadvertently learned of his noble lineage as a descendant of a certain elder from a super sect. The tale unfolds around a seemingly innocent woman, Biangingzhua, who has been forcibly taken as a concubine by a tyrant, seeking to elicit sympathy from Murong Xiong. Han Shui, already endowed with striking beauty, stands as the epitome of the Jade Maiden faction within the Shangyan sect. Were it not for her association with Murong Xiong, countless suitors would have pursued her. Nevertheless, she maintains her image as a Jade Maiden, securing a place among the top 3 on the sect's goddess ranking. However, if her actions in Wutan City were to be exposed, all that she possesses would vanish, and she would face public scorn and ridicule. Even Murong Xiong would abandon her, a fate she cannot bear to witness. Upon encountering Xiao Huohua for the first time, the astute Han Shui devised a meticulous plan. In this vast world, no one understands Xiao Huohua better than she does. Although Xiao Huohua barely managed to pass the newcomer ranking competition, placing around 70 or 80, Han Shui intended to exploit her beauty to incite several outer sect disciples, each possessing 6th-level combat spirit, to teach Xiaohuahua a lesson, preferably leading to her demise. Yet, to her astonishment, Xiaohuahua not only claimed first place, but was also accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader, inducing panic in Han Shui. Thus, she reached out to Murong Xiong, and the two spent an intimate night together, acquiring a pill that would elevate them to 8th-level combat spirit. Using Murong Xiong's standing within the Shangyan sect, she successfully infiltrated the inner sect, remaining close to him in hopes of finding an opportunity to eliminate Xiaohuahua. When she encountered Xiaohuahua today, Han Shui seized the chance without hesitation. Xiaohuahua, with a lewd gaze and a brazen smile, drew attention from the crowd. Someone in the throng exclaimed, "Who is this person? How dare they look at my goddess with such impudence in front of Murong Xiong?" Recognizing Xiaohuahua as the first-place winner of the newcomer competition and the sect leader's disciple, many were struck by the audacity of this young man, challenging Murong Xiong openly. The atmosphere grew tense, as Murong Xiong's lineage, with his 7th elder as mentor and 6th elder as grandfather, equaled Xiaohuahua's in prestige. The crowd's focus shifted to the confrontation between Xiaohuahua and Murong Xiong, while many also remained captivated by Han Shui's exceptional beauty. "Is this the one who bullies and seeks to take you as a concubine? The one who killed your uncle?" Murong Xiong inquired, his expression dark. Han Shui nodded, her face pale. "Excuse me?" Xiaohuahua was bewildered. When did he desire to claim Han Shui as a concubine? Hadn't she approached him willingly? Murong Xiong scoffed at Xiaohuahua, branding him as a brazen bully. "Regardless of how shameless you are, I am still superior," Xiaohuahua retorted boldly. "To live well, one must add a touch of green to life." "What did you say?" Murong Xiong's wrath was palpable, his face contorted. Han Shui looked on, her expression filled with murderous intent towards Xiaohuahua. "Nothing much," Xiaohuahua laughed. "Green is great, a healthy color. Eat more vegetables for vitamins. Don't think that just because you are the sect leader's disciple, you can act recklessly. In Shangyan sect, you have no say," Murong Xiong threatened, a formidable aura radiating from him, instilling fear among the onlookers. Unfazed, Xiaohuahua unleashed a powerful aura in response, igniting a clash of energies that sparked intense tension and a whirlwind of dust around them, causing many to shield their eyes from the blinding light. "Likewise, I extend the same caution to you," Xiaohuahua declared. "Don't assume that your grandfather's status shields you from consequence. Without him, who would even glance your way? Seeking death?" Murong Xiong hissed, his pressure mounting. Around him, purple lightning crackled, unleashing a ferocious energy across the square. In response, Xiaohuahua summoned the phantom of the purple flame demon lion behind him, exuding a menacing aura that matched Murong Xiong's ferocity. The air was thick with tension, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. "Little brat, do you wish to rebel?" thundered Lei Budong, his voice resonating like thunder, causing many disciples to cover their ears in discomfort. Seeing the impending clash, Xiaohuahua and Murong Xiong both withdrew their energies. Murong Xiong glared at Xiaohuahua, gesturing threateningly across his throat. Unfazed, Xiaohuahua shrugged, inviting the confrontation. "Let us go," Murong Xiong commanded, and the disciples parted ways, creating a path for him. "Wow," exclaimed the portly friend, rubbing his ears. "A beauty like Han Shui almost became your concubine? And when she refused, he killed her father. Boss, were you raised on some mountain?" "Enough," Xiaohuahua replied sharply. "I never engage in such despicable acts. Do you really believe that?" Though the portly friend and others had only recently come to know Xiaohuahua, they recognized his character. His past confrontations, including with Bai Yuhua, reflected his integrity, so they dismissed the claims about him being despicable. "Be cautious. The strength of Murong Xiong is formidable. He has already reached 8th-level combat king and wields significant influence within the Shangyan sect. He bears a grudge and will not let your public insult slide," advised Bai Yuhua. Xiaohuahua dismissed their concerns. "Why should I yield to him? If he wants a fight, let us see if I don't knock him down a peg." As order returned to the square with disciples entering the Lei Yin building to pursue enlightenment, Xiaohuahua and his friends approached the entrance, where Elder Ming Heron was absent, leaving only Lei Budong seated comfortably. "Master," the portly friend, fearful of Lei Budong, bowed deeply, unable to meet his gaze. "Get in there and cultivate. If you don't spend at least half a day inside, prepare to go home and eat jumping rice noodles," Lei Budong commanded. The portly friend turned pale at the mention of the dreaded jumping rice noodles, hastily rushing inside to find a spot for cultivation. "Elder Lei," Xiaohuahua greeted respectfully, recognizing that Lei Budong had come to his aid during the earlier confrontation. Given his current strength, he knew he was no match for Murong Xiong unless he resorted to using the "focus on your training and avoid getting entangled in unnecessary matters," Lei Budong advised lightly. "Understood," Xiaohuahua nodded, then proceeded inside the Lei Yin building alongside Bai Yuhua. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of countless furious eyes fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine and causing him to shudder involuntarily. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. In the grand hall, everyone who laid eyes on Xiao Huahua wore expressions of fierce malevolence, as if they were demons eager to devour him. Perceiving this, Xiao Huahua instinctively took a few steps back, his palms slick with sweat. He pondered to himself, why did these individuals harbor such profound animosity towards him? Xiao brother. At that moment, Bai Yuhai, after surveying the surroundings, leaned in and whispered to Xiao Huahua, earlier, in the plaza, you brazenly gazed at Han Shuer with a lecherous look. Moro Xiong even revealed your intention to force Han Shuer into becoming your concubine, and to make matters worse, you killed her father. Han Shuer has countless admirers in the Shangyan sect. Even with Murong Xiong present, this remains true. Hence, those who resent you are all admirers of Han Shuer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua suddenly grasped the situation. His cold gaze ignited with the aura of a battle king, radiating outward like a surging tide, threatening to engulf everyone in its wake, leaving those around him gasping for breath. Let us depart, he stated coolly, intimidating the disciples nearby. With that, the plump man, Bai Yuhai, and Zhao Zongxiang followed him toward a more spacious area. The Thunder Flame Tower comprised 7 levels, each imbued with oppressive power that was more than double that of the previous one. Given Xiao Huahua's current strength, he was capable of cultivating on the 3rd floor. Yet, he yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within the Thunder Flame Tower. Thus, upon settling down to meditate, he fervently absorbed the surrounding energy, feeling no pressure whatsoever. In contrast, the plump man and the others appeared grave, sweat beading on their brows, their breathing becoming increasingly labored, as if colossal mountains had descended upon them. The inner disciples around them felt similarly affected. Ding. System task has been activated. Please ensure you reach the 7th floor before leaving the Thunder Flame Tower. An exhilarating voice echoed in Xiao Huahua's mind. Overwhelmed with joy, he laughed heartily, resembling a fool. The activation of the system task indicated that upon completion, he could unlock the points function and exchange for items. Moreover, he could ascend to new heights, stepping into the realm of the Battle Emperor. At this moment, Xiao Huahua was elated. Perhaps it was Yi Qiu's voice that made him laugh unabashedly, drawing the attention of many around him, who regarded him with disdain. As if he were a simpleton. Unfazed, Xiao Huahua inquired, System, the 7th floor has remained untouched until now. Even battle emperors find it difficult to step foot there. Since the system task requires me to enter the 7th floor, does that imply you can assist me from the shadows? Otherwise, how could I possibly enter the 7th floor? If the task remains uncompleted, you cannot blame me. Having been tricked by Yi Qiu numerous times, Xiao Huahua had grown wise. His inquiry implied that without assistance, he could not access the 7th floor. Should the task go unfinished, he would not take the blame. The point system must be unblocked for him. Yi Qiu willingly accepted Xiao Huahua's words. He had intended to assist him in reaching the 7th floor, where the 3,000 thunder flames resided. This ability could only be extracted through the host acting as a medium, as it was an inherent capability of the host. Furthermore, before aiding Xiao Huahua in ascending to the 7th floor, Yi Qiu could absorb the energy from each level, transforming it into the essence of the world. With the benefit of double efficiency, he could extract a substantial amount of world essence. In this manner, not only would Xiao Huahua feel as though the system had finally become more humane, but it could also secretly extract power. Why not revel in this? Plump fellow. Brother Bai, Brother Zhao, let us explore the 2nd floor. Upon receiving Yi Qiu's confirmation, a triumphant smile spread across Xiao Huahua's face. You've tricked me many times. Yet this time, the tables have turned. He felt a surge of delight and resolved to take advantage of this opportunity to extract more power from the Thunder Flame Tower. Not only that, but he would also allow the plump man and the others to enjoy the same benefits, enhancing their realms. In doing so, they would remember his kindness. And should any future matters arise, they might seek his aid. The plump man and the others slowly opened their eyes, gazing at Xiao Huahua. Though they harbored questions, they felt an inexplicable charm emanating from him, causing their doubts to dissipate. They promptly stood up and made their way toward the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, in the hall on the 1st floor, many disciples heard Xiao Huahua's words and watched as the group headed toward the 2nd floor, scoffing derisively. They truly do not know the danger. The pressure on the 2nd floor is twice that of the 1st. If they cannot withstand the pressure here, what folly to attempt the 2nd floor. It seems the sect leader and the elders must be blind when accepting disciples. Upon entering the 2nd floor, except for Xiao Huahua, the other 3 felt an overwhelming force crashing upon them like a tidal wave. In mere moments, their faces turned pale, and sweat poured from their brows. The plump man even coughed up blood. Xiao Huahua promptly unleashed the aura of a battle king, alleviating the oppressive force of the 2nd floor. After meditating there for an hour, they ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the third floor, the pressure intensified severalfold. As they stepped onto the staircase, the plump man and the others felt as though they were being crushed by towering mountains, their bodies unable to bear the weight. Once again, Xiao Huahua summoned his battle energy to relieve the pressure. In an instant, an hour passed, and they all reaped significant rewards. Bai Yuhai and Zhao Zongxiang each advanced a stage in their cultivation, breaking through to 4th and 2nd tier battle spirits, respectively. The plump man also ascended from Great Battle Master to Battle Spirit. Let us proceed to the 4th floor, Xiao Huahua declared. Upon hearing this, the others displayed no signs of their previous trepidation but instead wore expressions of joy. The power contained within the 3rd floor was sufficient to elevate them several stages. What wonders awaited them on the 4th floor, which was twice as potent? At that moment, they all held unwavering trust and admiration for Xiao Huahua, firmly believing that as long as he was present, they would encounter no challenges. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the oppressive force grew even stronger. Akin to several towering mountains descending upon them, causing the plump man and the others to cough up blood. Xiao Huahua, too, felt the pressure, his vital energy roiling, a sweet taste rising in his throat. System, are you waiting for me to be crushed into dust before you intervene? Xiao Huahua gasped, his face slightly pale. At that moment, Yi Qiu sprang into action, absorbing 1/3 of the power contained within the 4th floor. Thus, under Xiao Huahua's protection, the others felt no pressure at all. They settled down, fully focused on their enlightenment. Meanwhile, the disciples already present on the 4th floor abruptly noticed the energy within it rapidly dissipating. The pressure that had once weighed upon them vanished in an instant, granting them considerable relief. However, these disciples said little and harbored no doubts. Believing their own cultivation had risen to the point where they could disregard the pressure from the 4th floor. They also believed they could ascend to the 5th floor to absorb even more energy and enhance themselves. Chapter 62. A resounding slap unexpectedly. The disciples who had cultivated on the 1st floor, upon stepping onto the 2nd floor, miraculously managed to withstand the pressure. A wave of joy swept through everyone as they quickly sat down to begin their practice. It is important to note that these individuals had not been strangers to the challenges of the 2nd floor. In the past, they had barely reached the entrance of the 2nd floor before being overwhelmed by a powerful force that left them gasping for breath, their blood surging, and a sweet taste rising in their throats. Meanwhile, those cultivating on the 2nd floor were advancing to the 3rd floor. The transition to the 4th floor was swift, and soon the main hall on the 1st floor was nearly empty. This left Lei Budong astonished. On the 4th floor, after meditating for a while, Xiao Huahua felt it was time to awaken his companions, the 3 portly disciples, and prepare to venture to the 5th floor. At that moment, the disciples who had been cultivating on the 4th floor, under the influence of Yi Qiu, noticed a significant reduction in their pressure. They believed that after a period of rigorous training, they could now fully endure the weight imposed by the 4th floor. Thus, they set off for the 5th floor. However, before they could reach it, a terrifying oppressive force surged towards them like crashing waves, causing many disciples to cough up blood and appear listless. Some of the weaker ones even fainted under the pressure. Seeing this, the 3 portly disciples trembled, their faces pale and their lips parched. Logically, as new entrants to the inner sect, they should have been practicing on the 1st floor, solidifying their foundation before attempting to challenge the 2nd floor. Yet, they had unexpectedly jumped straight to the 4th floor on their very first day, leaving them somewhat bewildered. However, upon witnessing the injuries suffered by those who had dared to ascend to the 5th floor, they quickly regained their senses. It was crucial to remember that the disciples practicing on the 4th floor were of the 8th and 9th ranks in doling. To step onto the 5th floor necessitated the strength of a Do Wang. Though their time spent on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors had been brief, the 3 portly disciples had made considerable gains. Bai Yuhai had already broken through to the 6th rank of doling, while both the portly disciple and Zhao Zongxiang had reached the 4th rank. Being able to ascend to the 4th floor was already beyond their expectations, something they could only dream of. Now, as they prepared to step onto the 5th floor, uncertainty loomed over them. Boss, why don't we stay on the 4th floor a bit longer? We can challenge the 5th floor once we reach the Do Wang realm. The portly disciple suggested, swallowing hard as he thought of the fate that befell the disciples who had attempted to ascend. Don't worry, just follow me. Xiao Huahua replied nonchalantly. The portly disciples, witnessing Xiao Huahua's confidence, felt their worries dissipate in an instant. They were not foolish. Their presence on the 4th floor was entirely due to Xiao Huahua. They speculated that he must possess some means to ignore the oppressive force of Lei Yin Tower. Or perhaps the sect leader had granted him some treasure. A moment later, Xiao Huahua and his companions prepared to head towards the 5th floor. At that moment, numerous disciples who had just descended from the 5th floor were astonished to see them. One exclaimed, "Have these people lost their minds?" The strongest among them is merely a 6th-rank Doling, and they dare to challenge the 5th floor. Truly, they are like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. The leader among them was Xiao Huahua, a direct disciple of the sect leader, regarded as an absolute prodigy and anomaly. Someone recognized him and stated, in the newcomer competition, he was only at the 7th rank of Doling, and now he has already reached the 2nd rank of Do Wang. What? How much time has passed? He has ascended from 7th rank Doling to 2nd rank Do Wang? This guy is truly a monster. No wonder he was chosen by the sect leader. At this moment, everyone on the 4th floor halted their cultivation, their gazes fixed on Xiao Huahua and his companions as they ascended to the 5th floor. Humph. Among the crowd, someone derisively commented, a sycophant of Murong Xiong. Even if Xiao Huahua is a 2nd-rank Do Wang, being able to withstand the pressure of the 5th floor is already his limit. To think he could help his companions bear the weight is simply courting death. Hunchware, amidst the crowd, noticed the shock on Xiao Huahua's face. A trace of murderous intent flickered in her beautiful eyes. As they ascended the stairs, a chilling aura, akin to that of an ancient beast, surged towards them. Yet, this terrifying aura did not inflict any harm upon Xiao Huahua and his companions. They moved steadily and calmly towards the 5th floor, leaving the onlookers on the 4th floor in utter disbelief. A 2nd-rank Do Wang, accompanied by 3 Dolings, had effortlessly entered the 5th floor. This was astonishing, utterly shocking. Some attempted to ascend to the 5th floor, but the moment they stepped onto the stairs, they were violently repelled by the fierce aura, spitting out blood. Upon entering the 5th floor, Yichio immediately began extracting half of the energy within. In truth, he had considered extracting all the energy contained within each layer. However, such an action would undoubtedly cause a significant disturbance. Mumu would surely take notice. Sealing the entire Lei Yin Tower to investigate the situation, Yichio desired to acquire the energy of the 3,000 Lei Yin. But this could only be achieved through Xiao Huahua. Even Lu Yi could not accomplish this. For the 3,000 Lei Yin was a unique flame belonging solely to Xiao Huahua. Having placed his hopes on the protagonist, Yichio could not forcibly alter the plot but could only hasten its progression. Therefore, he settled for extracting half the energy. Yet, with the doubled efficacy, the resulting world essence amounted to over 500,000. The accumulated world essence now approached 5 million. Excellent, excellent. After seizing the 3,000 Lei Yen, I will undoubtedly ascend another level. Yichio licked his lips as he spoke. As soon as Xiao Huahua and his companions set foot on the 5th floor, those meditating within instantly awakened, revealing expressions of astonishment. The strength of any disciple capable of cultivating on the 5th floor was undoubtedly above the Do Wang realm. Aside from Xiao Huahua, the 3 portly disciples were all Dolings, leaving everyone incredulous and utterly stunned. Most importantly, the 4 of them had arrived at the 5th floor without experiencing any discomfort. They remained composed and unaffected by the oppressive force of the place. It is worth noting that even Murong Xiong, possessing the strength of an 8th-rank Do Wang, felt considerable pressure within the 5th floor. Murong Xiong glared at Xiao Huahua, his face ashen, his cold eyes gleaming like a sharp dagger. Xiao Huahua sensed a strong malice directed towards him and turned his gaze to find Murong Xiong glaring fiercely. Make sure to cultivate diligently, everyone. We will explore the 6th floor later, Xiao Huahua declared. At this moment, all surrounding individuals were taken aback, their expressions twisted into mockery. Did they truly believe that the Lei Yin Tower was their backyard? That they could go wherever they pleased? They were utterly oblivious to the dangers. Blind to their own insignificance, Murong Xiong sneered, truly worthy of being the sect leader as personal disciple. To be so generous as to bestow a treasure that allows one to disregard the pressure of the Lei Yin Tower. TSK. It seems the sect leader's judgment is not as keen as one would hope. To cultivate in the Lei Yin Tower, one must rely on external tools. Indeed. All present realized that Xiao Huahua, bringing the 3 portly disciples to the 5th floor, was undoubtedly supported by a treasure bestowed by the sect leader. Otherwise, how could a mere 2nd-rank Do Wang lead 3 Dolings to the 5th floor without being affected by any oppressive force? Xiao Huahua casually scratched his ear and slowly approached Murong Xiong. So what if I arrived here with the aid of an external object? If you have the ability, ask your grandfather to give you one too. Xiao Huahua retorted. Humph. Relying on external objects for cultivation ultimately means being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Do you think everyone is a waste like you? Murong Xiong shot back. I truly admire your unwavering spirit, Xiao Huahua said, giving him a thumbs up and flashing a row of gleaming white teeth. What do you intend to do? Murong Xiong sensed a wave of malice, his expression shifting drastically. I simply wish to experience what it feels like to torment an 8th-rank Do Wang. Xiao Huahua replied, then swiftly slapped Murong Xiong across the face. The resounding slap echoed throughout the entire 5th floor. The resounding slap echoed like thunder, shocking everyone present. Morong Xiong could hardly believe it, as if caught in a dream. Xiao Huahua dared to strike him. The pain radiated from his cheek, coursing through his entire body, a vivid reminder that the events unfolding before him were all too real. You dare to hit me? Morong Xiong's eyes widened, veins bulging, his expression a mask of rage. And what of it? Xiao Huahua casually picked his nose and raised his hand for another slap. At this moment, Morong Xiong was utterly bewildered. The sound of multiple slaps rang out, leaving 5 or 6 bright red marks on his cheek, and his once handsome face now appeared swollen. You bastard! Morong Xiong erupted in fury. He had returned from his state of shock, and the fiery sting on his cheek ignited his rage. He could never have imagined that there would be someone within the Shangyan sect who would dare to oppose him, let alone strike him. Boom. Suddenly, Morong Xiong unleashed the aura of an 8th-tier battle king, his eyes glowing crimson, as if dripping with blood. His visage was monstrous, resembling a rampaging beast. Raised in luxury and holding a position of utmost authority within the Shangyan sect, he was accustomed to being flattered by many disciples. Such an insult was intolerable. He could not bear the thought of not tearing Xiao Huahua apart. Yet, within the 5th floor of the Thunder Flame Tower, all of it would prove futile. Although Morong Xiong's explosive aura was powerful and terrifying, the oppressive force of the 5th floor left him gasping for breath. The Thunder Flame Tower harbored a rule. The greater the battle chi a cultivator unleashed, the more double the pressure would weigh upon them. On ordinary days, Morong Xiong could walk on this 5th floor without panting, which was already a considerable feat now. Unleashing such a terrifying battle chi activated the tower's inherent rules. Even with half of the energy drawn away by Yichio, it remained formidable. Boom. At that moment, it felt as if several towering mountains had descended, pinning Morong Xiong to the ground, forcing him to gasp for air. In truth, Morong Xiong had unleashed battle chi on the 5th floor multiple times, managing to sustain it for about a minute. However, after being slapped multiple times by Xiao Huahua, each slap infused with the power of a 2nd-tier battle king. The cumulative effect had left him severely wounded. Coupled with his enraged state, he had lost all rationality. Now, he lay prostrate on the ground, resembling a defeated dog. Fortunately, with Yichio having extracted half of the tower's energy, had it been at full capacity, Morong Xiong would surely have coughed up blood, suffering a severe backlash from the energy. Xiao Huahua was well aware of the Thunder Flame Tower's rules, having learned about them from Yichio. Moreover, due to Yichio's influence, he disregarded the tower's oppressive force, emboldening him to strike Morong Xiong without hesitation. Slap. Another resounding sound reverberated throughout the 5th floor. By now, Morong Xiong's face was unrecognizable, blood streaming from his nostrils. He appeared like a grotesque figure, a sight that was truly hard to bear. You see your status as a prince. I see myself as a commoner. Logically, you should mind your own business, and I mine, avoiding any conflict. Xiao Huahua, sitting atop Morong Xiong, tugged at his ears and said, ignoring you doesn't stem from fear, but rather from the desire not to engage in a pointless feud with the spoiled heir. Still wanting to fight me? Do you think you're worthy? The onlookers were left speechless. It was clear that Xiao Huahua had initiated the conflict, forcing Morong Xiong to retaliate without any chance of defense, ending up thoroughly beaten. Yet, in this instance, Xiao Huahua had somehow become the victim. But everyone present was astute. Even Morong Xiong's sycophants dared not utter a word. The oppressive atmosphere of the 5th floor was already terrifying. Xiao Huahua moved about with ease, suggesting something was amiss. If even an 8th-tier battle king like Morong Xiong was reduced to a pitiful state, who would dare provoke him? The only sensible action was to keep silent. With a firm grip on Morong Xiong's ears, Xiao Huahua slowly stated, I'm letting you go this time for the sake of Elders Lu and Qi. From now on, you walk your path, and I'll walk mine, avoiding any interaction. Should you entertain thoughts of retaliation or attempt to undermine me? At this point, Xiao Huahua let out a cold laugh. His once handsome face suddenly turned frigid. His eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling light, resembling a fearsome azura, instilling dread in all around him. Boom. Xiao Huahua formed a fist and struck the ground, instantly creating a deep pit, sending dust and debris flying, further intimidating everyone present. They all knew how solid the floor was, not even a peak battle king could penetrate it. Your fate will be as shattered as this ground. Rising, Xiao Huahua delivered a kick to Morong Xiong, sending him tumbling before his lackeys. Get lost. The two sycophants gazed at Xiao Huahua, as if facing a demon, their faces pale with fear. They hurriedly lifted Morong Xiong and exited the 5th floor. My apologies, esteemed brothers, for interrupting your training. Please, continue. At this moment, Xiao Huahua flashed a bright, innocent smile, a stark contrast to his earlier cold demeanor. The incident of Xiao Huahua and his 3 companions successfully entering the 5th floor spread like wildfire throughout the inner sect. Countless people were astounded. A second-tier battle king accompanied by 3 battle spirits had entered the 5th floor without any struggle, a feat unheard of since the founding of the Shangyun sect. Someone remarked that Xiaohua's ease in bringing along several battle spirits was due to a magical artifact bestowed by the sect master. Instantly, many began to realize the implications. However, even so, many remained in awe of Xiaohua. For even if the sect master granted a special artifact to mitigate some of the tower's oppressive force, one's own strength and talent were still crucial factors. Otherwise, how could he have brought 3 battle spirits to the 5th floor? Just then, a piece of news broke. Akin to a nuclear explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Shangyun sect. On the 5th floor, Xiaohua had thoroughly beaten Murong Xiong, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Furthermore, he had even punched a hole in the floor. This was unbelievable. What on earth happened? Some exclaimed in shock. Murong Xiong was a mighty 8th-tier battle king. How could he not have even a moment to defend himself and still manage to punch through the 5th floor's ground? Surely, this must be a lie. Although the pressure from the battle chi unleashed in the Thunder Flame Tower doubled the effects, Murong Xiong was still an 8th-tier battle king, even under immense pressure. He should have been able to overpower Xiaohua. Thus, the majority were skeptical and refused to believe it. However, when they saw Murong Xiong's lackeys carrying out a thoroughly beaten figure, they were rendered speechless. It was then they recognized that the grotesque face belonged to none other than Murong Xiong himself. According to eyewitness accounts, the scene was nothing short of brutal. Murong Xiong had endured more than 10 slaps from Xiaohua, and his ears were nearly torn off. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Soon after, another piece of sensational news swept through the entire intersect. Xiaohua, accompanied by a few plump companions, successfully ascended to the 6th floor without any apparent strain. Chapter 64, concerning Xiaohua's punishment. The 6th floor of the Lei Yin Tower stands as a veritable forbidden zone for the inner disciples, evoking an immense sense of trepidation. Countless prodigies from the Shangyun sect have attempted to challenge this level, only to meet with failure. Since the inception of the Shangyun sect, only the ruthless Wang Lang has ever set foot on the 6th floor, causing a tremendous stir throughout the sect. At that time, Wang Lang had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th-tier Do Wang, with 1 foot almost in the Do Huang realm. In stark contrast, Xiaohua is merely a 2nd-tier Do Wang, yet he managed to enter the 6th floor alongside 3 Do Ling without any harm. This is nothing short of a fantastical, astonishing occurrence. Within the Lei Yin Tower, numerous disciples were left aghast upon hearing this news, their hearts racing in disbelief, akin to tumultuous waves that refused to subside. Mu Mu and the 7 elders also made their appearance outside the Lei Yin Tower. At this moment, Elder Murong and Elder Qi wore grim expressions. Word of Murong Xiong being thoroughly beaten by Xiaohua had reached them, leaving his visage resembling that of a pig. The 2 elders appeared exceedingly distressed, their eyes cold and piercing like sharp daggers, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Elder Lei Budong's expression was equally displeased. Flushed with indignation, Elders Wu and Air also bore unsightly expressions. Previously, these elders had engaged in heated disputes over Xiaohua's actions against Murong Xiong. Seeking a justification for the incident, Lei Budong, initially attempting to mediate the rising tensions, quickly found himself embroiled in a fierce argument with Elder Qi. Subsequently, Elders Air and Wu attempted to intervene, but their efforts merely escalated the quarrel. In truth, Lei Budong and the other elders were privately biased in favor of Xiaohua, as their disciples had accompanied him to the 6th floor, reaping significant benefits. Moreover, they were all acutely aware that Xiaohua's ability to bring his disciples to the 6th floor was not due to any secret gifts from the sect leader to resist the oppressive forces of the Lei Yin Tower. Even if Mu had indeed bestowed some item to Xiaohua that could mitigate the tower's pressure, the limit would only allow 1 individual to reach the 5th floor. Not to mention bringing 3 Do Ling along unscathed, allowing them to absorb energy and rapidly advance their cultivation. Now it was evident that Xiaohua had connections with the Xiao family from Zhongzhou. The resplendent 5-colored light that erupted during the bloodline test was strikingly radiant. Though the exact level of the bloodline remains unknown, it could not possibly be inferior to the golden bloodline. Furthermore, the bloodline stone had shattered, an unprecedented event. Even the first genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Buyu, could not achieve such a feat. This clearly indicated the extraordinary talent of this individual. Additionally, Xiaohua's master is Mu, the foremost expert of the Shangyun sect, renowned even across the entirety of the Doqi continent. Naturally, Mu imparts his unparalleled skills to Xiaohua without reservation. Consequently, the strong rapport between Xiaohua and his disciples will indirectly yield unexpected rewards for them. Therefore, Lei Budong and the others were inclined to favor Xiaohua for the sake of their disciples. Have you all finished your bickering? Mu observed coldly, casting a stern glance at the assembly. Though their tempers flared, None dared to defy him in his presence. Master, I merely wish to inquire how we should handle the matter concerning Xiong. Elder Qi interjected, panting slightly, his face flushed. Xiaohuahua has only recently joined the Shangyun sect. First, he publicly executed Yang Xiao, and now he blatantly disregards the rules by attacking Xiong. Does being the sect leader's disciple grant him the privilege to act with impunity within the sect? Is he treating the sect as his own backyard, striking at anyone who displeases him? In a few years, will he still regard us as anything of consequence? Elder Qi, temper your anger. Elder Ming Heron gently placed a hand on Elder Qi's shoulder, attempting to soothe him. The law applies equally to all. Although Xiaohuahua is indeed a disciple of this master, the sect's regulations prohibit private disputes among disciples. Since Xiaohuahua has assaulted Murong Xiong, he has undoubtedly violated the rules. According to the sect's regulations, he must be confined in the Devil S Valley for 7 days. Upon mentioning the Devil S Valley, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. The Devil S Valley is a forbidden area of the Shangyun sect, a chaotic burial ground from an ancient battlefield. Even a Do Wang-level powerhouse would find it fraught with peril. At this juncture, Ming Heron spoke up. Xiaohuahua is indeed impulsive and tends to act rashly. However, it is not as Elder Qi has described. Moreover, confining him for 7 days seems rather severe. What do you think of this alternative? We could confine him to the cold water pool for 7 days, or allow the 2 disciples to resolve their grievances themselves. From what I understand of both Xiaohuahua and Murong Xiong, even after the confinement, they would likely not let the matter rest, leading to further conflict. Therefore, it may be wiser to have them face off in the arena and settle all their grievances at once, preventing future disputes. Of course, we must also consider Murong Xiong's opinion, as he is the injured party. At this point, Elder Qi's expression softened considerably. What Ming Heron suggested would be beneficial for Murong Xiong, regardless of the outcome. Master, what is your stance? Elder Murong He, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Mumu nodded slightly, remaining silent. Ming Heron continued, then I will trouble Elders Lu and Qi to consult with Murong Xiong regarding his opinion. All right, Elder Qi replied. We shall take our leave for now. Elder Lu added, and the 2 departed to Murong's courtyard to assess his injuries. Huh, what nonsense. Lei Budong spat on the ground as he watched them leave. Wang Lang frequently violated the sect's regulations, yet I never saw these 2 act with such fervor against him. What ulterior motives do these 2 have? Who doesn't know? Perhaps you should speak less, Ming Heron remarked, frowning at Lei Budong. If you had not meddled, this situation would not have escalated to this extent. Humph. Lei Budong shot a sideways glance at Ming Heron, ready to retort when Shirbadian quietly tugged at his sleeve. Urging, let us go. Casting a glance at Mumu, whose expression was rather grim, Lei Budong hastily retreated, followed closely by Elders Air and Wu. Old Ming, what choice do you think Murong He will make? Mumu inquired. He will opt for the first course of action regarding Xiaohuahua. Yet the ultimate outcome will inevitably align with the second, Ming Heron responded. Do you think Xiaohuahua can defeat Murong Xiong? That depends on the means you have provided Xiaohuahua, allowing him to traverse the Lei Yin Tower with such ease, Mumu replied cunningly. Mumu glanced at him and smiled. Those 2 are now beyond even the facade of courtesy. I believe it is time to devise a plan. Indeed. Ming Heron nodded in agreement. They then turned their attention to the unfolding events within the Lei Yin Tower. Chapter 65. Extracting 3,000 Thunder Flames. Lei Yin Tower. 6th floor. Although Yuchio had absorbed a significant portion of its power, the oppressive atmosphere here remained terrifying. Even with the direct protection of Yuchio, Xiaohuahua still coughed up a mouthful of blood. The few chubby individuals were even worse off, coughing blood repeatedly and nearly fainting. Fortunately, Xiaohuahua timely shared some of the defensive shield bestowed upon him by Yuchio, enveloping the others and alleviating their pressure. The group promptly settled down, gradually acclimatizing to the oppressive force, and cautiously began to extract the surrounding energy to slowly mend their wounds. Xiaohuahua took several deep breaths. Unlike the others, he did not meditate on the ground to absorb energy, but was instead searching for a path to the 7th floor. For once he reached the 7th floor, the system would be completed, and at that moment, Yichio would grant him a Do Huang Dan, elevating both his injuries and his realm. The space on the 6th floor was considerably smaller than that of the other floors, roughly the size of a study. And there was no apparent way to ascend to the 7th floor. System, why is there no path? Xiaohuahua's face turned pale as he asked, his voice trembling. Ding. Host, utilize a hot weapon to unleash the cold and fierce flames. Aiming at the lightning-shaped pattern directly above, and pull the trigger, Yichio instructed, his gaze fervent. He envisioned extracting the 3,000 thunder flames soon and ascending another level. Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua immediately retrieved a hot weapon and directed it at the lightning-shaped design above, channeling all his Do Qi into it. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted in the confined space, deafeningly loud. Fortunately, the chubby individuals were shielded by the power bestowed upon them by Yi Qiu, creating a barrier that completely isolated them from the surrounding chaos. Thus, they remained unscathed, for the residual force from that shot could have obliterated them instantly. A bullet shot forth from the barrel, transforming mid-air into a cold-colored lotus. Its exterior shimmered, exuding a chilling aura, while its interior flowed with a scorching red liquid. Boom. When the bullet, now a manifestation of cold and fierce flames, struck the lightning pattern atop the building, an overwhelming divine might erupted, colliding with the power of the cold flames. The entire Thunder Flame Tower trembled as if it were about to collapse. Everyone inside felt a wave of panic as they were suppressed by the two terrifying forces. In an instant, apart from Xiao Huahua and his companions, everyone else in the Thunder Flame Tower coughed up blood. Even the ground outside the tower caved in instantly, as if the very earth were shattering. The entire structure was sinking into the ground. This is not good. The Thunder Flame Tower is experiencing another anomaly. Meng Heron exclaimed in alarm, surveying the devastated surroundings with dread. At that moment, Mumu seemed to realize something and rushed toward the Thunder Flame Tower. Could that lad be harboring a unique fire? Attempting to awaken the 3,000 thunder flames through its bond? His expression changed dramatically, and his breathing quickened. If his guess was correct, it would spell catastrophic disaster. The 3,000 thunder flames ranked 9th among the unique fires, containing immense divine power capable of reducing the area surrounding the Shangyun sect to ruins in an instant. Mumu had managed to suppress the 3,000 thunder flames within the Thunder Flame Tower long ago, sealing this unique fire when it had not yet fully evolved. Back then, both he and Xiao Zhan had nearly perished while facing the incomplete form of the 3,000 thunder flames. As time passed, the flames had gradually matured into their complete form, and the sealing power was waning. At this rate, within 3 years, the 3,000 thunder flames would undoubtedly break free from their seal and emerge into the world once more. When that time came, the entire Shangyun sect would be annihilated. Thus, Mumu had long contemplated how to address the impending threat posed by the 3,000 thunder flames. He had even attempted to fully tame them. However, despite having attained the strength of a half-step Dosheng, he could not subjugate these flames. He had nearly perished in the attempt. He had also considered having his daughter, Mu Ziyun, recover them before they evolved into their complete form. Although Ziyun possessed extraordinary talent and formidable power, her efforts ultimately fell short. Nonetheless, she had not returned empty-handed. With the energy derived from the true blood of the purple flame demon lion, she had extracted a substantial amount of power from the 3,000 thunder flames, undergoing a profound transformation and elevation in strength. Currently, she was in a secluded location, digesting the abilities of the 3,000 thunder flames to lay the groundwork for future training of this unique fire. Now that he was aware of Xiao Huahua's identity and potential, Mumu contemplated training him for a period to establish a solid foundation. Attempting to tame the 3,000 thunder flames. If Xiao Huahua also failed to master this unique fire, he planned to have Ziyun assist in extracting half of its capabilities. In doing so, the timeline for the 3,000 thunder flames to break free from their seal would be delayed for several years, temporarily alleviating the crisis facing the Shangyun sect. Furthermore, once Xiao Huahua and Ziyun reached the realms of Dozong or Dozun, they could retrieve the remaining powers of the unique fire without delay. Who could have predicted that Xiao Huahua had actually tamed a unique fire? The fluctuations in power indicated that it was the 11th ranked cold and fierce flames. This lad truly evokes both joy and ire. Mumu mused as he arrived swiftly at the Thunder Flame Tower. At this moment, Lei Budong and others had already gathered at the entrance of the Thunder Flame Tower, exerting all their doqi to resist the terrifying pressure while ensuring the safety of the disciples inside. Master, the 3,000 thunder flames have erupted again. Those children are still inside. Leave this to us. Hurry and rescue Xiao Huahua. Lei Budong gritted his teeth, veins bulging, sweat pouring down like rain. At that moment, aside from the 6th and 7th elders, the other 5 elders stood together, channeling all their doqi to form a barrier against the overwhelming pressure. However, the abnormality of the Thunder Flame Tower this time was more intense than any previous occurrence. In less than a second, they all coughed up blood, their faces paling considerably. Once Xiao Huahua unleashed the cold and fierce flames, the bond between the unique fires was instantly activated. It was not out of camaraderie, but rather a consuming instinct. Unique fires are born from the essence of heaven and earth. To evolve and ascend a level, they must devour other unique fires. The 3,000 thunder flames were once the 32nd ranked ghostly spirit flame. By a stroke of fortune, they had consumed a flame ranked several places higher, the turtle shell melting flame, and subsequently evolved into the cold and fierce flames. Afterward, They devoured several lower-ranked unique fires, eventually becoming the 3,000 Thunder Flames. As the saying goes, there are always more formidable beings beyond the horizon. When the 3,000 Thunder Flames had just evolved, they were targeted by the second-ranked Void-Devouring Flame, which nearly consumed them entirely, leaving only a spark that descended to this place, where Moo found them. Over time, the strength of the 3,000 Thunder Flames gradually recovered, even surpassing their former might. In fact, Moo speculated that the time for the 3,000 Thunder Flames to break free from their seal had been delayed. At most, there was still a month before this unique fire could escape and obliterate the entire Shangyan sect. However, today, they were determined to break the seal at any cost due to the cold and fierce flames in Xiao Huahua's possession. Once consumed, they could ascend to become the 8th or even 7th-ranked unique fire. Roar. Suddenly, atop the 6th floor, the lightning pattern illuminated vividly. A true dragon, enveloped in thunder flames, appeared in the sky, poised to devour and obliterate everything in its path. With an open mouth, it sought to devour Xiao Huahua whole. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua coughed up a torrent of fresh blood, her eyes closing as she fainted. The 3,000 Thunder Flames rejoiced, preparing to relish this delectable feast. At that moment, an indescribable force enveloped it. Remarkably, the 3,000 Thunder Flames found themselves within the system space. You wish to consume my host. Do you seek my consent? With a thunderous shout, a vast power surged from all directions, akin to crashing waves, suppressing the entirety of the 3,000 Thunder Flames. Realizing the peril, the strange fire erupted with a terrifying force in an attempt to flee. How could food that had come to my lips possibly escape? Yichio bellowed, and as his hands waved, a peculiar power burst forth instantaneously. In a fleeting moment, an insatiable force, far mightier than the void-devouring flame, coiled around the 3,000 Thunder Flames. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to the size of a fist. Yichio did not annihilate it entirely, for the original narrative, with the assistance of Yao Lao, indicated that Xiao Huahua had not fully devoured the 3,000 Thunder Flames either, or rather, she lacked the capacity to extract it completely. To avoid altering the course of the story, Xiao Huahua was compelled to reseal the fist-sized 3,000 Thunder Flames within the Thunder Flame Tower. Chapter 66, Lottery, Upgrade Card. Abruptly, the terrifying aura emanating from the Thunder Flame Tower dissipated. Lei Budong and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. Without pretense, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, the faces of the 5 were as pale as paper, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Their tattered clothing made them resemble beggars. Surrounding the Thunder Flame Tower, the area within 1,000 meters lay in ruins. The earth had split open, and buildings had collapsed. The once bustling area had transformed into a wasteland in an instant. Even though the dreadful pressure and destructive force had vanished, the disciples outside the ruins were filled with trepidation, their expressions fearful. However, some disciples managed to regain their composure, for such events had transpired more than once. Yet, the commotion and destruction this time were far more alarming than previous occurrences. Moo furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Based on his deductions, the collision between the 2 strange fires was akin to an apocalyptic horror. He was aware that strange fires could devour one another, and Xiao Huahua only possessed the 11th-ranked strange fire. Even with her presence, she was no match for the 3,000 Thunder Flames. Now that the destructive force unleashed by the 2 strange fires had dissipated, even the pressure of the 3,000 Thunder Flames within the Thunder Flame Tower was not even 1/10 of its usual strength. Could it be that he had succeeded? Moo pondered, swiftly transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from his location. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th floor was a site of devastation, with more than half of its walls blown apart. Amidst the rubble, he discovered the unconscious Xiao Huahua and her companions. Upon closer examination, they appeared unharmed, allowing his heart to finally settle. He then lifted his gaze to the sealed 3,000 Thunder Flames. Noticing that it had shrunk to the size of a fist, had he truly tamed the 3,000 Thunder Flames? Moo stared at Xiao Huahua in disbelief. Yet, why was there no trace of strange fire energy emanating from her? Not even a hint of strange fire within her. Moo's brow deepened, his expression growing increasingly serious. He then waved his hand, and a massive formation materialized in midair. A gentle power emanated from the formation, bathing the Thunder Flame Tower and enveloping the devastated area. In a flash, a blinding light erupted, and the shattered buildings and collapsed ground began to reconstruct at a visible pace. Within a mere minute, the ravaged area had reverted to its former splendor. Subsequently, Moo led Xiao Huahua and her companions away from the Thunder Flame Tower. Meanwhile, Yichio was not idle. After seizing the energy of the 3,000 Thunder Flames, he gained 2 million units of world origin, adding to the energy he had extracted from each floor previously. The total accumulated to 260,000. Under normal circumstances, Yichio would only have been able to obtain 130,000 units of world origin. However, under the effect of doubling, it surged directly. This left Yichio eagerly anticipating whether the benefits gained from the system after leveling up would double once more. System upgrading 5 large characters flashed across the interface. Yichio licked his lips, rubbing his hands together and murmuring, "Come on, come on. Let me see what incredible rewards await me this time." Heavenly Creation System. Level, Stubborn Bronze. Talent, Traversing the Heavens. Skills, Extraction, Duplication, Simulation, Creation, Calculation, etc. World Origin, 1 million. Reminder, please seize the creation as soon as possible to obtain 8 million units of world origin, upgrade the system, and unlock more functions. Note, the current daily consumption requirement is 80,000 units of world origin. When the remaining world origin is insufficient to cover the current requirement or reaches 0, the system will self-disassemble. Is that all? Yichio stared wide-eyed at the system interface. According to international conventions, aren't there usually corresponding rewards after an upgrade? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a notification chimed in Yichio's ears. Following that, a red exclamation mark appeared above his head. I knew there had to be a reward. It seems this time the rewards should be quite generous. Thus, the prolonged pause and the sound notification. Chuckling mischievously, Yichio promptly clicked on the red exclamation mark. Before him materialized several cards forged from bronze, each inscribed with the words lottery card on their backs. Instantly, Yichio comprehended. The rewards from this upgrade were not handed directly to him as before, but rather had to be obtained through a lottery system. Moreover, above the numerous bronze cards, the words one time shimmered. Quite intriguing, Yichio mused, rubbing his chin with his thumb and forefinger. Yet, his brow furrowed slightly. The lottery implied the potential for landing on a thank you for participating. The one time indicated that he could only draw once for a reward. What a ridiculous mechanism. Yichio cursed under his breath. While he often played tricks on his host, he considered himself somewhat fair. He never withheld rewards, always providing useful items to the host. He never employed such convoluted rules. The thought of spending 6 million units of world origin just to draw a thank you for participating ignited his ire, leaving him feeling quite vexed. 59, 58, 57. At that moment, a countdown flickered before Yichio's eyes, accompanied by a ticking sound. What? There's a time limit. This absurd mechanism is infuriating, Yichio exclaimed, hastily grabbing one of the bronze cards. At this point, it was a matter of luck. Even a thank you for participating was better than spending 6 million units of world origin for nothing. System upgrade card. As Yichio gazed at the words shimmering before him, he was momentarily stunned. Then he joyfully exclaimed, "Luck is on my side. It must be divine intervention." An upgrade to his system meant Yichio could save 8 million units of world origin to reach this level. Moreover, after leveling up, there would be rewards. Excellent, excellent. This mechanism isn't too shabby at all. Yichio chuckled, his attitude shifting a complete 180 degrees. Heavenly Creation System. Level, Stubborn Bronze. Talent, Traversing the Heavens. Skills, Extraction, Duplication, Simulation, Creation, Calculation, etc. World Origin, 1 million. Reminder, please seize the creation as soon as possible to obtain 10 million units of world origin, upgrade the system, and unlock more functions. Note, the current daily consumption of 100,000 world sources is required. When the remaining world source is insufficient to cover the current demand or reaches 0, the system will automatically decompose. Yichio looked at the information on the system interface. Feeling immensely pleased, he awaited the arrival of his rewards. However, despite his joy, a red exclamation mark did not appear above his head. No rush, he thought. Good things come to those who wait. Yichio reassured himself, maintaining his smile. Yet, as a day passed, there was still no sign of the red exclamation mark or any hints of rewards. Instead, the number indicating the remaining world source flickered, showing 900,000 left. Damn, this broken mechanism. No rewards, yet no reminders either. I've been grinning like a fool for a whole day. My face is practically deformed. Yichio cursed like a disgruntled woman, rolling up his sleeves and placing his hands on his hips. Chapter 67, The Talents of Xiaohuahua when Xiaohuahua woke. A day had already passed. As he opened his sleep-laden eyes, he realized he was in his own room. Struggling to sit up, he leaned against the headboard. At that moment, his body felt utterly dismantled. Even the slightest movement sent waves of intense soreness coursing through him. Thank goodness, he thought, my life is spared. Just before losing consciousness, he distinctly felt a chilling power descending upon him, one far more terrifying than that emanated by Old Z. It was at least on the level of Dozong or Dozuan, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. To survive such an ordeal was indeed a stroke of luck. With this realization, Xiao Huahua felt elated, although he still didn't know what the system task entailed. The fact that he had lived to see another day under such terrifying pressure proved that he had accomplished it. Hence, he eagerly contacted Yichio. At that moment, Yichio, seeing the remaining world source drop to 900,000, felt a surge of irritation. Ignoring Xiao Huahua, he tossed him a Do Huang Dan. With that, he thought, let it be cool. Upon receiving the Do Huang Dan, Xiao Huahua beamed with joy. The suffering I endured was worth it. He then prepared to digest the Do Huang Dan to heal his injuries and elevate his rank. Creak. The door swung open, and Mu Mu stepped inside. Upon seeing his master, the joy on Xiao Huahua's face evaporated instantly, replaced by a look of weakness, as if he were on the brink of death. Master, are you here to bring me supplements? Xiao Huahua coughed a few times, resembling one afflicted with tuberculosis. Observing this, Mu Mu's lips twitched, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Before entering, he had seen Xiao Huahua's ecstatic expression through the crack of the door, as if he had just struck a jackpot, his face nearly splitting from the grin. After stepping in, however, he looked as if he had aged a decade, immediately adopting a sickly demeanor. Most importantly, he shamelessly requested supplements. How is it that the descendants of that old man Xiao Zhan all share this trait? Mu Mu thought to himself. Then he spoke. Huahua, seeing you like this, you seem to have only a few days left to live. This sight pains me. How about I send you on your way to end this torment? With that, Mu Mu raised his hand, unleashing a surge of profound do-chi that stirred a gale within the room. All the furnishings shook, and dust fell from the beams. It felt as if the entire room might collapse. Swish. Seeing this, Xiao Huahua quickly sprang from the bed, moving to stretch his limbs and even performed several push-ups. Hey, I'm better now, Xiao Huahua exclaimed with a beaming smile. Master, you truly are a divine healer. A celestial doctor descended to earth. Look, my body feels great. Even stronger than before. Smack. Mu Mu delivered 2 sharp slaps to Xiao Huahua's head, causing the latter to see stars and fall back onto the bed. 10 minutes passed in silence, during which Mu Mu maintained a fixed gaze on Xiao Huahua, making him feel increasingly uneasy and occasionally shiver. Master, Xiao Huahua, under Mu Mu's fiery scrutiny, felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and his breath quickened. His heart inexplicably raced. Could it be that Master has peculiar inclinations? The thought sent a wave of cold perspiration over him, his complexion turning pale. He cautiously replied, Master, I should go check on how the injuries of Fatty and the others are healing. With that, he made a dash outside. Stop, Mu Mu's voice, imbued with an unyielding authority, halted Xiao Huahua in his tracks. For the last 10 minutes, Mu Mu had been observing Xiao Huahua's condition, finding no trace of any. This left him both astonished and perplexed. However, Mu Mu was not inclined to delve deeper into the matter. As the thunder flames had dwindled to the size of a fist, the crisis facing the Yun sect had been averted. Although curious about the events that transpired in the Thunder Flame Tower, such details no longer held significance. After all, Mu Mu intended for Xiao Huahua to attempt taming the thunder flames. If things unfolded as he anticipated, the specifics of the process would be inconsequential. Moreover, Xiao Huahua was his disciple, who wouldn't he harbor a bit of selfishness? Master, Xiao Huahua stammered, his expression more sorrowful than one in tears. Previously, in the Thunder Flame Tower, I fought Murong Xiong, which severely violated the sect's regulations. After discussions among the elders, there are 2 potential punishments. One is to be confined for 7 days for reflection, and the other is to resolve our conflict with Murong Xiong in the arena. Which do you choose? Mu Mu inquired. Is that even a question? I'll beat him up. Xiao Huahua relaxed, grinning broadly. The difference in our realms is too great. And Murong Xiong is the grandson of the 6th elder and the disciple of the 7th elder. He enjoys their deep favor. Even a 9th-ranked Do Wang might not be his match. Have you thought this through? Mu Mu cautioned. Who will win is still uncertain, Mu Mu said. Looking at Xiao Huahua. Are you certain? Yes. Xiao Huahua, shedding his nonchalant demeanor, replied seriously, I am quite stubborn and refuse to be at a disadvantage. Murong Xiong is arrogant and overbearing. Even if I were confined for 7 days, he wouldn't let it go. It's better to resolve everything in one go. Knock him down now, and make him avoid me in the future. At this point, Mu Mu was even more convinced that Xiao Huahua had claimed the Thunder Flames and possessed 2 types of. Though puzzled as to why he could not sense this presence and how Xiao Huahua had managed to tame the Thunder Flames, he knew that Xiao Huahua was not someone who would suffer losses without reason. He wouldn't undertake any endeavor without assurance. Furthermore, he had his master backing him up. Master, Xiao Huahua continued, my match with Murong Xiong may seem to be about settling our personal grievances, but it is also a matter of your reputation. Just think, if I, as your disciple, were to lose, wouldn't tea that reflect poorly on you? The 6th and 7th elders would become even more audacious in your presence. Master, you are the esteemed figure of the Yun sect, the treasure of the entire sect. Therefore, please bestow upon me a few treasures, so I can decisively defeat Murong Xiong. That way, those 2 old geezers won't dare to act so brazenly before you, and you'll also save face. Upon hearing this, Muumu's lips twitched again. This kid truly is cut from the same cloth as that old fellow Xiao Zhan, having taken away the 3,000 thunder flames. Do you still wish to extort something from me? Do you think I am a fool? Muumu ignored Xiao Huahua and slowly rose, preparing to leave the room. Master, will you truly stand by and watch as I am mercilessly beaten by Murong Xiong, bringing shame upon your face? Those 2 old geezers flaunting themselves in front of you? Muumu paid no heed and stepped over the threshold. Master, do not leave. At least grant me one thing. Xiao Huahua continued. At this moment, Muumu halted his steps. Turning to Xiao Huahua, he said, then answer me honestly. If you could freely select from the treasures of the Shangyun sect. Xiao Huahua's eyes darted around, instantly deducing the question Muumu was about to ask. It must pertain to the events that transpired in Thunderflame Tower. Furthermore, when he pulled the trigger and summoned the Muumu undoubtedly sensed the aura of the cold and fierce flames. He then replied, that won't do. The treasury of Shangyun sect belongs to everyone. How could I monopolize it? Muumu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Huahua and strode out of the house. Chapter 68. A single slap to resolve the battle. The news of the contest between Xiao Huahua and Murong Xiong rapidly spread throughout the Shangyun sect. Everyone regarded this as nothing short of a suicidal challenge. Why, you may ask? The disparity between Xiao Huahua and Murong Xiong was simply too great. A full 6 stages of difference. Moreover, Murong Xiong was the grandson of the 6th elder and the most favored disciple of the 7th elder. Having deeply absorbed the true teachings of both elders, he was indeed invincible among his peers. Although Xiao Huahua was a disciple of the sect leader, he had only recently joined. Even if Xiao Huahua possessed extraordinary talent, akin to that of a prodigy, it would be nearly impossible to master the sect leader's ultimate techniques in just a few days. Even with the support of his companions, it was widely believed that the sect leader had provided Xiao Huahua with some artifact to resist the pressures of the Thunder Flame Tower. Thus, it seemed inevitable that Xiao Huahua would face defeat. However, there were many who countered this notion. Even if the sect leader had granted Xiao Huahua something to withstand the pressures of the Thunder Flame Tower, he still needed sufficient foundation to wield it. Moreover, aside from Wang Lang, Xiao Huahua was the 2nd person to reach the 6th floor, accompanied by 3 Dou spirits. In certain respects, Xiao Huahua's journey to the forbidden area of the 6th floor was undoubtedly far more burdensome and challenging than Wang Lang's. Although Xiao Huahua was currently just a 2-star Dou Wang, many did not believe this reflected his true strength. During the newcomer competition, Xiao Huahua had concealed his power, soaring directly from a great Dou master to a 7-star Dou spirit. And within just a few days of joining, he had already reached the 2-star Dou Wang level. Such a pace of cultivation was unmatched in the present world. In a sense, Xiao Huahua could be considered the foremost among the youth of the Douqi continent. The following day, at noon, the arena square was teeming with people. How dare Xiao Huahua challenge Brother Murong? Is he seeking death? Someone in the crowd remarked. Let us not speak too soon. The sect leader knows full well that the disparity between Xiao Huahua and Brother Murong is vast. There is no doubt that this contest will end in Xiao Huahua's defeat. But why did the sect leader not intervene? Instead, he tacitly accepted Xiao Huahua's challenge. Clearly, Xiao Huahua is not as simple as he appears. Don't forget, he ventured into the 6th floor accompanied by 3 Dou spirits and managed to remain unscathed amidst the chaos of the Thunder Flame Tower. Something even Wang Lang could not achieve. By that alone, Xiao Huahua possesses the means to secure victory in this challenge. Moreover, it is essential to note that Bai Yuhuai and the other 2 have followed Xiao Huahua and greatly benefited from the experience. Now, all 3 have reached the Dou Wang realm. To claim that Xiao Huahua gained nothing would be utterly unbelievable. At this moment, numerous voices filled the air, as everyone engaged in discussion and speculation. Moments later, Murong Xiong, clad in white, appeared on the arena, his cold gaze piercing, exuding elegance. His chiseled features were as distinct as if sculpted, eliciting cheers from countless maidens. This brat certainly knows how to flaunt. The plump one observed the throngs of enamored girls around him, his face twisted in displeasure, saying, just the other day, he was beaten to a pulp by our leader. Why does he seem so self-assured now? What do you think Brother Xiao's current cultivation level is? Bai Yuhuai inquired. We three have entered the Do Wang realm. Considering Brother Xiao's capabilities and talent, he should at least be on par with Mu Rongxiong. Perhaps he may even be close to the royal level. At this point, Zhao Zongxiang spoke up. The plump one and his companion fell silent upon hearing this. They deeply understood just how terrifying the 6th floor of the Thunder Flame Tower was. Their ascension from Do Spirit to Do Wang was entirely due to their experience in the 6th floor. Furthermore, they had been tempered by the overwhelming aura there, which had greatly enhanced their cultivation effectiveness. Given that they had unexpected gains, Xiaohua's rewards must be several times greater. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "He is here," and all eyes turned to see Xiaohua casually striding onto the arena, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing this, Mu Rongxiong's fury ignited. His eyes reddened as if dripping blood. Looking at Xiaohua, his veins bulged, and his expression twisted with rage. "I thought you were afraid and wouldn't show up." Mu Rongxiong sneered. "Not at all. To deal with you, I need only a single slap," replied Xiaohua, scratching his ear and casting a sidelong glance at Mu Rongxiong. This only served to infuriate the latter further, unleashing a chilling aura that shattered the arena floor. A 9-star Do Wang? Mu Rongxiong has indeed reached the peak of the 9-star Do Wang realm. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Xiaohua is truly audacious, boasting that he could resolve the battle with a single slap. No lies were told. It is indeed a single slap that will conclude this fight, one delivered by Brother Mu Rong. The crowd erupted in laughter, casting scornful glances at Xiaohua. Unfazed by the mockery, Xiaohua flicked his cigarette but to the ground and addressed Mu Rongxiong. "How about this? Let us sign a life and death contract. After all, you harbor deep-seated hatred for me. Even if we don't sign, you would still find a way to kill me. To avoid future complications, let us sign the contract and settle this with a fight." Mu Rongxiong was momentarily taken aback, as were the spectators below the arena. They had never anticipated that Xiaohua would propose signing a life and death contract. While Mu Rongxiong indeed wished to eliminate Xiaohua by any means on the arena, he was also wary of the consequences from the sect leader afterward. Even with his grandfather and master present, he could not escape the sect leader's punishment or suppression. However, with Xiaohua voluntarily suggesting the contract, all concerns would vanish. "Very well, as you wish," Mu Rongxiong replied with a smile. Outside the arena, the observers, including Lei Budong and others, frowned slightly, puzzled by Xiaohua's motives behind proposing the life and death contract. The 7th elder, however, wore a smile, thinking to himself, "Now, if Xiong kills Xiaohua, the aftermath will be much simpler." Mu Rong he did not share this sentiment. Instead, an uneasy feeling stirred within him. He cast a sidelong glance at Mu Mu, noticing that the latter exhibited no change in expression, as though none of this concerned him. Even more so, he felt that Xiaohua had no ties to him. Hence, Mu Rong's unease grew even stronger, with his eyelids twitching and his mind restless. On the arena, Xiaohua and Mu Rongxiong finalized the life and death contract. Mu Rongxiong looked at Xiaohua with a cold smile. "I initially thought about how to deal with the sect leader's wrath after killing you, but you've conveniently offered yourself. Xiaohua, regardless of what the sect leader has bestowed upon you, all is futile in the face of absolute power. I shall shatter your bones, one by one, and then tear you apart to quell the fury within my heart." "Die!" Mu Rongxiong roared, releasing the overwhelming aura of a 9th-tier Do Wang, instilling dread in everyone present. The spectators beneath the arena felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, their bodies trembling. Xiaohua, slightly annoyed, dug at his ear and remarked, "How bothersome." He then calmly regarded the charging Mu Rongxiong and slowly raised his palm. With a resounding slap, Xiaohua struck Mu Rongxiong's face. An astonishing surge of Do Qi erupted, causing the clouds above to roil and the arena to shatter under the onslaught of razor-like winds. The spectators were violently thrown back, many coughing blood and appearing utterly drained. In that moment, Mu Rongxiong's head exploded like a watermelon, his remains torn apart by the terrifying force. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as all eyes were fixed on the arena, speechless and in disbelief. They had thought Xiaohua's declaration of ending the battle with a mere slap was merely bravado. Little did they know it foretold the true conclusion of the duel. What was most terrifying was the Do Qi that Xiaohua had unleashed. Though brief, it was clear to all that it was not the aura of a Do Wang, but rather that of a Do Huang. Good heavens! Xiaohua had indeed ascended to the rank of Do Huang, officially joining the ranks of the elite on the Do Qi continent. Within just a few days, he had advanced from a 2nd-tier Do Wang to the realm of Do Wang. Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented, a marvel of the ages, capable of uprooting the very foundations of the world. Chapter 69. The assault of the Soul Palace, Xiong'er, a heart-wrenching voice, infused with boundless rage, reverberated throughout the Shangyan sect, causing the disciples surrounding the arena to experience a painful throbbing in their ears, their blood surging. Murong He, with eyes as red as blood, roared in a frenzy. A terrifying aura instantly burst forth from the observation tower, seemingly transcending space as it arrived at the devastated arena. Gazing at the bloodied stones scattered with flesh, Murong He trembled, veins bulging, his visage twisted with rage. Xiaohuahua, I will have your life. At that moment, a domineering aura descended like a towering mountain. Seeing this, Xiaohuahua's expression shifted dramatically. He bellowed, Vajra manifestation. The spectral form of the Vajra demon ape materialized above him, attempting to counter the overwhelming pressure. However, as soon as the apparition appeared, it shattered like glass. Xiaohuahua coughed up blood and staggered back several steps. Die. Murong He's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were weeping blood. His palm morphed into a claw, and azure doqi surged upwards, transforming into a colossal python. Murong He, how dare you? Thunderbolt. With a thunderous shout, unleashed a fist imprint to suppress the attack. Boom. The astonishing force erupted instantaneously, creating a deep pit where the arena had once stood. The terrifying aura that expanded outward forced all disciples present to retreat several steps, coughing blood in the process. Leading the charge were Mu Mu and several others, who positioned themselves before Xiaohuahua. Elder 7 approached Murong He. At this moment, Mu Mu's countenance was dark and foreboding as he stared at Murong He, his cold gaze radiating an icy chill. Murong He, do you seek rebellion? Thunderbolt chastised. Technically, he had no authority to intervene, as his disciple was the chubby one, not Xiaohuahua. However, Thunderbolt's straightforward nature compelled him to defend anyone he found agreeable, regardless of their affiliations. Furthermore, he had long harbored disdain for Murong He. Were it not for certain constraints, he would have confronted Murong He long ago. A crucial reason for the chubby one's rapid ascension from a great Do master to a Do Wang was Xiaohuahua's assistance. As the saying goes, a disciple's debts are repaid by their master. Elder Murong, does your conduct not seem a tad unorthodox? Elder 5 interjected. Ignoring their words, Murong He's blood-red eyes, suffused with murderous intent, remained fixed on Xiaohuahua. Boss, are you alright? The chubby ones rushed over, concern etched on their faces as they observed Xiaohuahua's pale complexion. I am unharmed, Xiaohuahua replied, taking a deep breath, his own gaze now filled with murderous intent directed at Murong He. Murong He, do you wish to face death? Mumu spoke with an icy demeanor, an aura like a cloud descending upon them, causing all present to shudder, their souls trembling in fear. Haha. In the face of Mu Mu's oppressive presence, although Murong He appeared pale and his blood surged, he laughed heartily. Who will prevail is yet to be determined. Mu Mu's brow furrowed in seriousness. Just then, Ichio's voice broke through. Host, be advised, the Soul Palace is attacking. Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua was struck with terror. The Soul Palace was the foremost power on the Do Qi continent and the very instigator of the destruction of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Master, Murong He has colluded with the Soul Palace. They have dispatched numerous experts to assault Shangyan sect. The revelation sent a chill through the crowd, their breaths quickening. Murong He, astonished, turned to Xiaohuahua and said, so it was you who obliterated the Roshan clan. You possess quite a bit of intelligence, but it is too late. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the outer sect, flames shooting into the sky, thick smoke billowing. Master, it's bad. Zhang Ruoming, in disarray from maintaining order in the outer sect, rushed in, shouting, a large number of enemies are attacking. They are from the Soul Palace. Boom. At once, Murong He and Elder 7 launched the first strike, unleashing an astonishing surge of Do Qi towards Mu Mu and the others, then vanishing in a blur. Murong He, you treacherous scoundrel. If I do not slay you today, I will find no peace. Thunderbolt bellowed, pursuing Murong He, accompanied by Elder 5. Mu Mu turned to Meng Heron, instructing, proceed according to plan. Understood. Meng Heron responded, his expression grave as he instantly vanished from sight. It was evident that Mu Mu had been aware of the collusion between Murong He and the Soul Palace and had made preparations. Zhang Ruoming, organize all disciples below the Do Ling rank to retreat to the safe zone. Yes, Master, Zhang Ruoming nodded. Other disciples, follow me to engage the enemy. With a cold smile, Mu Mu declared, I never imagined the first target of the Soul Palace's assault would be our Shangyan sect. Thinking us mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will? The outer sect resembled a purgatory. The forces of the Soul Palace, like vengeful spirits, left a trail of death in their wake. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses lay strewn about, and the wails of the dying echoed incessantly, chilling to the bone. "You insolent wretches of the Soul Palace, cease your arrogance." Elder Two shouted, veins bulging with fury. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable surge of Do Qi, annihilating countless members of the Soul Palace. At that moment, the elders led the disciples into battle, and the slaughter quickly escalated into intense combat. Boom. In midair, figures clashed fiercely. The elders, led by Elder Two, fought valiantly against the elders of the Soul Palace. Xiaohuahua appeared at the outer sect. Witnessing the horrifying scene before him, his rage ignited, his eyes turning crimson. The ground was littered with the bodies of Shangyun's sect disciples, many missing limbs, lying in pools of blood, howling in agony. Simultaneously, Xiaohuahua unleashed a powerful killing intent, a manifestation of the original owner's wrath within him. In the end, the Xiao clan of Wutan City was obliterated by the Soul Palace. Kill! Xiaohuahua shouted sharply, his eyes glowing crimson. He then channeled his power and surged forward like a cannonball. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, resulting in countless casualties among the Soul Palace's ranks. This was the might of Xiaohuahua. The Palace Lord had ordered his execution. At that moment, a member of the Soul Palace spotted Xiaohuahua and bellowed. Immediately, several figures, like phantoms, charged towards him. Get lost! Xiaohuahua roared, wielding the longing sword and striking forth. Swish, swish, swish. A cold light flashed, and several heads fell in an instant. Roar! At that moment, a small lion emerged from the system space. Its furious roar resonated throughout the square. After exchanging items for points, Xiaohuahua also acquired numerous pills from Yi Qiu and had the small lion consume them. Although the small lion's size could not compare to Old Z, its ancestral bloodline had evolved considerably, becoming more pronounced, wild, and ferocious. Its strength had reached the Do Wang realm. Swish! Mu Mu appeared, striking down several elders of the Soul Palace with a single palm. He then prepared to eliminate those engaged in battle with the second elder. Bang! At that moment, an unparalleled force erupted, neutralizing Mu Mu's attack. Subsequently, a figure appeared before Mu Mu. With dark lips and a pale face, his light green eyes exuded an eerie charm. Indeed, Mu Zongzhu's reputation precedes him. "I have long admired you," Mu Mu said, furrowing his brow, his expression grave. A half-saint powerhouse. Chapter 70, The Battle Wolf of Duki Continent. In the original narrative, the Soul Palace's assault on the Yun sect occurs during the later stages of the plot. Han Tian obtains the 7th type of and prepares to ascend to the Do Di realm. He then commands the elders to seize the 3,000 thunder flames from the Yun sect, enhancing their chances of breaking through to Do Di. However, within the current timeline, Han Tian has only just acquired the 5th type of. Following the normal progression of the story, it would take several more years to orchestrate such an attack. The exposure of Muronghi's identity also occurs at that time. Yet, Yu Qiu had directly annihilated the entire Rakshasa clan, leaving behind Xiaohuahua's name and some provocative remarks, inciting Hanshin's wrath. Thus, he preemptively planned the assault on the Yun sect. Consequently, Muronghi's identity was revealed. As a result, this assault by the Soul Palace granted Yi Qiu 1,500,000 world essence. Moreover, the gains continued to multiply. Every individual who perished in the Yun sect provided Yi Qiu with the opportunity to extract energy from their corpses and utilize divine powers to seize pills. With a doubled rate of return, this premature assault was enough to yield several hundred units of world essence. At this moment, Yi Qiu sensed the malevolent intent of the world's consciousness directed at him. Originally, there were over 500 chapters of narrative preceding this assault. Now, only a few chapters had propelled the story forward. The consciousness of this realm was deeply dissatisfied, eager to suppress Yi Qiu and vent its fury. However, the world's consciousness could not contend with Yi Qiu. Although the Rakshasa clan was obliterated by Lu Yir, the blame indeed fell upon Xiaohuahua. This did not contravene the progression of the plot. Furthermore, the Soul Palace's assault on the Yun sect occurred after Xiaohuahua had annihilated the Rakshasa clan. Therefore, while the plot advanced rapidly, it remained consistent in logic and emotion. Thus, no matter how furious the world's consciousness became, it could do nothing to Yi Qiu, merely bottling its rage. Humph. Yi Qiu looked up at the sky, a smirk playing on his lips, resting his right hand on his left arm. He raised his left index finger, exuding arrogance and provocation as he declared, "Come at me." The world's consciousness was incensed, its face flushed. Xiaohuahua, drenched in blood from the Soul Palace's forces, appeared like a harbinger of death wherever he tread, leaving behind a trail of corpses. According to the intelligence, he was merely at the Do Wang level. Yet now, he had attained the Do Wang realm. Moreover, he deserved to die. A Do Wang powerhouse. Witnessing his subordinates suffer countless casualties, turned crimson with rage, a chilling aura emanating from him. Xiaohuahua, locking his gaze on this Do Huang, struck without hesitation. As he raised his sword, a piercing dragon's roar echoed. Clang. Sword energy surged forth, bright and fierce. The Do Huang's expression altered, hastily summoning his Do Qi to counter the terrifying sword energy. Swish. Blood spurted forth as he retreated several steps. Roar. At that moment, an illusory purple flame demon lion manifested behind Xiao Huahua, exuding a fierce and intimidating presence. It seemed as if its true form had descended, instilling dread in all who beheld it. He then unleashed a powerful punch, and the purple flame demon lion charged forward. With a resounding boom, flames erupted, followed by thick smoke. The Do Huang was heavily injured, struggling for breath. Nearby, several Do Huang from the Soul Palace watched in horror, trembling, and fled in panic. Thinking to escape? Just ask about the bullets in my hand. Bang! Gunshots thundered, bullets slicing through the air. With a few muffled thuds, several Do Huang were instantly slain. At this moment, Xiao Huahua surveyed his surroundings and noted the brutal nature of the battle. The Soul Palace's forces were all elites, despite having the same cultivation level. Their combat experience was formidable. The Soul Palace selected its soul soldiers through bloody battles, employing a survival of the fittest approach. In a crowd of 1,000, only 100 could emerge alive. Such brutality and bloodshed. How could the disciples of the Yun sect, accustomed to a life of comfort, possibly compare? Furthermore, the strength of the Soul Palace's forces was terrifying, with over a dozen Do Huang and several Do Zong and Do Zun present. Thus, the situation was evenly matched, resulting in a massacre. All disciples were commanded to retreat to the inner sect. At this moment, Meng Heron bellowed, urging the hopeless and terrified disciples to seize their last chance for survival and retreat frantically. Naturally, the members of the Soul Palace would not grant the Yun sect disciples an opportunity to escape. Armed with deadly weapons, they pursued like specters, mercilessly hunting them down. Get lost! Xiao Huahua roared, unleashing astonishing Do Qi to repel them. Aren't I your target? I stand right here, he shouted, drawing the attention of the Soul Palace. Huahua, you should leave too, Meng Heron urged anxiously. I'm fine, Xiao Huahua replied. Elder, take the brothers and leave. I'll handle this. Meng Heron glanced at Xiao Huahua, hesitating momentarily, before leading the disciples of the Yun sect towards the inner sect. Xiao Huahua's shout did indeed attract the attention of the Soul Palace. Their mission at the Yun sect was not only to seize the 3,000 Thunder Flames, but also to eliminate Xiao Huahua. You are Xiao Huahua? The man seethed, his fury palpable. I am indeed Xiao Huahua. His anger flared, murderous intent radiating as he glared at Xiao Huahua, veins bulging on his temples. You slaughtered countless brothers of my Rakshasa clan. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the spirits of my clan in the heavens. Boom. An extremely sinister aura erupted, revealing the strength of a 2-star Do Zong. In an instant, the man transformed into a blood shadow, resembling a vengeful ghost. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Huahua fired 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets whistled, thunderous and deafening. Swish. Suddenly, the blood shadow of the Do Zong erupted in a cloud of crimson mist. His arm, calf, and chest were all struck by bullets. Boom. The power of the bullets and Do Qi erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the Do Zong exploded. The onlookers were left stunned, unable to believe their eyes. A Do Huang had actually slain a Do Zong in an instant. This was an explosive revelation. Finally, the system has not let me down, Xiao Huahua exclaimed, astonished by the Do Zong he had just gunned down. Not long ago, Yi Qiu informed Xiao Huahua that if he wished to emerge unscathed from the chaotic battle, he must upgrade the weapon shop to its latest version to ensure his safety. Upon upgrading, all firearms would exhibit double their attack power. Skeptical yet intrigued, Xiao Huahua spent 200,000 points to enhance the weapon shop. At that moment, Mu Mu and others were embroiled in fierce combat, captivated by the spectacle of Xiao Huahua effortlessly vanquishing a Do Zong. The half-saint engaged in battle with Mu Mu regarded the firearm in Xiao Huahua's hands with a grave expression, his breathing quickening. Who would have thought that this mere Do Huang could slay a Do Zong? It was unprecedented, a feat that reverberated through the ages. He recalled the intelligence provided to him by Murong He not long ago, noting that Xiao Huahua had entered the Thunder Flame Tower, accompanied by several Do Ling, reaching the 6th floor. Moreover, after the eruption of anomalies at the Thunder Flame Tower, the emitted aura had significantly weakened. Could it be that Xiao Huahua had acquired the 3,000 Thunder Flames? Was the weapon in his grasp a manifestation of the 3,000 Thunder Flames? He then commanded, spare no effort, capture Xiao Huahua alive and bring him to the Soul Palace. Below, the members of the Soul Palace nodded in agreement. Wary of the weapon Xiao Huahua wielded. However, several Do Zong began to gather their energy, preparing to strike. System, exchange for a Gatling gun. Xiao Huahua calmly took a drag from his cigarette and donned a bulletproof vest. Unbeknownst to him, a red cloth was placed atop his head. Today, he intended to become the Rambo of the Duki continent. No, he was to be the war wolf of the Duki continent. Ding. Gatling exchange successful. Remaining points, 278,000. A mechanical voice resonated in Xiao Huahua's mind. Suddenly, a golden Gatling gun appeared in his hands. The Dozong experts from the Soul Palace gazed in astonishment at the weapon Xiao Huahua now held, their serious expressions deepening. Although the weapon appeared peculiar and possessed formidable lethality, he was still merely a Do Wang. The Do Qi he possessed could not sustain the weapon for long. They believed that once Xiao Huahua's Do Qi was significantly depleted, he would be unable to wield that strange weapon, presenting an opportunity for capture. One of the Dozong declared, "I refuse to believe that a mere Do Huang can stir up any significant trouble." Another shouted impatiently, exuding terrifying Do Qi that distorted the surrounding space. His fingers curled, transforming into a pair of eagle claws, and with a swift motion, he charged forward. Xiao Huahua, cigarette in mouth, squinted and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat. In an instant, several bullets whizzed forth, akin to the scythe of death, imbued with the essence of mortality. Puff, puff, puff. The Dozong erupted in a cloud of blood mist, his body riddled with holes. With a thunderous roar, half of him was blown apart. Flesh and blood splattering, creating a gruesome scene. A chilling scream echoed throughout the plaza, instilling dread in countless onlookers. The members of the Soul Palace trembled at the sight of Xiao Huahua, their faces turning pale, their bodies quaking slightly. The weapon in Xiao Huahua's hands was indeed terrifying, capable of severely injuring a Dozong in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiao Huahua resembled a merciless artilleryman, his gaze cold and indifferent, exuding an aura akin to a deity of life and death. As he pulled the trigger, numerous bullets erupted from the gun's muzzle, accompanied by thunderous roars and flickering flames. The Dozong, witnessing this, changed their expressions drastically and hastily harnessed their Do Qi to retreat. However, the members of the Soul Palace behind them could not escape the fate of slaughter. Puff. The crowd of Soul Palace members ahead erupted into a cloud of blood mist, followed by a deafening crash. In an instant, dozens of Soul Palace members were obliterated, their bodies disintegrating. Rat-tat-tat. Xiao Huahua, like a butcher, raised the Gatling gun and continued to unleash a barrage of fire. The bullets raced forth like lightning, even though the throng of soul soldiers understood their peril. They had no time to flee, for the bullets flew too swiftly to react. In merely half a minute, the gathered soul soldiers fell victim to the onslaught, including several powerful Do Huang. Xiao Huahua surveyed the scene, gazing upon the countless corpses and the blood-stained ground, his brow furrowing slightly as he felt a wave of discomfort within. The lethality of the Gatling gun was indeed overwhelming. In half a minute, hundreds had lost their lives. The scene grotesquely bloody, resembling a hell's cape. Damn it! Just then, a Dozong roared in fury, charging at Xiao Huahua from the left, bearing an aura of terrifying pressure. At this moment, Xiao Huahua retracted the Gatling gun, for it was rather heavy and required substantial Do Qi to wield, severely hindering his reaction speed and making close combat challenging. He swiftly employed the lightning leopard's footwork to evade the Dozong's deadly strike. Bang! The bullets whistled through the air, speeding toward their target. The Dozong realized the peril and instinctively dodged, narrowly escaping the lethal attack. "He has changed weapons," one Dozong shouted. It was evident that they aimed to suppress him while his Do Qi was significantly depleted, preventing any future threats. In that instant, four Dozong appeared from different directions, surrounding Xiao Huahua. They unleashed a surge of astonishing Do Qi, akin to waves crashing down, confining Xiao Huahua within their grasp and suppressing his movement speed. Seeing this, Xiao Huahua furrowed his brow slightly. He then tightened his grip on the 54 heat weapon with his other hand, his eyes flashing as he coldly proclaimed, "Do you know of Yin Shuangying?" Bang, 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 bang. In a sudden whirl, Xiao Huahua spun in place, extending and crossing his arms. With each hand, he fired 2 shots. As 4 bullets whizzed forth, they transformed into the chilling cold flame and the 3,000 thunder flames. As these 2 types of extraordinary flames manifested in the air, the entire outer sect of the Shangyun sect was engulfed in the icy power of the cold flame and the violent fury of the 3,000 thunder flames. The 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flame. Xiao Huahua astonishingly mastered 2 types of extraordinary flames simultaneously and unleashed them to their fullest potential. Nearby, the Soul Palace combatant engaged with Mu displayed a look of disbelief, unable to fathom that Xiao Huahua could wield the 11th and 9th ranked extraordinary flames. It was surprising that, apart from the Soul Sky, another individual on the continent could simultaneously harness the powers of extraordinary flames. It should be noted that the Soul Sky absorbed the resentment of past Soul Palace masters, evolving his bloodline to its peak and utilizing Do Sheng power to subdue 5 types of extraordinary flames. Yet Xiao Huohua, merely a Do Huang, had achieved such heights. This underscored the sheer terror and prodigious nature of this young man. In certain respects, he was exponentially more formidable than the Soul Sky. Mu, witnessing this, could not help but smile. This fellow truly possesses 2 types of extraordinary flames. At this moment, the second elder and others also observed this scene with astonishment, soon followed by elation. After all, Xiao Huohua was a disciple of the Shangyan sect, and he shared a close bond with their disciples. The more monstrous Xiao Huohua became, the greater the benefits for the plump fellows. Now, the 4 Do zone besieging Xiao Huohua turned pale and trembled upon witnessing the 3,000 thunder flames and cold flame. A suffocating aura of death enveloping them, planting the seeds of flight in their minds. Yet, the presence of the extraordinary flames was so terrifying that it rendered the surrounding space as if frozen, causing frost to accumulate on the bodies of these 4 Do zone. Where the frost formed, intense heat erupted forth. The internal organs felt as if they were being seared by an intense heat, while a bone-chilling cold seeped inward. It was a fate worse than death. Moreover, the violent force of 3,000 thunder flames descended like the wrath of heaven, overwhelming everything beneath it. Suddenly, the bodies of 4 combatants were obliterated, their blood mist evaporated in an instant by the power of the strange fire. In that moment, 4 bullets whizzed through the air. The onlookers could only watch in horror as the bullets approached, their eyes widening in desperate screams. No. Boom. In an instant, the 4 were engulfed by the strange fire, incinerated to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash. Concurrently, the residual waves of the strange fire affected the powerful combatants of the Soul Palace hovering above, causing their vital energies to churn. Seizing the opportunity, the second elder and others launched a fierce counterattack, aiming to swiftly vanquish their foes. Xiao Huohua gasped for breath, his complexion pale and drenched in sweat. The simultaneous use of 2 types of strange fire was indeed perilous for him, nearly draining his internal energy. He half knelt on the ground, using his weapon to prop himself up. System, exchange for a recovery pill, Xiao Huohua urged. Faced with imminent danger, he could afford no negligence. For his opponent was a semi-holy powerhouse, formidable and terrifying. In a mere moment, they could arrive to take his life. Indeed, that semi-holy warrior moved with lightning speed, employing an ethereal technique as if traversing space itself. You dare. Mumu bellowed, unleashing his fighting spirit to pursue. At this moment, Xiao Huohua had just exchanged for a recovery pill and had yet to consume it when the semi-holy warrior from the Soul Palace attacked. As his pale hand reached forward, a terrifying fighting spirit surged forth, causing the very heavens to tremble, rippling through the surrounding space. Everyone felt a sudden weight pressing down upon them. With a cough, the second elder and the others spat blood, plummeting to the ground. Simultaneously, this overwhelming force hindered Mumu's pursuit speed. Despite his lightning-fast movement created by the thunder flames, he found his pace considerably slowed under the semi-holy pressure. You dare to lay hands on my people? You seek death. Yichio scoffed coldly, his hands erupting with chilling flames and 3,000 thunder flames, far exceeding Xiao Huohua's might. He had mastered the ultimate power of these 2 strange fires, yielding doubled effectiveness. Thus, when they burst forth, they manifested a power sufficient to rival the 5th-ranked Fallen Star flames. A piercing scream echoed as the semi-holy warrior of the Soul Palace was instantly consumed by the strange fire, reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet before that, Yichio acted swiftly, extracting the power and treasures of the fallen semi-holy warrior to mitigate the loss of the world's essence. Even so, it cost him 1,000,000 units of world essence. He glared at the consciousness of this world, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! I'm helping you safeguard the protagonist, and you demand so much world essence from me? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 72, On the Edge of the Storm. Xiao Huohua, the Soul Palace's preemptive strike on the Shangyan sect, had granted Yichio 150,000 units of world essence. Coupled with the extraction of nearby corpses and various chaotic items, his total income reached approximately 300,000. Yet now, it had dwindled to merely 200,000. After painstakingly orchestrating a series of plans and laying the groundwork for so long, he had only managed to acquire this meager amount of world essence. In mere seconds, 1,000,000 had vanished, all in the name of protecting the protagonist. Who wouldn't he be furious? The more Yichio pondered, the angrier he became. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the consciousness of this world. At that moment, it seemed as if the world itself responded to him. Fingers extended as if to beckon him closer. The semi-holy warrior of the Soul Palace, engulfed by 2 types of strange fire, left not a single remnant behind, shocking everyone present. Xiao Huahua was equally astonished, believing his days on this martial continent had come to an end. To his surprise, at the critical moment, the typically selfish system had chosen to intervene and resolve his crisis, and after a considerable interval, it made no demands for points or anything else. This moved Xiao Huahua to tears. System, you are truly my savior. From this day forth, I am your devoted child. Can we have more moments like this? Get lost. Yi Qiu, still fuming, found himself utterly exasperated by Xiao Huahua's shameless demeanor, causing him to erupt in anger. Look at your miserly self. What's wrong with getting a free help once? Xiao Huahua retorted, clearly unsatisfied. Haven't you scammed me enough? Huahua, are you all right? Mu approached Xiao Huahua with concern etched on his face. I'm fine, master. Xiao Huahua replied, his face pale, coughing a few times. Just feeling a bit weak. I need to replenish some energy. This is a spirit-gathering pill. It can restore some of your strength in a short period. Take it quickly. We must leave this place, Mu instructed, producing a pill from his robe and handing it to Xiao Huahua. Thank you, master. Xiao Huahua's heart surged with joy as he accepted the pill. He promptly exchanged it for 5,000 points. Meanwhile, he consumed a recovery pill that he had obtained from Yi Qiu. Although it also cost 5,000 points, he felt it was worth the trade. At that moment, the few remaining members of the Soul Palace, witnessing the fall of their semi-holy warrior at the hands of Xiao Huahua, dared not linger any longer. Seizing the opportunity while the second elder and others were still in shock, they swiftly fled, disappearing without a trace. We must leave immediately, Mu declared, preventing the second elder and others from pursuing the fleeing members of the Soul Palace. Lei Budong and the fifth elder have already gone after Morong He. And now they're missing, Sherbatian remarked, his face pale, blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. Old Ming has already joined them, taking many disciples with him. We need to use the inner sect secret passage to catch up with them, Mu replied. And what about the sect? The second elder ground his teeth, gazing at the numerous corpses of disciples around him, his eyes reddening with grief. Mu clenched his jaw, suppressing his rising anger, and spoke slowly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Let us leave for now. The Soul Palace has suffered significant losses. They will not let this go easily. For now, we must seek a hidden place to lie low. The Shangyan sect is my creation, and I will not allow it to perish. When the time is right, I will surely restore it to its former glory. With a heavy heart, Mu led Xiao Huahua and the others away, taking with them the fist-sized orb of 3,000 thunder flames from the Lei Yin Tower. The fall of the Shangyan sect sent ripples throughout the martial continent, providing everyone with deeper insights into both the strength of the Shangyan sect and the ambitions of the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace had dispatched 5 combatants and several others, including semi-holy powerhouses, only to see the majority of them perish at the Shangyan sect. This demonstrated just how profound the hidden strength of the Shangyan sect had been over the years. The name Xiao Huahua began to spread across the martial continent, especially as he had ascended from a second-tier combat king to the realm of combat emperor in a remarkably short time. His extraordinary talent was undeniable, and the fact that he possessed 2 types of strange fire only added to his legendary status. In the realm of Duki, an unprecedented event has transpired. Of course, the fact that Han Tian has mastered 5 distinct types remains unknown to the world. With sheer strength, he has slain several Dozong, and many from the Soul Palace have met their demise at his hands. Most notably, a semi-holy powerhouse from the Soul Palace also fell victim to Xiao Huahua. This monumental feat has shaken the very foundations of history, heralding his rise to fame as a prominent figure in the Duki continent, a leader among the youth. In the vast expanse of Duki, who possesses a cultivation speed akin to his, who else wields 2 types of, capable of vanquishing both Dozong and semi-holy entities. Rumors have begun to circulate regarding the significant ties between Xiao Huahua and the Xiao clan of Zhongzhou. It is said that the Shangyan sect once borrowed a fragment of the bloodline stone from the Xiao clan to assess Xiao Huahua's bloodline level. Although the ultimate outcome of this test remains a mystery, the stone exploded. Shocking news has been disseminated, all centering around Xiao Huahua, propelling him into the center of attention. Countless individuals are now in search of his whereabouts, including Mu and others. The Canhai sect, the Wang family, and the Zhang family have all dispatched numerous individuals to locate Xiao Huahua and his companions. After all, possessing such extraordinary talent and duel ensures that Xiao Huahua's potential for growth is boundless. The moment he breaks free from his shackles and ascends into the Dragon Gate, his glory on the Duki continent is assured. At that juncture, the sect or family he belongs to will also ascend to greatness. Standing tall at the pinnacle of the continent, the various forces, spearheaded by the Soul Palace, have also mobilized their people to seek out Xiao Huahua. They covet that resides within him. The Soul Palace, without a doubt, desires to acquire these 2 types to bolster Han Chen's chances of ascending to the Do Di realm. while other factions may not rival the Soul Palace, Songhai Sect, or the Zhang and Wang families, their own power should not be underestimated. Should they obtain them, they would undoubtedly soar to prominence, emerging as one of the foremost sects in the Duqi continent. The Xiao clan has also promptly sent individuals to search for Xiao Huahua. The higher-ups within the Xiao clan are well aware that Xiao Huahua is the son of Xiao Yin and the grandson of clan leader Xiao Zhan. Given this connection, coupled with Xiao Huahua's extraordinary talent and fortune, he is certain to be swiftly brought back to the Xiao clan and meticulously nurtured. Given time, the ancient glory of the Xiao clan may be revived. However, within the Xiao clan, two distinctly opposing voices have emerged. Fundamentally, both factions seek to bring Xiao Huahua home. One faction advocates for careful cultivation, while the other insists that Xiao Huahua must relinquish them. The rationale is that since Xiao Yin is recognized as the illegitimate son of Xiao Zhan, though not acknowledged by the Xiao clan, he nonetheless carries the bloodline of the clan. Xiao Huahua is no different. According to the Xiao clan's customs, anything obtained by clan members must be surrendered to the family. Once Xiao Huahua hands over he can return to his ancestral roots, along with his deceased father, Xiao Yin, who would then qualify for burial in the Xiao clan's tomb. Chapter 73. Journey to the Xiao clan in the heart of the mountains, within a concealed cave. Over 100 individuals gathered. By the flickering campfires, the atmosphere was notably somber. The Xiongyan sect, comprising both outer and inner disciples, had once counted over 1,000 members. Yet now only a mere 10th remained, and each disciple bore some degree of injury. This was undeniably a fatal blow to the Xiongyan sect. At the cave's entrance stood Mu Mu and a few others, poised to detect any disturbances. They were so close, just a breath away from slaying that beast, Moronghe. Truly, it was disheartening. Lei Baong took a swig of wine, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Some grudges will eventually be settled. There is no need to rush. Elder Ming Heron remarked, currently, our primary concern is how to accommodate our remaining disciples. The present situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. Essentially, all factions are in pursuit of our whereabouts, especially after the revelation regarding Xiao Huahua's possession of two. It is difficult to discern whether they genuinely wish to assist us or harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. I plan to take Huahua to the Xiao clan to assess the situation, Mumu declared. Across the entire continent. The only entity we can trust, and that possesses sufficient power to shelter us, while also instilling fear in the Soul Palace, is the Xiao clan. However, the internal strife within the Xiao clan is concerning. Meng Heron frowned. According to reports, there are starkly contrasting views regarding Huahua within the Xiao clan. Moreover, it seems that clan leader Xiao Zhan has been sidelined. If we approach him now, could there be unforeseen complications? Mu Mu replied, this is an unavoidable predicament. As Elder Meng said, knowing a person's face does not guarantee understanding their heart. In this precarious situation, it is nearly impossible to differentiate between friend and foe. To ascertain whether they genuinely wish to aid us or covet that Huahua possesses. Compared to other factions, I place greater trust in the Xiao clan. After all, Huahua undeniably carries the bloodline of the Xiao clan, and my relationship with Xiao Zhan has always been close. Thus, we have no choice, Meng Heron conceded. By the way, have you notified Ziyun? Mu Mu furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with concern. The sudden assault by the Soul Palace has made the situation precarious. Many matters cannot be promptly addressed. As the head of the Xiongyan sect, I bear the responsibility for the lives of our disciples. In this unique circumstance, I cannot attend to my daughter's safety and must rely on you to inform her. Rest assured, Meng Heron responded. Before I set off, Ziyun was already aware of the situation and had awakened from her meditation to prepare for battle, but I stopped her. Then why did she not accompany you? Mu Mu inquired. You know Ziyun's temperament well, Meng Heron replied. Upon learning of the sect's destruction, Ziyun contemplated for a moment before declaring, one day, I shall annihilate the Soul Palace, and then departed. Given the urgency of the situation, I did not attempt to stop her and instead led the remaining disciples away. With a sigh, Mu Mu lamented, my daughter takes after her mother, both exhibiting such fierce and stubborn natures. As a father, I have been remiss, neglecting her over the years. With that, Mu Mu rose and left the cave. At that moment, Xiao Huahua was outside the cave, perched on a massive boulder, playing with a small lion. Upon seeing Mu Mu approach, he immediately stood to pay his respects. There is no need for formalities between us, Mu Mu stated. Then gazed at the crimson lion cub. This little creature is truly remarkable. Its bloodline is nearly ancestral and given time. It may transform into the legendary Qi Yin Jin Ni beast. Master, you must have come to see me for a reason, Xiao Huahua said, aware that Mu Mu's visit was not merely to discuss the lion cub. While the cub's bloodline showed great potential to evolve into an ancient ferocious beast, such a transformation could not occur overnight. Furthermore, with the Shangyun sect's annihilation and only a handful of disciples remaining, their foundation had been severely compromised. For Mu, the immediate priority was to secure a refuge to avoid further pursuit by the Soul Palace, lest their remaining embers extinguish entirely. You are quite astute. Though your straightforward nature can be a double-edged sword, Mu remarked with a smile. As the saying goes, it is difficult to paint a dragon or tiger without capturing its bones. One must exercise caution with words and retain a measure of discretion. Isn't that what you, my master, are for? Surely, you wouldn't see matters in the same light as I do, Xiao Huohuo grinned. Mu could only offer a wry smile and shake his head slightly. Now, do you know why I sought you out? Is there a reward for answering correctly? If not, then I am at a loss, Xiao Huohuo teased. You little rascal. Mu sighed in frustration, angrily cursing. Master, I know why you sought me. At that moment, Xiao Huohuo spoke with utmost seriousness. I just overheard your conversation with the Grand Elder. I never expected that I am a descendant of the Xiao family in Zhongzhou. Now that our sect has fallen, we must continue to seek a safer refuge where we can recuperate and regroup. I shall not hesitate to face any peril if it is within my power to do so. Hearing this, Mu turned to Xiao Huohuo, falling into a moment of silence. He then clapped Xiao Huohuo on the shoulder, saying, We shall set off at dawn. With that, he returned to the cave, leaving Xiao Huohuo with the little lion. Mu understood that Xiao Huohuo would need time to digest the revelation of his lineage. Thus, he provided him with solitude to process the news. However, as soon as Mu entered the cave, Xiao Huohuo promptly exchanged a box of snowflakes and some cooked food from Yiqiu. He leisurely began to feast alongside the little lion. Xiao Huohuo had already discerned his identity during the selection competition. It did not provoke a significant reaction within him. The Xiao family, while formidable in the Duqi continent, was no match for a system. With sufficient points, one could easily exchange for an aircraft, deploying nuclear bombs to reduce the once mighty Xiao family to rubble. Not even the Soul Palace could withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, belonging to a large family or powerful faction was not always a blessing, often confining one within rigid frameworks, akin to a soulless automaton. For one who yearned for freedom like Xiao Huohuo, this was undoubtedly a torment. In fact, even before Mu sought him out, Xiao Huohuo had contemplated acquiring a substantial amount of elixirs or treasures from Mu and others, exchanging points to enable Yiqiu to construct a fortified base for their sect. However, this notion was swiftly quelled by Yiqiu, who insisted that the narrative forbade any alterations concerning the Xiao family. Within mere seconds, Yiqiu had expended 1,000,000 units of world essence. The consciousness of this realm was already displeased with him. Should he forcefully alter the storyline, it would likely obliterate him entirely. Furthermore, the wealth possessed by the Xiao family far surpassed that of their sect. Wasn't it enticing to reap the benefits? Besides, Yiqiu had a keen interest in the 5th-ranked celestial flame, the fallen star flame, possessed by the Xiao family. Upon rough calculations, he estimated that the Xiao family could yield nearly 3 to 4 million units of world essence, an immense temptation for Yiqiu. Thus, he outright rejected Xiao Huohuo, informing him that venturing to the Xiao family would trigger a hidden quest, granting him 500,000 points. Despite Xiao Huohuo's numerous reluctances, he had no choice but to relent. Through their interactions, he had come to understand the nature of this system. While it contained pitfalls, it posed no real harm. Most importantly, the system exhibited a certain temperament, frequently threatening to abandon him. Consequently, Xiao Huohuo adopted a demeanor before Mu that suggested he was indispensable, hoping to instill a sense of indebtedness in his master for future requests. Yet, Xiao Huohuo's true objective was not the treasures in Mu's possession, but rather Ziyun. Oh my, once I obtain Ziyun, all the treasures of the sect shall belong to me, he thought, relishing the prospect of acquiring both beauty and wealth. After taking a sip of snowflake, he reveled in his delight, his demeanor becoming increasingly lewd, prompting a look of disdain from the little lion. Chapter 74. Internal strife within the Xiao family. The Xiao family resided in the most prosperous area of Zhongzhou, resembling a grand palace that exuded an air of distinction. Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao family, was also Xiao Huohuo's surrogate grandfather in this world. With snow-white hair and a frail physique, he resembled an elderly man on the brink of death, yet the power within him was profound, akin to a surging ocean. He was a 7-star Do Saint, a figure whose mere footfall could cause tremors across the continent. However, such a formidable being had become nearly powerless within his own family. Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, a dozen or more individuals gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension and a sense of suffocation. I have stated before that if Xiao Huohuo wishes to enter the Xiao family, he must relinquish that resides within him. Otherwise, he shall not set foot inside the family, declared a middle-aged man in his 50s, with hawk-like eyes and a prominent nose. Xiao Huohuo, being a descendant of the Xiao family, had already achieved the Dohuang realm at a young age and had tamed two. Who else in the entire continent could accomplish such a feat? The bloodline stone had revealed a 5-colored glow, identical to that of the Xiao family's ancestors. Instead of nurturing him, they sought to seize his. The second elder, Xiaozhang's brother, shouted at the middle-aged man. Is this not akin to the actions of the Soul Palace? The blood flowing through Xiaohua's veins is that of the Xiao family. According to our family rules, any clan member who acquires must submit it. Does he, simply because he is the patriarch's grandson, get to disregard our rules? The middle-aged man, known as Xiaotua, replied emphatically. Furthermore, everyone knows that when Nu is a confidant of the sect leader, and Mu has a close relationship with the patriarch. The 5-colored bloodline test shattered the stone. Who knows if they colluded? Xiaotua scoffed, and as for Xiaoyan, we all know how he was expelled from the Xiao family. The room was filled with unspoken knowledge. If Xiaohua did not possess two, he would never set foot in the Xiao family. To exchange his two for his identity as a descendant of the Xiao family was a matter for which Xiaohua should be secretly grateful. Utter nonsense. You twist the truth. Xiao Buyu yelled. The boy has little attachment to our family. By pressuring him to give up his, you are pushing him to the brink. What if he joins another sect or power? We cannot afford to drive a clan member with ancestral blood, dual, and extraordinary talent into a corner. Xiaotua, can you bear this responsibility? In the entire continent, only the Xiao family stood a chance against the Soul Palace. Xiaotua insisted, even if the Zhang and Wang families, alongside the Songhai sect, have dispatched numerous personnel to search for Xiaohua and his companions, anyone with discernment can see that this so-called recruitment is merely a ruse. Their primary goal is still within Xiaohua. Rather than allow other forces to seize it, it would be better to return it to the Xiao family. In this way, he can restore his identity and achieve great merit. Utter nonsense. Xiaotua, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Xiao Zhang retorted. Breathless and flushed, you seek to transfer from that child to Xiao Buyu. If it were not for your inability to tame the fallen star flame, you would have already attempted to transfer to your grandson. Everyone knows your little scheme, that you feign righteousness, asserting it is for the good of the family. Who are you trying to fool at your age? At this moment, with Xiao Zhang and Xiao Tua leading the charge, the elders of the Xiao family engaged in fierce disputes. Meanwhile, the patriarch, Xiao Zhan, sat silently in his chair, indifferent. In truth, the reason for the intense discord within the Xiao family stemmed from Xiao Zhan's character. Although he was the patriarch and the strongest member of the family, his disposition leaned towards weakness, and he adhered rigidly to tradition, believing in the adage that harmony breeds prosperity. Additionally, he lacked personal conviction and was indecisive in handling matters, leading to a situation where disagreements escalated, and he hesitated to draw conclusions. Consequently, the voices of dissent within the Xiao family grew louder. In reality, Xiao Zhan's nature was not as depicted. All of this is merely a forced facade. This is due to the fact that Xiao Zhuang's brother, Xiao Xiong, is the eldest elder of the Xiao family, wielding significant military power. His strength is only slightly inferior to that of Xiao Zhan. Initially, the position of the family head was contended between Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong. Ultimately, Xiao Zhan triumphed by a narrow margin, winning by just one vote. That crucial vote was cast by the previous family head, Xiao Xiong's father, in favor of Xiao Zhan. Consequently, entangled in various matters, Xiao Zhan found himself in a predicament, sacrificing much for the family and presenting an image of weakness to the outside world. Had Xiao Zhan been a bit more resolute and less concerned about others' opinions, Xiao Yan would not have been expelled from the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan feels profound guilt regarding this, and is also under considerable pressure within the family. Only in the presence of Mu can he remove his disguise and be himself. On multiple occasions, Mu has advised Xiao Zhan, saying, "Old man, sometimes you ought to be a bit more assertive and care less about certain matters. With your strength as a 7-star Do Saint, who would dare to defy you if you were to become enraged?" However, Xiao Zhan's response has always been, when my uncle cast that pivotal vote for me. He understood Xiao Xiong's temperament. He was not suitable for the role of family head as he could easily become overbearing. His intention was for us to assist one another. In necessary times, I could use my position as family head to restrain Xiao Xiong when needed. Although I hold the title of family head, real power rests in Xiao Xiong's hands, given their father-son relationship. Moreover, I do not wish to see the Xiao family splintering under my leadership, becoming a pariah. Therefore, old Mu, there are many instances where I am powerless. I feel remorse for Yen'er and her mother. That is enough. At this moment, Xiao Zhan shouted in anger. The aura of a 7-star Do Saint surged, akin to towering mountains, suppressing all present, causing a heavy atmosphere and rapid breaths. It also astonished many. Since the incident with Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan has seldom spoken and has never exhibited such vigor as today. Mu and Huahua are nearing the Xiao family. While you all remain here, arguing passionately, Do you not realize how foolish this appears? Xiao Zhan's words were cold, his gaze electric as he surveyed the surroundings. Do you still regard me, the family head, with any respect? As long as I am alive, I am the head of the family, and the Xiao family shall remain under my command. There is no room for your insolence. Xiao Tuo's expression soured, her lips quivering as she prepared to speak. At this moment, Xiao Xiong, seated beside Xiao Zhan, fixed her with a piercing gaze, causing her to swallow her words. Once Huohuo arrives, inform all family disciples to assemble in the square. You have questioned Huohuo's lineage, have you not? Then let us test his bloodline in front of all the Xiao family members. Xiao Zhan declared, once Huohuo's bloodline has been tested. Even if he possesses the lowest lineage, he is still a descendant of the Xiao family, my grandson. As for the extraordinary fire he wields, that is his own fortune and bears no relation to the Xiao family. Thus it is settled. Should anyone dissent, they may voice their objections to me. Now, all of you retreat. At this moment, none dared to speak. Not only was Xiao Zhan's aura terrifying, but it was also the first time he had demonstrated such a resolute attitude after years of weakness, which left everyone astonished. It was hard to reconcile this strong-willed Xiao Zhan with the typically submissive figure they knew. Indeed, after a lifetime of weakness, today Xiao Zhan decided to cease his suppression. This was a consequence of too many concerns and prolonged weakness, leading to the expulsion of his own son, Xiao Yin, from the family, whom he never saw again before his passing, nor could he be buried in the Xiao family tomb. Additionally, his grandson's return to the Xiao family required a pledge and the surrender of extraordinary fire. As the family head, how ironic and absurd this was. With one foot already in the grave, he resolved to shed the skin of weakness he had worn for years to reveal his most authentic and formidable self, seeking to make amends for his past failures towards Xiao Yin through Xiao Huohuo. Nevertheless, within the great hall, no one retreated. Observing this, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. At that moment, Xiao Xiong spoke. Everyone, please withdraw. Only then did Xiao Tuo and her group leave the hall, while Xiao Zheng and his companions bowed before slowly departing. It was evident that even with Xiao Zhan's newfound assertiveness, he could hardly change the situation. Chapter 75. Whispers of Debate. When Xiao Huohuo and Mu Mu arrived at the Xiao family, they found individuals already waiting at the entrance of the estate. Among them was Wen Nu, who had been lurking in the shadows of the Yun sect alongside Lei Budong and Ming He Ran, carrying the bloodline stone. Mu Mu. We meet again, said Wen Nu, his face concealed behind a white mask, his physique robust and somewhat rugged. The sect has been destroyed. What talk is there of sect leaders? Mu Mu replied with a self-deprecating smile. Wen Nu, have you been waiting for me to convey some important news? At this moment, Mu Mu's expression grew somber. As Xiao Zhan's personal guard, Wen Nu seldom strayed far from his side. Upon arriving at the Xiao estate, seeing Wen Nu stationed there indicated that significant events had transpired within the Xiao family, prompting Wen Nu to appear in advance to inform them. Yes, beneath the mask, Wen Nu's expression was indiscernible, but his tone carried a weight of seriousness. He then leaned closer to Mu Mu, whispering. Xiao Huohuo paid little attention to this, instead focusing all her attention on Yiqiu. Ding. The host has arrived at the Xiao family in Zhangzhou as promised, earning 500,000 points. Remaining points, 578,000. Xiao Huohuo regarded the number of points with little joy. Rather, her expression grew grave, even tinged with worry, based on the system's tendencies. It was clear that the arrival at the Xiao family was not solely responsible for the 500,000 points. There must be other factors at play. Unfortunately, the frustrating system had not disclosed any of this. Such occurrences had happened more than once. In fact, many times. Xiao Huohuo now found the notion of free rewards or obtaining a vast amount of points with minimal effort utterly frightening. Without delay, she checked the item exchange function to see if it had been frozen like the last time. However, there were no abnormalities in the exchange function, which only heightened her anxiety. Her nerves were taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. She wondered what schemes the system was concocting, waiting for her to fall into its trap. Ding. Indeed, I anticipated that this system would not have good intentions. Points are not so easily acquired. Upon hearing the notification, Xiao Huohuo instantly relaxed. Hidden task. The host must defeat the Xiao family's top genius, Xiao Buyu, to earn 1,000,000 points. Should you fail, all current points will be deducted. Note, the Xiao family's hidden tasks consist of 3 stages. Upon successful completion, the reward will be a dozundan. Initially, upon learning that defeating Xiao Buyu would yield 1,000,000 points, Xiao Huohuo felt no joy. Instead, her brows furrowed. However, this was not merely due to the potential loss of her remaining points upon failure. Although she had never met Xiao Buyu, she held considerable apprehension towards him. On the way, Mu Mu had shared information about Xiao Buyu. Not only was he the Xiao family's foremost genius, but he was also among the very best in the entire Doqi continent. At just 25 years old, he had already reached the 5-star Dozong realm, possessing formidable strength that was truly formidable. In terms of combat prowess, he was virtually invincible at the same realm and age. Moreover, the Xiao family possessed the Fallen Star Flame, ranked 5th among extraordinary fires. Although Xiao Buyu had attempted to tame it multiple times, he had always failed. Nevertheless, he had managed to extract a considerable amount of power from the Fallen Star Flame during those failures, allowing him to simulate such extraordinary fire with his Doqi, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Thus, he could challenge and suppress the 7-star or 8-star Dozong. Moreover, he was the one most likely to tame the Fallen Star Flame within the Xiao family. This clearly illustrates how extraordinary Xiao Buyu is. Even though Xiao Huahua possessed 2 kinds of, and was at the same realm as Xiao Buyu, he might not necessarily be able to subdue him. There was a chance that he could incur injury or even perish himself. Therefore, when Xiao Huahua learned that he had to defeat Xiao Buyu as part of his mission, he grew exceedingly solemn, his breath becoming heavy. He thought to himself that if points were to be deducted, so be it. It was far better than losing his life. Furthermore, he could still earn points. Yet, Yu Qiu added that if all hidden tasks of the Xiao family could be completed, one could obtain a Dozun Dan. This invigorated Xiao Huahua, filling him with fighting spirit akin to a shot of adrenaline. A Dozun Dan could be exchanged for a staggering 1 million points. Up to this point, the highest points Xiao Huahua had acquired were merely 500,000, and the total value of his points had never exceeded 1 million. At his current level, to enter the Dozun realm, he would need at least 1,500,000 points. This would take an exceedingly long time, requiring half the treasures possessed by the Yun sect to exchange for such an amount of points. Now, defeating Xiao Buyu would yield 100,000 points. Completing all tasks would reward him with a Dozun Dan, equivalent to a total gain of 2,500,000 points. That could be exchanged for an airplane or a tank, with points to spare. What was there to fear? No matter how formidable Xiao Buyu was, he could not withstand the advantage of having a system to assist him. Wasn't he merely a 5-star Dozong? Yet, with his membership in the Heart Delight, he could easily achieve level 999 in no time. With Heart Delight in hand, the world was his. Xiao Huahua, brimming with enthusiasm, decided to go all in, spending 550,000 points to exchange for a 5-star Dozong Dan. At that moment, Mu's expression turned grave. He furrowed his brows and slowly spoke. It seems that Xiao Xiong's control over the Xiao family is deeply entrenched. Even though the old man currently displays an iron-fisted approach, it is difficult to shake his grip. Unless he is ruthless and does not fear the fragmentation of the Xiao family, he cannot firmly hold on to it. However, this is not what the old man wishes to see. Rest assured, Sectmaster Mu, the clan leader has stated that at all costs, even if it means relinquishing his position, he will ensure the safety of the young master. He will not allow the young master to suffer even the slightest harm. When Nu said, "At present, the clan leader and the elders are waiting for you and the young master at the Xiao family plaza." Upon hearing this, Mumu nodded. He then turned to Xiao Huahua and said, "Huahua, I have already informed you about the situation in the Xiao family on our way here. You are a clever child. You know what to do. Do not let your grandfather and me lose face. Remember, you only need to showcase your talent and convince the others in the Xiao family. The rest can be left to me and your grandfather." "Understood, Master," Xiao Huahua nodded, and then followed Wen Nu into the Xiao family. The plaza of the Xiao family was teeming with people. Many members of the Xiao family were puzzled by the sudden gathering in the plaza. When Wen Nu led Xiao Huahua and Mu into the plaza, the previously quiet area erupted into a clamor. Isn't that the head of the Yun sect? Mu? How did he come to the Xiao family? Someone inquired. Isn't it obvious? The Yun sect has been destroyed by the Soul Hall. And Mu has a close relationship with the clan leader. He must be here seeking refuge. And who is the young man beside Mu? Look. The clan leader and the elders are all focused on him. He bears some resemblance to the clan leader. At this moment, all the gazes of the disciples in the Xiao family converged upon Xiao Huahua, buzzing with discussion. "I know who that young man is," someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. "Who?" Several others asked. It is rumored that the Soul Hall dispatched many elites, including Dozong, Dozun, and even half-saint powerhouses, to besiege the Yun sect. One Do Wong disciple from the Yun sect single-handedly slaughtered the majority of the Soul Hall's experts. And all those Dozong sent by the Soul Hall perished at his hands. Furthermore, it is said that the tragic demise of the half-saint powerhouse from the Soul Hall is also closely related to him. Are you suggesting that he is at this moment? Some began to speculate about Xiao Huahua's identity, gasping in astonishment. Indeed, the young man beside Mu is undoubtedly Xiao Huahua, who possesses 2 kinds of. A single revelation stirred a great wave of excitement. Upon learning Xiao Huahua's identity, the Xiao family disciples erupted into a frenzy. Countless young men and women gazed at Xiao Huahua with admiration, setting aside whether he was involved in the slaughter of the half-saint from the Soul Hall. Xiao Huahua was of similar age to them, and not only at the Do Huang realm but also possessed two kinds of. Who among the entire Doqi continent could achieve such a feat? It was no small task to tame even one kind of, let alone two. Even Xiao Buyu, the most talented individual in the Xiao family, struggled to tame. Thus, the fact that Xiao Huahua could tame two kinds of marked him as an extraordinary existence. Moreover, he was a being who defied the heavens. According to rumors, Xiao Huahua was the progeny of someone who had been expelled from the Xiao family. Some whispered. Their voices hushed. In other words, Xiao Huahua is the descendant of the clan leader. One individual hastily covered their mouth, their expression one of shock. If Xiao Huahua appears in the Xiao family plaza, does that not mean Shu? Do not speak of it. Are you mad? Someone intervened. This matter is not for us to discuss. Chapter 76. Construction Site Banter. 20 years clan leader. It has been some time since we last met, and you still seem as robust as ever. When Nu led Xiao Huahua and the others to the arena before vanishing. Mumu glanced around and then smiled at Xiao Zhan. You seem to be in good spirits. Xiao Zhan replied, I was thinking of offering you some words of comfort. But it seems I have saved myself quite a bit of energy. The ups and downs of life are what truly define it. Even though my Yun sect has been destroyed, the foundation remains. Huahua alone is sufficient to support the entirety of my sect. Not to mention I have many other exceptionally talented disciples. Mumu chuckled. Sect Master Mu, let us set aside your reminiscing with the clan leader for a moment. At this point, Xiao Tua's expression was indifferent as he spoke slowly. Who among the elders is foolish enough not to discern the implications behind Mumu and Xiao Zhan's words? You must be Xiao Huahua. Xiao Tua's gaze was sharp as a blade, his tone stern. This junior, Xiao Huahua, pays respects to the elder, Xiao Huahua said, cupping his hands in greeting. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Zhan, a strange stirring in his heart. Simultaneously, the blood flowing within him surged rapidly, evoking a sense of familiarity. Xiao Zhan felt the same, even more intensely than Xiao Huahua. It was a resonance of bloodlines. Sect Master Mu, please this way. When Nu reappeared in the arena, gesturing with his hand to guide the way, Mumu nodded, looking at Xiao Huahua. There is no need for concern. I will handle everything. Understood, Xiao Huahua nodded. His posture relaxing. He was more aware than anyone else of what was about to transpire. He had already learned everything from Yu Qiu. As Mumu stepped down from the arena to the VIP seating area, an explosive sound erupted. The arena where Xiao Huahua stood trembled abruptly. A massive crystal ball rose from the ground, as if the sky had turned to the belly of a fish and a bright sun was slowly ascending into the air. Bloodline stone. It seemed our earlier assumptions were indeed correct. Today, Xiao Huahua's return signifies his acknowledgement of his ancestry. Upon seeing the bloodline stone, the members of the Xiao family were further convinced of their inner thoughts. The enormous bloodline stone hovered in midair, gleaming like the moon from a two-dimensional image, exuding a peculiar power. Xiao Huahua, place your hand upon the bloodline stone. Xiao Chao spoke, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. This caused Xiao Huahua to frown slightly, feeling a tinge of displeasure. From the VIP section, Mumu subtly shook his head at him. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, Xiao Huahua placed both hands on the bloodline stone. At the moment his palms made contact, the stone emitted a faint white light reminiscent of an ethereal image of the moon. This was the weakest manifestation of the Xiao family's bloodline. Soon, the white light transformed into red, then into black, before gradually shifting to a dark golden hue. In the blink of an eye, the dark gold became increasingly radiant and brilliant, ultimately dazzling in pure gold. At this moment, the enormous bloodline stone shone like a sun, casting its brilliance over the entire square and the Xiao family, causing many to experience temporary blindness. Golden. Remarkably, it was gold. The bloodline test for Xiao Huahua revealed the highest level. Some squinted, astonished, exclaiming that it was even more dazzling than the light emitted during Yu Ji's test. The elders, led by Xiao Xiang, were equally astonished, never expecting that Xiao Huahua's bloodline level would surpass that of Xiao Buyu by several folds. Meanwhile, the elders led by Xiao Zhan displayed expressions of joy, feeling a sense of vindication. Yet, the radiance emanating from the bloodline stone continued to evolve. Once the golden light dissipated, it revealed a spectrum of white, blue, black, red, and yellow, a five-colored bloodline. Xiao Huahua possessed the same five-colored bloodline as their ancestor, Xiao Xian. At this moment, the crowd had yet to recover from the shock of the golden bloodline. The five-colored divine light from the bloodline stone once again astounded them, stirring tumultuous waves of emotion within their hearts. Ancestral blood. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan could no longer contain his joy, trembling with excitement. The others, including Xiao Xiang, were even more animated, dancing like children. though they had previously heard from Wen that Xiao Huahua's test would yield the five-colored divine light. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different level of exhilaration. The appearance of ancestral blood signified that the once declining Xiao family was poised to reclaim its ancient glory. Moreover, Xiao Huahua possessed two kinds of extraordinary flames and had already attained the Do Huang realm at such a young age. With focused cultivation, he might surpass even the steps their ancestors had never taken, potentially becoming the first Do Di of the Duqi continent. Once satisfied with the display, Xiao Huahua withdrew his hands from the bloodline stone and turned to the elders, asking Xiao Chao, "What more do you require of me?" Xiao Chao, recovering from his astonishment, wore a grim expression, his forehead veins bulging, his demeanor somewhat menacing. "Xiao Chao, do you have anything further to say?" At this moment, Xiao Zheng spoke, his mood buoyant. His grandson had truly brought honor to their family, blessed with extraordinary talent, dual extraordinary flames, and ancestral blood. Who would dare obstruct Xiao Huahua's return to the Xiao family now? Who would still question him? Who would dare brazenly demand the surrender of extraordinary flames? To neglect nurturing such a talent would be utterly unacceptable. However, reality delivered a harsh lesson to Xiao Zheng. Even with Xiao Huahua's celestial gifts, as long as it did not serve personal interests, there would still be those who would nitpick. Very well. I concede that Xiao Huahua indeed possesses the same bloodline as our ancestors. However, this does not excuse him from adhering to family rules. Xiao Chao gritted his teeth, declaring that the extraordinary flames must still be surrendered. "Xiao Chao, you are being unreasonable." Xiao Zheng thundered in anger. "The ancients taught us that there is no distinction between nobility and commoners." Xiao Chao replied coldly, "Family rules must not be violated." Is this how the Xiao family treats its members? At this point, Mumu could no longer contain his anger, shouting furiously, "Regardless of which family or faction Xiao Huahua belongs to, he remains my disciple. How could a master stand idly by while his disciple is humiliated? Mumu, you wretched dog, what right do you have to speak? Besides, this is a matter for the Xiao family. You, an outsider, have no authority to interfere." Xiao Chao retorted coldly, "Very well, if this is how the Xiao family operates, then I shall take my leave." Mumu, in a fit of rage, ground his teeth and exclaimed, "Xiao Zhan, is this the assurance you provided me? What are you still hesitating for?" Xiao Yan was driven away by them, and now his bones lie in eternal rest. You deserve to be overthrown by Xiao Xiong and turned into a puppet. Huahua, let us depart. With that, Mumu appeared on the arena, grasping Xiao Huahua and preparing to leave. "You dare surrender the extraordinary flames, and you may leave," Xiao Chao bellowed, unleashing a formidable surge of Do Qi. "Mumu, do you wish to oppose the Xiao family? Do you think you are worthy? Were it not for Xiao Xiong, I could crush you with a single hand. Do you believe that?" Mumu turned back, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixing it on Xiao Chao. "Today, let us see who dares to take the extraordinary flames. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure the Xiao family is thrown into chaos. Wretched dog, you seek death." Xiao Chao unleashed his full power as a 9-star Dozun, causing the surrounding space to warp. Mumu spun around, raising his palm. Bang. However, before Mumu could strike, Xiao Chao was forcefully pushed back, coughing up blood, resembling a defeated dog as he collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, an astonishing force surged forth, transforming into a hand aimed at crushing Xiao Chao, intent on taking his life. Boom. At that moment, a hand appeared from the void, neutralizing the deadly strike aimed at Xiao Chao. Patriarch, though Xiao Chao's words were extreme, he does not deserve death. Moreover, his actions and words were all for the sake of the family. Your actions may be excessive. Xiao Xiong, the eldest elder of the Xiao family, whose cultivation was on par with Xiao Zhan, raised a nearby teacup and took a gentle sip. "Haha," Xiao Zhan chuckled. "Do you truly acknowledge me as the patriarch? Or is it Xiao Chao who holds that title?" Xiao Xiong lifted his gaze slightly, meeting Xiao Zhan's, and responded, "The patriarch is undoubtedly you." "Very well. Since the elder has spoken, I, as the patriarch, shall make a comprehensive decision regarding Xiao Huahua's matter." Xiao Xiong raised his hand, indicating that Xiao Zhan should decide this matter. Subsequently, Xiao Zhan stood and slowly proclaimed, "From this moment forth, Xiao Huahua, wait." At this moment, Xiao Huahua interrupted Xiao Zhan. Mumu, upon noticing this, furrowed his brow and shot a glare at Xiao Huahua, signaling him to remain silent. However, Xiao Huahua paid no heed. Looking at the prostrate Xiao Chao, who resembled a defeated dog, he said, "I've heard your grandson possesses the potential of a Do Di. How fortuitous. I, too, have spent 20 years honing my skills and wish to challenge this so-called grandson of yours to see just how formidable this Do Di potential truly is. If he wins, what harm is there in my surrendering the extraordinary flames?" Chapter 77, a self-destructive challenge? Nonsense. At this moment, Mumu was exasperated, glaring at Xiao Huahua, his eyes nearly popping out. Did I not tell you to refrain from reckless actions? Everything can be resolved with your grandfather, just as things were nearing resolution. You had no objections to returning to the Xiao family. Why speak nonsense now? Mumu was furiously enraged but could not express it here, forcing himself to endure. Shaking with anger, his face contorted in displeasure. Master, respect is earned through one's own actions. If I do not thoroughly dismantle the voices that seek to prevent my return to the Xiao family, it will inevitably arise again. Xiao Huahua said earnestly. Besides, I cannot forever hide behind you all. There is no need to rush this moment. Mumu Hong, with fiery eyes, suppressed his anger and said, You are merely seeking your own demise. I have already informed you of Xiao Buyu's situation on our way here. Now, your master. At this moment, Xiao Huahua, unusually serious, gazed at Mumu and implored, Please trust me. My actions are grounded in certainty, not reckless folly. The once irritable Mumu, upon witnessing Xiao Huahua's composed demeanor, felt an inexplicable calmness wash over him, as if enchanted. He found himself inexplicably inclined to trust Xiao Huahua. Memories of the Soul Hall's semi-holy warrior being consumed by the flooded his mind, and in that instant, Mumu developed an unshakable confidence in Xiao Huahua, choosing not to intervene further. At that time, Xiao Zhua had slowly risen with assistance, his face pale and breath erratic, blood still staining his lips. He looked at Xiao Huahua with eyes as red as blood, exuding a fierce aura. If that is the case, then I shall indulge you, he declared. Very well. Before the Xiao clan's disciples, elders, and clan leader, let this competition be established. Xiao Huahua proclaimed firmly, If Xiao Buyu wins, he shall receive my two. But if I triumph, the fallen star flame will belong to me. What say you? How foolishly arrogant, Xiao Zhua sneered. Do you think possessing two grants you unfettered power? I didn't ask you, Xiao Huahua retorted without hesitation. This matter is beyond your authority. I seek Elder Xiao Xiong's input. At the elders' table, Elder Xiao Xiong was savoring his tea when he paused abruptly at the mention. He looked at Xiao Huahua and chuckled, placing his teacup on the nearby table. I cannot decide this matter either, for the Xiao clan is not under my dominion. However, since you have publicly challenged Buyu before everyone, I believe the clan leader has no reason to refuse, correct? With that, Elder Xiao Xiong turned to Xiao Zhan, smiling. Xiao Zhan, feeling exasperated and speechless, realized the predicament. According to their prior agreement, Mumu was supposed to provoke Xiao Zhua and incite chaos, after which Xiao Zhan would retaliate forcefully, thereby providing a legitimate reason for Xiao Huahua to return to the Xiao clan without obstruction. Yet, just as he was about to announce this, Xiao Huahua had preemptively thwarted his declaration by publicly challenging Xiao Buyu with the as a wager. This undoubtedly sealed every possible escape route, as Elder Xiao Xiong had stated. This was instigated by Xiao Huahua, leaving Xiao Zhan with no means to decline. Furthermore, the higher-ups of the Xiao clan were already divided. If Xiao Zhan forcefully rejected Xiao Huahua's challenge, it would inevitably provide grounds for Elder Xiao Xiong and others to exploit the situation, leading to even graver consequences. Thus, he was compelled to agree. However, Xiao Huahua was merely a Do Huang. Despite possessing two, he was by no means a match for Xiao Buyu. Although Xiao Buyu had not yet subdued the fallen star flame, he possessed an overwhelming aura of this, capable of harnessing it in battle. Even without employing the fallen star flame's essence, Xiao Buyu was a 7-star Do Zong, a formidable expert on the entire Duqi continent. From any perspective, Xiao Huahua had no chance of victory. Though rumors circulated that the semi-holy of the Soul Hall had perished at Xiao Huahua's hands, many questioned the veracity of this claim. They harbored a singular thought. Xiao Huahua had exploited to launch a covert assault on the Soul Hall's semi-holy warrior, creating an opportunity for Mumu to slay him. Xiao Zhan observed Xiao Huahua on the arena, feeling a surge of frustration. He found himself trapped in a dilemma. To refuse would incite Elder Xiao Xiong and others to exploit the situation, escalating it into something far more severe. Yet to acquiesce meant certain death for Xiao Huahua. At that moment, his gaze turned sharp as a dagger, glaring fiercely at Mumu, conveying his unmistakable ire. Hadn't they agreed that he would handle the Xiao clan's affairs while advising Xiao Huahua not to act recklessly? How had things escalated to this point? In response to Xiao Zhan's glare, Mumu could only helplessly shrug, indicating his own sense of injustice. Meanwhile, the Xiao clan's disciples were left in shock at Xiao Huahua's wager against Xiao Buyu. Silence enveloped the crowd as they stared at Xiao Huahua on the arena, unable to articulate a word. After a long pause, someone in the crowd remarked, Did I hear correctly? Xiao Huahua is challenging Xiao Buyu? Is he truly seeking his own demise? Everyone perceived this as an undeniably suicidal challenge. Was Xiao Huahua truly lacking in judgment? Given the clan leader's authoritative stance, his return to the Xiao clan would undoubtedly face no opposition. with the bloodline of the Shao clan's ancestors and the enhancement of Tu. And with the clan leader being his grandfather, he would surely gain access to abundant cultivation resources, coupled with his prodigious talent. It wouldn't be long before Xiao Huahua's strength surged dramatically, resulting in a transformation that could lead him to become a Do Sheng. Who knew? He might even aspire to challenge the legendary Do Di. Who could have foreseen that this young man would dig his own grave and leap into it? Xiao Huahua believed that because he possessed Tu and had slain several Soul Hall Do Zongs, he was invincible. Did he not comprehend how terrifying Xiao Buyu's power truly was? Let us not forget that even among those at the 9-star Do Zone level, he is capable of contending with Do Zun level experts. Someone exclaimed. But Xiao Huahua has slain a semi-holy warrior of the Soul Hall. Another countered. Surely, you do not believe that what Soli is doing? With a bit of thought, it becomes evident that he likely ambushed the Soul Hall's semi-holy warrior at a certain moment, creating an opportunity for Mu Mu to strike. Are you suggesting that Xiao Huahua naively believes he was the one who defeated the semi-holy warrior, thus emboldening himself? Though the clan leader is his grandfather, it does not make refusal easy. Things are about to get interesting. At the elders' table, Elder Xiao Xiong continued to smile, observing Xiao Zhan, awaiting his announcement. Xiao Zhan clenched his teeth, internally resolved. He could not bear to witness Xiao Huahua march towards his own demise, a wound in his heart that would never heal. Just as Xiao Zhan prepared to withstand the pressure and reject Xiao Huahua's challenge, suddenly, Xiao Huahua's voice resonated in his ears. Grandfather, believe in me. I am confident I can defeat Xiao Buyu. Xiao Zhan looked up at Xiao Huahua on the arena. The latter nodded with assurance, a smile gracing his lips. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhan bellowed, very well. Chapter 78. Xiao Buyu. The competition between Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu was initially set for 3 days hence. However, Xiao Huahua boldly announced that the challenge would occur in just an hour. This revelation left everyone once again questioning Xiao Huahua's sanity. 3 days might not significantly alter the outcome, but given Xiao Zhan's status and Xiao Huahua's innate talent, that time could at least allow for a modest enhancement of strength, rendering the forthcoming duel less humiliating. The atmosphere was tumultuous, yet Xiao Huahua paid no mind. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the arena, regulating his breath. After consuming the 5-star Do Zone pill, he had indeed elevated his realm and power, but his mastery of the internal Do Qi remained somewhat unrefined. An hour's time would suffice for him to solidify his current strength and realm. Otherwise, he would have directly initiated the challenge against Xiao Buyu to conclude the battle swiftly, claiming the 1 million points from Yiqiu and preparing for the final task to obtain the Do Zun pill. Xiao Buyu, refined in demeanor and possessing a somewhat delicate appearance, resembled a scholarly figure, seemingly incapable of harming even a chicken. It is all too easy to be perceived as someone who can be easily bullied. Xiao Tuo, having been injured by the aura unleashed by Xiao Zhan, despite consuming a plethora of elixirs to suppress his wounds, still appeared frail, his complexion pale. He gazed upon his grandson, casting aside his previous lethargy, replaced instead by pride. At merely 25 years of age, he had reached the rank of a 5-star Do Zone, a rarity in the entire Do Qi continent. Akin to a phoenix among mere sparrows, his own power resonated with the aura of the fallen star flame, capable of contending against Do Zun without facing defeat. Moreover, he possessed a rare golden bloodline, enabling him to effortlessly ascend to the realm of Do Sheng, and even challenge the legendary Do Di. At that moment, should Xiao Buyu ascend to the status of Do Di, he would become the supreme being of the Do Qi continent, and as his grandfather, Xiao Tuo would naturally command the respect of countless admirers. Xiao Huahua, with the extraordinary fire on his person, though not ranking as high as the fallen star flame, was formidable in its own right, harboring an incredible power. Should one manage to refine both types of extraordinary fire, they could easily step into the realm of Do Zun. Once the fallen star flame was tamed, they would become an unparalleled entity in the Do Qi continent, wielding 3 types of extraordinary fire. The ascension to Do Di would be merely a matter of time. Xiao Tuo spoke fervently, his gaze filled with fervor, as if he could already envision the day Xiao Buyu became Do Di. Xiao Buyu, however, paid no heed to his grandfather's exuberance, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Although Xiao Huahua was merely at the Do Huang stage, he had slain several Do Zone powerhouses from the Soul Hall using the 2 types of extraordinary fire. This indicated his exceptional nature and formidable abilities. Though Xiao Buyu had never encountered Xiao Huahua, his understanding of the individual was limited. Yet, it was evident that anyone who was not a fool would not calmly challenge an invincible opponent when fully aware of the futility. Clearly, Xiao Huahua was no fool, yet he publicly declared his challenge. This suggested that his true strength far exceeded what he had so far exhibited. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of their ancestors. How intriguing. After pondering for a moment, A glimmer of fervor and anticipation surfaced in Xiaobuyu's eyes. Since stepping into the realm of Dozong, apart from a few excursions for training, he had not experienced a truly exhilarating battle. Xiaohuahua, do not disappoint me. I wish to witness the extent of your combat prowess, endowed with 2 types of extraordinary fire. Meanwhile, Xiaozhan appeared in the VIP section, as his emaciated hand waved. A terrifying aura of Doqi enveloped the surroundings, creating a barrier that isolated the VIP area from the outside world. Mumu, what on earth are you doing? Did you not say that Huahua, though unruly, is not a reckless individual? Look at what he has done now. He has disrupted all our plans and brought the competition forward by an hour. What kind of master are you? Xiaozhan exclaimed in furious exasperation, far from resembling a dying elder. Calm down, old man, Mumu replied, equally helpless. I had no idea things would escalate to this point. I had already communicated with Huahua beforehand, and I had no inkling he would cause such a scene. You little rascal. Xiaozhan glared at Mumu as if he were ready to devour him. All right, I am the rascal, Mumu conceded, feeling utterly exasperated. Do not let your temper get the better of you. Since the situation has spiraled beyond control, we must place our trust in Huahua, Mumu stated. He has always been resourceful. His audacity to challenge Xiaobuyu publicly indicates he must have his reasons. Let us not forget. He was the one who killed that half-saint from the Soul Hall. Did Huahua truly slay that half-saint? Xiaozhan inquired. Indeed, Mumu nodded, recounting the events of that day in detail. I see, Xiaozhan mused, as if grasping an understanding. That is why Huahua would dare to challenge Xiaobuyu. Based on your description, Huahua has already fused with those 2 types of extraordinary fire, though his current strength may not fully unleash the fire's energy. If his life is threatened, the extraordinary fire will instinctively respond. Exactly, Mumu confirmed, as Xiaozhan's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Truly, he is my grandson, possessing remarkable capabilities. Moreover, Huahua shares the same bloodline as our ancestors, and the fallen star flame is a treasure left by them. Thus, there is a significant likelihood he contained the fallen star flame. However, do not become complacent, Mumu cautioned, his expression serious. Xiaobuyu is no weakling. Not only does he possess formidable strength, but he also wields the aura of the fallen star flame, making him a formidable adversary. You must be prepared for contingencies. Should Huahua falter, you must ensure his life and extraordinary fire are safeguarded. Rest assured, Xiaozhan replied, his expression turning grave. Since I learned of Huahua's identity as my grandson, I vowed that what happened to Yin Heir will never happen again. At the mention of Xiao Yan, Xiaozhan's eyes reddened, mist gathering in his gaze. When the time comes, even if I am no longer the clan leader, I will not allow a single hair on Huahua's head to be harmed, he declared, clenching his fists tightly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Xiao Huahua had completely mastered the power he possessed. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 bolts of lightning shot forth, leaving the onlookers in awe. Xiao Xiong furrowed his brow, observing the transformation in Xiao Huahua's demeanor. His eagle-like gaze fixed intently on Xiao Huahua, causing the latter to feel a sense of discomfort. Subsequently, Xiao Huahua followed his gaze, revealing a radiant smile, flashing a row of bright white teeth. Xiao Xiong's brows furrowed even more tightly, an unexplainable sense of unease washing over him. However, when Xiaobuyu emerged onto the arena, any semblance of concern dissipated instantly. He lifted a teacup, taking a leisurely sip, exuding an air of tranquility. On the arena, Xiaobuyu looked at Xiao Huahua and smiled broadly. You are my cousin, Xiao Huahua, blessed with the bloodline of our ancestors. Truly, a dragon among men, with limitless potential. However, you are not my match at present. Surrender voluntarily to avoid needless suffering. Xiao Huahua was taken aback, surprised that his older brother was not the arrogant, overbearing type he had expected. Instantly, he felt a surge of goodwill towards Xiaobuyu. What reason is there to surrender before the battle has even begun? Moreover, my principle has always been to avoid fights without certainty. Who knows who will emerge victorious? Xiao Huahua retorted. Very well. Let me see what your confidence is built upon. With that, Xiaobuyu made the first move. A powerful wind surged forth, sweeping across the arena, causing the ground to crack and splinter. Chapter 79, Astonishing All. The fierce wind sliced through the air like a blade, sharpening with intensity. Xiao Huahua's expression grew serious as he channeled his Do Qi. With a mighty roar, the ethereal figure of the diamond magic ape manifested around him, towering over 3 meters in height, exuding an intimidating presence. As he crossed his arms, he blocked the incoming onslaught of razor-like winds. Boom! The arena erupted with a surge of Do Qi, rippling outward like waves, sending tremors through the hearts of the Xiao family members present, leaving them feeling unsettled. Initially, it was assumed that the battle between Xiao Huahua and Xiaobuyu would be one-sided, with Xiao Huahua barely lasting a single exchange. Yet, to their astonishment, The Do Qi unleashed by Xiao Huahuo was not inferior to that of Xiao Buyu. Furthermore, the ethereal form of the diamond magic ape reflected off him, as if his true self had appeared on the arena. Xiao Huahua had astonishingly refined a Do technique to its utmost perfection. This was truly remarkable. It should be noted that only Dozun level experts could attain such mastery of a Do technique. Moreover, Xiao Huahua possesses not merely one but three formidable combat techniques, cultivated to perfection. On the arena, he deftly employs the lightning leopard's footwork, with the phantom of the purple flame demon lion cloaking his fists, engaging in a fierce battle with Xiao Buyu. Their exchanges transpire at an astonishing speed, akin to lightning, with dozens of strikes exchanged in mere seconds. The entire arena reverberates with the thunderous clash of fists and the sparks ignited by their fighting spirits, leaving the Xiao clan in a state of profound astonishment. I am convinced that Xiao Huahua's prowess transcends that of a mere Do Huang. He has undoubtedly stepped into the realm of Dozone. Observing this, someone remarked with narrowed eyes and a furrowed brow. Indeed, if Xiao Huahua were truly just at the Do Huang level, he would certainly not withstand 3 seconds against Xiao Buyu. Furthermore, it appears that while Xiao Buyu seems to have the upper hand, Xiao Huahua remains remarkably composed, not betraying even a hint of panic or burden. The Yun clan was only recently obliterated. Could it be that within this brief span, Xiao Huahua has ascended from Do Huang to Dozone? A member of the crowd speculated solemnly. The others felt a shiver run down their spines, terrified by the implications. If this were indeed the case, how extraordinary and defying of fate this young man would be. On the elders' platform, Xiao Tuo's expression turned ashen, veins bulging. His face contorted in a horrifying grimace. His eyes glowed with a hint of crimson, resembling a beast on the brink of rampage. Like most of the Xiao clan's youth, he believed that Xiao Huahua would not last 3 seconds against Xiao Buyu. However, contrary to expectations, Xiao Huahua not only held his ground, but grew increasingly valiant in battle. The clash between them was nothing short of intense, evenly matched, and indecisive. This incited a wave of fury within Xiao Tuo, who clenched his fists and bellowed frantically. Unleash your full strength and suppress Xiao Huahua to seize thee. Boom. The arena erupted with a resounding thunderclap. The fierce winds generated tore through the ground, creating a deep pit. Both Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu staggered back a few steps, their expressions grave as they regarded one another. Indeed, as I suspected, you have concealed your true strength. Xiao Buyu gazed at Xiao Huahua with fervent eyes, brimming with an intense desire for combat. He licked his lips, and at the moment he tightened his fists, his entire being trembled. Within the Xiao clan, only you have the ability to evoke such a fierce desire for battle within me. Reveal your true power, Xiao Huahua, and show me how formidable you truly are. Let us fight with abandon. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Buyu's body. The ground around them appeared as fragile as foam, marred and swirling with dust. At this moment, the golden fighting spirit enveloped in a faint pink hue emanated from Xiao Buyu, exuding a sense of ferocity and intense heat, along with an overwhelming presence. Was that the aura of the fallen star flame? Among the 54 heat weapons Xiao Huahua possessed, 2 types of were engraved. He was acutely aware of, sensing the agitation within his heat weapons. This individual is truly formidable. The strength of a 5-star Dozong is comparable to the aura emitted by Elder Shur, perhaps even surpassing it. Although Xiao Huahua's current level is also 5-star Dozong, he felt immense pressure facing Xiao Buyu, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him, leaving him breathless. Xiao Huahua recognized that this was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered since arriving in this world. Thus, he resolved to no longer conceal his strength. Boom. Likewise, a domineering fighting spirit erupted from Xiao Huahua. In an instant, the phantoms of the purple flame demon lion, the diamond demon ape, and the lightning leopard reappeared behind him. The aura he emitted was several times more powerful than before, causing all the Xiao clan members present to tremble, their bodies shaking, their scalps tingling. The 3 phantoms appeared as if they were his true forms on the arena, exuding an overwhelming presence. 5-star Dozong. Xiao Huahua astonishingly matched the strength of a 5-star Dozong. Heaven above, this individual is indeed a monster. Has he truly ascended from Do Huang to 5-star Dozong in such a short time? A voice cried out in disbelief. On the elders' platform, all the Xiao clan elders were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. They had assumed that once Xiao Buyu elevated his strength to Dozong and unleashed the aura of the fallen star flame, the contest would conclude. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Huahua refused to be outdone, also unleashing the power of Dozong. And not just any Dozong, but a 5-star Dozong, matching both power and level with Xiao Buyu. A genius, truly a genius. It is no wonder that he possesses ancestral blood and wields till. In just a few days, he has ascended from Do Huang to Dozong. Such a pace of cultivation is unprecedented, shaking the very foundations of history, defying all norms. The resurgence of the Shao clan's glory is imminent. Xiao Zheng, witnessing this, trembled with excitement, disregarding his image as he let out a loud roar. The other elders, led by him, shared in this fervor. Meanwhile, Xiao Tuo's countenance grew increasingly grim, his eyes bloodshot, akin to dripping blood. Veins throbbed violently, rendering him exceedingly sinister. He had not anticipated that Xiao Huohua would also possess the strength of a 5-star Dozong. Considering he had ascended from Do Huang to Dozong in just a few days, such talent and potential far surpassed that of Xiao Buyu. An intense killing intent surged within him, even birthing a reckless notion. He resolved, no matter the cost, to extinguish Xiao Huohua in his infancy. Xiao Xiong, previously relaxed, suddenly straightened his posture upon witnessing Xiao Huohua unleash his 5-star Dozong strength. His expression turned serious, breaths coming in quickened intervals. At that moment, he realized that Xiao Huohua could very well become a significant obstacle for Xiao Buyu, or perhaps the most crucial challenge of his life. Should he overcome this hurdle, there would be no one left to rival him, akin to a Kuanping soaring to unimaginable heights. Conversely, failure would mean Xiao Buyu's journey would end here. No wonder the typically timid Xiao Zhan exhibited such a resolute stance regarding Xiao Huohua. 3 years younger than you are, he has already attained 5-star Dozong, possesses ancestral blood, and wields too. This child is highly likely to be the first to become a Do Di since the fall of the empire. At this moment, Xiao Xiong's emotions were tumultuous. Witnessing Xiao Huohua's extraordinary talent, he recognized the potential for him to become the first Do Di of this era, leading the Xiao clan to renewed glory, perhaps even surpassing the might of ancient times. A wave of joy surged within him. After all, as a member of the Xiao clan, he naturally wished to witness and participate in such a momentous event. Yet, the prospect of leading the Xiao clan beyond ancient limits and to the pinnacle of the continent filled him with a sense of oppression and anger. For Xiao Huohua was not of his lineage. In truth, Xiao Xiong was a man of integrity, possessing the demeanor of a great leader. His lofty aspirations to restore the Xiao clan's glory and even surpass his forebears were deeply rooted within him. Yet this very obsession often led him to err at crucial moments. Thus, the former clan leader, Xiao Xiong's father, cast that pivotal vote for Xiao Zhan, hoping the two would complement each other. He and Xiao Zhan had been hailed as the twin stars of the Xiao clan since childhood, both representing the future hope of the clan. Because of this, they were frequently compared by the elders of the clan. The brilliance he radiated from a young age had always been overshadowed by Xiao Zhan. He had believed that the position of clan leader was his for the taking. Yet ultimately, he was defeated in the clan leadership contest by Xiao Zhan, who had never bested him once in their lives. This left Xiao Xiong feeling a profound sense of loss. Even though the former clan leader had spoken with Xiao Xiong at length before his passing, the latter understood his own shortcomings and comprehended why his father had not chosen him as the clan leader at the last moment. However, the seeds of resentment had already taken root in his heart, causing him to become lost in obsession. Thus, Xiao Xiong became increasingly determined to reclaim the position of clan leader, leading the Xiao family to restore its former glory and surpass the illustrious ancestors of the past. It was for this reason that Xiao Xiong remained unmarried, dedicating all his energy to regaining the title of clan leader and nurturing Xiao Buyu. Xiao Zhan naturally understood that his cousin had become obsessed. For the sake of the Xiao family, he often had to choose compromise. He tried every means to persuade his cousin to overcome his inner demons. However, the very compromises Xiao Zhan made only intensified Xiao Xiong's obsession, spurring him on with a greater fervor to reclaim the leadership and lead the Xiao family to unprecedented heights, perhaps even surpassing their ancestors. In truth, Xiao Xiong was aware that despite his efforts to cultivate Xiao Buyu, it would be exceedingly difficult to revive the splendor of ancient times. Reclaiming the leadership would be equally challenging. Now, the emergence of Xiao Huohua gave Xiao Xiong a glimmer of hope, one that could even exceed the heights achieved by the ancestors who once led the Xiao family. Yet, the hope that appeared was not Xiao Buyu, nor was it a descendant of his lineage, but rather the grandson of the person who had consistently bested him and taken the clan leader position from him since childhood. This left Xiao Xiong with a tumult of emotions, feeling utterly suppressed. Chapter 80, A Fierce Battle. Old man, do you think I, an elder, do not have enough strength to withstand pressure in my heart? Is this performance with Huohua meant to give me a heart attack? Xiao Zhan watched as Xiao Huohua unleashed the power of a 5-star Dozong, laughing joyously like a child, overwhelmed with excitement. Mu Mu was equally astounded by Xiao Huohua's remarkable display of strength. Earlier, he had witnessed Xiao Buyu unleash a formidable power, causing his heart to clench with worry. He thought to himself that he must save Xiao Huohua at all costs during this critical moment to avoid severe injury. This little rascal has even deceived me. Muumu's expression was rich with feelings of betrayal, shock, and joy, though the predominant emotion was astonishment. Although Xiaohuahua was his disciple, he had not imparted much knowledge to him, as he had only recently taken him as a student before the fall of the Yun sect. Aside from the Dragon Roar Sword, all the strength and techniques Xiaohuahua displayed were his own accomplishments. At the same time, Muumu was deeply impressed by Xiaohuahua. Within just a few days, he had advanced from Do Huang to the realm of Do Zong, and he was a 5-star Do Zong at that. Such talent and speed of cultivation were unparalleled in history, extraordinary and overwhelming. Possessing the blood of the Xiao ancestors in 2 types of. Muumu asserted that in this era of decline, Xiaohuahua could indeed become the first Do Di. You should consider who nurtured this disciple, Muumu said. Feigning nonchalance as he looked at Xiao Zhan. Why don't you mention who his grandfather is? Xiao Zhan, resembling an old rascal, stroked his beard and laughed heartily, saying, truly, he bears my blood. He has the vigor of my youth. Huahua has reached the age to marry and start a family. Old man, don't you have a precious daughter? Ziyun, beautiful as a fairy, with considerable talent. Look, Huahua is your disciple. Why don't we match them as husband and wife? Hearing this, Muumu's eyes twitched with 3 black lines, and he immediately erupted in anger. You old geezer, you think all the good fortune belongs to you? Now you have your sights set on my daughter. Don't be angry. After all, Huahua is your disciple. Just go along with it. Xiao Zhan replied with a grin. Get lost. Muumu shouted in anger. Yet, Muumu did entertain such thoughts. However, as the father of the girl, he knew he had to keep his composure. Over the years, he had been tricked by Xiao Zhan and thought to seize this opportunity to reclaim everything lost. But it hinged on whether Ziyun would agree to marry Xiaohuahua. On the arena, Xiao Buyu was taken aback to find Xiaohuahua at the same level as him. But that shock was soon replaced by excitement. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on Xiaohuahua, declaring, You truly do not disappoint me, Xiaohuahua. Let us engage in a fierce battle. With that, Xiao Buyu unleashed a terrifying aura of Do Qi, charging forth like an ancient beast. This fellow is indeed a battle fanatic. Xiaohuahua murmured, then summoned the phantom of the purple flame magic lion as an attack, embodying the diamond magic ape, and launched an offensive with the speed of a lightning leopard. Boom. As the two collided, an explosive shockwave erupted, leaving the arena riddled with craters. Everyone gasped in awe, their scalps tingling. It was known that this arena could withstand battles of 9-star Do Zong. Yet now, in an instant, it lay in ruins, illustrating just how terrifying the combat prowess of Xiaohuahua truly was. Bang! Xiaohuahua forged a fist imprint, launching a powerful strike. And with the bizarre movements of the lightning leopard, he seemed like a phantom, creating afterimages from all directions, raining down punches upon Xiao Buyu while employing the diamond body for protection. Like an invincible war god, he pushed forward relentlessly. Facing the all-out offensive and the elusive movements of Xiaohuahua, Xiao Buyu remained unflustered. He countered with remarkable composure, effortlessly handling the assault. As he raised both hands, golden light surged forth, cascading down like a waterfall, crushing everything in its path. Boom! A deafening sound resonated as Xiaohuahua was forced back. Then, wielding the Dragon Roar sword, he slashed out brilliant sword light. The sound of the dragon's roar resonated, devouring all in its wake. Xiao Buyu brandished a golden staff, its tip resembling a tiger's head and its tail tapering off, the entire staff resembling a diving tiger. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed, deafening all present. In an instant, sword light and staff light clashed. The two engaged in a fierce melee, their Do Qi swirling, causing explosions to erupt one after another, leaving the onlookers in awe. No one had expected Xiaohuahua to possess such formidable strength, battling evenly against his brother Buyu. A young girl furrowed her brows, her expression grave. Rest assured, the victor will undoubtedly be brother Buyu, said a young boy. Although Xiaohuahua's strength is commendable, it pales in comparison to brother Buyu. Do not forget, brother Buyu possesses the aura of the fallen star flame, capable of contending with Do Zun. Once brother Buyu releases the aura of the fallen star flame, Xiaohuahua is bound to lose. Do not forget, Xiaohuahua bears 2 types of, which he has yet to unleash. Someone remarked. Moreover, Xiaohuahua shares the same bloodline as our ancestors, so he should not be underestimated. At that moment, all eyes and attention were fixed on the arena, where amidst the explosions and dust, the figures of Xiaohuahua and Xiao Buyu dashed back and forth, alternating their positions. The battle was astonishingly intense, with no clear victor in sight. Roar! The sound of dragon and tiger echoed throughout the Xiao family plaza, piercing the eardrums of many as if they were about to burst. Heavenly fire raging flames. Xiao Buyu bellowed, sweeping his staff forward. Boom! In an instant, golden Do Qi transformed into fireballs the size of fists, all hurtling towards Xiaohuahua, engulfing him in flames. Huahua! In the VIP section, Mumu shouted in concern. Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave, filled with worry, while Xiao Tuo laughed heartily, his demeanor manic. Now you know the might of my grandson Bu, who has the potential to become a Dodi. An ant foolishly trying to challenge an elephant truly knows no fear. Boom. At that moment, a deafening sound erupted amidst the flames. A silver bullet soared through the air, carrying with it an aura of terror. In its rapid flight, it sparked against the atmosphere, appearing like a fiery serpent to the untrained eye. Witnessing this, Xiao Buyu's expression changed drastically. He immediately employed his footwork to dodge the bullet's lethal trajectory, a cold sweat trickling from his forehead. Although he could not discern the exact nature of the threat approaching him, he sensed the unmistakable scent of death, akin to the relentless scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. At that moment, Xiao Huahua emerged unscathed from the flames, donned in a bulletproof vest, brandishing a .54 caliber firearm, embodying the spirit of the Double Eagle. Faced with the weapon in Xiao Huahua's hands, Xiao Buyu proceeded with utmost caution. Despite his uncertainty about the weapon's nature, it radiated a potent aura of mortality. Likewise, I extend this sentiment to you, Xiao Huahua declared, his cold gaze piercing, a chilling presence enveloping him. Show me your true capabilities, or surrender willingly, for your life hangs in the balance. In Chapter 81, A Rare Genius, Xiao Buyu's countenance darkened, fury flashing in his eyes. He regarded Xiao Huahua with a cold smirk, stating, I shall see what you are truly capable of, to put my life at risk. With that, he struck, wielding his tiger staff with a downward smash. Boom. In an instant, the battered ground exploded. Golden battle energy surged forth, erupting from the earth like a fierce dragon, charging forward with ferocity. Xiao Huahua swiftly evaded the onslaught with his lightning-fast footwork. At that moment, Xiao Buyu charged, his aura sharp and formidable. Clang. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the arena, igniting a blinding flash. With a crack, the dragon-chanting sword in Xiao Huahua's hand shattered, splitting into two halves with a thunderous crash. Purple Flame Fist. Xiao Huahua roared, as a colossal illusion of a purple flame lion manifested around his fist, towering over 3 meters. With a single blow, it seemed as though Xiao Buyu had been swallowed whole by the phantom lion. With a resounding thud, Xiao Buyu plummeted to the ground, bouncing several times upon impact. Silence enveloped the surroundings. No one had anticipated that the first to be injured would be Xiao Buyu, the esteemed prodigy of the Xiao family. The crowd was astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Buyu's reputation as the family's foremost genius stemmed not only from his talent and power, but also from his undefeated record since embarking on his path of cultivation. He had triumphed over enemies both within the Xiao clan and during missions without sustaining a single injury. Yet now, Xiao Huahua had shattered this legend, leaving all in shock and awe. Among the elders, disbelief reigned. How could Xiao Buyu be injured? It seemed utterly preposterous. No, it cannot be. How could Yua sustain injuries or face defeat? Xiao Zhua, gripped by a frenzied state, veins bulging, repeated in a fierce tone. Slap. A sharp sound echoed across the elders' seats, drawing everyone's attention. There stood Xiao Xiong, his face ashen, glaring at Xiao Zhua with palpable anger. Be quiet. Even though you hold an esteemed position in the Xiao family, not even Xiao Zhan commands my respect. Yet, before my brother, you have always harbored a sense of trepidation. Defeat is a common occurrence. Who is born invincible? Is it so unfathomable to suffer injury? Moreover, at this age, you cannot contain your emotions? Xiao Xiong spoke coldly, exuding disappointment. Brother, I was wrong. Despite his inner turmoil, Xiao Zhua had no choice but to acquiesce. Losing was indeed a setback. Xiao Xiong sighed. You have indulged Yuer too much over the years, rendering him vulnerable to pressure. A life too smooth is not necessarily a blessing. Xiao Huahua's emergence has forced him to confront certain truths. At that moment, on the arena, Xiao Buyu rose from the ground, his white attire now dust-laden, his exquisite visage marred. Blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, his hair disheveled, appearing utterly disheveled. Xiao Buyu wiped the blood from his lips, seeing the crimson on his hand, and instead of anger, he felt exhilaration. Like a madman, he laughed towards the heavens. Since I can remember, no matter how powerful or gifted my opponents were, I had never tasted defeat or injury. For 20 years, you are the first to force me into a disadvantage, to experience the taste of blood. Xiao Buyu bellowed. This battle today brings me immense satisfaction. However, it shall end here. Joyous moments are fleeting, and I intend to conclude this farce. Boom. Suddenly, a pink aura enveloped Xiao Buyu's entire being. In an instant, the surrounding space appeared to shift into a mysterious formation, taking on a dark red hue. A domineering, fervent energy radiated, engulfing the Xiao family plaza, instilling a sense of dread. With a sudden gasp, numerous Xiao family members surrounding the arena coughed up blood, their faces pale, drenched in sweat. The aura emanating from Xiao Buyu was overwhelmingly terrifying and powerful, akin to a celestial mountain descending, exerting pressure upon them. Many felt their blood surge and their insides twist, as if they were about to explode. Boom. At this moment, Xiao Zhan made his move, followed closely by Xiao Xiong. Two unparalleled battle energies cascaded like a waterfall from the heavens, showering the arena with countless beams of light. Intertwining, they formed a barrier that completely isolated the arena from the outside world. Instantly, the Xiao family members who were on the verge of collapse felt a significant relief. Yet, many succumbed to unconsciousness, some even lying in pools of blood on the brink of death. Quick, take all the injured descendants to the medicine hall, Xiao Zhan commanded urgently. His gaze shifting towards the isolated arena, a flicker of anger and concern crossing his features. Xiao Buyu had recklessly unleashed the aura of the fallen star flame, causing harm to countless kin. This was a grave transgression. Simultaneously, Xiao Zhan feared that once isolated, the aura of the fallen star flame would erupt entirely within the arena. Suddenly, the ground of the arena collapsed, sending clouds of dust into the air, descending several meters deep. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Has Xiao Buyu tamed the fallen star flame? No, the fallen star flame remains within the anomalous fire tomb. I can sense its presence. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's furrowed brow deepened further, as if a knot had formed. Despite Xiao Buyu's previous failures to tame the fallen star flame, he had amassed a considerable amount of its essence over the years. This essence, through relentless accumulation, had been entirely refined, merging with his being. The aura began to undergo a transformation, evolving into a new form of fallen star flame, Xiao Zhan surmised. Beside him, Xiao Xiong bore a faint smile, as did the previously agitated Xiao Zhua. In truth, Xiao Zhan's conjecture was accurate. Xiao Buyu had spent years accumulating vast amounts of anomalous fire energy. Through his innate talent and strength, he had forcefully fused this energy with himself, integrating the powers of various fire attribute treasures into the essence of the fallen star flame, prompting its devouring and evolution. Periodically, Xiao Buyu would venture into the anomalous fire tomb to extract the essence of the fallen star flame, transforming one's inherent power into an ever-purer essence, and subsequently devouring treasures infused with the fire attribute. This cycle continued for 3 years. The aura of the fallen star flame possessed by Xiao Buyu has undergone a profound evolution, emerging as an entirely new form of. No wonder I sensed something unusual within the tomb several times. The essence of was rapidly diminishing, leading me to believe it was on the verge of extinguishing. In truth, Xiao Buyu was utilizing himself as a vessel, absorbing the essence of to nurture, metamorphose, and evolve into the brand new fallen star flame. Xiao Zhan gazed at the brothers Xiao Xiong and Xiao Buyu, his expression grave. It must be said that my grandson Buyu possesses the demeanor of a claim not made lightly. Mu Mu, having grasped the entirety of the situation, also wore an exceedingly solemn expression. This Xiao Buyu is indeed a prodigious talent, nurturing by employing himself as a vessel. Such an extraordinary feat is unparalleled across the continent, truly unprecedented and unmatched. Old fellow, Fire is in danger. We must ensure he encounters no misfortune. Steady yourself. Xiao Zhan looked towards the arena, his demeanor serious. It is still premature to discuss victory or defeat. Although Xiao Buyu employs himself as a vessel to cultivate, it is merely a flicker, still in its infancy. Fire possesses 2 forms of. Yet he is in complete form. While the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flames may not be as illustrious as the fallen star flame on the ranking, Xiao Buyu's is but a mere spark. There lies a chance for victory. Xiao Zhan continued. Rest assured, I will not allow Fire to suffer any misfortune. However, as Xiao Xiong has stated, Xiao Buyu is indeed Fire's most significant adversary in life. Should he overcome this hurdle, he shall soar to unparalleled heights. If he were to falter, it would not necessarily be a calamity. Fire's cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid. Despite enduring numerous bloody battles, his temperament remains impetuous. A defeat could illuminate many issues, allowing him to recognize his shortcomings. As for the, Xiao Zhan added, as long as I remain within the Xiao clan, as its patriarch, I shall procure for him a form of far superior to what he currently possesses. Mu Mu remained silent, observing the arena, beads of sweat forming on his palms. His expression was anxious, breath-quickening. Yet simultaneously, he looked at Xiao Huahua with firm belief. I have faith you can turn the tide and defeat Xiao Buyu. Chapter 82. The Fool, Xiao Huahua? The isolated arena had transformed into a pit dozens of meters deep. Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu floated in midair. At this moment, the aura of the fallen star flame loomed, akin to a colossal meteor descending, suffocating Xiao Huahua. A profound sense of crisis surged in his heart. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he breathed hastily, his expression serious. He had already learned from Yichio the nature of Xiaobuyu's displayed prowess. This fellow is indeed a monster, utilizing himself as a vessel to absorb the essence of the fallen star flame, devouring other types of fire elements to cultivate the fallen star flame. Truly, he is the foremost genius of the Xiao clan, a rare entity across the entire Do-Chi continent. If it weren't for the system, I would be inferior to him, Xiao Huohuo mused. At this moment, Xiaobuyu's golden Do-Chi had completely transformed into a rosy hue. The sealed space had turned a deep crimson, teeming with intense heat and fury. It resembled a world ravaged by volcanic eruption, with countless fiery stones plummeting from the heavens, crashing to the ground, unleashing terrifying destruction. Xiao Huohuo, where is your? Present it to me, that I may gauge the extent of the power possessed by the fallen star flame I have cultivated. Xiaobuyu, shrouded in the aura of, stood in midair like a fire deity, poised to consume all. Xiao Huohuo took a deep breath, gripping 54 heat weapons in both hands, aiming them at Xiaobuyu. Akin to a merciless assassin. Bang, bang. The thunderous sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets whistled through the air. Midway, the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flames materialized, unleashing their icy and fiery essence within this dark, crimson, and oppressive domain. 3 forms have coalesced in this space, igniting multiple bolts of lightning. The surrounding space twisted, revealing dark fissures akin to blades of black steel. The barrier enveloping the shattered arena was riddled with cracks, appearing as fragile as glass under the assault of the aura. Cousin, we must strike simultaneously to stabilize the barrier. If the essence escapes, it will spell doom for the entire Xiao clan. Xiao Zhan bellowed. The aura of a 7-star Do Saint bursting forth, transforming the very heavens around them. Xiao Xiang also acted, his cultivation at the same level. Yet his aura slightly inferior to Xiao Zhan's. The 2 7-star Do Saints unleashed their formidable Do Qi into the cracked barrier, instantly transforming the entire Xiao clan plaza into a realm of gold. Within the barrier, upon witnessing the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flames, Xiaobuyu's eyes narrowed, his expression gravely serious. Indeed, they are 2 forms of perfect. Xiao Huohuo, you are worthy of your ancestral bloodline. However, I, Xiaobuyu, am destined to surpass my ancestors and become the first of the fallen era. You shall ultimately serve as a stepping stone on my path to success. Boom. Xiaobuyu swung his arm, the pink Do Qi rippling like waves. He then thrust his arms forward. Behind him, an image of a meteor falling materialized, resembling a fiery dragon descending from the heavens, poised to obliterate all. This is the essence of the fallen star flame. As the name suggests, it resembles a meteor plummeting from the cosmos. The cold flame transformed into a lotus flower, its exterior crystalline like water, while within flowed a molten liquid, akin to magma. The 3,000 thunder flames morphed into a true dragon, diving downward. Boom. Upon the collision of the 3, an astonishing explosion erupted. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing upwards, culminating in a mushroom cloud rising with majesty. As the power radiated outward, even the barrier, meticulously crafted by Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong, began to shatter. The pit formed by the arena was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan shouted, "All disciples, evacuate the plaza immediately." Boom. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong staggered backward as the pit's area gradually widened, resembling a black hole. At this moment, Mumu, along with all the elders like Xiao Zhang, descended upon the plaza. Each positioned themselves strategically, channeling their entire strength into the barrier to stabilize it, thereby halting the pit's expansion. In an instant, the entire Xiao clan plaza began to crumble, and the rate of expansion continued unabated. The wrath of the fire god. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong shouted in unison, a towering figure over 5 meters tall enveloping their forms. They unleashed their utmost power, and 2 ethereal forms, clad in armor, manifested, appearing as if they were real beings in this realm. They pressed their hands against the barrier, releasing terrifying Do Qi, ultimately halting the expansion of the barrier. Cousin, you stabilized the barrier. At this moment, Xiao Zhan shouted, I will intervene to stop their battle. Should it continue, the entire Xiao clan will face annihilation. It may even trigger the butterfly effect of the fallen star flame within the tomb, leading to an eruption. Understood. Xiao Xiong nodded, intensifying his power within the fire god's ethereal form to prevent the barrier from expanding and shattering. Within the barrier, the clash of the 3 powers began to wane. However, the residual aura filled the entire space. The cracks in the space grew larger, resembling black blades. Lightning surged all around, and the gale howled fiercely. Amidst the abyss resembling a black hole, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. With a cough, Xiao Huohuo expelled a mouthful of blood. His complexion had turned pale, and his garments were tattered. His overall state was disheveled, hair in disarray and beads of perspiration adorning his forehead. The fallen star flame, indeed, deserved its esteemed 5th position on the list of extraordinary fires, even though it was merely in its infancy, cultivated by Xiao Buyu. The latent power it harbored was sufficient to rival the 3,000 Thunder Flames and the Cold Inferno, and was indeed several times more formidable. One could only imagine the terrifying might of a fully realized Fallen Star Flame. In an instant, it could obliterate the entire Xiao clan. Xiao Buyu's complexion also bore a pallor, drenched in cold sweat. His chest heaved violently, reflecting his own disarray. However, the injuries he sustained were not a result of the clash between extraordinary fires, but rather due to the immense expenditure of Do Qi while wielding the Fallen Star Flame, leaving him somewhat weakened. Fortunately, the Xiao clan possessed a unique technique that could restore one to their peak condition in a remarkably short time, though the price was 3 months of immobility. At this moment, Xiao Buyu invoked this technique, replenishing all the Do Qi he had expended, regaining his former vigor. He understood that despite Xiao Huahua's feeble breath, he still possessed the capability to continue fighting. After all, one who could tame 2 extraordinary fires was far from a fool. He naturally had exceptional skills. This fellow was truly formidable. Xiao Huahua gasped for breath, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. The essence of the Fallen Star Flame had infiltrated his body, severely scorching his internal organs, the blood within him boiling like water. Fortunately, endowed with 2 extraordinary fires, his physique was already unlike that of an ordinary person, granting him a certain degree of immunity to the corrosive effects of the extraordinary flames. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Huahua gazed at the rejuvenated Xiao Buyu, his expression grave and his breath somewhat hurried. This individual must have employed some forbidden technique to instantaneously restore his full strength, even with the system at his disposal. Allowing him to exchange for a restorative pill, continuing the battle would only lead to a repeat of past failures. He was no match for him. Even though the Fallen Star Flame cultivated by Xiao Buyu was merely a semi-finished product, it still surpassed the power contained within the 3,000 Thunder Flames and the Cold Inferno. As Xiao Huahua pondered, he utilized 20,000 points to exchange for a restorative pill from Yichio, his mind racing as he sought a way to resolve the current predicament. Initially, Yichio had no intention of intervening in this battle, allowing Xiao Huahua to fight alone as a means of training. After all, the upcoming battle against the Soul Emperor would be exponentially more brutal and challenging than the present one. If Xiao Huahua did not have the experience of life and death battles, even with advanced weaponry, he would ultimately be no match for the Soul Emperor. At this moment, Xiao Huahua felt as though he had stumbled into a dead end. The once brilliant mind that he possessed had seemingly vanished, leaving him feeling akin to a fool. With a powerful trump card at his disposal, he found himself utterly lost as to how to utilize it. Witnessing what should have been a guaranteed victory slip away was infuriating enough to make Yichio want to slap Xiao Huahua across the face. He had thought Wang Teng was foolish, yet Xiao Huahua appeared even more so. Wang Teng, despite his navet, understood the necessity of seeking assistance when his life was threatened. Yet, Xiao Huahua, with his advantages, remained oblivious to their potential. As Xiao Huahua wrestled with his thoughts, he found himself at a loss on how to respond to the current situation. The disparity in strength was too great. No strategy could compensate for such a fundamental weakness. He considered seeking Yichio's assistance, but then recalled that this troublesome system would likely exploit the situation. The cost would likely be the 1 million points earned from defeating Xiao Buyu in exchange. Thus, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also be left with a mere 8,000 points, leaving him utterly impoverished. Therefore, Xiao Huahua attempted to struggle, contemplating whether he could leverage the time gap to outlast the secret technique employed by Xiao Buyu until it expired, resulting in his exhaustion. Yet, the Fallen Star Flame was simply too powerful. Even in its semi-finished form, it surpassed the 3,000 Thunder Flames and the Cold Inferno. In an instant, it could determine the outcome of the battle. Alas, a loss was preferable to the alternative of losing his life. With a sigh, Xiao Huahua prepared to speak, seeking Yichio's assistance. Chapter 83. The Evolution of Extraordinary Fires. The Fallen Star Flame Host. Could you take a moment to review the introduction in the weapon shop? Have you completely forgotten the properties of the extraordinary fires? At this moment, Yichio had discerned Xiao Huahua's thoughts and could not help but feel exasperated. This fellow truly prioritized wealth over his own life. However, one could hardly blame Xiao Huahua, as he had been repeatedly let down by Yichio. Countless times, he had come away with nothing, losing even his undergarments in the process. Xiao Huahua harbored lingering shadows from such experiences. The narrative of this world was nearing its conclusion, and Yichio began to prepare for the final arrangements, aiming to help Xiao Huahua amass a substantial amount of points in the shortest time possible. He would elevate him to the rank of Do Emperor and facilitate the exchange for more advanced weaponry to combat the Soul Emperor after his ascension. Thus, Even if Xiao Huahua were to seek Yuchio's assistance now, he would only symbolically require a small amount of points. Huh? An introduction to the weapons. Xiao Huahua looked up in astonishment. There was an introduction in the weapon shop? Wasn't it merely a display of various advanced weaponry, each requiring a certain number of points for exchange? He began to recall the properties of extraordinary fires. The 3000 Thunder Flames had originally been the lowest ranked among extraordinary fires, evolving into its current form by devouring other extraordinary fires and powers. Accordingly, Xiao Huahua promptly opened the weapon shop and clicked on the introduction. Wow, this is incredible! Xiao Huahua was taken aback by the content of the introduction, his excitement causing him to tremble with joy. Why didn't you tell me this sooner, system? He gazed at the weapon shop's introduction, nearly drooling, and chastised Yuchio. Ding. Originally, this service was free, but due to the host's own negligence in neglecting to read the weapon shop's introduction and shifting the blame onto this system, 8,000 points will be deducted as compensation for the system's wounded feelings. A mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Huahua's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. Is this how it works? The weapon shop had already required a significant expenditure of points to access. Furthermore, the means to turn the tide of this competition lay within the weapon shop's introduction. Therefore, Xiao Huahua was using what rightfully belonged to him to mitigate the current crisis and defeat Xiao Buyu, without the need for any points. Yet, this unscrupulous system had deceitfully stripped him of the remaining 8,000 points through such shameless tactics. Where's the justice in this? Where's the justice? Xiao Huahua lamented. Is there an elite-level system that can intervene with this sham of a system? It not only siphons the host's blood, but also devours the host's flesh. Xiao Huahua was on the verge of tears, his expression more sorrowful than grief itself. Seeing Xiao Huahua's dramatically shifting expressions, now joy, now despair, Xiao Buyu could not help but smile. Glancing at Xiao Huahua and saying, Xiao Huahua, considering you are my cousin, I grant you the opportunity to surrender. Hand over the extraordinary fire and assist me in leading the Xiao clan to stand tall atop the continent, surpassing our ancestors of yore. I allow you to etch your name in history alongside mine, for the pinnacle of the continent. In that moment, Xiao Huahua was consumed by the indignation ignited by Yi Chio's shameless actions, further inflamed by Xiao Buyu's words. With no time for idle threats, Xiao Huahua raised the weapons in his hands high above his head, responding to Xiao Buyu. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Buyu scoffed. It seems you still do not comprehend the depth of the chasm that separates us. With a sudden movement, Xiao Huahua clashed his hands together, gripping the weapons tightly before dramatically spreading them apart. With a resounding crash, the battle commenced. At the moment when two firearms collided, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the dark crimson realm like a resplendent sun. Within the entire barrier, this dazzling light prevailed, rising in ethereal mist, akin to celestial brilliance. All present were momentarily taken aback, witnessing this magnificent glow emanating from Xiao Huahua. Could it be that this young man possessed the means to alter the very fabric of reality? Despite Xiao Xiong and others summoning their fighting spirits to stabilize the barrier and prevent its expansion or collapse, they were acutely aware of the events unfolding within. It was clear that Xiao Buyu had the upper hand in the recent contest. In truth, Xiao Huahua's ability to contend fiercely with Xiao Buyu, even forcing him to employ forbidden techniques to regain stamina and deny Xiao Huahua a moment's respite, had already left a profound impression on the Xiao clan. Except for Xiao Tuo, even Xiao Xiong found himself captivated by Xiao Huahua's innate talent. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Xiong's heart began to shift imperceptibly, conjuring visions of Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu uniting to lead the Xiao clan to greatness. Thus, when Xiao Zhan expressed his intent to stabilize the barrier while he intervened in the conflict between the two youths, Xiao Xiong, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. True to his usual nature, Xiao Xiong would have insisted that the victor be determined between Xiao Buyu and Xiao Huahua before any resolution could be reached. Yet now, he could not bear to witness the two most gifted individuals of the Xiao clan engage in a mutually destructive battle. The radiant celestial light was overwhelmingly potent, exuding an aura that eclipsed even the half-finished falling star flame, causing the dark crimson world to vanish instantaneously, replaced by a space pulsating with celestial brilliance. Among all, Xiao Zhan felt this most acutely, for he was within the barrier, and with the strength of a seven-star Do Saint, he had a profound understanding and sensitivity to power. Could it be that Huahua possessed a force surpassing that of the falling star flame? Was it a strange fire? Yet he had never heard of any such fire capable of emitting such dazzling light. At this moment, the two firearms in Xiao Huahua's hands had vanished, replaced by a golden firearm, measuring 50 centimeters in length, with a barrel 3 fingers wide. The gun's body was inscribed with ancient runes, harboring unparalleled might, reminiscent of imperial scripts or seals from a bygone era. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Buyu trembled, his previously composed demeanor evaporating in an instant, replaced by anxiety and unrest. A wave of intense fear surged within him, even giving rise to thoughts of surrender. But Xiao Buyu, like a frenzied beast, roared, "I am invincible. I am undefeated. I am the first to ascend to the Do Emperor realm since the fall of the Empire. I am the only one on this continent capable of cultivating strange fire through its essence. How could I be defeated? Why should I yield? I possess the belief in invincibility, the confidence to crush all. Xiaohuahua, no matter how formidable your current abilities may seem, you are ultimately no match for me." In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Buyu, the fierce essence of strange fire surging forth like an ancient beast, exuding ferocity. He swung his arms, channeling pink fighting spirit, and as he thrust forward, the meteorites that fell behind him were several times larger than before, their power equally formidable. Prior to this, Xiaohuahua had been wholly immersed in the joy brought about by the fusion of the two firearms. He had not anticipated that the weapon shop's upgrade would not only enhance the lethality of a single firearm, but also allow two firearms of the same grade to meld together, creating an even more powerful weapon. Furthermore, it could amalgamate the skills and energies inscribed on the two firearms, resulting in a new force. Xiaohuahua was so exhilarated that he felt like slapping himself in disbelief. Such a remarkable mechanism, had it not been for Yi Qiu's hint. He might never have realized it. Had he known about the weapon shop's mechanics sooner, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Nor would he have lost the last 8,000 points of his credits to Yi Qiu. At this moment, as Xiao Buyu unleashed the half-finished falling star flame, Xiaohuahua snapped back from his stupor. Watching the approaching strange fire, he could not help but smile. Is this just a substandard product daring to be arrogant? Let me show you just how terrifying the complete falling star flame is. As Xiaohuahua pulled the trigger, he felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him weak. Two golden bullets, one after the other, sped forth like a tempest, transforming into 3,000 thunder flames and frigid infernos, manifesting in the air. The two strange fires intertwined and merged into one, soaring forward with a roar. In that moment, the entire space shifted from brilliant celestial light to a dark crimson world, filled with heat and destruction, as if the apocalypse had descended in an instant. Behind Xiaohuahua, a colossal meteorite manifested, twice the size of the one Xiao Buyu had conjured, surrounded by countless fist-sized fireballs, akin to a meteor shower. Each fireball radiated a terrifying aura, bearing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Witnessing this spectacle, both Xiao Zhan within the barrier and Xiao Xiong outside, as well as the Xiao clan members who had fled the plaza yet remained unwilling to miss this thrilling duel, were rendered speechless in astonishment. The falling star flame was no stranger to the Xiao clan's members. Everyone had the right to cultivate and comprehend the strange fire within the strange fire tomb. At this moment, the scene reflected behind Xiaohuahua was precisely what the falling star flame had exhibited within the strange fire tomb. In other words, the strange fire Xiaohuahua was currently wielding was indeed the complete falling star flame. This cannot be. Xiao Tuo screamed in disbelief, her hair disheveled, veins bulging on her face in a terrifying manner, as if driven mad. How could Xiaohuahua possess the complete falling star flame? He had never come into contact with it. Where did it come from? This should be impossible. At this moment, even the usually composed Xiao Xiong could not contain his emotions, erupting in a frenzied roar. Xiaohuahua has fused the 3,000 thunder flames and frigid infernos, transcending and evolving the two strange fires he possesses into the ultimate falling star flame. Chapter 84. Victory. The mutual devouring and evolution of strange fires were not secrets on the Duki continent. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge was aware of this. However, the concept of a human being capable of melding two strange fires together to evolve a new one had never been heard of or seen. This is because when one strange fire attempts to consume another, the fire being consumed will certainly resist vehemently, striving to avoid a fate of annihilation. The power unleashed in such a struggle is undeniably terrifying. Even the lowest-ranked ghostly spirit flame, when sensing danger, can unleash a force that overwhelms a Do Saint expert. How much more so with the 3,000 thunder flames and frigid infernos, which rank among the higher echelons of strange fires. Even if such a technique exists in this era, only those of exceptional caliber, like Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong, or peerless powerhouses at the 8-star or 9-star Do Saint levels, could perform such a miraculous feat, possessing the capability to suppress the repulsion and backlash of the two strange fires. Of course, ancient Do Emperor level experts could also accomplish this. It is certainly not something that someone like Xiaohuahua, merely a 5-star Do Zone, could achieve. This is precisely why, across the entire continent, there are 32 types of strange fire, yet almost no one possesses the ability to wield two or more types simultaneously, even among the most extraordinary of masters. Because when two types of strange fire come into close proximity, the more powerful fire will attempt to consume the weaker one. No one can withstand such terrifying power that surges and erupts within them. Xiao Huahua possesses two distinct types of an unparalleled feat across the continent. This alone has sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Yet now, Xiao Huahua has dared to merge the 3,000 thunder flames with the cold flames, evolving into the fallen star flame. Remarkably, he has not suffered any backlash or destruction. Instead, he has triumphed. This event will surely be etched into the annals of the Duki continent. It is an occurrence that transcends time and space, shattering all conventions. Boom. At this moment, a colossal meteor, accompanied by a torrent of fireballs, descends with overwhelming force. In an instant, it obliterates the half-formed fallen star flame summoned by Xiao Buyu. The sheer power unleashed creates an explosion reminiscent of a nuclear detonation, birthing a mushroom cloud of flames. The Xiao family plaza, already reduced to a deep pit, is now utterly devastated beyond description. Within the barrier, Xiao Buyu coughs blood, plummeting like a cannonball into the abyss. Xiao Zhan is also affected, his complexion paling. Blood surging within him, a trickle of crimson escaping his lips. Outside the barrier, Xiao Xiong and others strive to stabilize the barrier, their powers radiating across the Xiao family estate, leveling it to the ground. They pour every ounce of their strength into the barrier to prevent its collapse. Yet several of them are left gasping blood, their spirits waning, akin to flowers wilting abruptly. As the mushroom cloud dissipates, the space within the barrier reveals countless black fissures, intermittently flashing with lightning. The terror is palpable, as if heralding the apocalypse. Huff. Xiao Huahua squints, utterly weakened, seated in the deep pit and breathing laboriously. This pit is over 100 meters deep. Whether in his current state or the unconscious Xiao Buyu, their fall would certainly result in a shattering demise. At this critical moment, Yi Qiu exerts his strength, summoning a mighty force to support Xiao Huahua while simultaneously enveloping Xiao Buyu. In the original narrative, despite the absence of direct interaction after their battle, there exists a sense of camaraderie between Xiao Buyu and Xiao Huahua, as they embody both rivals and allies. Furthermore, in the latter chapters of this tome, they are indispensable characters. In the confrontation against the Soul Emperor, their contributions proved monumental, granting Xiao Huahua precious time to ascend to the rank of Do Emperor. Xiao Buyu, too, stands as the mightiest aside from Xiao Huahua and the Soul Emperor, having cultivated himself to the threshold of Do Emperor through sheer effort and innate talent. This affirms the truth of Xiao Buyu's potential as a Do Emperor. Thus, Xiao Buyu must not perish. Should he fall, the consciousness of this world would unrelentingly suppress Yi Qiu. All the groundwork laid in I, Xiao Huahua, shall shatter this vast sky would be in vain. Additionally, there exists a peril of self-destruction. After all, Yi Qiu's current system level is exceedingly low. Were it not for the absolute defensive capabilities conferred through his host, he would be compelled to hasten the plot or have Lu Yi undertake certain tasks. However, as long as he does not contravene the development of the narrative, the consciousness of this world, despite its fury, would merely turn a blind eye. After all of this ultimately benefits the protagonist. In truth, the battle between Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu deviated from the original plot. While the conflict was intense, it did not reach such catastrophic heights. If Xiao Huahua had been hosted by another, he would have been obliterated by this world's consciousness long ago. Thus, as long as the storyline remains largely intact, the consciousness of this realm would not pursue Xiao Huahua. Yet, should the narrative's trajectory be severely altered, such as the demise of such a pivotal character as Xiao Buyu, the entire storyline would unravel. Naturally, the consciousness of this world would not spare Yi Qiu, and even Xiao Huahua would find himself ensnared without hesitation. After all, with the plot awry, the entire book would be rendered futile. With the narrative in shambles, what concern remains for the protagonist? Yi Qiu perceives the malice emanating from this world, akin to a force capable of annihilation. With but a thought, it could obliterate him, a stark warning. This leaves Yi Qiu exchanging glances, swallowing hard. Damn it. Even as a system, one must heed the whims of others. I must hasten to elevate my level, to thoroughly disregard the world's consciousness. Only then can I glean vast fortunes and elevate myself. Otherwise, like this world, I would face not only a protracted delay, but also a threat to my very existence. Yi Qiu swallows again, resolving not to provoke the world's consciousness as he did at the Upper Cloud Sect. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have defeated Xiao Buyu and earned 1,000,000 points. Remaining points, 1,000,000. Observing the points displayed on the system interface, Xiao Huahua exhales a puff of smoke. speaking with a hint of melancholy. After deducting the points I've expended, this 1 million points equate to merely 427,200 points. It nearly cost me my life. What a poor bargain. Hua, are you alright? At that moment, Xiao Zhan descends into the pit, gazing at his grandson slumped against the rock wall, his face ghostly pale. I'm fine. Xiao Hua squints and shakes his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan lets out a sigh of relief. Then, he notices Xiao Buyu sprawled in a pool of blood, and his expression shifts dramatically as he rushes forward to assess the situation. Should anything happen to Xiao Buyu, the Xiao family would undoubtedly face a seismic upheaval. Furthermore, Xiao Zhan is unwilling to witness any danger befall Xiao Buyu. After all, cultivating from energy is an unprecedented occurrence that would also be monumental. Rest assured, he is unharmed, Xiao Huahua assures. I tempered my strength upon landing in this pit and used the remainder of my power to shield him. With a few months of recuperation, he will fully recover. Xiao Zhan exhales deeply, relieved. At that moment, Xiao Xiong, Xiao Tua, and Mu Mu arrive at the pit. Upon seeing Xiao Buyu lying in a pool of blood, Xiao Tua's eyes turn crimson, as if bleeding. Buyu. Then, gazing at Xiao Huahua, his visage twists with fury. Xiao Huahua. His wrath surges as he loses his composure at the sight of Xiao Buyu's plight. More so, it is unbearable for him to accept that his once proud grandson has been defeated by Xiao Huahua. The azure Duki reverberates throughout the pit. Xiao Tuo's hand morphs into a claw, aiming a formidable attack at Xiao Huahua. You dare. Mu Mu interjects, unleashing his Duki, his semi-holy aura overshadowing Xiao Tua's assault. Smack. At that moment, Xiao Xiong strikes Xiao Tua across the face. With a resounding crash, he is propelled away like a cannonball, crashing against the rock wall and stirring a cloud of dust, causing numerous stones to tumble. Xiao Xiong's complexion darkens, veins bulging ominously. He glares at Xiao Tua, bellowing. How far will you go in your recklessness? Xiao Tua, leaning against the rubble, coughs forth a torrent of blood, astonished to behold his brother's aggression. He had never anticipated that Xiao Xiong would turn against him. All these years, your excessive indulgence towards Buyu has fostered his arrogance, leading him to adopt an attitude of supreme superiority. This has rendered him haughty and dismissive, Xiao Xiong declares. I refrained from admonishing you in the past because I harbored similar thoughts. However, today's battle has illuminated many truths for me, revealing the consequences of our actions. I have suddenly realized that the mentalities you and Buyu exhibit are the result of my own failings. Today, I awaken fully. Thankfully, a disaster has been averted. I finally comprehend the significance of my father's words before his passing. Since it was my influence that led you and Buyu astray, I shall guide you both back to the righteous path. Defeat, in this instance, might not be a misfortune for the reticent. This represents a profound self-awareness and a fortuitous evolution on his path of cultivation. Xiao Xiong sighed, then turned to Xiao Zhan and said, Cousin, I shall first attend to Buyu's injuries. The subsequent matters will henceforth be entrusted to you, the clan leader. Chapter 85. A defiant individual, Soul Heaven. The clash between Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu not only solidified his status as the foremost genius of the Xiao family, but also served as an unintentional resolution of Xiao Xiong's obsession with reclaiming the leadership. In both Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu, Xiao Xiong glimpsed the shadows of his younger self and Xiao Zhan. History often bears striking resemblances, and many events are mirrored in the lives of Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu. The singular distinction is that Xiao Huahua does not exhibit the same restraint or humility as Xiao Zhan. With unwavering strength, he shattered all doubts and dissent. This battle thoroughly united the long-fractured Xiao family, rendering their power even more formidable, positioning them as a crucial force against the Soul Palace in the future. Had the Xiao family remained disunited, the entire continent would have faced annihilation at the hands of the Soul Emperor. Upon hearing his cousin refer to him as clan leader for the first time and noting the shift in attitude, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He then smiled, shaking his head in resignation. After years of effort aimed at helping his cousin overcome his inner demons, success eluded him. Little did he know that his grandson, upon arriving at the Xiao family, would dissolve Xiao Xiong's inner turmoil. Xiao Zhan felt immense pride and gratitude towards his grandson. Consequently, the potential perils that loomed over the Xiao family vanished. With the unparalleled talents of Xiao Huahua and Xiao Buyu, the family's resurgence to glory is imminent. Due to Xiao Xiong's transformation, Xiao Zhan seized complete control of the Xiao family. Thus, he promptly announced that Mu Mu would lead the remaining disciples of the Upper Cloud sect to temporarily reside at the Xiao family estate. While Mu Mu recognized that Xiao Zhan had fully grasped the reins of the family, he understood that this control was precarious. Though many appeared to acquiesce verbally, their hearts remained unconvinced. To alleviate Xiao Zhan's burdens, he declared that upon their arrival at the Xiao family, he and Meng Heron would assist the elders, including Xiao Zhang, in training the younger generation of the Xiao family. This decision left no room for dissent within the family and brought a wave of joy among its members. The Upper Cloud Sect's ascendancy to a position of power among the two sects is undoubtedly attributed to its unique advantages. Moreover, in the realm of the Do-Chi continent, the training and education offered by the Upper Cloud Sect are unparalleled. Otherwise, many factions and families would not have entrusted their progeny to the Upper Cloud Sect in the past. The following day, a notification echoed in Xiao Huahua's mind. Please enter the tomb before noon to obtain a Dozun Dan. Note: failure to arrive at the designated time will result in the cancellation of all rewards for this mission. Just as Xiao Huahua regained his strength, Yi Qiu's voice resonated in his mind. It seemed tranquility was not in the cards. Stretching, Xiao Huahua had initially intended to admire the scenery of the Xiao family and procure some treasures from his indulgent grandfather in exchange for points. Shortly after, Xiao Huahua arrived at Xiao Zhang's residence, where the latter was engaged in discussions with Xiao Zhang. Huahua, what brings you here? Upon seeing Xiao Huahua, Xiao Zhang ceased his conversation with Xiao Zhang, rising to inquire, is your injury healed? Yes, Grandpa, Xiao Huahua nodded in affirmation. Huahua, this is your second uncle. Xiao Zhang gestured toward Xiao Zhang. Second uncle, you have done well, bringing pride to us old fellows, Xiao Zhang remarked, giving a thumbs up to Xiao Zhang's grandson. Particularly during the battle with Xiao Buyu, Xiao Huahua's displayed talent and strength thoroughly impressed Xiao Zhang, who took great pride in him. Huahua, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Here, I have prepared something for you. From his palm, Xiao Zhang produced an ancient ring, filled with numerous cultivation pills and insights from his own training that could assist Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua, delighted by his generous second uncle, expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Second uncle, what brings you to me, Huahua? Xiao Zhang inquired. After stowing the ring, Xiao Huahua replied, Grandpa, I have come to discuss entering the... At this, Xiao Zhang's brow furrowed in concern. That is not something to rush into. Although you have healed, your condition is still not optimal. Now that you have returned to the Xiao family as its foremost genius, it is only fitting that I dedicate myself to your training, solidifying your foundation and honing your temperament before venturing into the realm of Dozun and attempting to tame the... Though Xiao Buyu was defeated by you, his talents are not inferior to yours. He can serve as a reference point to show that you are currently unprepared to tame the falling star flame. Moreover, possessing two undoubtedly complicates matters. Should anything go awry, not only would you fail to tame the falling star flame, but the two within you could be devoured, leading to a dire outcome. While you can merge the 3,000 thunder flames with the cold flame to evolve into the falling star flame, your current strength is insufficient to support such an endeavor. You are a clever child. I trust you understand these complexities. Xiao Zhang's words resonated with Xiao Huahua, especially regarding the two he bore. Although imprinted on heat weapons, an innate connection still existed between them. This had been vividly impressed upon him during his time at the Upper Cloud Sect's Thunderflame Tower, where he felt a strong reaction and fear from the cold flame within the heat weapon at the moment it was drawn. Yet, Xiao Huahua remained unperturbed, for he understood that Yi Qiu's intent in sending him to the was to personally extract the falling star flame for him. In the face of formidable, all were but ants to the system. Grandpa, I recognize that it may be premature to venture into the, but time waits for no one. And I cannot afford a moment's respite, Xiao Huahua declared. Xiao Zhan frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean, Huahua? Xiao Huahua licked his lips, stating, because in this world, besides myself, there is one other individual who possesses multiple, and that person currently wields 5. What? 5? Both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Zhang's expressions shifted dramatically, their breaths quickening. Is there truly such a defiant individual? Xiao Zhan stammered, his voice trembling, his eyes narrowing in alarm. 5. This is simply preposterous, astonishing. The notion was akin to a fairy tale, a marvel of the ages. Only in ancient times did the Dou Emperor possess such extraordinary abilities. For one person to simultaneously own 5 meant they had surely entered the fabled realm of the Dou Emperor. If such an individual truly existed, the chaotic continent would have been unified long ago. Huahua, are you serious? You are not jesting? Xiao Zhan inquired, suspecting that Xiao Huahua might be fabricating this tale to gain entry into the... I assure you, there exists such a person, and you both know him. Xiao Huahua asserted. Who? The Lord of the Soul Palace, Soul Heaven. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Zhang fell silent. If such a person truly existed, it could only be Soul Heaven. Soul Heaven, the most gifted leader of the Soul Palace, had achieved the rank of a 5-star Dou fighter at the age of 3 and a Grand Dou Master by 10. By 30, he had already attained the prowess of a 7-star Dou Saint. Now, a decade later, many speculated about the terrifying strength Soul Heaven had achieved. Xiao Zhan had once conjectured that, Given Soul Heaven's potential, he might have surpassed his limits and reached the realm of an 8-star Do Saint. Undoubtedly, he was the continent's premier expert. Today, learning from Xiaohuahua that Soul Heaven possessed 5 left him astounded. This signifies that Han Tian has taken that final step. Is he about to become an emperor? Huahua, how did you come to know this? Xiao Zhen inquired. It is my innate flame that has conveyed this information to me through thought. Xiaohuahua spoke with utmost seriousness, fabricating his explanation. He certainly would not reveal that it was Yi Qiu who informed him, especially since Xiao Zhan had clearly told Xiaohuahua to wait until he ascends to Dozun before being allowed to enter the Flame Tomb. By then, it would likely be too late. Given the nature of this system, one could never predict what peculiarities might arise. Thus, he could only use the innate flame as an excuse, as it is indeed the most convincing argument. At present, Han Tian has reached the pinnacle of Doxing, nearly stepping into the realm of semi-emperors. He seeks to acquire more innate flames to bolster his power in his quest to challenge the title of Do Di. Xiaohuahua asserted that the downfall of the Upper Cloud sect was primarily Han Tian's attempt to obtain the 3,000 Thunder Flames to enter the semi-emperor realm. However, since I have acquired the 3,000 Thunder Flames, that plan has faltered. Yet, given Han Tian's cunning and the might of the Soul Palace, he may have already discovered other innate flames, possibly possessing 6 types of innate flames and thus stepping into the semi-emperor realm. If Han Tian were to acquire more innate flames and successfully become a Do Di, the entire continent would be in peril. Xiaohuahua articulated clearly that Han Tian has undoubtedly set his sights on the fallen star flame. Yet he has refrained from attempting to seize it due to his lack of strength to contend with the likes of Xiao Xiong and Xiao Zhan, both of whom are 7-star Doxings, bolstered by the Xiao family's unique secret techniques enabling them to possess the strength of 8 or even 9-star Doxings. Should Han Tian ascend to the semi-emperor realm, the next target would certainly be our Xiao family. Therefore, before that happens, I must secure the fallen star flame and seek out other innate flames to augment my strength and thwart Han Tian's ambitions. The Soul Palace has always operated with ruthless efficiency, akin to Ashura. It is not merely Han Tian's ascension to Do Di that poses a threat. Even if he were to become a semi-emperor, the entire continent would plunge into darkness, heralding a cataclysmic doom. Thus, I must, by all means, acquire the fallen star flame and strive to locate other innate flames in the briefest of time frames. Chapter 86. Absorbing the fallen star flame, a promising student indeed. Upon hearing Xiaohuahua's words, Yi Qiu felt an overwhelming joy. Xiaohuahua not only spoke of innate flames but also drew logical conclusions. He candidly conveyed to Xiao Zhan his desire to possess numerous innate flames to rapidly elevate his strength, enabling him to confront Han Tian and prevent his devastation of the Duqi continent. At this moment, both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Zhang had come to fully believe in Xiaohuahua's words and grasp the gravity of the situation. Presently, it is indeed only Xiaohuahua who can thwart Han Tian's grasp. To avert the destruction of the Xiao family and the descent of the Duqi continent into darkness, Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly spare no effort in seeking out innate flames, given his current strength. As long as the innate flames in question do not rank among the top 5, he would be able to suppress them effortlessly. When the time comes, Yi Qiu will disclose the locations of the innate flames to Xiaohuahua. Subsequently, Xiaohuahua can use the rationale of sensing danger from the innate flames to inform Xiao Zhan of their whereabouts. At that point, wouldn't multiple innate flames be snatched away by Xiao Zhan and brought back to the Xiao family for Xiaohuahua to absorb? It would be akin to lying at home while wealth continuously flows into one's pockets. Wonderful indeed. It appears that Xiaohuahua has truly grasped the essence of this system, Yi Qiu remarked with satisfaction. Initially, Yi Qiu contemplated how to ensure that Xiaohuahua could acquire more innate flames in a short span after obtaining the fallen star flame. He even considered sending Lu Yi'er, yet her current strength is merely that of a Dozun. Clearly, the efficiency would be slow. Yi Qiu hesitated to utilize the world's essence to elevate Lu Yi'er's strength directly to Doxing, as it would require several million units of world essence. Currently, Yi Qiu possessed only over 300,000 units, which was evidently insufficient to elevate Lu Yi'er to Doxing. However, unexpectedly, such an event unfolded. It was as if a long-awaited slumber had arrived, complete with a bed, a pillow, and a warm companion. The matters articulated by Xiaohuahua were far from trivial. Xiao Zhan immediately sought out Xiao Xiong and convened a meeting, relaying Xiaohuahua's information word for word to him and Xiao Zhang. During the meeting, all high-ranking members of the Xiao family felt a profound weight in the atmosphere, akin to a towering mountain pressing down upon them, making it hard to breathe. Is this news credible? Xiao Xiong was the first to speak. 90% likely, Xiao Zhan replied. There exists a myriad of connections between innate flames, and what has already merged with the 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flame, allowing him to sense the fear and emotions of the innate flames clearly. Evidently, Han Tian has utilized special methods to devour 5 types of innate flames, instilling fear in the others. Hence, he seeks Huahua's protection. Moreover, the act of devouring 5 types of innate flames has not occurred with anyone else. However, it is certainly plausible for Han Tian. Xiaoxi, after being reprimanded by Xiao Xiong following Xiao Buyu's failure, suddenly awakened and became considerably more composed. He stated, "If that is the case, then we are in trouble. Given the current situation, the only one capable of contending with Han Tian is Xiao Huahua, who possesses multiple innate flames. Yet, even if he were to tame the fallen star flame, it would be challenging to match Han Tian, who has devoured 5 types of innate flames. Furthermore, I believe Han Tian is already aware that Xiao Huahua possesses 2 types of innate flames. His next target is undoubtedly him. And then, Xiao Buyu." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. After all, the entire Duqi continent is aware that Xiao Huahua harbors 2 types of innate flames. The half-saint of the Soul Palace was indeed burned to death by the 3,000 thunder flames and cold flame. Moreover, Xiao Buyu has even utilized himself as a vessel to cultivate the fallen star flame. Although it is merely a half-finished product, it remains formidable enough to support Han Tian's ascension to the semi-emperor realm. At that moment, he would be unafraid of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiong, the twin stars, and could directly annihilate the Xiao family to seize the complete fallen star flame. "So what are you suggesting?" Xiao Xiong inquired. Xiao Zhan replied, "My suggestion is straightforward. While Han Tian has not yet ascended to that supreme realm or become a semi-emperor, we must seek innate flames as much as possible for Huahua and Buyu. Huahua, of course, does not need to say it. He can simultaneously contain multiple types of innate flames. Buyu, being able to utilize himself as a vessel to cultivate the fallen star flame, indicates that his innate talent is extraordinary, and he may also be capable of harboring several types of innate flames. Thus, even if both Huahua and Buyu have not reached that legendary realm or semi-emperor status, as long as they are at the Doxing realm, along with the Xiao family's ultimate techniques, the 2 of them together can thwart Han Tian's ambitions." Xiao Zhan's words left Xiao Xiong and Xiao Zhi utterly astonished, especially Xiao Zhi. In truth, upon learning that Han Tian possessed 5 types of innate flames, everyone present had thought of this. Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly seek more innate flames for Xiao Huahua to absorb and enhance his strength. Presently, this is the only solution, and only Xiao Huahua can rapidly elevate his cultivation to confront Han Tian. However, they were taken aback to discover that Xiao Zhan's plan also included Xiao Buyu. This brought a warmth to the hearts of Xiao Xiong and Xiao Zhi, even though they did not voice it. Yet, their actions in the future would reflect their sentiments. But where shall we seek these innate flames? One elder remarked that Songhai sect and the Zhang and Wang families are unlikely to relinquish their innate flames, even if we inform them of the current situation. After all, we believe in Xiao Huahua, yet they will certainly not trust us. They might even think we are attempting to deceive them into surrendering their innate flames. Moreover, each type of innate flame is born from the essence of heaven and earth, typically residing in perilous and concealed locations, difficult to uncover. Rest assured, Xiao Zhang interjected. The 3,000 thunder flames and the cold flame have already disclosed the whereabouts of the 3 types of innate flames to Huahua. We shall act separately, striving to return with the innate flames in the shortest time possible. Since that is the case, let us take action. Xiao Tuan nodded and said. At that moment, Xiao Zhan called out to Xiao Tuo, "This is a restorative elixir for Buyu, provided by Huahua. Although I am uncertain how this young man acquired it, it can awaken Buyu for a brief period and alleviate the backlash from the secret technique." Xiao Tuo received the elixir, his expression unchanged. "This young man possesses such an elixir? Please convey my gratitude to him on behalf of Yu'er." Boom. At that instant, a surge of violent energy erupted from it, causing the entire great hall to tremble. The expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others changed dramatically as they hurried towards the. After conveying his thoughts to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Huahua proceeded to the during a meeting within the Xiao family. As he stepped into the 2 engraved in his heat weapons began to stir restlessly, emanating an aura of terror that urged Xiao Huahua to depart swiftly. In truth, when Xiao Huahua first arrived at the Xiao family, the 2 had repeatedly attempted to communicate their awareness, urging him to leave. However, he had paid them no heed. Now, having fully entered the domain of the fallen star flame, the inscribed and the heat weapons reacted even more violently, displaying signs of pulsing urgency as if trying to drag Xiao Huahua away from this perilous place. The entire space felt as though a volcano were erupting, spewing forth fiery stones and molten lava, exuding a thick atmosphere of destruction. Boom! A colossal fireball appeared overhead, resembling a meteor adorned with intricate patterns, accompanied by several smaller fireballs, each the size of a fist and similarly patterned, they descended rapidly. Sensing the presence of the two on Xiaohuahua, they became exceedingly excited. At this moment, the fear radiating from the inscribed in the heat weapons intensified uncontrollably, commandeering the weapons to emerge from Xiaohuahua's body. Subsequently, they triggered the mechanisms, unleashing their power to halt the descent of the fallen star flame. In an instant, the two began to flee, seeking to escape the domain of the fallen star flame to avoid being consumed. What a panic! Although Xiaohuahua also felt the overwhelming aura pressing down upon him like the weight of the atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe and causing his body to feel as though it would explode, he remained composed. Gripping the two heat weapons firmly, he shouted, "System, are you not going to take action?" With a resounding wave of force, akin to crashing tides, a powerful energy surged through the domain. With a thud, the descending fallen star flame was restrained midair. Soon after, a dazzling celestial light illuminated the dark red world, transforming into chains inscribed with runes that ensnared the fallen star flame and drew it into the system's space. At this juncture, the fallen star flame felt an overwhelming sense of dread, exerting all its strength in an attempt to annihilate this black hole of a world. However, an unparalleled and domineering force of devouring energy surged forth like an ocean, crashing against it. In an instant, the massive meteorite vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within mere seconds, the fifth-ranked, the fallen star flame, was consumed by Yiqiu, granting him 150 units of world essence. Subsequently, Yiqiu utilized the power extracted from the fallen star flame to create a brand new, inscribing it within his heat weapons. He then tossed A to Xiaohuahua, who promptly consumed it and sat down to absorb its potency.